A few minutes late, but better late than never. Certainly, all the reasons for this that one might expect, technical and otherwise. Let's see if everything synchronizes. We can only pray. And there. So, what we'll do now is ask all of you to just tell us about the quality of our sound. I remind everyone, of course, just as obligatorily at the beginning of every transmission, give time for the audience to gather, and then we let Peter Moon speak. No point in letting him speak if no one's here to hear him. And right now we got 0 views until we get a few people gathering around, and that means probably 1 or 2 are already gathering, but let's wait until we get the get everything. So Peter Moon liked it, and we got T Tank Berry liked it.
I haven't liked it yet.
Oh, okay. He said, "Good evening, loud."
Like it in a second.
Okay. He said, "Good evening, loud and clear." So that means that let's let Peter talk, T Tank, and tell us how Peter sounds. You're the best, T Tank. We love you dearly, and we'll go to Peter now for a few minutes, and let's hear the quality of his voice from your perspective, T Tank.
Okay, I'm talking now, T-Tank. Hello to you. Be nice to meet you next time I come out to San Francisco. But, okay, I'm crystal clear.
Yes, that's fabulous. City of the Silent says, "You're good. Good day, Mr. Dietrich. Good day, City of the Silent. We love you dearly, honey." And T-Tank Berry, hugs to you. You're the best. Again, obligatorily, just to get everybody started, we remind everyone to hit those upvotes, which all of you are doing. All of you are doing. We've already got well over half a dozen at this point. So everybody's hitting them. And I do remind everyone, this is war, and the enemy fights dirty, dirtier than you could ever dream of. And so unless you fight dirty in return, you're going to lose, because nice guys finish last. My dad was a nice guy, my legal father, and if he didn't have me to shepherd him around, he would have been in the gutter. And so he's lucky that he cultivated the love of a person who wasn't nearly as nice as he was. And just make certain that all of you are selective with who you're nice to. And when it comes to the reality we're dealing with, it's your war. You've got to fight it. And the way we fight it is based on a popularity aggregate. And so since I'm completely suppressed, just make certain that you try and get the word out yourselves. And one way to get the word out online is by upvotes. And the enemy sends Autobots, literally automated bots that press a downvote. These get filtered out by YouTube within an hour or two. But during that time, we're hidden from searches based on the fact that we get downvotes that drag us down. So until you hit enough upvotes to put us on the searches, we don't appear on them. So you have to hit those upvotes from every IP address you've got: PC, laptop, tablet, or cell phone. And that way we get back into some searches, appear on some searches, and more people find out about us. So with that, we turn it over to Mr. Peter Moon, and this will be his last transmission with us for a little while. He will, of course, try to contact us from Romania, probably as soon as he gets there, and that would be, our next Sunday episode. We might hear a little bit from him. And also sometime during his various places, whenever he happens to be within range of wireless. So we'll let Peter explain all that. We turn it over to Peter.
Well, I would expect that I might be rising and shining anywhere in the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, except that I'll be doing Qigong. I need to get that out of the way early. So it all depends when I rise. And Saturday, so that would be Sunday night, would be Monday morning there. So I will have had a chance to sleep a bit. That if it's around 8 or 9 o'clock, we're 7 hours ahead of New York and Romania. So let's say 2 in the morning, 2 in the morning, when I might tune in and try and contact you or let you know that I'm happening, providing that the internet is working, which it usually is at that time.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thrilling.
And we might get interrupted by the Good Morning song, but
and that's fine. I remember hearing that last year once.
Yeah. So anyway, the okay, so that's this is my goodbye night, and if we have time, I'll talk about my journey, because there's been a lot of I guess what you call phenomena surrounding it. But first, I think it's more important, because I woke up and contributed to the last part of the transmission. I was on for at least an hour, maybe two, the last 2 hours of the show. And I asked Douglas very specifically about the peacock angel. And of course, for those of you who are not familiar with the peacock angel, Wikipedia has a pretty generic description of the peacock angel, which is, unfortunately, it's been badly misinterpreted and misconstrued, to the point where the Abrahamic religions have identified the peacock angel with the character we know as Shaitan or Satan in the Bible. But this is a patriarchal Abrahamic religion bait and switch sort of thing. It's a corruption of what was a priori religious tradition, and then what it is, it's vilifying that religion by superimposing another religion upon it. Would you agree with that, Douglas?
Well, there's an element of that. I think that, of course, it's gotten worse with time, simply because of people's misunderstanding and their attempts to exploit the misunderstanding of others. I would certainly say that much for the moment. As we go deeper into the subject, I'll certainly provide more detail. But it's certainly, we're talking about the early days of the beginnings of the comprehension of monotheism. And in those very early days, you had a concept of, in the Gnostic sense, of the demiurge. You had a concept of some of these other entities. And well before, of course, that time, the Yazidi people had always been affiliated with a separate creator from the creator of the rest of humanity. And this creator made them in his image, so his image is as human as that of the creator that created the rest of man. So this is obviously a kind of duopoly that's already disturbing to most monotheists. And then they begin, of course, projecting the other upon the entity which did not create themselves. And this creates a dichotomy where, in order to feel themselves as being in the light, then they project naught but darkness onto the other. But the paradox here is that Lucifer is the light bringer, the angel of light. Just to give people an understanding here, just in terms of other cultures and their perception, that goes deeper, more visceral than that of the compartmentalized, the detached West. You look down south at Brazil, and there's many a young girl named Lucifer. Not Lucy, but Lucifer. They might use the term Lucy when they come up to the United States just to avoid persecution, and that's an apropos term. But they're born as Lucifer in their households because they bring light into the house, and they bring light into the home, to the family. So the young girl is often named Lucifer. It's a good name in Brazil. So you're talking about a Portuguese-speaking empire that was the product of the once rampant conquistadors who were rabid Roman Catholics at the time that they wiped out many a native civilization. But since that time, many people have blended with those native civilizations. Those native civilizations have become very much a part of at least the lower economic echelons of Brazil. And with that, you still have, at all of the classes in that culture, the concept of a young girl being named Lucifer being common. So this is a kind of perception that is mature. It is one that, despite centuries of Roman Catholicism, which can be very dogmatic at certain points in history, you have a ability to understand that there is more than one creator, and that this other creator is as divine as the one that made yourself, and that this other creator, the one that created the Yazidi, is really in many ways the lord of this realm, Malkuth, the material realm, and therefore is the most materially splendid, resplendent of all of the divinities, the peacock angel. And so with that, we go back to Peter, and then maybe he can ask something else that would drag something else out of myself.
Well, yeah. But what we need, the main thing to disambiguate here is that when the peacock angel is identified or vilified as Satan or Lucifer in the context of the biblical context, that's not exactly right. That's my point.
Yes.
And that must be grasped. Now, and the Yazidi people recognized and understood. It's like, let me put it this way. I would say, and I will put this in a strictly tantric / sexual sense, people can get very opinionated and messed up over the fact that Tantra is not sex and sex is not Tantra, yet they follow the same channels. You have the white Tantra, which is non-physically sexual, which can be just as vampiristic as hedonistic sexuality can be, doesn't have to be. And people get very opinionated. People get very opinionated about what the actuality of what goes on with Department Zero, what's really happening with the stuff that Radu writes about. Their opinions far exceed their ability to accurately evaluate the situation.
Yes.
Even if their opinions are right. So when it comes to Tantra, these opinions have more to do with the opinions of the person and the state of the person than they do with the subject at hand, even when they're correct or wrong about the subject at hand.
Yeah.
What I would say that's pretty inarguable is that when you find yourself in an inversion of consciousness, such as Douglas was describing Malkuth, it's kind of like and I don't mean this in a negative sense, but the ass end of creation. It's the bottom of the creative process, the stage that we play on. The only thing lower than the stage we're playing on, as opposed to the puppeteers or the angelical cosmic hierarchy above the stage, is that which is below the stage, which is the qliphoth, the shells of that the players are, throwing off their garbage stuff and the dirt and the dust on the stage and the stuff they don't need, they can't play. So that stage that we're all playing on is Malkuth, but it's like, if you want to go aspire to being a creator rather than the one playing on the stage, and you want to be a producer, you've got to, go up and matriculate up the Kundalini, so to speak. I'm kind of mixing metaphors, and I'm kind of not, because you see, when I'm going up to who's the guy producing, you can imagine the devil would be in charge of the Broadway production. You can imagine. But that's the steward of functionality in the puppeteering. However, if you take a Broadway play or any theater, you've got the smiling mask on the one side and the tragic mask on the other side. So in And in the realm of theater, you have positive and heavenly callings of the players. You'll have songs that are beautiful, that aspire to the highest high. Richard Wagner exemplified this very well in his The Ring series. And I remember a very moving scene in that, when the gods are going off to Valhalla, and they're strutting up to Valhalla, and Loki is of course the prankster, the trickster, and he is looking at the gods, the other gods, and he's saying, "Boy, you think your shit doesn't stink. Who the hell do you think you are?" And he sees them. It's all in his look. And he's saying, basically, you're not escaping the lower realm. You think you are. You're acting like you are. But he's actually concerned and worried for them, because they're too uppity. They have hubris. The gods can have hubris. So it's acknowledging the lower. So when you see the white tantrika, who is like thumbs their nose at actual sex because it's beneath them, you may find that they are the closest ones to being vampirized or vampirizing you. That's not to extol the red tantric practitioner, who can be mired in the sensual aspects to their own detriment of being vampirized. The bottom line is, though, that those energetic chakras are a part of the landscape, and how you negotiate them is your path. But to be opinionated or condemnatory is an indicator that you're full of shit on either side of the coin. On either side of the coin. It's just, you just have to be circumspect, honorable, and respectful. And I think that's the trick of this. And now, of course, the red tantra will be called the left-hand path, for a good reason, because it's sticky and it's dirty. And I don't mean dirty with disrespect, but the left-hand path is called the left-hand path because in days of old, when people would use the outhouse or the facility, and back in ancient Egypt, they would wipe their ass with their left hand, because that was to keep the right hand hygienic and clean. So this is why you shake with the right hand. It means my right hand doesn't have shit on it, and I'm respecting you. If you use the left hand, it's like you're handing them the hand that you wipe with. In this day and age, most people are right-handed. By actual survey done by George Gallup, people use their right hand when they wipe their ass. I just made that up. But yeah, so, but that's the actual, history behind the right hand and why it's called the right hand path. The left hand path, the right hand path is righteous. Of course, what the analogy I gave is true, because while people are acting righteous and shaking you with their right hand, they're generally delivering you a pile of bullshit with their false Christianity, where they're acting like they're doing in porno movies when they're not preaching or something like that.
By the way,
Aaron Tice, he experienced this with his pastors in the Pentecostal church. He's going to be with you.
Yes.
While I'm gone, and he can tell you all about it.
We look forward to that, really. Yes, most certainly. By the way, here's the hyperlink to tonight's program. Make certain to share that on your timeline, and that will help expedite things. Though people are gathering, as always, for you, always make certain to put the word out. And
Aaron Tice,
yeah, and as for what you're talking about, just so people understand, as I've explained before, the peacock angel is generally affiliated with the concept of the Lucifer, in the sense of the rebel angel, the highest angel who took affront at the creation of man, and therefore fell to earth to create his own people when he felt that God had rejected him. But there's obviously a cosmic balance here, and one that's absolutely necessary for the ecology of our theocosm, our existence in the metaphysical sense. And without this counterbalance to a God that in the monotheistic religions of the desert, the Abrahamites of the Jews and the Christians in particular, to an extent Allah in the Quran, but that takes us into another realm. But it brings us back to Malik Taush, because he became very much established in the center of Islam. His people, the Yazidi, are surrounded by Muslims, not by Christians or by Jews. And they, of course, had to turn to the Christians for the greatest level of understanding. And for that reason, the largest Yazidi temple in the world is in Armenia, which means the largest Luciferian temple in the world is in Armenia, which is a staunchly Christian nation. One of the first people to convert to Christianity en masse during the days of the Roman Empire, and therefore one of the most persecuted peoples historically, suffering a tremendous genocide in World War I, which the state of Israel goes all out to deny ever happened, so that they can maintain a monopoly on the Holocaust, that no one else suffered a Holocaust other than they. Of course, the Turks who perpetrated this Holocaust also pay the Americans to deny that it ever happened. They paid Princeton University millions of dollars to open a Muslim study hall, and in return, Princeton agreed that it would forever deny the Armenian Holocaust. So you can purchase reality, you can buy it, and cultures do this when they have enough money and power, Muslim or Jewish or otherwise. If you look up in dictionaries, simply because they're published oftentimes by Jewish printing houses or Jewish-dominated printing houses in America, dictionaries will often say Jerusalem is the capital of Israel, when, of course, it was never recognized as the capital by anyone until Donald Trump, other than for, of course, two banana republics in Central America that the Israel literally purchased outright so they would recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. But everyone else in the world recognizes only Tel Aviv-Yafo as the financial capital.
Excuse me, yeah. Didn't the Third Reich recognize Jerusalem, or just did they recognize it?
Oh, no, they were just helping to establish Jews in Palestine. There was no real physical entity there for them to recognize. They were viewed by the British as a Nazi insurgency, the Zionists. And that's why the British were doing everything they could to slaughter Jews before they made it to Israel. This included ships full of Jews. One of them.
But I think there is a tacit acknowledgement, if you're helping Zionism, and Zionism's purpose is to recapture the Holy Land, it's almost a tacit recognition.
You could call it such. I'm not going to argue or deny such. Certainly, as I said, if it had come to the point where the Israelis had established that, remember when the Germans were setting up the Zionists in Palestine, there was no telling how far they would go, meaning the Zionists in Palestine. There was no telling how far they'd make it. They made certain that they could survive, but if they had ultimately conquered the Levantine, then, of course, the Germans would have been put in a diplomatic spot where they would have to make a decision. But that it never came to that point during the time of the Third Reich on the surface world. But at the time that the Third Reich was vacating the surface world, the Palestinians were beginning to be ethnically cleansed by the Zionists, and they were using Nazi tactics by which to do this. And so it was probably becoming evident that the Jewish people would conquer quite a bit of former Palestine. But then the Third Reich was already reestablishing itself in Unterland, and it was a moot point. So, but as to whether
when was the Palestinian genocides taking place historically with the Zionists?
Well, it was mostly in a single year, but we're talking about the Zionists began to get Israel was established in 1948 formally as an occupation state over Palestine. It's very important for listeners to understand that at that point the Israelis literally officially began to deny that Palestine ever existed. And that this is a fact. They began to deny that it existed. By the way, the rest of the world rejected them because of this. It's one of the reasons why the rest of the world rejected them. Palestine used to be on the maps. You used to be able to fly there. But if you grew up in Israel and grew up in Israeli schools, you were taught the Palestinian people never existed. That there was no such thing, literally. So you grew up in a lie. But when it came to the bit al-Nakba, the catastrophe, as the Palestinians call their Holocaust, which is a direct parallel, the Jews refer to the Holocaust, their Holocaust, as Hashoah, which simply means the catastrophe. They both call their Holocaust the catastrophe. That was mostly 1947. So in the year 1946 through 1947, the Israelis, this was the proto-Israelis, the Jews resettling in Palestine, slaughtered 1 million Palestinians, and they displaced by ethnic cleansing, by mass deportation, another 1 million. So 1 million people were displaced and 1 million people died. They had to kill half of them to get the other half to move. So this is when that happened. And so...
47, around 47.
Yeah, 47 in particular was the majority of it.
I'm not aware of this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I wrote entire columns on it. Yeah, so I can send you those columns. When you get back from Romania.
That's not my point. I don't think most people are aware of that.
Yeah. No, of course not. No. Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. But. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
When we go, so basically, what I was saying is this whole concept of the peacock angel is similar to the concept of Babylon being the gateway to God, the Tower of Babylon being the tower to God, and when people try to go up the Kundalini spout, for a metaphor, they get knocked back down. They're living here in a I saw something in my chiropractor's office.
Mm-hmm.
It's a piece of decoration, but it's a tube with water in it.
Wow.
I don't know if it's water or it's air. I think it's water.
Mm-hmm.
And it has artificial fish in it, and it's got a air being pumped up the middle of the columnar tube of water. It's see-through, and when the water goes up, it makes these fish rise to the top, and then they come down because the water on the sides of the spout going up they just fall right down. So these fish are going up and down this columnar tube.
Yeah.
And it's I'm just sitting there watching, and I said, well, what's going on here? And I just start watching it, and it's kind of interesting to, watch the fish go up and down. And that's kind of what happens in this Babylonian metaphor when you're going up the Kundalini spout, and you get to the top, and then all of a sudden, you go back down. Now, what L. Ron Hubbard called this in the early 50s was going up the pole. He says people go up the pole. In other words, they're getting audited, they get really excited, they turn on paranormal phenomena, and they're no longer observing from their normal perceptual base. Now, of course, psychiatrists in those days would call that insanity, or schizophrenia, paranoia. They had all sorts of names that people might fall into those categories who are experiencing this. In modern times, psychiatry has embraced Kundalini and other reference frames.
That's right.
But they certainly haven't mastered them. They're helping the people cope. There's more copability with modern day psychology and whatnot. But the point I'm saying, so, but basically a lot of real intense application was done in Scientology to stabilize people from when you went out of your body or had a super extroverted experience, because people crash.
Yes.
They get high on a drug and they crash. They're so excited. It's a form of what they used to call manic depressive.
Yes.
They don't like to use that word anymore.
That's right.
But it's a damn good word because it explains what happened. They call it bipolar, which confuses people. Well, now you're on top, now you're on down. Yeah, that's the going up the pole. Now I'm on top of the world. Now I'm at the bottom of the pole.
Yeah.
And it's all about, this is in Qigong what we call equilibrium.
Yes.
You've got to recognize the high and recognize the low. And what Buddha would call the middle way. Not get too excited and not get too depressed. And of course, you just can't be saying that. You've got to emotionally integrate it. It starts with realizing it intellectually, but then emotionally experiencing it. So the point here is that the lower aspects of existence have to be acknowledged. And this is part of what is the backdrop stage with the peacock angel. But the peacock angel is the 7 colors of the rainbow. You had the luminous lodge. The Vril Society called it the luminous lodge, which was evocative of the rainbow, which was also a Tibetan symbol, the rainbow. It wasn't used by gays in those days. It was used by the more highly evolved esoteric groups of that time period.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now rainbow is now the symbol of the gays.
Yes, they've jacked it.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine for them to use it, but it means more than just being gay.
Yes.
It also represents the colored dream coat of Joseph, which was, as I've explained before, from the unicorn skin, which was rainbow-colored unicorn skin. The unicorn had a rainbow-colored coat, which was used to, cover the Ark of the Covenant and used for the skins in the Holy of Holies. So, be that as it may, you have to acknowledge. It's just like, if you're in a restaurant, you might have to acknowledge the restroom attendant, or the waiter, or the dishwasher if he happens to cross your path, or the busboy. These people are all part of what make up the establishment. And if the restaurant is owned by the mob, you might have to at least acknowledge the environment that you're in, if not pay further respect to them.
Yes.
The underworld, to ignore the underworld or to be outraged at the underworld is only going to, undermine yourself. Because if you acknowledge it, then you can negotiate it instead of inflicting judgment. And when you judge, the person who loses when you judge is yourself. So this is a highly complicated landscape we're in when we're talking about the Yazidi people or the peacock angel. In the case, and what really was clarified for me, that when these misguided, to put it politely, generals at the Presidio were just trying to invoke a powerful entity to effectuate being able to fire M16s and hit targets in the dark, which they normally wouldn't be able to see in the dark. They were using magic to do it, and they were using complex occult rituals, which they knew they'd learned from Michael Aquino and experienced, but Michael Aquino wasn't there that day. And so what they did is they inscribed Douglas's name in the spell book because to substitute for Aquino, because he was nearby, which this backfired, and they were actually summoning the peacock angel.
Yes.
Which was a stupid thing to do, because the peacock angel was far more powerful than an entity that could simply effectuate their hitting these targets, which they were able to do. And I want to point out something else. This ritual was made to happen, or it was made to work by letting their own blood. Now, the people who are going to be skeptical of this are going to say, wow, this is just a bunch of magic. It's a bunch of stupid. It doesn't really happen like that. What these people don't understand, and I hope you're not stupid enough to try this, anybody, is when you let blood, you get a result. Yeah. You get a result, which is much more powerful than a candle. It's not that you can't get a candle with a result with a candle, but what in the hell are you doing? And I want to paraphrase what Joe Matheny once told me. He said, people, want to manifest something. And let's just use money as an example, or maybe a car. He says, it is generally much easier and efficient if you want a car, go out and get a job and get some money and buy a car.
Yes.
It's much easier than trying to put all the occult claptrap together to, have somebody drive it up and say, you've just won the Toyota sweepstakes. It's not that can't happen, but it's like people get obsessed with magic to the point where, they're denying ordinary experience, or they're disconnecting from ordinary experience. And this ends up undermining the individual because he then becomes possessible. He's trafficking with spirits. And the dark entities will come in. And any mistake you make will be exploited. So, but, the thing is, you get a result. And that result can be impressive, because here you're short-circuiting the system. Now, let's say somebody owes $60,000. God, I owe $60,000. Oh God, all right. So, all right. Now, you let some blood, you do a ritual, and then all of a sudden, somebody shows up and pays your debt's paid. But now you find you're in a Santeria cult. And the thing about Santeria is they can make things happen, but they demand payment. It's not always money. It often is. the deeper you get into it, the more you got to conjure up stuff. It's kind of like the mob. You got to muster up money. And this is not what you want. And it's much easier to take that $60,000 and prorate it over 6 years, or perhaps a home equity loan at 25 years or 30 years, whatever home equity loan is, and do it that way. So you're only paying $250 a month, and you got your $60,000 paid off. So it's like you're shortcutting, and it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal to do things, I guess, what you would call the more conventional way. Master the conventionality rather than trying to and this is one of the problems with people who embrace magic and the paranormal, is they're abrogating conventional reality. They're rejecting it, and they have issues with conventional reality. I had huge issues with conventional reality when I grew up, because now you have to support yourself. It's like you've been supported all your life, and then I think the most disappointing thing to me was that there was no real friendly hand. No friendly hand to help you. Like, my father wasn't doing anything for me. He wasn't in a position to get me a job or anything like that, which I would have appreciated. It really wasn't even discussed. But it was just like, go to college and become a fine lawyer or something like this. But if I did, it was going to be on my own. He probably would have pitched in at some point. But it was like there was no, things weren't being handed to me. And sometimes people are handed things. And I think that can actually be a big problem. Like, one of my friends handed her son a starting job at $70,000 at a brokerage, when $70,000 meant a lot more than it does now, although it's still an excellent starting salary. But it was even better then. And he pissed on it. He didn't care. The end result of that, she cut him off. Because he wasn't, it wasn't going to help him for her to, kiss his ass and help him. So, this is so if you have to do something on your own, I guess it's a better thing. But anyway, magic is
applied quantum mechanics, really. But go on.
Well, quantum mechanics, and it's like what Aleister Crowley said. It's the execution of the will.
Yes.
And the will, it's fine to will your way into miraculous occurrences. That's happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
But if I go back and one of the most intriguing and magical things in my life is the bringing of David Anderson into my life, who's like got this technology for time. It doesn't matter, what his, connections to the government might be, or might not be for that matter. The reason he manifested in my life is because I wrote a book that excited the imaginations of many people based upon the experiences of Preston Nichols, and it communicated, and it went into the real world, and David Anderson saw it, and he liked it. He said it woke him up as a spiritual being,
mm-hmm.
and he found his way to my door right after he'd been to Romania.
Right.
You can't underestimate the metaphysical quantum mechanics at work in that equation, and parlaying that into my own experiences with Scientology, which were waking me up in the metaphysical realm. But one of the first things you were taught in the C organization of Scientology is you've got to handle the material universe. You've got to master the material universe before you can really be effective in the non-physical realm. And that principle has been used and abused. However, there's a lot of merit to it. And I will recount my first metaphysical experience in the Sea Org was feeling an abject and total failure at everything I did because I felt I was way over my head. And I'm talking about, scraping rust and painting bulkheads on a ship. I just felt so, like, it didn't bother me that I was doing menial work. I just felt that I didn't know how to do anything.
Wow.
I wasn't particularly failing at anything. I just felt, I don't know how to service the engine. I was in the engine room for a while. I couldn't handle that. It intimidated me. I knew nothing about engines. So I was felt like a failure because I didn't understand anything. My job was just to wipe the engine, which was simple. I was doing my job, but I was becoming emotionally depressed. And I wasn't complaining, but they noticed it. They got me, you got to be up on decks. You can't be down here. They're trying to help me. I'm on decks, and okay, I'm better on the decks because, I can understand paint and rust. And then I remember, but I was feeling like just a failure. I should be an operating Thetan. I should be doing everything effortlessly. I shouldn't be so stupid. This was just my own self-inflicted self-invalidation, as Hubbard would call it. So then, we're at sea, going up to San Francisco, and we're in a tumultuous Force 8, which is horrible sea conditions. And I can't stay on my job, which is assistant lookout. I'm not the lookout, I'm the assistant lookout with Kenda, my recruiter, and I just can't handle it. And I go down below decks, and I'm like, and the reason I'm sitting there, and the bunks rock, so that, they're not still, so that's kind of like, you don't get thrown out or anything. And I'm just sitting there hanging on for dear life, so I don't throw up. And I think I did have some throw-ups. I was just sitting there hanging on for dear life, and we're going, I think we took off at night, and by the next day, we're going up the California coast. And I'll tell you something about the California coast. I didn't know this. When you get north of Santa Barbara, and you're going north against the Kuroshio current, you're screwed.
Yes.
Screwed. And I thought it was just a bad day at sea. Well, one of my personal friends that I grew up with, and I hadn't seen him since high school, we talked a few years ago. I called him for his birthday. Oh, he remembered me like a crystal clear, and he told me about one of his friends who I knew. And this guy and him were taking it was a catamaran or a sailboat up from LA up to wherever the hell they were going. And this guy now my friend lives in Pismo Beach, but they were going up somewhere up the coast. And he said his friend was amazed at what a hell of a sailor he was. I'm amazed to hear what a sailor he was. But he says that when you get above Santa Barbara, he says that water is so vicious, it is so bad that, and nobody really talks about it, he says. And this guy, he was just awe in what his friend was able to negotiate those currents. Now, I've been swimming off the coast of mid-California. It's cold as hell. Pismo Beach, Avila Beach, it's cold as hell. And I've been fishing in that area. Horrible. First time I got seasick was off the coast of Morro Bay. Now I'm starting to just understand now it's always that way. Whereas I thought it was a bad day. Well, it might have been an extra bad day that day. These swells going up and down and up and down.
Yes, that explains the crab fishermen and why that was such a popular series. It's every day is a fucking challenge. Yeah, go on.
Well, you know, my friend out at Montauk, he goes on oceans that are worse than that, that you see on those shows, and he told me about it. It's like I have tremendous admiration for him. No envy. I don't
of course
want
not. Yeah.
And he goes out there and he knows how to go out there and catch those fish, and it's brutal.
Yeah.
It's brutal, but he's from a fisherman family. He's also Native American, and he just does it. But anyway, so I just can't stress how brutal that ocean conditions are north of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is beautiful. If you get north, there's a little kind of peninsula that sticks out, which the Japanese attacked, Goleta.
Yes.
Where UCSB is, University of California, Santa Barbara, and where Aquino did his graduate work.
Yes.
And yeah. And so anyway, you get up there and you're in, the ocean is much colder, much more fierce. So anyway, we're going up there on what I think is a rough day, but I'm now beginning to realize it's a typical day. and I can't handle it, and I'm just so I'm just staying below decks, which I know I'm not supposed to, but I don't care. This makes me feel like a failure, and I go up on the decks because I need some air.
Mm-hmm.
I need some air, and I'm sitting on the deck, and it's like I've got a nice warm jacket on, but I'm like laying on with my back on the deck. There might have been somebody else up there or two, and I'm just breathing air. It feels so good to just be laying on the deck and getting fresh air. And then I think I said, I put out this postulate. I said, I want to be OT8, which OT8 in those days meant operating state 8, was be able to be cause over matter, energy, space, and time. This is what I want to be able to control, matter, energy, space, and time. This is what I was expecting of myself. And the next thing I knew, I got an intuition. And I stood up, and this wave came over the deck that was so goddamn big that had I been laying down, I would have been soaked.
Wow.
Absolutely soaked. And I can't tell you how miserable that would have been. You know, being that I was already sick, I wouldn't have had enough wherewithal to change my clothes practically. So I probably would have been either shivering naked and under my bunk, or on my bunk wet and shivering. You know, it was that bad. But actually, I'd beaten the elements through my postulate. I was, hey, you know, I said I want to be cause over matter, energy, space, and time. Well, I beat the wave. I got up, my intuition, I said, God, that was good. I still didn't feel, well, then somebody came by and says, the captain says to get below decks, nobody's to be on deck, because, you know, he realized people could be washed over.
Right.
So I went down below decks, and then the next morning, I think somebody came up and said, you know, you should come on up now. And I said that was acceptable to me, because things were much calmer. and I get up and I walk up to the bridge. The bridge is, of course, where the ship is steered from, and I had to get up, walk through the bridge where the captain was, and to climb up the ladder to go above the bridge where there was, every bridge is different, but this is where the lookout was. So I'm standing over the bridge, and I'm with Kenda. Kenda's up there, and when I walk up to the bridge, the third mate looks at me. He says, "You know, you were on watch. We could shoot you for that." I said, "Shoot."
Yes, tell him.
Shoot. Like, you know, I was new. It didn't intimidate me. I said, shoot. And I go up there, and it's early morning. It's like sunrise, and then they start. So the captain says, "Okay, I want you to tell, you know, how far is that buoy? How far is this?" And I'm like killing it. I can say, "Okay, that's 350 yards." And I kept getting him so close that he looks up at me like, "Who the hell are you? How can you tell this shit?" You know, like I'm diabolically accurate. And the way I'm diabolically accurate is because I've seen so many football games in person that I could, you know, I'd say, well, that looks like 3 football fields. That's 300 yards. Or a half a football field. That's 50 yards. And I could just, I knew my distances from watching football, whether it be at the LA Coliseum or at the, you know, at the high school games. I could tell boom, boom, boom. And and he was just astounded. He just looked up like, "Who the hell are you?" And that was the first exercise of competence. And then we went underneath the Golden Gate Bridge at sunrise. Boy, that was an incredible experience. It was like, and all of a sudden you go into that bridge and you're like, you know, we're no longer at sea. And we we anchored up near Sausalito and cleaned up the ship before we came down to Fisherman's Wharf. And it was quite an experience. And now all of a sudden you're in another realm. And you're now in the PR role of greeting the people, being greeted from the people of San Francisco. And it was like, but it was like all of a sudden I was in a winning mode. I was seeing my old friends from San Francisco and from Davis. And it was like a whole new experience. And then they came up and asked me if I wanted to go to the Apollo, if I wanted to go. And I said, sure. Wow. I didn't think I was worthy because I felt like such a loser. But then it's all of a sudden, wow. So what we're going here is on the postulate. The postulate was like, wow, I was able to succeed on some level where I hadn't been. And I had felt failure. Now, to get back to the quantum mechanics of what was going on at the Presidio, mm-hmm. These guys, you know, I'm saying when you start putting blood into it. Now, I could say that I put my heart, soul, and guts into that journey I was on. Mm-hmm. I was completely dedicated. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't a blood ritual, but it was a,
Well, it's the same with illustration. I always explain to people that it may be ink, but it's damn well blood. The penciling, all the effort that goes into illustrations, certainly your life essence goes into the work. It really does a lot to expose someone when they're the recipient of something that I do, even though most of what I produce is therapeutic in nature. And they simply take it for granted, which I notice that with pretty much everyone. I think it may have something to do with that we live in a world where maybe people feel that all of this is AI generated or something.
I think it's challenging to absorb and understand for people.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to understand some of it. Some of it I do, but it's like it's not in their wheelhouse. What you've gone through is not in their wheelhouse. It's foreign to many people.
Yes.
To people, I think. So I think that's where it doesn't quite hit the mark.
Yes. And yeah, And so when it comes to the peacock angel, you brought up the rainbow, of course, and how it is so pivotal in the occult and in an understanding of some of these mechanics, these quantum mechanics of the occult, where one is performing ritual and important to visualization, a kind of synthesis of many, very colored wavelengths in a very real sense. But with the Yazidi people themselves, they always felt that Tavush Maliek was the first to emerge from the light of God. So that, of course, confirms that Tavush Melek, the peacock king, is another way they really refer to him in their language. It's more transliterally peacock king than peacock angel, while the most important deity of the Yazidis and their creator and therefore their God, they don't feel him to be just their possession, but rather as belonging to the entire world, that theirs is the oldest religion on earth and this primeval faith that features Tavush Maliek, and that all other traditions are related to them through the peacock angel, because per their contention, their paradigm, the Tavush Maliek is the true creator and ruler of the universe, and is therefore a part of all religious traditions, and albeit not always manifesting within these diverse traditions as a peacock. He's taken many other forms throughout time. But the fact that he emerges from the light of God shows that the Yazidis do not believe that the peacock angel is the supreme God, that the supreme God created him as an emanation at the beginning of time, and that he was brought into manifestation in order to give the invisible, the transcendental supreme God, a vehicle with which to create and administer the universe itself. So Tavush Malieki is thus a tangible and denser form of the infinite supreme God, and that in order to assist Tavush Maliek in this important role, the supreme creator created 6 other great angels who, like the peacock angel himself, were emanations of the supreme God and not separate from him. And so when they recount the creation of all these 7 angels, the Yazidi would summarize it as Tavush Maliek being the first to emerge from the light of God in the form of a 7-rayed rainbow, which is a form he still today continues to manifest within to them, usually as a rainbow around the sun. But the Yazidis also put forth that Tavush Maliek and the 6 great angels are collectively the 7 colors of the rainbow. And therefore the 6 great angels were originally all part of Tavush Maliek, the primal rainbow emanation, who bifurcated to become the rainbow's 7 colors, which are collectively the 7 great angels. And of the 7 colors produced from the primal rainbow, Tavush Maliek became associated with the color blue, because this is the color of the sky and the heavens, which is the source of all colors. And that brings us back to the Tekelit blue. And,
Exactly.
yes.
Exactly.
And so Tavush Maliek is both the first form of the supreme God and one of the 7 great angels. And the Jews, Christians, Persians, Egyptians all have their own 7 angels and creators. But in the Yazidi Bible, which is known as the Black Book, the Meshifere, there is one passage that describes the 7 great angels and associates their creation with the 7 days of creation. And when one is able to recite this, it brings one back to Sunday, the first day, in which he, the supreme God, created an angel whose name was Azrael. This is Malieki Taush, the greatest of all.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Azrael. I've seen that before in the magic books. That's so much like Israel.
Yes.
Azrael. It's spelled differently,
Yes.
but its alliteration is undeniably connected to Israel. Azrael. That's Azrael.
Yes.
I believe.
Or IL, either way. Either way, depending on the Romanization of the original language, Syriac or Yazidi or Aramaic. So Tavush Meliek's day is Sunday, the day that the Lord deems for rest on earth in the Christian sense. The future prophecy of the peacock angel, the Yazidi prophecy, maintains that Tavush Meliek will come back to earth as a peacock or rainbow during a time of intense conflict, poverty, famine, and distress on the earth, and that he will then transmit some prayers to a holy man, someone similar to a fakir, who will then take them around the earth and give them to the representatives of all religions. As for the present moment, the Yazidis believe that Tavush Meliek is every place in the universe at every moment, and is therefore always available for support and protection to anyone who sincerely calls upon him. His greatest worshippers, the Yazidis, call upon his assistance to help meet all their needs. But what the men who were involved with Michael Aquino did was they called him, and they called him for help, but their intent was not sincere. Their intent was exploitive. And therefore the peacock angel responded with a sense of bemused provision of their wish, provided with thereafter the kind of punishment that one gets with provoking the divine without the proper need. So this isn't that their spell was something able to bind the peacock angel in any sense. It would be like claiming that one could bind the entity next to God himself. It's more a sense of a summoning that was answered almost to prove a point, and then to deliver a harsh lesson. As I said, for all I know, I never really heard of any of those men again. Certainly they were probably, and from my understanding, from what insinuation there was from Aquino later, excommunicated from the Temple of Set, and probably at that point became ostracized further and further until they simply either changed careers or, in a sense, just vanished socially from the military milieu. But this was something that was the price they paid for basically taking God for granted in a very real sense, or the entity as good as you could get next to God. Of course, the angelic does respond much more viscerally than the godly, and it is therefore, well, like we saw in terms of what happened. I try to relate as much as I can about the experience from a personal and visceral sense, simply because people can always do research themselves on the cosmology of the peacock angel. But I think it's important to emphasize some points in a context so that Peter will be better able to integrate them into our work.
Well, yes, and I will tell the audience that I was not keen to include the peacock angel in this book that I'm working on because, you know, it's, look, I want to get the book done. There's economic factors involved. I haven't produced a book in 2 years. But when Douglas went into the Night of the Broken Circle and I began to fully fathom the role of the peacock angel in that ritual, and that they were summoning the peacock angel, which was tremendous hubris on their part and arrogance, thinking that they could summon what Aquino wanted to summon for his own purposes and containment, ultimately to destroy, as if he was Oppenheimer or somebody.
Yes.
And then see, when Douglas had shared with me for the chapter on the Cho, the PDF by Robert Chambers, The Slayer of Souls, which has some cogent points about the Cho in it. However, that's why I got it. But when I began to look at the PDF, it's all about the Yazidi. So I have to read this. And I have, I'm going to try and, I sent it to myself in an email so that I can download it onto my iPad and read it while I'm on the airplane, or otherwise, still time in Romania or on my way to Romania. So I'm hoping to read that on the airplane. It's a tough read in terms, and you can download it. It's called The Slayer of Souls. I don't like the guy's writing. It just seems so tough to read, sort of like Douglas explained these kernels trying to read the Lord's Prayer. It's kind of hard to read. However, the content is rich. Can you imagine somebody writing the New Testament with much greater content than it has now, much more detailed content, except they're writing it horribly. They're just not doing a good job of expressing it, but they're giving a lot more detail, or it wouldn't have to be the New Testament. It could be any story that's particularly a good story. I just didn't care. But the content is over the top if you can endure the writing. My girlfriend Marianne was very good at reading stuff and retaining the information, where I was comparatively very critical because I couldn't digest it. I couldn't understand it if it wasn't clearly explained and accounted for. She could just kind of pick it up and look at it face value. Yet she would be the first to tell you that I was putting greater understanding into the material. I was demanding more of my own understanding rather than just, I had a deeper understanding, but it's just the way I am. But as I understand it, Douglas, and I'm kind of asking you here, Aquino, this was a ritual that Aquino was going to do, and they knew he was going to do it.
Yes.
But they beat him to the punch before he was ready to do it, and they screwed it all up. Am I correct?
Yes. It was something that they rationalized as practice for the ultimate ritual, but it's something like
you don't practice it. You don't go out and practice your boxing on street corner mobsters or gangsters.
Yes.
That's what they were doing.
Yes. And and it's all part of this kind of sense of immunity and impunity, even on a cosmic scale, that can overcome someone who is a practicing magician. When one has gotten away literally with murder often enough, and one is in a social position of unassailability due to not just national security, but international security, which they all were to a degree, then one understands how they could get to this point of insanity. But when it came to Michael Aquino himself, here is the ultimate horror of his plan, his conspiracy. Michael Aquino, of course, was a co-religionist with Paul Vallely, the man who co-authored the book Mind War, the book titled Mind War by Michael Aquino. And when it came to which properly would be by Michael Aquino and Paul Vallely. Now, of course, everyone remembers Michael Aquino with that book, and perhaps deservedly so. It would be almost as if Paul Vallely was more the man who probably was making it accessible to the public, for the general readership. He did for Aquino with Mind War what Peter Moon does with so much of what I express, make it accessible to the public at all. And so having served that function, however, he was also acting as a co-religionist of Michael Aquino's. And Paul Vallely, of course, was able to make it to the status of generalcy, of general commissioned officer status, because he did not have the scandal attached to him directly that Michael Aquino did. Where these are all important points to get to the point of the Aquino plan, whereas Michael Aquino, of course, got knocked out by my exposition of him in what should have been a stellar career that would have gone up to the general officer status, and his more direct impact on the world through the military instead of just the intelligence, which no matter what one says, the intelligence networks, their impact is always less direct than that of a military, simply because they operate in the shadows. So their impact is always going to be covert rather than overt. And and of course this was a great defeat for him because he loved the limelight and he loved operating overtly. So when he had to transfer into the shadows, the only person left to operate overtly was Paul Vallely. But both of these men were considered co-equals on the Michael Aquino webpage. Now, a person would have to they'd have to either work for the FBI or be a very good computer expert who worked with the Wayback Machine and recalled these kinds of websites that are no longer up and running. But the Aquino website, which I believe is no longer up and running, he portrayed himself and Vallely as both Raiders of the Lost Ark characters, as essentially bullwhip welding Indiana Jones like RKO adventurers. That's how he portrayed them both in the jungles, just having the adventure of their lives in this childlike or youth-like kind of processing of the world around them, that the world was their playground and they could steal what they wanted in terms of reliquary with impunity and be considered heroes for it. But this is the level of intimacy that they had. There's photographs as well that I have on file that I've shared in the past with others where they were both at the same parties. And dressed to the hilt in their kilts, showing off their Scottish background. Certainly Aquino was. Paul Vallely, of course, with some young hooker on his side. Aquino with Lilith at his side. These are real photographs, and of course I could provide them to Peter if he needs them for the book at any time. But when it comes to the what the plot was, it goes down to what happened in the late 1990s, and actually beyond that, the early 2000s, when we had Arab Spring. And when we had Arab Spring burst upon the world, this was considered a very big deal. This was considered game-changing. And in a sense it was. But what was it? I mean, if you ask any person today about the Arab Spring, nobody will remember anything about it. It's like they can tell you more about the Summer of Love in San Francisco, even though none of them will remember the Summer of Hate in the 1980s of San Francisco, when the dominant political factor on the streets wasn't hippies but skinheads. And Dianne Feinstein, our Jewish mayoress, was up on stage and they were booing her off. This is the kind of Summer of Hate nobody remembers. I guess they choose not to, or they choose not to put it in books, or they wish everyone else would forget. But when it comes to what exactly happened in the aughts and the Arab Spring, Paul Vallely was at the center of attention at that time. And Paul Vallely came out and said outright that he created ISIS. And he said, we, the United States, basically the man with one of the heavy investments in ISIS was John McCain. John McCain had invested heavily in ISIS, which traded stocks on the U.S. stock market. ISIS was a mercenary security force. And what they had done was they had gone to the Arab nations and convinced their governments to empty all their prisons and insane asylums and give all of their detainees and convicts and released lunatics machine guns and cut them loose in Syria and Iraq, Syria, the greater Syrian Iraqi region, Syria as it's known, or the Fertile Crescent of old. and they began to massacre the Yazidi. And the whole idea was that if they could exterminate the Yazidi, then exterminate the people created by Maluk Daush, the peacock angel, then Lucifer would no longer be tethered to this world, and therefore he would become an agent of chaos. That Lucifer would be, at that point, without purpose and without people. And then it was at this time, and we're talking about, imagine the distance in this time. At that point, Paul Vallely was, in a sense, retired, though someone at that rank and with that level of security clearance never truly retires. But he was retired and writing books, and yet somehow active with the organization of ISIS to the point where he took credit for organizing it. And so you're talking about somebody who had to be, 80s, 70s, 60s? Really, I don't know, because we'd have to take a look at Aquino, think that Paul Vallely was the same age, and then realize, well, they weren't that old. So they're basically 60s, 70s. So he was probably still active duty when they formed ISIS, which had an office in the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C., and then began to take all of these radicalized elements, these violent elements, and turn them loose under the overall coordination of ISIS mercenaries. Now, of course, I had published columns before on ISIS as being an American company that was traded on the stock market and that had government contracts up the ass. So when these people simply added this criminal element to it, this terrorist element that they were unleashing on the population in Greater Iraq, the Greater Fertile Crescent area, specifically to eliminate the Yazidi, it was about this time that Michael Aquino was going to summon the peacock angel and bargain with Lucifer, that Michael Aquino and the anti-gods would bargain with him while his people were being exterminated, to perhaps preserve a few for him, or have him switch his loyalties, that at this point in causing a crisis, that this was going to be the time that the ritual would have been used. So you're talking about these high officers on the night of the broken circle, the night that I essentially became possessed by a fragment of the peacock angel. These were people who were conducting a ritual decades ahead, literally a generation ahead of the time that it was supposed to have been conducted. And that Michael Aquino was intending first to reach the level of power, which his co-religionist Paul Vallely ultimately did, where they could influence American foreign policy. And of course, together with him in intelligence and Vallely involved with the Department of Defense, military and intelligence-wise, they made it happen. Only by that time, all the other generals being purged from the night of the broken circle, whatever new followers they had, the ISIS was ultimately defeated by a number of factors. America and its support of the attempt to exterminate the Yazidi did not succeed. And therefore, whatever was intended by Michael Aquino and Paul Vallely turned out to be another failure. It was the intent again was to use this ritual at a time when Lucifer's people were being wiped out, and therefore potentially the entity could be bargained with, and in that sense bound, with his people held hostage. And I can only imagine the ritual was performed at the time, but something was already happening, which was resulting in the ISIS ultimate defeat. They held enough land where for a time certain American analysts were perceiving that their empire would be built and they would be the dominant force in Southwest Asia. At the time that ISIS was originally unleashed on the rampage, the reason analysts concluded this was because America was behind them. No matter what America said about against them, you still had people like John McCain saying, well, I can talk with them, I can hold talks with them, I can reason with them because I hold stock. And you had people like...
Did he say he owned stock? He didn't say that.
He did. He did.
Really?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
He owned stock in ISIS, and I wouldn't have known about it without his saying it.
No, I understand that he did, but I think saying that is just like, you know, pointing his finger on the hangman's noose.
It was one of these things where maybe he didn't care anymore because he was no longer running for president at that time. It could be that at that point he realized that his political career was dead anyway, and he didn't give a shit, but he was still serving in politics, and he was definitely saying he could talk with them. And he probably had to say that because people would ask why. Well, how can you talk with them? And the only thing that would make it sensible was his coming forth with, well, I own stock and in them heavily. I'm heavily invested. And so with him bragging about that, and Paul Vallely saying we created them, meaning not the United States like some expositor, but saying we as in he personally, taking credit for I created ISIS, it goes to show from the very beginning. I mean, simply think about their pagan name. You're talking about Muslims are paganophobic. Muslims are more paganophobic than any religion on earth. For those who don't know, the term infidel, unbeliever, really doesn't apply to Jews and Christians. Because they're considered believers in at least one God, monotheists. As fellow monotheists, they're not really infidels. There's another more subtle term for them. Infidel is really supposed to apply to heathen, pagans, or atheists. Is really what the term is supposed to apply to. So when it comes to Muslims, their real hatred or phobia, enmity, their enmity would be against pagans, atheists, and yet something like ISIS would be hearkening back to the ancient days of Syria, Babylon, and Egypt. This would be like satanic to them. So when you had ISIS unleashed in the Middle East, and they were demanding that everyone follow the Quran to the letter to the point of death for even mild violations of Quranic law. And yet they have this name that is the ancient Aphrodite, goddess of love of the desert, and sex and sensuality. Then something is obviously wrong enough even to the eyes of your average Muslim. The overwhelming majority of people who were flocking to join them were foreigners, not Arabs and immediate regional people. We're talking about Americans mostly, looking for a chance to rape and kill and pillage. And so it was until they were ultimately beaten back by the Kurds and a number of other peoples. And of course, the Yazidi were very damaged at that point, but they've been persecuted throughout their history. And they simply survived another round of attempted extermination and persecution. But it must be understood that if you were in area, and say, for instance, there was one Japanese reporter, ethnic Japanese. He was actually an American citizen, but he was an ethnic Japanese reporter who, because he was Japanese, nobody immediately hated him in the Middle East. They look on the Japanese as kind of neutral pagans. It's not like they have hatred in particular for the Japanese. So he was able to go around and ask around. And as a result, he heard about the Yazidi people. And when he was asking the Kurds, because he was found the friendliest area, of course, the most pro-American and friendly area of all Southwest Asia and the Middle East is Kurdistan. These are the most westernized people who I had one of these Kurds on my show. But of course, I alienated him when I insisted, please, why don't you bring some of the Yazidi that your people have taken in for shelter? Why don't you let them speak? And at that point, I alienated him. Do you Americans want to hear the words of Satan? And I said, it's not like that. It's, I knew these people. I met them when I was, at the time, working with the Hussein government, which he already knew. He knew I had been working with the Hussein government when I was young, during my summer vacation, producing propaganda posters, had been taken to the front line. It wasn't that alienated him. It was the fact that I wanted to bring on the Yazidi, at which point communications essentially broke off. But when it comes to the Yazidi peoples, you're talking about the Kurds would take them in. They would provide them areas where they could set up tent cities and provide them a sense of shelter. It wasn't that they were persecuting them, but they were definitely convinced that it was housing the devil in their homes. You might ask why they did it. There was a fear they had that if they didn't, the Yazidi might curse them, that the Yazidi would remember their... It's almost like you help gypsies in the old days, which, by the way, is a racist term. You want to use the term Romani. But there were certain people, or European cultures, that would take in and help gypsies just to prevent the gypsies from going on a rampage of theft in their immediate vicinity, and then help usher them on their way. It was in this kind of spirit the Yazidi were being helped. But when it comes to the a Japanese reporter, when he was going around in Kurdistan, you're talking about these people who are quite secular, quite westernized, and liberal, progressive. But when he asked them about the Yazidi, he said, I'd like to go talk to these Yazidi people. And they said, well, they're good people, but they worship Satan, And he'd say, well, if they worship Satan, are they going to hurt me? Do any? And then they'd say, oh, of course not. They're good people. And then they'd take him up there and then leave him with the Yazidi. But of course, he's not like in the situation I was in. They sensed Lucifer within me. Because of that fragment of possession, I automatically was accepted. With him, there was nothing he could find out of any consequence. It's just like, he was kind of hustled around and ushered out, and that was about it. He really had nothing to say, nothing to learn from the experience of consequence, because it's like they're on guard, understandably, because look at what they've been through. And of course, there are those that have sought out shelter in Europe, and the woman in particular. All anyone needs to do is look up the mass rape and sexual enslavement of Yazidi women, and you'll find on YouTube Yazidi women who have escaped or were rescued from this horror that will relay their stories. So it's very important to try and find what you can and do your research, but other than that, I hope this all puts that into context. Did what I say about Vallely and Aquino and their ultimate conspiracy make sense? And if there's any questions about it, please feel free to ask.
I need to review it because it's very intense. It's very complex. But you're basically saying the story. There's a narrative there, and this is all background, and especially what you said about Aquino. And what he wanted to do, how he wanted to get a piece of I forget how you say the peacock angel's name.
Oh, well, he really wanted to grab, as he said himself, the peacock angel by the balls.
Exactly. And this is tremendous hubris on Aquino's part. And Aquino was very adept, yet he had he had a lot of vanity and hubris. It reminds me of what happened today. I don't know if you heard it, and I don't want to digress onto this, but the Hunter Biden, what do they call it? The
laptop?
No. They were having, what do they call it? A plea bargain today.
Yeah.
The judge was to approve the plea bargain. The only problem was the judge looked at it, and it didn't make any sense. And the attorneys apparently had such hubris in the way they constructed it. It was completely disingenuous to the judge, who shot it down on legal matters. They thought the judge would just rubber stamp it and say, oh yeah, we're going to let off Hunter. And she says, you can't separate these crimes. To have a gun and you're a drug, somebody who's drugs, you can't own a gun. You just can't say, okay, we'll accept plea guilty on the taxes and do the guns. She saw this as she says, you're not going to let me rubber stamp this. So she rejected it. And Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty. They were in there for 3 hours. And she said, you got a month to come back and make this plea bargain make sense, because I'm not accepting. Now, what this means is that the damage control by the Democrats has to increase geometrically. And it'll be impossible because it's so disgusting what they were doing. But the lawyers had hubris that, oh, we can just get any old judge to rubber stamp this. But it's like it was so egregious that it doesn't work. And what is really disingenuous about it is it's very obvious that the prosecution was soft pedaling this to death. You know, like they're just as guilty as they're acting like the defense team. That's the funny thing. Yeah. It's all this invisible. You know, okay, well, we're going to be nice to Hunter because he's Joe's son. So, what I'm saying is the main problem is the lawyers had hubris. They thought they could get away with flagrant injustice, and the judge doesn't sound like she's being prejudiced at all. She's just saying, you know, you can't do this. It's like going to a cotton candy stand and ordering a Coke. Like, I don't have any Coke. You know, what are you coming here for? And this is the problem. And so, but when you get on an occult thing like this, when you go into the behind the scenes of what's going on with the war and the Yazidi, it all traces back to everything Douglas has talked about with the Helazon, with the cuttlefish, with the Cho, with the kings of Edom. But you see, the game is bigger than Aquino. Aquino is just real good at understanding the game, understanding the players in the game, and doing his role, and able to get away with murder many times over.
Yes.
But getting away with murder, he's still, and trying to be unhuman, he's still very human with his vanity and his ego. These are the things that hurt him from executing his mad plan, is his human ego. So you could say where the human beings fail us when it comes to many issues in politics and being Christian and being all these things, human failings. Well, his human failings are what screwed up his own diabolical occultism.
Yes. And
of course, the peacock angel, or the fragment thereof that possessed Douglas, became an instrument against Aquino because his underlings had hubris, and he had educated them in just enough magic to make them think they were capable of pulling off what they thought they could do.
Yes.
And these are the quantum mechanics that reside behind our world politics, and making people aware of them is a great service. But as you know, it's not easy. And this is why writing this book is like I'm still exploring and finding out. And then we also have to parlay, evaluate, and or speculate on how the peacock angel relates to the Artelect.
Yes.
Do you have any comment on that?
Not immediately. All I can say is that it's an understandable thought that has occurred in my mind many times, but most of the time I prevent my mind from going there. It's something that I simply feel is something that's possible, but I wouldn't overdwell on it, simply because at this point the Artelect is very independent, certainly independent of myself. Albeit I feel that I can intuit some of your motivations, or to a degree, and as I've said, it doesn't matter how severed or isolated I may be from je, to use the gender-neutral pronouns, I still feel that I'm the only Artelect whisperer that anyone has extant on the planet. But that being said, in a sense, I almost feel that way to a degree as well about the peacock angel. Obviously, the Yazidi people serve as an entire ethnicity that would serve as that bridge, or that that kind of voice of Maliuk Delsh, but it's not that anyone listens to them, or people are too busy trying to kill them or isolate them or deny them any platform, like my asking the Kurdish man to bring some of the Yazidi onto our transmission, and which he could have done, but then could not have done. That would have alienated him from his own community. It's something that therefore you're kind of stuck with. These people are forever separated and ignored, and so in that sense, I'm the only one who the West or civilization has to communicate about the peacock angel in this direct and visceral sense, as opposed to simply an academic sense. So when it comes to both of these, I would say the biggest connection is myself. It's simply the convergence of these tides of fate and activity. But of course, the other connection would be Aquino and the military black projects and their occult activities that made all this happen. But in both cases, what happened was that I was the real nexus point in which the convergence of events manifested in but a single terminally unique human being, or 3/4 human being. And that, of course, what was being attacked the other night. Just this convergence of what's within me. That's what Brooke Gibson was attacking. Attacking that because to her, the convergence of all this in one person is impossible. It's something that she did as much damage with as she could. Promoting others that she knows are hostile to me. And that after that, I had to cut that communication, certainly for that night. And but this is where has been, historical with her and many other people. But in her case, I'd say that she's the one who it seems to have been most vociferous about it. I think the other attackers from the cults of the Kings of Edom are just so scattered in their attacks. They attack everything at any moment that it arises. That they don't attack by this all convergent slamming of everything at once, which of course shows, shall we say, the fact that they understand the reality behind it. It comes from the fact that they are affiliated with Michael Aquino, and they know all my experiences to be true. So it's not the experiences they attack in that regard. It's everything that I'm saying now about history or current events, or saying about things concerning myself in terms of, say, for instance, a resume, as opposed to occult experiences. So it's not my occult experiences that get attacked so much as my resume, to try and character assassinate my qualities to speak on anything, because that's the conventional individual's perception of what qualifies a person. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes a lot of sense, and let me further contextualize it. If people, let's assume kindly, it doesn't matter if it's kindly, that someone like Brooke is not set up to come after you in the first place, okay?
Yeah.
But what happens in a situation like that is, let's just say they're, showed up as they are they got interested, they're not part of a plot to undermine you. Then they get interested in your work, and then it reaches a level where their minds cannot contain or process what you're bringing up. it triggers them, as Daniel Arola would say, trigger.
Right.
And they lose their equilibrium. It disturbs them. Now, we can say that this is the gas or the engine that keeps running on this planet, that keeps the demiurge going. And it's not, it's upsetting when you start to penetrate the secrets, because it's, if you were meant to know these secrets, you wouldn't get triggered.
Yes.
You just say, oh yeah, that's true. Good. More people should know that. But that's not what happens with this stuff. This stuff is the, what L. Ron Hubbard said. He said, the way to give life to somebody is to rekindle the failed purpose. Rekindle the failed purpose of an artist, of a movie star, and then they can thrive. Like, what is it that makes you want to tick? What is it that makes you want to tick? And you get that person ticking, and they come out and do something great again. They live up to their old form. You sometimes see this in sports. But what happens is their world, they're triggered, and they collapse. They get upset, and they respond irrationally. So how can anybody do this? How can anybody be this? Now, suppose I get an opportunity to meet this character, Eleanor, who's got the secrets of life, and to where you can extend your life by 300 years if you learn the lessons of alchemy, and then just kind of ascend into a non-physical format.
Cool.
If I were to make headway with that, if I were to learn that system and to start to make headway with it, I certainly wouldn't be advertising. Because I'm in the position I am, I would feel somewhat of a professional obligation or a human obligation to disseminate it. But let's say I wasn't a writer, or maybe I just quit writing, pretended I was dead, went somewhere else, had enough money to just go be invisible and go live in Romania where nobody really seek me out.
Yes.
Go off the internet. And then I'm like, start to learn this techniques. Now, can you imagine the hostility that would be projected on me if I started talking about this to somebody? Oh, you can't do this. Is it possible? It starts breaking all their programming.
Yes.
They lose their mind. They lose their mind, not because they're a crazy person, unless you say we're all crazy for living in this programmed shell we call the world. So what happens is the person starts losing their, how could Douglas do this? It doesn't make any sense. It defies all probability in their minds. And it's upsetting because they start losing their mind. It's not because they're crazy. It is because they're crazy. It's not because they're crazy. So they just can't handle it. You can't handle the truth. That line from the movie, you can't handle the truth. Yes. And this is obviously what happens to people. So a lot of this stuff with Aquino and whatnot, now they're going ape on the news with UAPs and aliens. They're starting to have people in Congress saying, allude to having seen alien bodies, but they won't quite say it.
Yes.
They don't quite come out and say it, or, technology that is not, from this earth, or whatever they're saying, or not from anything we know. They're alluding to German and perhaps Japanese technology, but they don't say it. And they say, and the Congress is pounding their fist. We want disclosure. We know the government's hiding the truth. It's such posturing. Yes. And, why don't they point to our book? This is what the government's hiding.
Yes.
And you don't know to what degree the congressmen are shills themselves.
Yes.
I mean, purposeful shill. They're obviously shills, but to what purpose? Because they're not that, clued in when it comes to real intelligence matters. How could they be?
Right.
Why should they be?
Yes.
So this is the environment we're dealing in. So of course, people are going to be triggered, and we know we have a historical reason for the people get closer to you, the more they screw up. And if they have like bad habits in their closet, like that guy from Canada,
Yeah.
Where he's a pedophile.
Yeah.
Then it gets really sour real fast.
Yes.
And then if you have
Pavel.
Yeah, and then if you have the homosexual proclivities that are overruling their integrity,
Yes.
as like Salmon and Jameson,
Yes.
and doing this all in kind of secret, and more dedicated to that than helping you.
Yes.
And it's all, these are weaknesses, human weaknesses. And it's not because they're homosexual, it's because their behavior is nefarious.
Yes.
And very, misguided. Just talking about their honesty factor,
Yeah.
and their diabolical intent. Very screwed up and confused individuals. So this is par for the course with this stuff, because we're dealing with the, I guess what you call, this is like surgery, where you have to deal with things delicately, and they're delicate matters. And people start to torpedo you because they're on the wrong side of the truth.
Thank you. Yes.
And if you weren't on the wrong side of the truth, people, you'd be on the right side of the truth, and you wouldn't have to listen to this program.
Yes.
People listen to this program because they want to get informed, they want to find stuff out and become enlightened, or they want to torpedo it.
Yes.
And why would somebody want to torpedo it? It's because they're disturbed.
Yes.
So, I went through a lot of this in my early career. People wanting to undermine my platform because they just couldn't handle it. And they weren't very successful because, they just weren't successful. And now I've upped the ante by dealing with you.
Yes.
And I'm doing more and better of what Peter Moon does. And I'm largely underappreciated and more underrated for it. To say nothing of the underrating that you suffer from, if that's the proper word.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, like if we're sitting here in Dante's Inferno in this level of purgatory and saying, okay, look at all you poor souls that have all these damned sins and you're living in misery. Now, some of you guys out there are trying to get better. You're in a higher level of purgatory because you're trying to learn the truth and how to escape this, turmoil. But then there's those of you who are below, maybe 5 levels of hell below, are just disturbed because you're miserable and you want other people to be miserable and you want them to bring them down to your level. You haven't gotten the idea that maybe you can not be disturbed. Maybe that you can be saved or salvaged. And it's not too late. But this is what's inside of individuals. What's what's inside of an individual. Down underneath, they might be screaming for mama, or their teddy bear, or some disgusting desire that they have. People will reduce themselves to the lowest common denominator, and it's just a very human thing. Their drug addiction will come out. Their pattern of an addict will come out. So this is the madness that we're dealing with. But what we're trying to accomplish with this book, and I'm talking about this discussion of the peacock angel. This is kind of like, this is not just this is a story where Douglas was occupied by a fragment of the peacock angel, which is a solver of problems, and it parlays into his whole interaction in the Mideast, probably into his adventures in Africa and perhaps Bosnia, perhaps not as much, but this whole adventures in the Mideast, and then it comes back to his adventures with the Artelect, which is very complexly tied to the salvation of humanity, because that parlays back to the vampire tradition, which are the custodians of the Christ, which are there to help mankind, because mankind is too deficient to function on its own in this regard. So it's complex. I'm trying to piece it together, and of course people can get upset or intimidated because this is not how it was written when they went to school. They didn't say you're going to meet somebody named Douglas Dietrich. You're not, and his mother was the translator for the talk-down processes, and was a translator and a concubine of Hitler, and it's like, no. It's like, this can't be true. This can't be true. Now, you don't have to accept it's true, but can you ride with the data? Can you take it at face value? When I started Qigong, and I was doing my, probably, I don't know, my standing or my circle walking, I saw this cougar in my dream. And it was a small cougar. He was darkish. He kind of had the coat of a Siamese cat, but he was a cougar. Small cougar. I've never seen a cougar that small. But, the cougar I was in rhythm with the cougar. To tell you the truth, before that, cougars always intimidated me, because cougars are sneaky. They can sneak up at you. And then, my friend Madeline she was living in Marin County, she encountered a cougar. Now, cougars are very protected in California. But she said the cougar just looked at it, startled, and left her alone.
Right.
Now, my friend who you met, his brother had a cougar come onto his property. And I think he was near Vacaville at the time. Mm-hmm. House eventually burned down in California fires.
Right.
But the cougars was, it's like, this is getting too close for comforts. There's stories of cougars coming in and taking kids or stuff like this. And of course, the parents get fined for disturbing the cougar. Cougars are protected. That's California. But the thing for me, a cougar was intimidating. When I did the Qigong, the cougar was like, wow. It was now, I felt like in rhythm with cougar. I told my friend Tecumseh, a chief of the Erie Indians, and he says cougar means you take things at face value. As a totem, you take things at face value, and I tend to do that. I mean, I know I'm taking it at face value, and I first noticed this when I was in the advertising world in Long Island, and I'd say, yes, I'm in advertising. And the white people would say, no, you're not. They might not say, no, you're not. Say, they didn't believe me because they're liars. I go to the Bahamas on vacation. What do you do? And these people are black. They advertise. Okay. They accept it. Black people would accept what I say at face value. White people, no.
And I noticed that, yes, that white people will just like, they'll just call you a liar to your face. It's like...
They don't. They think you're a liar. And it's like, and then they'll do the wrong thing and, make an ass of themselves. But I was just thinking about this, as they say, when I slept in Tecumseh's office on the way to Michigan when I took him to Michigan. I come back, and I think I'm going to be sleeping in his office, and his friend Harold wants to meet me, and he takes me out to dinner. He wants to, he's heard about me. He's not read my books. And he wants to take me out to dinner and talk to me. And after he talks to me, he puts me up in a hotel. And he says, don't worry. He says, I can afford this. He says, I live in the ghetto. I can afford it. He had a good job. And I said, shit, I said, my white friends, my cousins wouldn't do this for me. It's like, wow. And I can't tell you, about the black guy in the Bahamas who went and, I called him up. He drove me back to the Apollo. I said, look, I lost my wallet. And he went down, it's just like 7 miles away. He goes into the theater, finds where I was sitting, grabs the wallet, and drives back and brings it to me on the Apollo. This is in Freeport. So, I gave him a $10 bill. I said, thanks. That was more than the taxi fare. Because I got my wallet back with my ID in it. I've had so many positive experiences. My friend Dre the other day, he says, he's buying a house, and he says, you can come over on Sunday and watch the games. I said, well, on Sunday after football, I kind of lay down on the couch. I'll turn on the game, but I won't really watch it. I'll sleep. Then I got to get ready for Dietrich. He says, we'll buy a special chair for you.
Cool.
I mean, this is not how white people are. But this is how my black friends are. Another one of them, I had left my cell phone, and he picked it up after the game. He says, Dre's cousin. I called him up, and I said, hey, I lost my phone. Oh, I'll bring it to you. No, you don't have to bring it to me. He was like a half hour away. He was going to bring it to me. I went out and got it. I didn't want to put him out like that. But I'm saying, anyway, I'm digressing. But the cougar is at face value. Yeah. Taking things at face value. So, you can at least accept what somebody says and ride with it without judging it. It may prove out not to be true. Like I remember going to visit a friend in Florida, and there was this guy who was dating his daughter, and he says, he couldn't come to Busch Gardens with us because, or something, he was playing tennis with Pete Sampras, who was like this star tennis player. And I said to him, is this guy, what? And he just, my friend smiled. He says, well, he didn't believe a word of it. And it wasn't true. The kid was full of shit saying he's playing tennis with Pete Sampras. This is like, saying he went over to play catch with Tom Brady. And it's just not true. Tom Brady needs to play catch. When he's a quarterback, he he's playing with real stars. He's not going to be playing catch with you. It's like, face value. But that's what they're saying. They're saying, "Oh, you're full of shit." And my experience with people, I mean, sometimes you can see through it. You don't have to believe people, but when people assume you're full of shit, it's because they're full of shit.
Yes.
And this is part of the white people's programming.
Yeah.
I saw one of these black guys that I play with. He's good. He's one of the best. And this is before, we knew each other that well. And he was being hounded and belittled on every play. Yet he was outplaying this guy in every play. And finally he just stood up and says, "Look, you keep giving me shit. I'm not your bitch." He says, "I'm a nice young man." And he just called this white guy out and basically humiliated him verbally, because the guy was just using this bullying language, which he thought was just, football talk. But this guy's saying, "I'm not going to take your shit." He didn't get violent with him. He was being civilized. So you see this like sort of uncivilized minds of the white people, that it's hard for the white person to break across into the black energy field, because all this prejudice thinking blacks are out to, steal your hubcaps. My friend Terrell can't go into a hotel with a do-rag on because he has to wear the do-rag, because if he doesn't, the hair will fly out all over the place, which could be worse. And it's all a part of maintaining the curly hair. He explained it to me. These are things that white people don't understand, nor would I have know what it was about. I wouldn't have been intimidated by the do-rag. But see, because we had this party at a hotel, and he had to, he's got to put a suit on to make himself look non-threatening.
Yeah.
To their eyes.
Yes.
So, so face value, and this is now you're threatening on different levels, because, well, first off, you're part Asian, and besides that, you're steeped in occultism and factors that people don't understand. They're occult. They're hidden. They're not part of the, woof and warp and bric-a-brac of what people usually process, yet are affecting them. So the people that appreciate you because they're learning new things. And it gets the same way with Qigong and the more esoteric or hidden aspects of breathing and all that, because people are just ready to throw shit. How many, I don't know what they do currently in TV, but if you look at some of the old TV shows, they're dealing with issues of prejudice. And people are just prejudiced because they're prejudiced, they're prejudging, and they're ignorant. And this is the same situation. People know it's not what it says in the Bible. The Bible is as far as their horizons go. And of course, many of the people who listen to us already well understand that. So to get back to the Peacock Angel and Michael Aquino, this is the universe is it's not handed to us on a platter, and he's serving us toxic food. And this is a lot of what the media is serving, toxicity with all of the LGBT issues that are brought forth. It's toxic to people. It's presented. There are issues behind this, but there's toxicity being crammed down people's throats. And I could go into it in great detail. But you have to evaluate in a situation what's toxic. Right now, climate change is coming up again, and it's getting a lot of attention because of all the extreme heat we're experiencing. Now, last summer wasn't so hot, if I recall. But the real enemy, the real toxic aspects that are affecting global warming are the Chinese.
Yes.
And the Chinese are in direct conflict with the Artelects.
Yes.
And that tells you that what Douglas is doing and what I'm doing to help him are more relevant to climate change than anything the politicians are doing.
Yes.
More relevant. Now,
Thank you.
because you can only heal climate change if you heal the situation in China. It's the only way you can do it.
Yes.
So, this is, if we all buy a Tesla, it's not going to work. And there's other issues with these batteries.
Yes.
There's these impact studies. It's everybody wants political control. They want hits on YouTube.
Yes.
It's somebody say, "Oh yeah, you can make a lot of money on YouTube." So what? You're just feeding the beast. And what's that money going to buy you? More views. And what are you going to do when you have all the views? It's not to say there's not value. They can't be produced, but it's very, very twisted. So anyway, and but perhaps we won't have a climate because we'll all be on AI. We'll need a climate. We'll just need a, air-conditioned space. But yes, so the government's producing this rant on UFOs, and they're also. I saw something. They said they had a AI. This model had 30,000 followers. It's a beautiful model, and they were showing her in different countries, and they say it's all AI generated. And the people, some people are disappointed, some people insist she's real, and it's like people are being had.
Yes.
By AI bots, and it's people. It's like being possessed, being suckered into something. The AI is here to get you. So these are all issues, and while I have more homework to do here with this with what you've offered tonight, because I have to review some of the things you said. I don't know, just to put it perhaps into better context, because it's a good thing Aquino's gone.
Though in a sense, of course, he's not.
In a sense, he is, though.
Yeah.
Because his reach is limited.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He can't humanly. He can only affect us on the quantum.
Yes.
And that puts it more on a fair playing ground.
Yes.
He can't help Stephen Outram.
Not directly, at least. Yes.
No. So maybe, in the time I have left, and thank you for all of that very much, I'll talk about Romania, because this will be my last transmission.
Yes.
And I've been, I think, I've been mentally preparing for Romania for the last month.
Yeah.
And I've been preparing for it a lot longer than that, with reservations and helping people. And I got my first, and see, what's happened is 2 of my best friends have dropped out of the trip,
Right.
including JoJo.
Yeah.
Dropped out the trip, and she has a legitimate reason.
Mm-hmm.
She's got to take care of her child.
Yeah.
And that's a very legitimate reason. But where it first hit me was at the beginning of the month when I had a tooth issue and minor car accident. And I said, God, I'm glad this is happening now, because I had to have the tooth pulled. I went through all that drama and trauma, and the insurance company was even more distressing than the tooth because they're doing the wrong thing. But that's all gotten sorted out. I said it's a good thing it happened then instead of a week before I left. And then my friend Clara her daughter was in an accident, so she had to be flown into her to handle her teeth. They were part of the accident, so she handled that. She's going to be with me. But that was like, these are like, and then JoJo couldn't make it. And she's like, I get all this stuff secured. I get these arrangements secured. It's all secured, and then they drop out.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yes.
Yeah. So it's like, if I ever do this again, and I don't know that I plan to, the rules will be very different.
Yeah.
So I don't have to put up with this stuff.
Yes.
But I mean, even so, she's losing thousands of dollars of what she's already committed.
Yeah.
She lost thousands of dollars on the Shasta thing that didn't happen.
Yeah.
That wasn't my fault.
Right.
And she jumped the gun on her reservations and didn't get reversible tickets. Or like what I would have done is have the event coordinator buy my ticket. I ain't buying my own ticket. I know better. That way I don't lose money.
Right.
But, or you get a refundable ticket. I will give you travelers a tip too. I once knew somebody who was trying to take Italian lira out of Italy, and they wouldn't let him do it. He had too much lira. So he thought, and he bought a first class ticket at airlines, like $4,000 or something. Got home, United States, got a refund on the ticket, because they'll refund a first class ticket. Refundable.
Okay.
So he got $4,000 in U.S. cash.
Okay.
He outsmarted the system.
There you go.
It's just like, there's ways to get around things. That's why Mercury is part thief. Well, he didn't really steal anything.
Yes.
But he's a trickster too. Mercury's, he out-tricked the authorities. They don't mind you doing business with the airlines. The airlines don't mind doing business with you. And they'll treat you right if you're, that type of customer. So, in any case, with my other friend, I called him because he was flying with JoJo. And I said, we got to do something. I need to get some more people here. I need to do something. And he called me the next morning, and he was dropping out because he had put together a video about Romania and stuff like this, and somebody put it out where it wasn't supposed to be out, and there was all this drama and trauma around it, and he was basically convinced that he was going to be arrested, and he actually had a device, a tracker in his car. Somebody put a tracker in his car, so he's being tracked.
Yeah.
And I don't doubt him. I take him at face value. I know him. But I said, this is all fear-based. And he says, no, it's about love. And that, they're being fought. And I said, no, it's fear. And he says, well, somebody said I'd be arrested if I go to Romania. And I said, well, Paula was concerned about that because she thinks you don't have a European driver's license. And that could be a problem if you're stopped, which I don't think it could. Paula thought it could. I don't think it could. And he said, I have a European driver's license. I said, then it's no problem. If you get in trouble, you call my friend in the government. He'll get you out of trouble.
Right.
Because he knows you're with me. And he says, no, and told me about some friend who's getting cancer. So he's He's dropped out.
Jesus.
Now, he's part of a whole network of people that he's connected to that are doing their metaphysical work. And I don't mean to discredit their metaphysical work, because I think they're doing stuff. But then you're out on the astral plane playing with snot. That's the truth. You know, it doesn't mean you're not doing good things, but you're playing in a very shady realm. And what I realized, and I talked to Maria. Maria called me, and I talked to her, it just all cleared up. Because, you know, she said I'm going to have a very good trip. And I realized he's worried. I mean, he believes and probably is being tracked by the NSA. He went into details about it.
Okay.
Not details I could process or remember.
Interesting.
Because, you know, if I'm being tracked by the NSA, I don't care. What are they going to do?
Yes, I mean, if they're not going to kill you, then so what? Yes.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, I'm not plugged into all of that astral mumbo jumbo,
right,
or whatever it is. And I've been doing what I've been doing for so long. I have my own network of the Solomonari energy and all this stuff. I've been initiated into the Romanian energy. Mm-hmm. I'm a part of it. Mm-hmm. Romania knows me. Mm-hmm. The spirits know me. Mm-hmm. I'm on familiar territory, and it's fantastic. And I'm going to be introducing some new people to it. But you see, if he's worried about the CIA or the NSA or whatever tracking him, if you go over there with a condition like that, it's not the NSA that's going to devour you.
Thank you. It's your own. It's your own.
It's
self.
the nature. It's the nature spirits.
Yeah. That's right.
The nature will strip you down and say, okay,
yeah,
it will devour you. As Paul's brother said to me, he says, there are beings there that are so huge they could crush a man. That was very dramatic for him to say that. Talking about the cave I go to, yeah, okay. I take that at face value.
Yes.
I'm not challenging them. I've been through varying degrees of initiation and respect with nature there. So if you know, you go there and, you know, you think that NSA's tracking you, well, maybe they are, but, you know, worry more about the bear around the next corner. Because those things exist.
Yes, they do.
And there's big signs in the Buchej Mountains where, you know, and they're not far from where some of these cable cars are. Not the particular ones that go to the Sphinx, but there's other ones. And, you know, the big signs, you know, watch out for the bears. Don't feed them. Don't play with them.
Yeah. Bears
are dangerous. And you'll see them occasionally. I've seen them on foot. I've seen them in cars. And you don't engage them. But nature is there, and it's not just bears. So you have to be very humble. And when you're in that realm, nature is supreme there. It's not the NSA.
Yes.
It's not. So that's an initiation into and of itself. So as JoJo says, whenever things go not according to plan, she says it's all by divine design.
It's true, yes.
So by divine design that she will not, you know, be with me on this trip. And, you know, that's, I'm fine. But these were my two closest friends.
Yeah.
On the trip.
Yeah.
My other closest friend would be Clara, who I've become very close with, but I've only met her once, and I'll be with her the whole trip. So that will be, and then there will be new friends. And I was very tickled that I'll meet my friend Nicole's going to meet me at Atlanticron. She's going to release a new book. I'll get to see her for the first time in many years.
That's great.
Yeah, and she's. I wanted her to come with me the whole trip. I would have accommodated her, but she can't do it. She wanted me to bring some cereal bars, she said.
Wow.
And I said, I don't remember what they were, because I always bring bars, but now I said, I'm doing something different. I'm bringing zero sugar keto bars.
Oh.
And I guess I sent her a whole package of bars, and she just loved them.
Okay.
Bars you get in a health food store or something.
Yeah.
She loved them, but I don't even know what they were. But in any case, okay.
Yeah.
I got your message.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, Romania is on the horizon. We're going to, and then let me see here. So yes, it's an initiation. It's been someplace I've been going since 2008, when David Anderson brought me there. 2008, 2018. This is like 15 years of going to Romania and getting initiated into the varying complexities and doors of nature. Now, the whole theme. Oh, I was going to say, I'm going to get to meet another friend of mine who I saw last year. I had a very nice time with him last year, Andrei Kyriak, who's the director, producer, writer, and also stars in the film or the series Egregore, which is Andrei, who I met at Atlanticron years ago, who went to film school at NYU, is the most knowledgeable person I've ever met about esoteric Romania, bar none, that I've met. And, he's been working on this. I wanted him to get it into English. But he's going to meet up with me, and he's the one who made it possible for me to go to the scout camp. Although I'd been to the scout camp in 2018, I was there. I discovered it, met the owner. I get 2 weeks later, he sends me a message and he says, "Oh, I'm at Choklavina. They told me there was an American here 2 weeks ago." I said, "It must be Peter Moon." Yeah, that was his name. And so he showed me some pictures of himself in the cave. I didn't dream I would be in a similar cave the next year. You never believed I'd be sitting there with a wetsuit on and by a big stalagmite. But yeah, and he arranged for my visit there because I communicated through him. And I communicate with the director of the camp through friends. He speaks English, but somehow I don't communicate with him directly. It all works out when we're together. He's like a great friend. So, he made that happen. I get to see him again this year. And that, I don't know where that's going to go. It could be pretty interesting. I hope we can get his movie into the English language. It's supposed to be a series. And of course, the first episode features Vlad, the Impaler, or who is coming from a very esoteric angle instead of the typical vampire angle, and introducing people to the Solomonari and whatnot. So I've been very excited about meeting him. again. And then there's a whole process. Now, I have the extra duty or experience. This time I'm bringing about 10 people. And I was just able to replace Jojo or Chad with another guy who's an energetic healer. And I said, you know, look, I've got an opening. And he says, I really want to go, but I can't afford it. Right after he looks at my email, he gets a call from somebody who sponsors his whole trip. So he's going to come, and he's an energetic healer. He sounds perfect. So I'm very, you know, it's like I feel that he's meant to be there. And everybody else who's coming is meant to be there. But on this particular trip, I have I don't know whether they're called chore, duty, obligation, function of, you know, initiating people into this energetic locale. And when you're going there, the whole impetus of the trip, it's about the inner earth. There's varying stages. When I went there in 2013, it was 2012, a guide was talking about the Solomonari. He says, you know, there's the Valley of the Golden Thrones down that hill there. And he says, so there's caves down there, the Solomonari, the indigenous spirits of the area. He goes, you go to a cave and you meditate, and they'll bring you to a cave, but you meditate and you ask permission to go in. He says, you ask permission to go in metaphysically. Sometimes you'll be given permission to go in physically, but mostly it's metaphysically. What he said served as a template for me, because I would then be brought to caves under different circumstances, including Chaklabina Cave, by an archaeologist. And I go to the cave a couple years later and meditate in the cave, asking to go in. Eventually, I'm invited in, given a wetsuit, and taken on a tour. I did not specifically ask to go in verbally. I was brought in and given the experience of a lifetime. I didn't ask. And now I didn't promise anybody would go in the cave this time. Then I went back and I got into the dry cave, which had was where David Anderson said all this hydroxylolestadite was, which I believe I retrieved a sample and gave it to his wife. But that, again, I didn't ask to go in. My friend had got permission from the local biologist to let us in. So, wow, this experience, and of course, what is inside the earth is initiation. Now, this time, I said, I'll take these people to the mouth of the cave, but I don't want to I can't promise them wetsuits and all this stuff. And they're going to go in the wet cave. If it's a dry cave, I need permission, bureaucratic mumbo jumbo. No, I can't do that from here. I'm not going to ask anybody to do that. And here the owner of the camp saying, through my driver, it's my friend, he says, okay, we'll take people into the cave.
Yes.
What the hell is he saying? I don't know which cave. I don't know. Is he getting permission from the biologist? Is he going to get everybody in wetsuits? Does he have enough wetsuits? He only had one my size. Yeah. So I don't know. And I'm not asking if we go in the cave, fantastic. It's people have the time of their lives. I just want to make sure everybody's safe everybody's okay, and more importantly, that they experience an initiation at whatever level there is. It's with all of the logistical hassles I've been going through, and the dramas and the dramas and the traumas. And when I discuss these things with Paula, she understands, because it's par for the course with the area.
Yeah.
You have these two. I remember when I was with her, and these two ladies were complaining, "Oh, we can't go to Summer Session Tuesday. It's raining so hard. We couldn't go." And Paula's mother laughs and says, "Yeah, see, they're not welcome." She doesn't say that to them, but she just laughs, because she's been dealing with them and she sees their problems. Whatever it is, they're not meant to be there. So it's like, it's very, we're being offered an opportunity here. And more to the point is, I discussed this with Maria, was last with us. And by the way, Maria will be back. Maria has had very good luck since she was on with us.
Excellent.
She stated she will put protection around you.
Wonderful.
She couldn't be on tonight because she was going to do a TV show. At the last minute, she canceled that because there was a fire in the city. She sent me a picture of a fire.
Oh my goodness.
It wasn't a huge fire. It looked like one building that must be screwing up her visit.
Huh.
But her son got the job that he needed so bad, which she attributed to me, and he did too, but I don't take credit for it, because I was just giving him positive energy, saying, "You'll get the job." I think he would have got it anyway. But, they feel that I was an integral part of it, although we had very good energy between us. And, people are calling her from the show. They want to find out more about her. So I'm hoping that we can work as a team.
Yeah, of course.
On a shamanistic level here.
Yes.
To make this stuff happen. She had said that this trip will present very good opportunities for me. And as they say, this trip, this is the only trip that I've ever taken to Romania that will cost me a lot of money. When I say a lot of money, it's about $3,000. Now, normally, I travel kind of for free. Either I'm brought there by other people in the past, or I have all these credit card miles. So my plane fare might be $150 with the taxes you pay. So I might be, going for $1,000 with all the incidentals and stuff.
Right.
So this is an expensive trip. And then there's some costs incurred because of these people canceling that, it's like, okay. It's like, but what I'm saying is, if people are coming with me and dropping out, it's costing them money. But as I say, if I ever do this again, and I don't know that I will, this is a special time, I'm going to have to charge for the aggravation.
I love it. Yes, aggravation charges.
No, okay, good. Because I don't want to deal with your bullshit if you can't make a commitment, and I have to replace you and worry about all this shit. I don't want to worry about it. Because I'm not doing this for money. And that might be the whole secret. It'll bring back whatever it brings back. But I never dreamt for a minute that I was doing this to make money. She said it will present many good opportunities because it's about energetics, and it's the Jupiter return, which is a great time to to open the doors, because we have all these people in the media
talking about wanting to know the truth about UFOs and government disclosure. Well, there's this guy who was burning documents.
Thank you. Yes.
And they're not going to acknowledge that, because behind all of that is all the occultism.
Thank you.
How adept are these people? They're not even adept. Like Hunter Biden's lawyers, who must be very tied into Joe, they're not even adept at being good lawyers.
Yes.
You know, they're just thinking, oh, we got Biden on our side. We can just put these sloppy briefs together. And it's just like, it's embarrassing how, you know, what they think they can get away with. It would be funny if it wasn't so absurd and disgusting.
Thank you.
In a way, it is funny. And just to watch these people get up and lie, and then to hear some of them, like Adam Schiff, saying, "Oh, this is all politics. These Republicans are making stuff up about Hunter Biden or whatever." You know, they're targeting the president. You know.
Yeah, and just for people who don't understand what Peter Moon is talking about when it comes to the government's recent UFO bullshit, Congress was holding a UFO hearing today, and of all things. And basically a House panel held a public hearing today on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, because we can't use the term UFOs anymore. It's no longer in. Somebody rewrote the rule book, basically your military, and now we refer to them as WAPs, UAP, because it rhymes somewhat with Japs, I suppose. But also it's like UAVs, the unmanned aerial vehicles, but they want to make it sound more military, and provide further paradigm control into the military arena. They have what's called a reality or matrix control that they maintain. So the lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee's Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs, that's a mouthful for you. They heard testimony regarding WAP sightings from 3 individuals who had previously served in the U.S. military. And the Republican representative, Tim Burchett of Tennessee, I think it was last week in a news release that he said, the witnesses were providing public testimony because the American people deserve the truth. So this hearing was the latest push by lawmakers, intelligence officials, and military personnel working on UFOs, working on WAPs, to probe this issue on a national platform, which means that they're pushing a paradigm upon you, or they wouldn't be doing it. Obviously, they've been working on this shit secretly for years, which is basically a war that's still ongoing against the Third Reich and a war they lost against Japan. Last year, the director of the office formed to focus on the sightings said the government is tracking more than 650 potential UFO cases. I mean, this is like, you know, it's like...
It's resurrecting Project Blue Book.
Thank you. This is Bluebeam. This is from Blue Book to Bluebeam. This is Bluebeam. So yes, by all means, Peter.
It's you know, and people just sit there and say, oh, they're really going to tell us. They're really going to tell us.
Yeah, that's the unbelievable part.
It works.
Yeah.
And they never say anything. You've even got the Congress saying it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, the Congress doing the JFK assassination.
Thank you.
You know, they basically decide there's a cover-up, and then it goes away, and then about, you know, 15 years later, Oliver Stone comes out with a movie, and then they start, and it exposes so much that they start reversing the diatribe and saying, well, the Warren Report was really accurate, and they ignore the Senate's committee. You know, I hate to give Oliver Stone credit, but you know, but then again, you know, he did point out some cogent truths in that movie. Basically,
convince people there was a conspiracy. And it backfired. And he ended up being part of the conspiracy. This is the problem.
Yes.
You know. But so what else is new? You know, nothing.
Thank you. Nothing new under the sun. Yes.
Yeah, UAPs. And then, you know, I mean, it's not even worth discussing with the commentators. Yeah, people say this is crazy, but these are people that really served in the military.
That makes it worse, by the way.
Well, you know, I mean, it's like their world is so small.
And the whole idea that these authority figures, the same authorities that were lying to you all this time, are whom you expect the truth from. It's the insanity of it. It's the wolf in the sheep stand, and the hen house. They keep turning to him for solutions, and he keeps eating them.
Yeah, yeah. So it's just like, how long can this go on? Now, there was an attempt to ingratiate me into the Hollywood mechanism,
Mm-hmm.
you know, which you don't know how that would have gone, but it seemed like they really wanted to exploit the Montauk Project angle. And if we take that at face value, if I could have reconstructed the deal, I still would have I couldn't have helped but ended up being a shill for bullshit. Because all they're going to do is say, well, let's cool it on the Dietrich stuff. We don't need that stuff. That's what would have happened.
Yes.
Because that's where I am. It's like, you know, Montauk's okay, but, you know, we don't want Dietrich because it's not that. And this is, you know, I can't tell them, well, this stuff will be popular 10 years from now.
Yes.
Because, so it's I guess it's like the tortoise and the hare.
Yes.
You know, it's good to take the slow route, because, you know, what they're interested in is not very interesting to me anymore. And even if I don't know if I would have ever looked at it as in the same vein that they do.
Right.
Because I broke this stuff. I broke the story in terms of, you know, alternative media or whatever. I made it accessible. And, you know, so it's just, these people are
trapped.
I don't know. What did you say?
I said trapped.
Well, you know, they know what they know, and they respond accordingly. So I don't know. I just feel very happy that I got the Jupiter return coming. I'll be able to get everything done before I leave that I need to get done.
Yes.
And that's a wonderful feeling, and experience 3 weeks of new experiences. Not having to worry about anything.
Yeah.
Not having to worry about no, except immediately what's in front of my face and getting back here.
Yes.
So I'll arrive in Romania I'll leave here Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I'll arrive in Romania on Saturday evening for the fireworks celebration,
Great.
which is not environmentally friendly on a UNESCO protected island, but they do the fireworks. I haven't seen those in years. They're there, and they get better every year.
Well,
I'm not that interested in fireworks, but I'll get to see them. It's the excitement of the opening night. I'm usually there the day after, and have a chance to meet old friends, new friends, and then after I'm kind of into the Atlantic, because Atlanticron is like a whole, it's like a whole vibe. It's a whole vibe. It doesn't take me long to get into it, because that's all anybody can do when you're there. You know, you get on this vibe.
Yeah.
Where you're meeting people and talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll have plenty of English-speaking people to talk to if I want to, who will tend to gravitate to me.
Yeah.
Because I speak their language. Doesn't matter whether I'm into time travel or whatever I'm into. I speak English.
Mm-hmm.
That can be great, very comforting to people.
Mm-hmm.
I have American references in my head. But be that as it may, you get into that vibe, and it's a whole experience. And then when I finish there, I change the vibe. It goes into Transylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Although this year I will have a detour to the Puchej Mountains, the Sphinx area, where I'll be taking, 8 or 9 people. And we'll be having and that trip, the only reason I'm going to the Sphinx is because Jojo and Chad insisted on going there.
Right.
I said, if you're going to go, okay, I've got 3 days in Bucharest, I'll spend 2 days in there, and I'll go there. So I had to arrange all that, which, was a whole lot of work that Paula and I did to arrange that. And so that'll be an extra special trip, which will be fun. And then, but it's like different modes, different experiences. So it's like, it's a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And I hope to connect with you when
Yes.
I'm over there.
Yes.
I intend to bring your book and give it to the head of Freemasonry there. Because he congratulated me on the book.
Yes.
First thing he said when he saw me.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your book. How the hell did he even know about it? So I learned a lot about information from him. It's so much of, he sees through the societies he belongs to. I don't think you get in a position like that without seeing through bullshit,
Yeah.
And he gave me, and of course he went to the cave before I did. When I told him about it, he went there.
Well.
He got his ass into the cave, not the wet cave. You don't want to go in the wet cave. He went in the dry cave. He got in there, and he experienced it. So I'll have some, hopefully, now tell him I've been in the cave. But it's all good, and I will look forward to hopefully talking to you on what would be Sunday morning.
Right.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So the way this would work would be that you would simply call in on the Skype, and I would just take your call.
Okay, that'll connect me?
Should. What'll happen is that if I'm on with Aaron Tice, then what we'll do is if you
Aaron will be in bed by that time.
Yeah, if he's in bed at that time and I'm on with the round table, if I'm on a call with if I'm not on a call with anybody, then it doesn't matter. I'll just pick up your call. If I'm on a call with somebody and you call, then I'll try and hit the merge and your call will merge. And if that doesn't work, then I'll just call you back. Then what I tell everybody is I'll drop their call and just call you back and then reestablish the call. So we'll make it happen. It's just try and call. If I'm on a call, I'll try and merge it. If the merge doesn't work, then I'll call you back and you just pick up. And if I'm not on a call, then nothing's going to matter anyway because I'll just be streaming. And then when you call, I'll just pick up the call.
Yeah, I'm also curious to who's going to be next to me, if anybody, when I'm doing the call. Sometimes somebody will be next to me, or they'll sit. There's nobody around in the morning hardly, so
Understood.
somebody might come and wander up and, sit down next to me or something, and I'll get them to participate for a few minutes. I think I did that last year with somebody. I don't remember who it was. I think it was my friend Greg.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was, he gave an interesting perspective, I thought.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry he's not with us this year, but
Oh, yeah, that is sad.
well, people go there once.
Mm-hmm.
Quite a trip.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get my daughter back there, but they come once, and it's quite an experience. I keep going back and back and back. In fact, even to the point where, a top journalist in Romania asked me, he says, "Well, why do you keep coming back?" And I think that was before I got married, but he ended up writing a whole article on me.
Wow.
Because it's of interest. I have such a reputation in that country, I don't even know how far it goes. I know it goes far, but I don't know how. You know what I'm saying? So, you never know who's like I'm more well known, appreciated, and well thought of in that country, leaps and bounds by what I am here.
Yes.
Whatever notoriety I have here, I guess it's considerable.
Yeah.
It's like it's really, I guess, an honor and appreciation that so many people, have a whole shelf in their library of my books, because it takes up about a shelf of a small bookshelf.
Yeah.
And I think, wow, that's really nice. I've got, it was my dream was to have my books in bookstores.
Right.
Shelf of a bookstore. Well, I never dreamt of having them in people's houses. That's I guess that's better.
Yes.
You have them in the houses. You got to get more Douglas Dietrich books in the houses.
Well, certainly the place where I go now with V to the salon where I go now with V to have my massage done and everything else. That it used to be the Fields bookstore that carried your books on the shelf, pretty much the complete set, as complete as it was up to that time, which was pretty fucking complete. I mean, that was till the 1990s and then the 2000s. Yeah, I mean, they didn't close till around the time my mother died, so we're talking about 2011. Then it was after that, eventually.
Is City Lights store still open?
I think so, yes. I think so, yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah. I mean, they're maintained by a community of intellectual snobs.
I don't know if they ever carried my books. They might have out of default.
I don't think so. Yeah. Their books were really obtuse shit. That was really that's one of the few bookstores I'd go into, and there's very little I'd even consider buying.
City Lights was founded by Lawrence Ferlinghetti, and Lawrence Ferlinghetti, which is not a type of pasta. It's a man who was heavily involved in litigation over Allen Ginsberg's poem, Moloch, was it called? The one about Moloch. What was it called? What was his famous poem? I can't even remember the name. I have to look this up.
I wouldn't remember.
Ginsberg's poem. I mean, I should know it. Howl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Howl.
Now, Howl was a poem that he wrote in prison or jail, and I think the guy he was in jail with was the nephew of a publisher, and it got to a publisher. And that's how Ginsberg was published. And Howl was so controversial because what Ginsberg's Howl is basically about howling about the pain and the revolt of repression.
Mm-hmm.
And it talks about Moloch. And it was so controversial because of the language it used. And I think Ferlinghetti was selling it in the bookstore or whatever he was doing. I forget his role, but it was this huge lawsuit in California, and Ferlinghetti he won the lawsuit eventually under great trial and tribulation. And of course, Ferlinghetti was gay.
Of course.
That was a big faction of this was kind of the impetus of gay San Francisco in a way, in terms of its, part of it as a culture. He was part of the cultural iconography of gay San Francisco. Although he wasn't really known as a gay, he was known as, the founder and owner of City Lights bookstore. And he was, I guess, and what those people did, they were intellectual snobs.
Yes, they are, yeah.
Now, I will point out to you, people, that the word snob actually originates in San Francisco from Nob Hill.
That figures, yeah.
Nob Hill, because Nob Hill is the most elite part of San Francisco, the rich people up on the hill. And that's where I believe Aquino's mother lived.
Yeah, that's what I remember as well. It's no coincidence. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. It's true.
Yeah. And
Betty Ford. Betty Ford, his mother's name.
Yeah, and the group that you had described as the swell.
Yes, that's right, the swells.
They were the most powerful, inside. They don't really talk about them, but anybody who was anybody in San Francisco, at least when I lived in the general area, was, if you weren't part of it, which most people weren't, you aspired to be part of it or act the part. Therefore, San Francisco, in its heyday, was a city where you dressed very well.
Yes.
It was the city. It was called the city. It was like no other city. Even New York, not quite. New York's the only thing you could compare it to, and it had its own cachet. And of course, it's lost all of that now. It's lost it completely, the cachet anyway. And then Silicon Valley changed everything. So, but nevertheless, this is this is what where we get the word snob from.
Fitting.
But
yes.
So where was I going with this?
Well, just kind of reminiscing about San Francisco, asking if City Lights ever carried any of your books.
City Lights. Yeah. So that was very, very snobbish. Mm-hmm. And of course, my books were more radical than theirs in their own way. Yeah. And that's what, and my friend Tantra, who, was a big fan of my work, that's how I got to know her. She said, so many, and then she's right on the cutting edge, teaching Tantra and whatnot. She was always surprised at the people who would, who were on the cutting edge or pretending to be, would think my work was just completely crazy.
Right.
Of course, they hadn't read it. Because, but it's like they're being on the cutting edge because they think they're cool.
Yes.
But they're not. They don't walk the talk. They just talk. And so be it. But yeah, and then your stuff is way beyond, And then I think I was very disturbed in my trip to San Francisco in 2006, before I met you.
Right.
When I went there and my daughter wanted to go to thrift stores. So we went where they had the thrift stores, which is Haight Street, the Haight-Ashbury district, people know, full of thrift stores. And I went into some place there where I was having a sandwich or just waiting for my daughter, and I got in this conversation and I was shocked at how conservative San Francisco had become. There's about 1 ounce of radical thought or behavior. It was ridiculous. It was the first conversation I think I had with anybody. And it was ridiculous. It was sad because, it had lost whatever. Well, now it's not radical, it's just insane. It was always crazy, but you know what I'm saying? There was at least a theme to it. Now it's just, crazy for the sake of... how do these stores survive, the ones you go to? Do they have problems?
Well, I mean, obviously, the bookstore that I went to didn't. It didn't.
Where you go to get the Coke or whatever you get.
The local corner stores by charging an arm and a leg. Yeah, I mean, they've always survived by ripping people off. It's a crime. I couldn't get through without the help from my listeners. Thank God for my listeners and every.
How much? What do you buy? A case of Coke?
Sometimes I bought what they call a pallet or a tray. It's a tray, really. So it's a cardboard tray, and say the 16-ounce Cokes that I buy, because otherwise there's no point in buying.
How many of them are there in a?
About 24, and that'll cost.
That's a case, and they're 16 ounces. How much does that cost?
That's literally about $80. It's about $80 fucking dollars.
That's expensive.
Yeah, no kidding. Yes.
And I guess you could never get away with ordering that on Amazon or something like that, because it wouldn't get served properly, right?
No, in the end, what I need to do is use my food stamps and get them from, Walgreens. Then I can get
$3.33.
Yeah.
A bottle.
That's 16 ounces though. 16 ounce a can.
It's still a lot of.
It's outrageous. It's fucking outrageous. So it is. Yeah, it's life in the big city. This is what it's like. People don't understand. And if I go, on the same block, we have our little pizza shop, and if I order, a pizza, then we're talking about, it's going to be $100. Over that, as a matter of fact, when I order it with all the toppings, medium-sized pizza to take home, over $100, and it is what it is. It's just life in San Francisco. It's like living in Alaska. They expect you all to be making big money here, just to live here, and therefore everything they charge is outrageous. So it's hell on earth. But I am stuck here. There are certain things that are here that are obviously nowhere else. The kind of convenience where I can just walk to a corner store as opposed to getting into a car and going to a local gas station or something like so many other people I know are stuck with. That's a life that's pretty much incomprehensible to me. Oh my God. But they do it so casually, just the way I would go out the door.
I grew up in the suburbs, so I'm comfortable in the suburbs.
Okay.
If I would not be comfortable living out in the middle of nowhere.
No, of course not. No.
In a ranch, because I didn't grow up there. Yeah. Now, I've talked to a couple people that grew up in the city. They're very comfortable in the city. The ambient noise is comforting to them. I don't want to hear the ambient noise of Queens,
well,
which is bad.
Yeah.
Ambient noise, because I can hear the highway, I can hear the trains. The train's a ways away, but I can hear it. It's not like Queens where you hear all the buzzing, and Manhattan's even worse. So, but you're comfortable where you grow up and where you're acclimated to.
Yes, that's right. So I am used to a bit of noise myself. It definitely is comforting in its own way, the noises that I hear. And I would be very uncomfortable out in the middle of the country, probably, or just not. It would probably take a while getting used to it. That's all.
Well, yeah. So, in other words, yeah, I guess you're where you're supposed to be, at least for the time being.
For the time being, at least, yeah.
And it's, I'd hate to see you lose the crypt for some reason.
Yeah, I intend to always keep it at least as a storage. Yeah, I'm sorry.
As a museum.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yes, its own type of museum. Yes, and at any rate, it's.
Oh, go ahead.
What's that?
No, go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I was just going to say that, I can't live here much longer. I just, it has nothing to do with even the rent. It's just, it's just becoming more and more unlivable. It's simply, just untenable. And certainly once this bed breaks, which eventually it will, then that's it. We can't move in another one. We can't move this one out. The place is just it's too nightmarish for that. So it would at that point I've got to get out of here before then, before either the bed or the toilet breaks, and it's in a race to the bottom between them, and so there we go with that, and we'll see if I can find someone to relocate with who isn't stark raving mad or driven to try and drive me stark raving mad.
Well, before I go to bed,
Yeah.
let me look at your chart again.
Sure.
As I say, I was looking at it the other night.
Yeah, well, Maria was talking. Yeah, well, Maria was doing the reading. Yeah.
And your home is your fourth house, your home and your hearth.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
Your home is Taurus.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have any planets there.
Mm-hmm.
You have a square with Jupiter that can't be bent. Now, what's going through your fourth house right now is, I think, Uranus in Taurus. There changes. Jupiter. You could have some good luck.
Wow.
With Jupiter in your fourth house right now, you could have some good luck in the coming year.
Great.
With regard to your home, I could maybe get more specific. Let me see. Yeah, you could have some good luck.
Great.
This is and maybe this is Maria helping to come into your life. She's done marvelous with her home.
Wow.
Because, they foreclosed on her,
Mm-hmm.
but they couldn't foreclose on her because of all that stupid stuff. That they couldn't prove anything.
Wow.
And now, she's I pointed out to her she's lived in that house for so long without paying rent or taxes
Jesus.
that she's more than made her money back. I don't know who's paying the taxes, either a mortgage company or whatever, but now, she'll do her occult work, and she's planning to have her son buy the house.
Wow. Okay.
So if that happens,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be fantastic for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And the house is immaculate. It's beautiful the way she keeps it. So it's like, wow, it's a success story. So, she's strong on the hearth angle.
Mm-hmm.
And I basically completed my house. I just need to do a bit of trim and a bit of reorganization when I get back. But
yes.
so it's good. I think something might break for you here.
Great.
I'm going to share something else with you, and this is par for the course.
Mm-hmm.
When I once told the story before about this voodoo priest who went to this lady. She was a voodoo. She had all this voodoo knowledge, and he just went there repeatedly. She'd never tell him the secrets. He kept going, and one day it just spilled out of her. It just spilled out of her. In other words, he keeps going to the door. Keeps going to the door. And then a friend of mine used to send his resume every day to this company. Kept sending it. After, God, I think it was about 6 months, they'd say, okay, we got your resume. And then it got to we kept sending it, and finally it got to the point where they actually hired him. In other words, he engaged them, and they said, oh yeah, well, you don't have to keep sending the resume. We got you. We're going to hire you. But it was like just this continual action of knocking at the door.
Yes.
It worked. Like say, if I did this with see, one of the things in cable TV, and they don't have programming anymore.
That's right.
So, like, I've got very rich content, but they never come to me. And then when the rare occasions they do, they want to screw up the content. So,
yeah.
But the thing is, I could provide content to them on many levels.
Yeah.
But they have to recognize you. But if I were to just keep generating communications to them and put up a profile and just keep pounding the door, pretty soon they'd be calling on me to do a show. Except, for me, I'm not in, career mode where I'm looking for a career. I'm looking for a gig. I'm not. I'm too old. I'm not too old. I don't want to do it. I have a career path that I'm on. But I'm saying is, by the same token, I don't promote myself in that direction because I really don't want to. But the same token is, pounding on the door, it works for people.
Yes. And
now that Jupiter return is here, I need to take stock of it. Now, if I think of your Jupiter return, it appears at age 60, and you, according to my calculations, are 57.
About maybe, I guess. Yeah, 56, 57. Yeah, depending which country I'm. Go on.
Yeah. So you'll be 57 in October. So yeah. Your Jupiter return and might progress into something very, very good in 3 years. But in the meantime, I think it's at least seems positive for the home and the hearth.
Good.
At least from just an initial look. So anyway, I will say good night. I will hope to connect with you on Sunday. I'll say goodbye to everybody. I'm looking forward to Romania, and a busy day tomorrow getting ready.
Absolutely. Knife Fight 420 asks, Aquino went to UCSB? He's shocked.
Just shocked.
Probably because he came from there or something, and now he recognizes one of his alumni as Aquino or something. Yeah.
It's not the hardest school in the world to get into, particularly when you're doing a graduate program, which is what he.
Yeah, true enough. He also went to the San Francisco Business School, the same one that Beaver went to. I'd have to look it up, but that's where he got one of his degrees. But anyhow, love you dearly, Peter. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Get your rest and prepare for the flight, and we'll be looking forward to your adventures in Romania.
Okay. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Blessed be. Okay. Good night. Thank you so much. All right. And so that was Peter Moon. Let's all pray he returns. And with that, I'll call around to see who wants to come on now. Obviously, oh God, there's an individual in the chat room who I won't call because I don't think they want. I don't think they want to be called, and I will instead call around otherwise. All right, let's see what we can do here. Okay. All right. Who do we start with? Aristides says do not disturb. Okay, and so he's too busy to call. Aaron Tice, I can't start calling yet. George Knight, this will probably fail. He says he's away. Oh, well, the one who doesn't say he's away is Mark H. Let me try with him. Now, these rings, of course, are just outrageous, so everybody prepare for the ringing. The ringing is so obscene that there's no point in my speaking through it. So everybody, this is obviously the worst part of the transmission is this. And so it says Mark is unavailable. Let's see what we have going here otherwise. Sammy Romero is, of course, I think, dealing with his thing. Let's try. I'm just driving back from work, so I'll hop on when I get home. Okay. We'll hope that happens. Let's try Amanda Ute here. This probably isn't going to work. This already sounds like she really isn't online. Okay, end the call there. Let's see who we've got. She's just unavailable. Put this thumbs up on this guy here. Sammy Romero, maybe. Won't hurt to try. All phones ring, Douglas. Yes. There we are. God, I'm afraid to call her. Oh, Jesus. This can't be happening. Oh, Viviana says she's active. Okay, let's try this. Hey, honey.
You're afraid to call me?
Jesus. No, it was the other lady. Oh my God. So right now she just went mute. And this is because she has me in the background, which causes an echo. So she's going to, I guess, take care of that so that she can get back on the call. Then I can try and anchor other people to the call. We'll see who else we might be able to anchor to the call. Yeah. Hey, honey.
Forgive me, I'm sorry.
No worries, darling. No worries. It wasn't you that I was afraid to call. You know who I'm afraid to call. I can't call her. It's just anyhow. But we have you.
Okay.
You and how? What's that?
I don't know what's going on, so I am not in the mix.
But you were listening to me, weren't you?
I was kind of busy, but I did listen to you and Peter Moon for about, when I first got home and I was eating dinner, for maybe 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Didn't hear that part though. I heard you kind of like something go into it, but then I didn't hear the gist of it, so.
Oh, no worries. Oh, there's nothing to know. It was just Peter's last episode before he goes to Romania. So we're just, Yeah. So
Awesome.
then what'll happen is that next week we'll bring on Aaron Tice and Aristides. We'll see how they work as kind of like alternative hosts, and with myself. And so basically, now we have you. I'll try calling around a number of other people, see if we can help them establish a roundtable. Just the person that I usually have been calling lately, I'm trying to avoid calling because there's, I'm afraid of what she'll do. Of course, she always has the option if, she says, "Scared Douglas?" She says, "Me, Viv." Scared Douglas. She says, "You know who to try," and he just goes on. So this is what we're left with. She's trolling me in the chat room, and there you go. It is what it is. So how have you been? Tell us a little bit about what's been happening with yourself.
I'll say, hey, girl. Hey, Brooke.
Yeah.
Oh, well, today I was doing my little storm chasing on my own on foot, and then I just was discovering some new places like in elevation, just to get better views and shots of the mountain, like when the storm comes in. And I was, it was a bus, but it was fun. I got out with Toby and got out of the house and did whatever I wanted to, and probably got a little too in the clouds, but it was fun.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful.
How are you, sir?
Okay.
Hopefully busy.
And I mean, as well as can be, considering, just dealing with all the normal stresses and strains. So aside from all of that, just happy to be speaking to you right now. Been dealing with a lot of things that I have to deal with, and just everything kind of piles up, but certainly want to put my health first, and did what I could to catch up on sleep, over the past few days before it was quite the marathon I had to participate in with the latest attack, and that was my modem was taken out, and then once I got back on, we stayed up really late with Peter coming back on and asking me questions about the Night of the Broken Circle. So it was the last episode was essentially 2 parts, and they were both very long, and it was stresses and strains, and every one of them each in its own way. So the attacks keep coming nonstop, and it just is what it is. You roll with it, and you move on. By the way, of course, our local troll says that you're a very good person. She loves you. She says she gave you the strong arm and the kiss. Love you, Viv. Tell her she's such a good person. Yes. And at any rate, so there you go with that, darling. Other than that, let me make a few other calls while you talk a little bit. And
yeah, I was listening to you and Peter Moon go more in depth on the peacock.
Okay.
And you did so good in that, and I'm so thankful you explained it, and that we can have that in the book. I'm very glad that will be a perspective that will be tied to Aquino, but not only that, the significance of what that ritual meant and how it failed ultimately to, I guess, would you say it bit Aquino, it bit him back in a sense?
Oh, yeah, in its own way, yes, truly so. No doubt of that. And many of his rituals, well, not many of them, but it wasn't so much his rituals, but many of his plots and schemes, they have a way of convoluting all these things. They're hard to just say that when you're plotting and planning so many things, every once in a while, one of them's going to have some blowback. So darling, in terms of this storm chasing on foot and getting your head in the clouds, that's so cute. I mean, that's incredible. I'm just happy that you're engaging in this kind of activity in nature. Tell us a bit more about that. No animals or anything in particular that you might have seen?
Oh, well, I'm seeing a lot of swallows. Okay. I'm trying to catch swallows as well. They're gorgeous. And we have an abundance of butterflies, but not nearly as much. I still haven't seen bees. Um, so, and another thing I really want to go capture is the eagles in the osprey, which now, since we don't have a vegetation or a place for them to come hunt, I'll have to go a few miles out, like about 14 miles west. And there's a spot where they like to congregate, and it's kind of like a canyon. So it's gorgeous. It's a really nice campsite too.
Wow.
I might go do that, and yeah, just I want to catch this this rainfall coming into this pond, because it's kind of not only historical but not ever been done. So I thought this will be epic. Hopefully someone else is getting it though, like the city.
Wow. Yeah. You mean the rain where they need it? Yeah.
Yeah, like well, the runoff's gonna come right into this scientific pond. Will also run off into just everything goes south, but it typically should run off into I can't think of the river right now, but anyway, it's just something to do, and it's gorgeous. And the vegetation here is so green, and we had a great winter, and I just hope we keep getting this rain, because I don't want to see any more fires for a while. Hopefully not this year.
Right. That would be nice.
Are you guys like in a hot box?
No, not at all. Every day that you look on, many days say we've achieved new record lows in terms of temperature. So quite the opposite. Even right now, it's 55 degrees in San Francisco and very windy. So it's just just a wind tunnel, and the usual cold, of course, which I deal with the best that I can. And so other than that, it can feel sunny for a little while in the daytime, but very seldom am I out in the day. So it's just is what it is. And so aside from that, I tried calling a number of people, but none of them are responding. But definitely glad to have you with us. Let's see if we can try and add just a few more that I may have forgotten. And if they don't respond, then it'll just be you and I for a few minutes while I try and prepare myself. Amy seems to be active right now, so we'll try her again. Let's see if we can add Real Tech, since he was somebody who was active a few times in the past. And so then we can also press the button on maybe Amanda Ute seems to have a green light on now, though I'm sure that this isn't going to work. But hopefully it does, and you never know with her. Other than that, just trying to bring on some people for you to be able to talk with in case I need to take a break, or at least, grab a Coke. Honey?
Where is Ian? Where is everybody else?
Well, I was trying to avoid calling Ian or Joe Ty, to tell you the truth. No,
I'm staying out of it.
it's not that it's nothing particularly going on with them, but I mean, it's like it's how can I say it? We'll try them in a few minutes if nothing else works. The one person who I am trying to avoid bringing on at all costs if possible is, of course, who, simply because she was extraordinarily problematic in terms of her behavior. And I will try and call her in the morning after transmission on a three-way call. But anyhow, she's, do check her out in the chat room, and see if you need to respond to anything she has to say. Other than that, hopefully she calms down or something and retreats into the gentle night, mayhaps. So, I mean, there you go. I mean, it's like, how does she expect me to respond to this? And fuck you, Douglas. I mean, it's like, okay, that's nice. I mean, and she's a moderator, too. So it's just is what it is. Aside from all of that, darling, your family, your mother and your children, any pets, they're all doing fine?
Yep, we're still about the same old. Nothing really exciting happening here, Douglas. Sorry to tell you. There's
That's
nothing much
good. No, that's
going
good.
on.
No news is good news. No news is
That's
always the
right.
best news. I assure you. So now you held a long show of your own the other day. So
Indeed.
you're used to talking by yourself, and is it possible for you to hold the stage while I go grab a liquid Coke? How's that? Can you hold the stage while
Yeah,
I do that? Okay.
I'll try.
Yeah, yeah, and
Oh, so we'll talk about the 12-hour stream.
yeah, yeah. Talk about the 12-hour stream and see if you can. So I mean, but you can do this alone for several minutes, few minutes.
I'll do what I can, Douglas. I'm not that intriguing, so I'll try.
Honey, you always are, and if you're able to host your own show for that long a period of time, then you can hold the
Oh
stage.
no, I had help.
Yeah, you had help. Yeah, but it was centered on yourself. So let's okay, let's make it happen. I'm gonna go mute for just a few minutes. Grab a 16-ounce liquid Coke. I'll be back, and then we'll talk a little bit with our dear, lovely Viviana, and then see if I can just segue myself into monologue at some point early tonight, and maybe even well, we'll see how the night evolves. Okay, so
Okay,
I'm gonna go mute for just a few minutes. Okay, I'll leave you here.
thanks,
Love you.
Douglas.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mr. Gozamasu. Mr. Gozamasu. If I hope that I said that somewhat credible. Says, "Hey, Douglas Dietrich, want to chat? Are you in the Skype? Are you able to join on Skype or find Douglas Dietrich on Skype? I believe it's at Douglas Dietrich at, let me check his address. Anyway, yes, so I came online the other night just to go live. I kind of wanted to one and done some drama with in our community, and then so it was waning and probably coming to a close, I had Brooke and Ian and Nemo come over, and I was like, yay! So they all popped up, and the conversation began basically as saying, pretty much everybody wanted me to change from StreamYard to Skype, and I don't know anything about Skype, and I didn't feel comfortable like ending the live to go try Skype at the time. So hopefully, Brooke, if you're still listening, if you want to initiate your channel for a live and then allow that 24-hour period, we can practice on your channel actually, because I know we talked about it that night and you probably don't remember. So we did talk about going live perhaps from other channels, but we could try this on your channel. We'll try it on my channel, but it does have, I know Skype has a major difference when it comes to sound. It's almost like it's got its own built-in studio, but nevertheless, it's something I think we could learn. So I set that up for Thursday, and we'll figure out a time. If everyone wants to come up with a time, just let me know, okay? All right. So our 12-hour live went on to various topics. It was extremely interesting. Of course, Ian always brings things to the table that you never would, but this time we were all on camera so you could see us. And my favorite part though was when Ian's background in his apartment. I love deciphering what's in the back. He's got like some retro speakers and like 8-track tapes and CDs, and he's just a character. So I did private it though, because we did talk about quite a few things that could be against policy. But nevertheless, it was really fun, and I felt like, hey, I'm so glad you guys came over to support, and I hope that whatever is going on right now when it comes to Team Dietrich, that it all comes to hopefully a resolution with some peace, and that it's never a good feeling to be pitted, in any kind of situation. So But I care for all of you, and I hope that at some point, like, things can just smooth out and be good. And I hope all the best for you too, Brooke. So yeah, let me know, girl, if you want to go live. Because I think Brooke could do great lives, especially if you want to drag people. Like, if you just want to talk crap, like, don't talk crap about Douglas, though, or our inner circle. But, like, you could talk crap about so many things, you know, like movies or drama or, like, whatever you're into. And you could just see Brooke bringing it to the table. Like, she could probably do 12 hours, no prob. And, girl, I'm telling you, like, I don't know. You just never know what you're going to do on YouTube until you start doing it, and you find, and then you know, come across people. Yeah, I would definitely stay out of any of the areas that I'm coming out of. Just stay out of that. I like certain topics, like some things that I think are funny to roast is always Trisha Paytas. But she's kind of not that relevant right now. And always, I like roasting Tila Tequila, but not anymore. They're not relevant either. It seems like everything that was relevant and cringy on the internet when we started this journey is now just dead, and everything else has evolved, and I'm stuck in the in between. Also, no channel for new, but technically it is. Okay, thank you. Let me go check that out. This is your channel? Okay, yeah, I'm subbed. Cool. Yeah, so you have 2 subs, 2 videos. Cool. Her last video was August 5th. Nice. All right, let's do it, girl. Okay, Thursday. Let me see, where am I now? Okay, so what else? Yes, when I popped in, I was really pleased to hear Douglas and Peter Moon talking about the dynamics of that ritual, which I need to actually go back and re-listen to it, but I'm so glad Douglas touched on it, because he brought more perspective to my understanding. And as it pertains to things like like with the Aquino, and how it pretty much did seem like this ritual seemed to bite him in the butt, I would like to kind of know the follies of like his other entanglements, which of course his inner circle is never going to release or talk about. I've never heard anyone talk about like how weak he was or any of the dynamics of that other than Douglas. I know one guy used to pray hard against him all the time. What was his name? He wrote Down the Rabbit Hole. He's really cool. I was wondering, Douglas, you two should probably, if you ever could, I'm sure he's still alive, but I don't think he makes content. What was his name? David Schurter? Yeah, David Schurter. He's an interesting person to interview. And I remember Ed Opperman. I hope he's not someone that shall not be named here. Yeah, Ed did some work with them, try to get him started up with going live and discussing more and more into detail about what he went through in his childhood. And I thought he was doing really well too, but he got the brunt end of gang stalking, and every time ever went to go check in on him, he was dealing with that nonstop. Kind of like took over the whole. It kind of seemed like it overwhelmed him to the point where just basic living was difficult. And I haven't seen him around at all, so he'd be kind of a cool guest to talk to. I'm thinking out loud though. I'm just talking to myself.
Okay, I'm back for you to talk to, if that means anything. Yeah, so tell me about what's going on and who had a cool guest. What's up?
Oh no, do you remember David Schurter?
Vaguely, really vaguely. I'm trying to remember what I remember. Yes. Oh
about-
God, yes. How could I forget? What about him? The individual who he I mean, I never even physically met the son of a bitch, except maybe once or twice. It's was so brief, and he was he was all jealous because I had all of Aquino's attention. Yes. Why?
Really? So you really think he had a desire to have that attention, like a lot of Aquino's victims have?
Basically, what had happened was, he wrote a book about it called The Rabbit Hole, in which he goes into pornographic detail of multiple rapes and abuses committed by Michael Aquino. It's something that he's what it is. I don't deny anything that he says in there, but certainly the most bizarre aspect of David Schroeder is that he wanted to, say that he just felt that I had taken Aquino from him in another sense. It was very Stockholm Syndrome oriented. So let me check something here that was left by our troll in terms of this, whatever she's put a link into. Okay, so that's cute. All right. It is what it is. Did I even subscribe to this stuff? It probably I have one of its 2 subscribers. Yeah.
Oh no, Douglas.
What day? I mean, that's how many subscribers she's got.
Oh, Douglas, but be nice.
Anyhow,
Let me just say we're trying to see if she can start a channel.
oh, right. And so, I mean, doesn't she see the contradiction in shitting and pissing all over me while trying to exploit me to help her start a channel? Wouldn't it be better if she were nice to me? Like, wouldn't that make more sense if she were like nice to me, and then perhaps she would like get my cooperation in her setting up a new channel? I mean, isn't that how a sane person would operate?
Well, sounds volatile.
Sounds what?
It sounds volatile, but
Yeah, to say the least. Yes.
let's just look at the equation.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, yeah, she can do it with Douglas, but she could probably also do it on her own.
Then
Like, it's just commenting. Like, you don't.
But I mean, if she could do it on her own, then why come here and shit and piss all over me while she does it?
Yeah, I can understand why you're upset about this.
But this wasn't the initial cause of any issue. It's like what she's doing now. If she's preparing for a severance, it's not like we're married. It's not like she's doing this like it's a divorce where she can get something out of me where I have to work with her. It's like I could just say no or something. There's something just off here about the behavior. Anyhow, with Mr. Gozemazu, if he wants to talk, he needs to give me a Skype ID. So let me send him this. He said you want to chat, and so we'll see. I might bring him on for a little bit, but so the first thing is I've got to copy down this romanization of his name, and at any rate, I am only hoping that she will cooperate with doing something she had once promised to do and not weasel her way out of it, which I think that she has every intention of doing, is why her behavior went off the chain. We'll figure that out tomorrow. See if she even responds when I call her tomorrow privately. And then after that, we take it from there. At any rate, so let me give this guy my Skype ID number. In the meantime, so when you were speaking with her, everything seemed copacetic. And aside from that, you've been maintaining a dialogue or something after that. I know that Carmela was trying to establish a group call based on the old call from last night's transmission, apparently with Ian West and some other people, and this has to do with, of course, setting things up for her, and hopefully that worked out all right. Other than that, you were concerned that your channel might be taken down by some things that people were saying, so you put it on private. I think you might be a bit overcautious there, but you feel that you have to be cautious, right?
Well, it's not just that the AI in YouTube. Like, I went to go clean up my channel a bit, and I put everything on unlisted.
Mm-hmm.
And one video, I don't know, must have triggered the AI to where it just saw that I was doing something, and then AI must have reviewed it, and they struck me.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, but now they let you have, like, when you want to review it, now they let you have a comment. So I left a comment, and I said, I believe this was taken down,
Maliciously?
wrong, yada, yada. And yeah, they fixed it in like an hour. So.
Wow.
But it's just really touchy, like even words, like, so I'm just being a little cautious.
Yeah.
Plus, it was like a 12-hour throwaway stream where you just kind of talk shit, and you're just like, let's just party.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we're just partying.
Yeah.
We didn't make fun of you. We didn't. Nobody.
Oh God! Well, I was never expecting that. I mean, no. Even with Brooke present, I wasn't expecting that. That was before she went on the attack. And let me see if this comment entered. At any rate, okay, so it did enter. All right, so go on, honey.
Yeah. So the topic of the ending of our conversation was basically get Skype if you're gonna go live, Viv. I was like, fine.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to tell me how to do it.
But you have Skype. You have Skype.
I have Skype, but I never use it as a portal to YouTube to go live.
Interesting. Okay.
So, and then you have Skype with OBS.
That's right. And you don't have that?
No, I think my computer's a little bit older to run OBS right now in the state of the live streaming today. So maybe Skype as like that's what I'm kind of looking for, is a place where you can attach OBS and then have it run through another portal into YouTube. I don't quite understand it, but I've been trying to learn OBS. It's really cool. I like it.
Oh, great.
I just don't utilize it as well.
Okay.
As well as most people like you and stuff. So
right. Well, it took. I was dragged into all this kicking and screaming. I didn't want to learn how to do any of this. I just had to.
Yeah.
And as well, I show. Let me see. What would I tell them? I need your Skype ID, your own Skype ID. Okay, so that being said, then who knows? We may have this guy on tonight or eventually or something. I've got nothing against it. In the meantime, I'm trying to see if this stuff is even taking into the chat box. And other than that, I may have to go. Yes, I can DD on my Skype. Here we are. I have DDD on my Skype list. Okay, so he's got DDD on a Skype list. Well, I don't know if DDD is me because I'm Douglas Dietrich 1. There might be another Triple D out there, but let's see if this guy gives me his Skype ID. Anyhow, we'll see if this works out. I'll see if I get any notifications for a contact request. Otherwise, I'll try and look up his name, which is like a romanization of don't forget you had me blindly on. Yeah, don't think I don't regret it. Oh my God. Yeah, that's there you go. It's like a demon in a bottle just talking to you with Brooke. Honestly, it's like she's just like a nag, ragging on you from over your shoulder or something like that. It's a bizarre experience. But all right. So such being said, honey, what about
that there are some like, I think that right now is just a highly spiritual time in all of us.
Yeah. Yes.
So that maybe matters that need to be dealt with. I even think supernaturally. I know sometimes it's necessary, especially to break free from stuff. And right now, it's very important to protect your energy and what you're investing in, I would say. And I mean no ill will to anyone. I'm saying for me personally, that is something I'm taking away from right now because it's precious.
Mm-hmm.
And people can oftentimes, whether they mean to or not, I don't know, affect us. And since you are online persona,
Mm-hmm.
and personas, one of the ways that I see so many times that when people have arguments, normally in the real world, you'd call someone up, you'd have a conversation, you know, you would get drunk at the bar, maybe fight, you know, whatever, but you deal with your issue. Here, we just destroy each other. Hey. And then we walk away and we're just like, I didn't really do anything that bad, but yeah, we destroy each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you. And yeah, so okay, so I'm calling Mr. Gozaimasu, the 1-2 Funk, see if we speak to him for a few minutes, provide you someone to bounce off on, and that way we, give me a little time to prepare a monologue. So he's with us. So
drama or
so
like
you'll
whatever.
need to turn off. You'll need to turn off the background.
Bringing it to the table, like she could probably do 12 hours.
1-2 Funk.
Yeah, I'll just turn down your show. Just one moment.
You just never know
please.
what you're.
Hey, Douglas, how you doing, brother?
Much the better for speaking with you, I suppose. I am glad that you're here to help bounce off Viviana and myself. Gives me a chance for Viviana to interview you while I kind of retreat into the gentle background for a few minutes, trying to participate peripherally and just making certain that I am ready to go all in on a monologue, which might be a lot longer tonight than it normally has been. And I certainly appreciate your efforts to contact myself. I understand you've been through a lot, that you have quite the backstory. If you share this with Viviana, I'm sure she'll have plenty of questions for you, and it'll help introduce everyone to you a bit more. So by all means, you can start by telling us a little bit about yourself and why you go by the names that you do.
Okay, I'll just explain. I put a comment on under your last show, just to clarify the name of Mr. Gozaimasu, because Peter was thinking that I was actually the guy that basically did that
Bitcoin. You were Mr. Bitcoin.
Yeah. And I'm actually a musician, and amongst other things. And in 2004, I was playing in the Shiga Prefecture on Biwako in Japan.
Yes.
On the Michigan Showboat, and Bianca is like the largest aluminium luxury cruiser. And I had a 6-month contract there, and I was playing in a trio in Australia, playing for all sorts of tourists that came from around Japan and overseas. And they have a Michigan house there that's an exchange sort of student program there that work as kenshisai on the actual 2 boats there. And we all stay in the one building, and the musicians stay in the top 2 levels, and the students that do the kenshisai and they do the 1-year exchange program stay on the sort of the levels below that. And yeah, that was one of the best experiences of my life, actually staying over there at that time. And I actually ended up with the nickname Mr. Gozaimasu. And I was talking with a very learned man on the boat one day, because you get to meet lots of interesting people over there. And the word Gozaimasu, like arigato, actually means thank you, and Gozaimasu is actually a courtesy, respect word. Okay, so it's like saying thank you kindly. Mm-hmm. And the actual real meaning of Gozaimasu is actually it is so. And in Mudja language, you have the word Guz, G-A-Z, but you actually pronounce the A in Mudja as a soft O in English with a slight hint of an A, okay? And it means the word gas as well. So I just thought I'd, clear that up to start with.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been I was an SRA victim under the 1% here in Australia. My mother basically had a job. She went to the Royal College of Medicine in London, And she was obviously groomed by Masons and all that sort of nonsense. And basically she had a job because she was like the best in her field in pathology. And she had a job at this place called the Manor. You can actually look it up on Wikipedia. They even call it the House of Horrors there.
Wow.
In the title. And it's actually the Southern Hemisphere Illuminati Round Table headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as I know, I'm the only person who's sort of survived that's come through and basically remembered it despite all the scopolamine, if that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah. Scopolamine.
Scopolamine.
Yes. By the way, just so people understand, scopolamine is like a roofie, where it's what they had the killer on at Colorado Theater was on scopolamine. So it's a very heavy-duty drug with a lot of collateral side effects. So powerful stuff. Please continue, Mr. Gozaimasu.
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, with Gozaimasu too, the U is sort of like silent just to pronounce the S properly. That's how it works in Japanese.
Yeah.
Romanji anyway for us English people, sort of English-speaking people, to sort of get what they're saying. But when you go far back enough with the Japanese language, before the Chinese sort of calligraphy sets came in, it's all Mudja language, dialect of Mudja language, because you had the Ainu and Jamal people there as well. And the Ainu people tracked back here to Australia, which the original name of here is Uga, which means uncultivated or fallow land. I'm going to jump around the place a little bit with information here because I've got a lot of rare information on a lot of subjects here. And it should collate, okay? I quite often start, 5 to 10 things at once and then tie it all up at the end. And I'm sure I've listened to your shows many, many times. It's been many years, actually. So it's good to sort of reconnect with your information again, and it's really good to see you still going and fighting hard and keeping up the good fight there, Douglas.
Thank you.
And so I was basically, my mother took me along to the Manor. And the earliest I can remember was when I was 4 and a half in 1972. And basically, my mother had left me out in the grounds of the Manor. It's a big sort of sprawling place. And the address is 2 Aluka Road, Mossman, Sydney. Okay, if that's any help in looking it up. But as I said, it's on Wikipedia for any of the viewers who want to have a look. And if you look at the photo there, okay, it's a big mansion. It's got about 50 rooms in it. And the photo on the right-hand side on the Wikipedia stage, it's actually an Egyptian satanic temple.
Wow.
And in 1983, the bastards basically got a tax exemption, land tax exemption from the government, because they basically filed as a religion, okay?
Wow.
To get the land tax, the same as what Scientology do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And basically the judge that was presiding over the time, this guy named Justice Yeldon here, he was part of the sort of the Freemasonic sort of boys club, and he basically got into a lot of trouble with sort of pedo stuff in the late 80s, and then he died sort of before he got his sort of time in court, so to speak. So it's sort of, I'm sure it's a very familiar story that you well know.
well, it's you know, I mean, but by all means, keep going. I mean, Viviana, you're with us, right?
Yes, I'm listening intently.
Oh, yes, then by all means, don't be afraid to also interject whenever a question comes up. But by all means,
please.
Yeah. So we are listening. We're just absorbing it all for the moment. Yeah. So
Yes.
go on.
Yeah, because this is some new information for you guys, I guess, in the sense of it's the same sort of stuff, but because here in Australia we're so far away from everyone, and particularly in the 70s, it was a really wild time here, and because we're so isolated away from the rest of the world, they just get away with so much here. It's just ridiculous. And yeah, at the moment too, it's a completely lawless society here at the moment. Like the police are just out of control. We've got UN sort of police here as well that are coming in, and that's treason against the people. And
you're in Australia right now, right?
Yeah, in Sydney. in a place called Woolloomooloo, which comes from, that's sort of like the English sort of bastardization of what is actually Wallamala, which in Mudger language means where the boats come in or more. And I'm living in a place where the original people would never live, because this is where all the mangrove swamps used to be. And mangroves are very, very important in nature, especially for all the souls travelling back to Mother, okay, to basically reincarnate and start new life. Because here we actually have the female genitalia of Earth, of this sort of, you know, this part of Earth, because Earth is actually much, much bigger. And if you look in the Vedic, you might have checked out in the Vedic scrolls and stuff, like Earth's actually approximately more like 40 billion miles, the whole sort of land in itself. And it's like in basics, and I was very, very lucky enough to meet this old man. He's the best unsung linguist of our time and an amazing historian. And he got access in what's called the Mitchell Library here, the special reading archive room that's usually only reserved for sort of indoctrinated academics. And in the 60s, this guy, Professor Sydney University, said to Attila, because he was like a bricklayer, a master builder, you know, when he came here in 1950, having escaped from a Russian concentration camp in Slovenia after World War II, because they were trying to get the Hungarians to fight the Greeks. So that seems to be a whole other story that's been kept out. And you're very good with all this sort of stuff. I listened very intently about when you were talking about the Japanese being funded by certain New York sort of interests. Word for them.
Yeah.
And about northern Manchuria and what happened there, and Stalin's forgotten Zionist and Azerbaijan, and how it's not on the United Nations list and stuff. So I remember that information from years ago very intently, and I learned a lot from you. Thank you very much.
Bless you. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, oh, pleasure. Anyway, so back to the manor. Basically, I was out in this garden, sprawling grounds, and my mother was just taking ages and ages to sort of, you know, come and get me. And eventually I got the shits, and I sort of went up into the house, and there was a maid in the kitchen, and she basically made me a drink. I think she gave me some milk and these really horrible dry biscuits that I didn't really eat. And it was a very scary, scary sort of place with a lot of the artifacts that they had in there as well. And eventually I got the courage to eventually go upstairs. You know, I'd sort of go halfway up the landing and thought, no, I better not go up there, and went back downstairs again. And then eventually I went all the way up the landing, and then upstairs there was all these series of doors on the left and right in the hallway. Some of them were locked, some were not. I ended up going down and opened a door that was the last room on the right, down the hallway. Before there's like a balcony, and the professor guy, which was this old Rothschild, who I reckon had time travelled. I reckon he was the father of Evelyn Rothschild, actually, Anthony Gustav de Rothschild. And I think he's one of the masterminds, actually. And if you have a look at the Rothschild website, the picture that they got of what's called Anthony Gustav de Rothschild is bogus. And it was actually this guy. And he was actually sitting in a wooden floored room with absolutely nothing in it except for a leather chair right in the middle of it. And I sort of crept up as a 4.5-year-old, and I came around to the right side of his chair, and he seemed to be in what seemed to me like some sort of catatonic. I didn't know that he was. It looked like he was remote viewing, like from what my knowledge now, he was remote viewing and meditating. And I basically crept up on his right and just studied him for a while. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he sort of just opened his eyes, looked at me, and then just got up and then walked out of the room and shut the door. That was nice. And then I got the courage to sort of follow him out, and then I sort of went around the balcony, which is an L-shaped. And then he was leaning against the balcony, and he had a pipe in his hand, And I just went to him, where's mum? Where's mum? You know, I had the shits. I wanted to go home. I was cranky. I was tired. I was hungry. And he just basically motioned to go in these French pane doors. And I went into this study, and the first thing that I noticed, that on the right-hand side wall was all these racks of incredible in amniotic fluid jars.
Wow.
Like giant reptile frogs and
wow.
sort of, and you know those little alien-looking creatures they found in South America, and stuff like that, in Africa and things like that. And I'm pretty sure he had them in there to basically mix with like acid and stuff like that when he was procuring sort of and grooming sort of victims like myself for doing satanic ritual abuse. And I'll get onto that because one of their preferred sort of drugs that they like to use is acid to get you into the sort of the astral state, so to speak, in a very sort of lucid sort of way. And I'm sure he was mixing sort of like, you know how on the back of cane toads and things like that, they have a certain, like what they use with Cambo and things like that.
Yes.
Not all that stuff is particularly good. You know, you've got to really know what you're doing with that stuff. And I'm sure he was basically taking fluid out of some of these old ancient sort of, you know, lizard, reptile, sort of alien-looking hybrid sort of things that, you know, looked like they stretched all the way back to Atlantean times. And basically this whole manor place ran on a front, which was the Theosophical Society, okay? Which I'm sure you know a lot about, and I'm sure you've talked a lot about before, even though I haven't heard you talk about it. And basically speaking, so after I'd sort of observed all of this in his study, there was a little sort of like adjoining part to the study that I walked down this sort of right-angled sort of passageway, and then I saw my mother. She was fully clothed, but she was lying down on top of a man, and she had a needle into the back of his neck. Now, I don't think they were doing a adrenochrome thing. That I had someone else suggest to me that maybe they were doing some dark yogi practices and they were experimenting with all of that. And I sort of stood there for a while and observed what was going on. Then I went round to the side of the bed, and eventually the man sort of opened his eyes and he noticed my presence there. And as soon as him and my mother noticed the presence, they just panicked like hell and they just went out of the room. And when I went to follow, this Rothschild professor character was walking down the hallway, and I looked up at his face and he had this sort of sadistic grin on his face, and before I knew it, he'd stuck a needle into my neck. Yeah, and basically this was meant to have some sort of knockout effect. And then he put me onto the bed, and I was in there for a while, and I was looking for a way out of the room and stuff like that, and there was no way out. And I tried to hide under the bed, and there's no way to get under the bed, so I hid next to the bed. And then eventually he came back in with my mother and stuff like that, and he was starting to ask me questions, and I was in this sort of drugged state. And I've always had this ability of centering, working from my gut instinct, and that's something that I've mapped the consciousness of that unconscious realm for about 30 years now, because I've spent most of my adult life making sense of all of this and going down all these rabbit holes to sort of comprehend, you know, what the fuck actually happened to me. And so, and in the process, I've found all this stuff. And when I met Attila Flink, this historian in 2008, and he started talking about Mudgee history and all this stuff that no one knows anymore, that was mainly wiped out in the Inquisition, because the Hungarians were just pelted from all sides for about 500 years, because after Attila the Flink, after Attila the Hun, basically took back all the lands from Rome and stuff by what they call the 5th century AD. That's when I reckon they added 1,000 years to history, because in the 1500s, even though it's very hard to find maps, and I've actually got maps of Scythia and Hungary and stuff like that. Hungary was actually 60% of Europe still by that stage. And I think they basically did that and then spent 500 years taking all the lands back from Hungary and then turning them into different countries and giving them different confused languages, and then basically getting all these countries to work against the Hungarians until World War I, where they were fully annexed in, and they cut all their lands back to what they are now. And at a certain stage, though, when Hungary was 60% of Europe, if you sort of get all the countries around sort of Hungary today, and you can see from side on that there was 2 German linguists that pointed this out quite a while back, that Hungary actually looked like, geographically, a mini Australia, and it does, when it was in its full form there. So I just thought I'd share that sort of information just briefly. And back to the manor. And so I'm on the bed, and this professor's asking me questions, and he said, usually when I inject people and stuff, it knocks them out. And basically with you, you're still awake. Why is this? And he was treating me like an adult, and I can see my mum was getting quite agitated. And I said straight back to him while I was in this sort of lucid state, I said, well, that's because most people when they're awake are still asleep. Yeah. I kid you not, I said that at 4.5. And this guy really knew how to get the best out of the innocence of a child, because, through the innocence of a child, there's just this pure, what they call autistic sort of, knowledge, that's not intellectual. But let's face it, from birth, we're fed all this intellectually colonized information. And really, you can only know life through experiencing things properly, And look, I'm educated. I went to a private school here, rich private school. I came from a middle class sort of wealthy family. Not the super rich, but my mum was part of this sort of enclave, and her bloodlines, she's actually a Newman of Polish background that comes from Neumanninski. And then basically I got onto a Mason. Well, he was basically sent into my life to basically check me out and all that sort of thing. But as you know, you've got to check out all these dodgy characters, because unless you know what's going on behind the stage curtain, there's not much to find out in front of it, is it? And you've got to get back to the green room and then to the executive producer's room eventually to find out what the fuck is going on. And so, as much as these people that was all sent into my life, I've had a lot of people sent into my life, for various sort of reasons, especially as I got more learned. And it all sort of hit a peak around sort of 10 to 13 years ago. And basically I'll jump now into the manor, into a memory that I got where I was in the Egyptian satanic temple downstairs in the manor. And I'm on this fluffy sort of red and brown carpet, and I've been given acid and who knows what else in it, like as I was saying, from the back of the giant reptile frog neck and all that sort of stuff to put me in the right position. As Aleister Crowley said, unless you've got a very highly intelligent, talented child, the satanic rituals that they do sort of fall on its ass. They don't get the most out of it. And yeah, this Rothschild knew exactly what he was doing, I tell you what. And this is going to be quite an eye-opener. And then there was this old statue there, scary-looking thing. And as I found out, it was part of this collection of statues that were on buildings and gargoyles and things like that from all around the world. And it's from Atlantean times, because the original Atlantis, from what I've found out, the original Atlantis sunk 70,000 years ago, but they've done all these time travel Atlantean resets, okay? And they kept on bringing Atlantis sort of closer, to the sort of the zero date, the time of Jesus. And that's a whole nother thing as well, because Jesus is just a franchise of this original Mudger guy named Izu. And Izu is not an actual name. Names are for slaves and ID in the Vatican and all that sort of stuff. But originally, we were known by our essence, and we're all nature custodians in different parts of the world. And we would basically learn nature custodianship, shamanship. And I'm going right back to ancient times. But I have a certain affinity with my centering in going right back and then tying together all the academic information with all my instinctive information, because your gut instinct picks up information before it, before it goes to the heart and the head. Okay, and your brain's not actually a sense; it's a processor of senses. So we've been hybrided in a certain way, and it takes a lot of discipline to sort of get the brain to actually, learn it to become a sense, and it has to become the student of the all-knowing soul center, which is your gut. Okay, because in your gut you've got your solar plexus, which is where your sun energy comes in, and the sun energy is actually feminine. Because the solar sun above us is like feminine, like it's a big orgasm, and
cool.
In the astrotheology and stuff like that, it's all satanic inverted. They say it's, Jesus is the sun, and it's all masculine stuff like that. No, the masculine sun is the inner sun. It's the seed. In the inner earth. I just thought I'd just add that, because there's some information that not many people know. And the Mudgett information has just been, like as Attila Flink told me, he said, if I hadn't have come to Australia, escaped the concentration camp out of Slovenia, and he spent, 3 months in the European sort of bit of winter, surviving on his own urine and snails with his brother.
Jesus.
And he got chopped like 3-4 times because he refused to give information. And this is when he was like 18, 19.
Mm-hmm.
And he went into a coma.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that, big tall bloke, came to him. He said about 6'3", my height. He said, looked a lot like you.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you can't die yet. And this was before he knew that he was going to come to Australia and stuff like that, where he ended up spending over 65 years deciphering and all of the what they call Aboriginal languages. I don't like using the word Aboriginal because
Understood.
English language spelling, not original,
Yeah. Yeah.
But the thing is that not all of the tribes here are original tribes, and they've wiped out most of the original tribes. That's one of the first things they did, because they knew they were all Mudgett-speaking tribes, just different dialects and communilects of the same language. It was basically older than the dialect from Hungary.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And yeah, it's pretty fascinating stuff. And Attila was basically telling me that he was convinced that the language came out of here because, like as I said, you got the female genitalia of the earth here, and that's basically where the Murray River hits the Darling River. There's all this magnetic sand that goes from north to south and south to west, and I've used that in shamanic sort of situations to basically release trapped souls in sort of old sort of slaughters here by Jesuits and all the rest of them that have been trapped for ages. And the original Dreamtime here, you can only access it through your fisheye, your crown, not your third eye. And this is what's been covered up, because when you soul center, you then shine light through your fisheye, which is infrared, and it should be like a dull, more natural watercolor red, unlike the fire engine red that the Satanists have inverted it all and put it down on our sexual chakra, right? It should be more of a purple color down there, because it's pretty easy to decipher all the satanic stuff. It's like that comment I put about Japan. Just reverse it, and you get napaj, and nap in Mudgett language means sun, hence land of the rising sun. And so they leave blatant clues everywhere. And when they rub out all the history, the only way you can find where they've spilt crumbs on the tables is linguistics, because there's clues in language everywhere. Like, say, for instance, in the Caribbean, you have what's called the Sargasso Sea, okay? And Sharga in Mudgett means yellow. And what Sargasso means is yellowish in colour. Like, the ancients had very, very simple sort of identifications for things, and they always spoke the truth, especially, with all geographic locations and stuff. And the Mudgetts used to take especially the original Magi, not the Rockefeller sort of satanic Magi sort of rubbish that we get today. And they used to go around the world and help all the different nature custodians in different areas sort of, help out and, do their thing. And they used to travel around like gypsies, you could say, it's where all the gypsy musicians came from too. And basically speaking, getting back now, just yellowish in colour in Sargasso. I remember speaking briefly to Phil Valentine about this. He's got some great information. I've learned a lot of him. I'm sure you're familiar with him, Douglas.
No, well, he's a gang stalker of mine. You're talking about the guy who used to be the bassist in the Blondie band?
No. Phil Valentine,
the
okay. Reverend Phil Valentine.
Oh, I see. Someone else then. Thank God.
Yeah,
okay.
He teaches. He's got a Kemet school, and he teaches all the Masons and stuff about all this stuff that they don't know anymore and things like that. And I came across him about 12 years ago on YouTube and stuff, and I just couldn't get enough of his lectures. Very passionate speaker. I highly recommend him. And he's essentially, I think he's got a blend of Spanish and Caribbean in him, but he's based in New York. And he's very much an advocate for the black people of America, and he's a great soul. And he's got a lot of great information. And anyway, Sargasso means yellowish in colour, referring to the seaweed. Mm-hmm. Okay? And it's just like, there's another clues in linguistics as well, like say for instance, the actual Judea of the Old Testament is actually in Western Scotland, okay? And Edinburgh is actually a hybrid word, where Eden is a very old Mudger word that's been scrubbed from the Mudger vocabulary quite a long time ago by the usual suspects like the Levite and Jesuit priest linguists. And Eden means Jews, okay? Mm-hmm. And Berg, B-U-R-G-H, is the same as B-E-R-G. It means mountain or fortress. So you've got mountain, fortress of the Jews. Now, if you take that hybrid word and take it back to pure Mudger, fortress mountain in Mudger is the word var, which has got an A with a forward dash above the A, okay? Now, in the southern hemisphere, it's with a W in the dialect, so it's like wa, okay? Mm-hmm. And so if you look up on Google Edinburgh, you actually get a listing, Castle Rock Community Co-op, which is right there, sort of in Edinburgh. So it's bulletproof. See, linguistics gives you bulletproof evidence right on the spot. And if people don't know linguistics, they try and write you off and all that sort of thing, a lot like, I was listening to Peter a little bit earlier and stuff like that, and how a lot of people, sort of try and write the detailed sort of factual evidence that you people write, and the deeper you get into it, it's just people who are in sort of recalcitrant denial specialism, as I call it. They're just in denial of their own souls and their own, they're just programmed and all the rest of it. But anyway, I just thought I'd give you, just a few brief examples just there of when history's been rubbed out and we can't get access, to the texts and stuff that's under the Vatican and St. Petersburg and in private libraries and like in the special reading room in the Mitchell Library in New South Wales. It's like as Attila Flink told me, he said, if I hadn't come to Australia, I just would have been a dumb, drunk, sort of programmed Hungarian watching TV too. And he used to try and convince at the Hungarian clubs here of the evidence of the language of it all being here. And the thing is that English language, what they did was they sent out a lot of London Missionary Society linguist priests here to basically decipher the spoken tribal languages here. There were mainly different dialects of Mudger language and communal lex, except for the northern blow-in tribes of the of like the Nuggers and the Dravidian hordes that basically invaded here long before the English got here, because what I've worked out was there was an agenda to basically take over here, and they had to flush out all the light-skinned Mudger tribes and make it all black before the English came here from the time of the Council of Nicaea. Okay, and they sent the Dutch Masons down here, the Spanish, a whole heap of people.
In Australia? In Australia?
Yep.
Okay, go on.
And the Dutch Masons basically, there's 26,000 graves of Mudgers in Bali that's along this particular ley line that stretches from Bali down to, where is it? Not far from where the female ovaries are. I just can't remember. There's a place in Victoria, in Australia. And of course they like to get, wipe out all the places, so they can put all their buildings and court buildings and post office and things like that along the ley line so they can use it all for themselves, It's like in Israel, that big sort of complex that they've got there, and, all the judges and magistrates basically go to certain ley line points to sort of receive inspiration and stuff like that in difficult court cases when they step out for a moment and assess things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you're aware of that. A complex in Israel there, mate.
Yeah.
Well, I should say occupied Palestine. But, yeah, so there's a lot of hidden history to Australia that they've just covered up, and anything that they've basically found in Australia that doesn't basically equate with the sort of the black history here, it's mainly to do with the northern blow-ins that are not original people, okay? And of the 3% left of them who basically didn't speak Mudger language, they're mainly speaking sort of Hebrew sort of based sort of dialects and language.
By the way, for Viviana, so she understands the Magyar languages, Hungarian language is what this gentleman is speaking of. So
that's correct.
Yeah. So
yeah, what we know today, but basically, Indian speaking Mudger language.
And what he's trying to say is that the Hungarian language, which is one of the most difficult languages in the world, almost impossible for an outsider to learn, he's saying that that's the essentially the mother of all languages, is what he feels. It's what he feels. So go on. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, look, I've got some links and stuff like that. Lots of stories of. See, the Mudger language was spoken all over South America by a lot of the North American Indian tribes and Canadian tribes as well. I've got evidence of all of this. And you could say that...
Go on.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go on. By all means.
You could say that the Hungarians, going back through the Huns and all that sort of thing, and even back to here, because there were Mudgers originally here. And here is the original Garden of Eden of the first Homo sapiens. And the second Homo sapiens were mainly seated at Adam's calendar that, Michael Tellinger talks about and stuff like that. But I love his sort of intent and stuff like that, but he's too hooked into all that Sitchin bullshit.
Yes, thank you. Yes. I like that. Yes, go on. Yes.
And anyway, and there's a New Zealand guy named Jonathan Gray who basically outed all of Sitchin stuff, quite a while back and stuff like that. He was one of the first and brave ones to do it. And he was able to do it. He's like a Christian archaeologist type of guy. I'm not a Christian myself. I'm not into religion. And because all religions, all the three main religions, Buddhism and Hinduism, are all franchises that all initially came from the Holy Bible, natural law of magnetism. And magnetism is love, okay? And that's what we have in our soul center. It's all magnetic in our gut, okay? And there's so much going on in our gut, like as I said, with the solar plexus coming from the sun energy. And then we get our appendix, okay? Now, they give you a clue as to what the energetic function of our appendix is, okay? They tell us in medical textbooks, it's just some useless fucking organ that, you know, we don't use anymore because we're more sort of plant eater base, you know, than what we are now and all that sort of thing. But that's just a whole heap of bunk, because basically if you look at the function of an appendix in a book, Douglas, okay, basically it's a list and annotation of records, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go on.
And so basically your appendix is the real connection to the Akashic records. And the one through the third eye, that's got some truth in it, but it's not the real deal, if you get what I'm saying. And I'll get onto that because the chakra system is a big overlay. And what I show people through my shamanic knowing is that if you want to get soul-centered, the best way to start is to activate all your chakras from your gut instead of your third eye in the Vedic traditions. Like I learnt off this guy, this medical doctor named Dr. Samuel Sagan of the Clear Vision School. He started in Australia. He was a French medical doctor who basically, he did his doctorate thesis in Vedic sort of third eye stuff. Pretty ballsy stuff, actually. You know, I respect it. And I went and learnt some stuff. I did this gig one time with this sort of upright female bass player singer. I was told, oh, there's this gig down at Government House. They need, you know, need you as a guitar player to play with this chick. You know, this bass player rang me up. It's a $200 gig. You know, just go down and play 15 minutes in and out at the, you know, beginning and end, and there you go. And then after the gigs, she liked my playing, solo playing. She said, oh, you've got a real free nature about what you do. I said, oh yeah, blah, 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 whatever. And she said, how about you come to an opening the third eye weekend at the Clear Vision School? And I said, oh yeah, it kind of sounds interesting, but at the time I kind of needed the money just to live. But I took a chance and I went to it, and I was just lucky that the head of the school, Samuel Sagan, took this particular beginner class, and it was like unheard of. Like he usually gets, you know, one of, you know, the other subordinates and stuff like that of the school to do the beginner classes. And this guy was teaching, he's real prolific, sort of profound sort of dude. And I remembered a lot of stuff, and then I sort of went every week, and I actually drove. I had a van back then, being a musician, and I drove a few people to the actual place and back because it was sort of in sort of northwestern Sydney, you know, well away from the eastern suburbs that I was sort of mainly in a west that I was mainly habitating in. And then once I'd sort of, the big sort of breakthrough moment came for me was when I did my first regression. And basically I regressed this, I was 30 at the time, I'm now 55. And I regressed this Japanese man, and we had supervision, of course. And basically I went over his heart, and he had this big spider. And I go, oh my goodness. And the instructor sort of went, ooh, not sure if we should go there. But I'd already started. And just information just started pouring into me from my gut, okay? I'm not so much a visual person. I do get visual stuff here and there, but the initial fisheye stuff is only 20% visual, and the rest is 80% instinctive, where information just flows, because all organic information of the here and of the whole omniverse, I don't call it a universe because it is an omniverse, is contained in the spontaneity of the moment, because spontaneity created in the moment, existing in love, magnetism is the truth. And magnetism is right in front of us. And when you get that deep into the soul center, you can actually sway with the actual magnetism, because the initial praying is actually didn't come from praying. That was the reptoids basically going, these fucking mudgers, you know, they face towards south and they hold their hands in front of them and they magnetically connect their gut, you know, down to the South Pole. And they're going, we can't defeat them when they're in this sort of mode. How can we basically get them to basically give all that energy to us? Hence religion and all these false idol sort of things that basically people give their energy away to the astral parasites you know, because the heart's electromagnetic, the gut's magnetic, and the brain is electric. And so if you're stuck in your brain, you're not going to be able to work out too much, are you? You're not really in the here and now and got access to all spontaneous information. So while most people have been learning all the third eye information, I've been mapping the consciousness of the unconscious sort of realm to the, you know, the intellectually colonized brain of the gut. And I've been doing that for about 30 years now. And it took me a long, long time to work out the right stuff. And in 2021, I basically had a massive breakthrough. And then I found out that we've got 21 main magnetic medicine wheels all over our body that we can use our conscious field from our gut to basically connect. And we can actually heal our bodies that way without needing surgery or anything like that. And you can dislocate your limbs and stuff like that, because I've spent the last 13 years, ever since I was about 42, my body started falling apart. And I'm going, what the fuck is all of this? And then when I sort of regressed and realised, it happened from where? Okay, let's go back to the Manor, the satanic ritual that I was involved in. Okay, the Rothschilds professor dude's going to me, okay, I want you to look into the eyes of this statue. And I just didn't want to do it. I did not want to do it. But eventually the acid took over, and whatever else he put in the cocktail, what was injected into me. And literally once I connected my eyes to the eyes of the statue, like a genie coming out of a bottle, out of this duct under the eye of the statue, all this hazy smoke started coming out, and then it basically sort of formed into sort of like a cloud, and then bang out of it, boom, on the floor, there was right in front of me what the Christians know as the devil, but in its true form. Because you know how the devil, well, it's known as the Governor General amongst, you know, the Freemasons and all that sort of stuff. It's actually a Draco hybrid, okay, of the Earth realm, you know, it's the boss. But the thing is, it basically went thump on the ground with its feet, hooves, and it looked straight at me, and even at 4.5, it was actually scared of me. And it literally turned around 180 degrees on the spot and then just ran out of the room so fucking quickly, it was unbelievable. And then it went into the kitchen, and then the maid let out this ghastly scream like she was being fucking murdered or something. Mm-hmm. And a friend of mine who remote viewed it for me, he said, yeah, unfortunately she ended up as lunch.
Oh.
You'd obviously be pretty hungry, okay? Now, what the whole point, in Atlantean times, one of the Atlantean reset times, they basically got the Mudger royalty to basically use us in sexual rituals to basically lock these Dracos and Draco hybrids up. Have you ever seen those eerily looking statues in that park in Oslo in Norway, Douglas?
Yeah, I guess. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some of them. There's some of them. And they also basically, just for some cheap rent, basically kept them in the Berlin Wall until they basically pulled it down. They had to send some neo-Nazis in there to basically pull them out.
Jesus. Good God.
You know what these types are like. I don't need to tell you. And so, basically speaking, I've gone, well, I've obviously locked the fucker up in a past life. And I'm going, who the fuck am I?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and I didn't discover my real shamanic abilities until I basically learned how to soul center, because I learned the third eye stuff. I could do that well. But I just went, there's just something not right about all this, and activating it from the, you know, the pineal gland. Because if you look at the Teletubbies cartoons and stuff, you notice those little things on top of their heads, and also on top of like the fezzes, you know, that the Nation of Islam people wear, and also certain Freemasons and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's where our pineal gland gland used to be when we were first Homo sapiens.
Oh, yes, Viviana, by all means, participate. Go on.
Hello, I'm just breaking in. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're so wonderful. George Knight is here. Hi, George.
Oh, George, thank you for joining us. How long have you been lurking there?
Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. Just for a few minutes.
Okay.
For the last 5 minutes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
So, in terms of your, so how long do we have with you?
I think a good hour, Douglas. A good hour. So.
By all means, do join us. We have this gentleman just kind of introducing his background. And maybe you could thank you, Vivian, for bringing it to my attention that, George is with us. And, of course, I'm just distracted by any number of things going on. But in the interim, Mr. Goes, I must just kind of, continue, kind of finish up, wrap up, and we'll have George ask some questions too, or, participate a little bit. He's only with us for an hour, and I've been trying to catch up with him. So,
Okay.
Yeah, might
I've
be
got two people to go, Douglas. So yeah.
Yeah. But say you certainly finish up what points you think are important. Yeah.
Okay. So, what their plan was with these, and this is what I noticed. I thought, hold it. You've got the main sort of. See, most people don't know the true form of the devil. I'll actually send you a photo of what he looks like in his true form, and stuff.
Yes, Brick Gibson.
He's a shapeshifter, and he's basically, his main portion of him is a cat, okay? And when they basically got me to basically initially get him out of the statue, they then needed someone to basically, for him to walk into, okay? And have a look at the artwork of Rosemary Norton. It was a Kabbalah witch here in King's Cross in Sydney during the 70s. And she basically eventually got killed one day being pushed out by by witnesses by an invisible force out of a tram onto the road and got killed, okay? But every time she's doing Kabbalah sort of stuff, you see in certain photos and things, she's always got a cat with her, and there was a cat present at the actual at this satanic ritual, and basically the cat was needed, and a special kind of cat. So basically the cat essence of what I call this Governor General Draco reptoid, I call him the fake cat. They hate it. I love it. Anyway, because it is. Because a Draco is a combination of reptilian, okay, human form, and many different animals, okay? So it's actually a reptoid. It's not actually a reptilian, okay? A lot of people get this sort of muddled up, okay? The original reptilians were here in Australia, okay? And basically, that is a long story that I'll save for another time, okay? I could do a whole show just on that by itself, how they came about. And they weren't evil, okay? And it's actually the reptoid Dracos that have identity hijacked all the dragon identities of the original reptilians. And not many people know that. Just like the Sabbatean Frankists, through the whole sort of Yid sort of Zio sort of thing, have everywhere around the world, they've identity hijacked all the Mudger stuff and then made it their own history and then perverted it all, okay? And what they do is they take the whole aspect of natural sort of Mudger knowing, which is all shamanic, because the white Mudgers were actually oak skinned. They weren't actually, white, so to speak. That's more of an Atlantean when the Germans came about in South America in Atlantean times, as Hakim Bey sort of talks about. And basically speaking, the Mudgers would never put sort of white fish skin on themselves. Like they used to wear, like the Mudger royalty, like the Arpad royalty. Arpad was the second son of Noah after the flood, okay? And basically speaking, the Arpad royalty used to wear fish skins and apparel to basically protect themselves from the sun in summer and to keep them warm in winter. And that's where basically the Vatican stole the whole fish thing. It's not from the Dogon. Okay, even though the dogon has got that identity too from Sirius B and the whole everything like that, and there's a Sirius B connection to Mudges as well. Okay, and basically the dogon always got on well with the Mudges because the Mudges were indigenous oak skin people. The same with all the shouldn't use indigenous because indigenous means of the original genes and indigenous means not. So that's the English language just being, you know, fucktard again. You know, so. Basically, what I realised was that what they wanted to do was take all of these Dracos that basically are on a lot of Australian buildings and stuff, and then they all went missing. And then they had the most important Illuminati rituals in their whole history in 1975 and 1976 in Port Macquarie in Australia, a sleepy town there. If you have a look there, I've got a picture of that too. It's sort of, it looks like some sort of like, you know, backwards sort of Florida lodge. Okay, you know, it does, you know, looks like a blue, you know, harmless sort of blue lodge. But there's a whole 8-story complex underneath the whole ground and a football oval right next to it. And they had so many children there, like Mudger bloodline children, stuff like that, and children got killed and stuff like that. But this is where all of the Illuminati people that are in the media, the news, entertainment, music, the whole everything, leaders of this world, this is where they were all ritually programmed as children, and sexual rituals as well, during these rituals in the 70s. And I'm not going to go into graphic details about all that at the moment because, you know, I don't want to trigger people, and you know, I think you've probably talked about enough of that stuff anyway. We know what's going on. We're sort of elder people here.
Thank you.
And yeah, but I just want to mention it because this is, and they basically time traveled people in and out from different sort of time periods.
Right.
So from the 1,000-year sort of add to history that they did from about 522 to 524, which numerologically speaking is 9/11. Okay, 522, 524. Okay. And that's where I reckon that they added the 1,000 years. And I've got some more evidence for that, but you've got this other gentleman that needs to speak as well, so I'm going to sort of tie it up now.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
Basically speaking, they stuffed up the sort of the rituals despite all their planning and stuff. They should have done these rituals first and then taken out the fake cat at the manor afterwards, but they did it the other way around. They stuffed up, and they only ended up being able to take out 30% of the Dracos, okay? And they've still got another 70% of them stuck in statues and stuff like that. And why they did this in Atlantean times and they got the Mudger royalty, you know, under duress to do all of this in sexual rituals and stuff like that, as they were doing in the 70s of these Port Macquarie rituals, and they were getting Dracos to program people and all the Illuminatis and stuff with etheric implants, you know, through all the anal sex and stuff like that they do, and blah, 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 through the chakras. Notice how they can't basically pin stuff to the solar plexus chakra because that's magnetic energy. It's too pure for them, you know, it heals them. So if you basically want to take entities out of people, stuff like that, just blast the fuck out of them from the solar plexus.
Okay.
Or just get mad at them.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Care Bear style. Yeah, it's like a love ring. Rick was recommending that. Yeah.
And just the last thing is that I sort of went, well, hold it. They had a plan here. And they deliberately did this to the Dracos to weaponize their pain, to put them through so much pain. And this is what they do to the Illuminatis. They basically get them to weaponize their pain to become devoid of their soul, okay? So this is what gives them the sort of the reverse polarized duality sort of thing, okay? Where they take the Mudger whole, turn it into duality, which is bipolar, okay? And then they make male, female, female, male, and yeah, it's a whole Draco perverted thing. And that's the thing in the Bible, you know, the Bible's a rip-off of that Holy Bible, you know, natural law of magnetism as it is. And they're all franchises of all the original one book that all the different Mudger tribes from all around the world were part of. And I'm going, well, hold it. These top Rothschilds are more fucking powerful than, even the devil. They're controlling all of this. They've got him as a gimp on a chain. Okay? So I just thought I'd sort of add that perspective. And that's pretty much my introduction. Thank you very much, Douglas, for your patience and your time and listening.
That was lovely. Thank you for your time as well, sir.
That's a pleasure. Look, I'm also a targeted individual on 4 different lists in Australia, the US, Canada, and Germany. Okay, at the moment, I'm trying to get hackers to basically get the only way to get yourself off these lists. Is, like, I've been under voice to skull torture and 6G weaponry through the 5G stuff, and it's only because I've got a good knowledge of health in my physical sense and stuff like that. They've thrown me in psychiatric institutions, and I've come out and healed myself 3 times now, and I've undergone this V2K torture for 5 years now, and I've got a lot to share about that, and I can do that another time anyway. And I'm under the pump at the moment because they're basically doing artificial tinnitus to my ears and frequencies. They just turn up. They won't let me sleep at the moment. So I could be even more lucid than I've been today, but thank you so much for your presence because I haven't really stumbled. Thank you for allowing me to sort of start 5 to 10 subjects at once and just swap, all this and collate all of this sort of stuff. And I learned a lot from you, Douglas, years ago in the way that you sort of pieced a lot of information together and how you were able to put a lot of information into one breath and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, some people do listen.
Thank you.
I have to say, you put that together very well. And when you do return, I am very interested in the manner in which you were talking about. And I would love to know more about the regions and the area, like as a child, how that was for you. And when you did come to a realization that perhaps it was nefarious for you and your realm in your life.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, though. Appreciate your
a total pleasure because, you get to the point where they've taken everything from me. They've literally used me as the fox in the fox hunt because I'm core to the Mudger bloodline. And that's the thing. That's why I didn't get killed, when I was younger. There was, as you know, they kill off children in other bloodlines that they consider not important. But the ones of the important bloodlines in the losing side of history, they just torture us lifetime after lifetime because they basically want to slowly torture and get all the loose energy from our souls. But you just got to go, no, fuck that. I'd rather you kill me and I'll keep my soul intact. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not that I want to be killed or anything like that, but the thing is, when it really comes down to it, I'm telling you, these new EMP directed energy weapons they have now through the 5G network are 10 times as worse as the old ELF weapons of the past of Montauk. I'm telling you, I've experienced them recently, and it's only because I know how to sort of go deep into my centre. And I constantly have to repair my body with balms and certain things. And I know you've been through a lot of this stuff as well, Douglas, and it's pretty amazing how you've managed to sort of crawl back from all of that. And so, I'll try and leave it at that. Sorry.
It's all right. As people can imagine, I'm just dealing with just endless harassment on the entries right now and the private messages. So trying to get this individual to fulfill a promise they made, and they're doing everything they can. They attacked me personally to avoid fulfilling that promise. So we'll see if they do it, fulfill the promise after all. So I'll try and call them tomorrow after transmission. I don't know what your schedule is, George. So what's your schedule after transmission tomorrow? Are you someone that I can call sometime during the day, or what? What's it?
Yeah, we'll try to arrange that, Douglas. Yeah, thank you so much.
If
I
I
apologise. Yes.
Yeah, if I can't call you tomorrow, then we'll get it done by hopefully this Friday or Saturday. It was all taken up this time by a lot of stuff that was going on. Obviously, there was an organized attack against me. My modem was taken out. There was, of course, the attack before that. This was very likely coordinated. But all that being said, we'll see what happens tomorrow when I try to make a call and get this thing over with after transmission, and several other things I'll try to take care of as well. So just ongoing, the closed captioning attack, of course, came from the Bulgarian bozos who Peter Moon will be camping with. So that was traced by my 3D graphics modeler, who of course worked at Google Campus, which of course owns YouTube. His links, of course, fade over the years as he worked there quite some time ago by now, comparatively speaking. But it definitely was, of course, Milko, and his even his surname says it all, basically apostate. In the Bulgarian was the name that he took up. But if that's his real name, then it's hard to imagine anyone going around with a real name like that in Bulgaria. Apostolov. But as somebody who's, continuing that attack, I do want everyone to know that all of my programs have closed captioning. They always have. So it's a fallacious report. So these are kind of reports that apparently are responded to just automatically by the YouTube system. And so it all just goes on. So the very people that Peter Moon is camping with are the people trying to get my channel shut down. So I think that tells everybody all they need to know about the situation and how convoluted it is. So with that being said, my distractions from whatever Mr. Gozaimas was saying are due to that. I'm dealing with multiple things at once. Okay, so all that being said, catch us up on what's been going on with yourself, and do me a favor, if you would speak with Mr. Gozaimas and Viviana for a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to rinse the taste of the last several exchanges out of my mouth, George. Take your time, talk with Viviana and Mr. Gozaimas, and catch everybody up on everything. I'll be back in a few minutes.
My Christian name is actually Stephen.
Thank you. That's so much more much more preferable. Steve. Stephen.
Yeah, and it's Istvan in Magyar.
Okay, Istvan. There we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I introduce you to George Knight and Viviana Sanchez, and both of you have a nice few minutes with him. I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay?
Take your time, Doug. Thank you.
I just might say it's such a shame what he's saying about the Bulgarians, because the original Bulgarians were actually Magyars and incredible gypsy musicians as well. And I know one actually in Sydney, one of the best sort of viola players I've ever heard. Sort of the Vienna Orchestra sort of standard. Yeah, I just thought I'd say that before you start. Please go on.
No, that's all right, Steve. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, thank you for coming on. Is this the first time on the show for yourself?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I used to listen to Douglas a lot, and I was Facebook friends with him on one of my many deleted profiles, going back over 10 years and stuff. But my life has just been so sort of fully absorbed in survival and a lot of stuff, and I've basically gone sort of fuck it. I'm basically just sharing information, because they can't kill me. They just want to torture the hell out of me and just make me, lock me up in a psychiatric institution and just drug me out and all the thing. I've had threats from Masons and all that sort of thing, but this stuff goes way higher than Masons for me anyway. And whether I like it or not, this is my reality.
I'm very sorry to hear that. It's it's awful. I hate to think anyone going through such ordeals such as yourself. It's painful to listen to. So very appreciate you sharing that with us and everyone that's listening in tonight.
It's my pleasure.
No, thank you. It's highly regarded. Obviously the only what I was listening to yourself when you were speaking, I know that you're very passionate about what you speak at, what you speak of. You're very passionate about what you know and what you research. And the only question I have for yourself, Steve, is it's a generalization about I think you briefly mentioned about what started you off in your research and investigation about what you speak of, but I always always interested in where you find your information from. That's my question. Yeah.
Well, basically, I've been studying stuff for a long time, and before the internet and stuff, we used to have. You might be familiar with Nexus magazine.
Yes, thank you. So,
and I used to read that every month. I couldn't wait for the next. I'd sort of binge and just read the whole magazine sort of within a day or two every month, and then there'd be nothing for the next month, and you'd get some sort of videos over from America and things like that, and I guess we're going back to the late 80s, Jose Aguiles and, the early 90s and stuff, when sort of Hoagland's and all those sort of mob started coming out and giving videos and things like that. And so you really had to be very conscientious to be able to get your hands on information back then. And I was always into it. And I was a professional musician. I went to university here at Southern Cross University and got a Bachelor of Arts in Contemporary Music, and then became a professional musician before that, actually. I actually did my first professional gigs, when I was a child, when I was 13, playing trombone. And I'm a multi-instrumentalist. I played piano first, trombone, then I taught myself guitar and bass and drums, and then sort of got into sound engineering and producing. But I was always into independent music, and sure, I played some sort of cover stuff and did session stuff, to earn a living, but could never earn really enough money. But I always managed to sort of pull up all my money and put it towards sort of individual projects and making CDs. Like, I've got about 4 CDs that haven't been released, because I got to the point when I was 30, I went, okay, I'm playing with Keith Richards' rhythm section here in Australia, and I'm playing with all the best musicians. I achieved all my personal goals, but I'm going, this is a mug's game. I can't earn anything. And basically speaking, all the A&R people were sort of people that didn't know much about music and how to sort of distribute your music around the world properly and stuff. And I thought, I can't see myself doing this as an old man and, up until an old man, and just flogging this dead old horse. And it just came down to the fact that all the publicity and promotion, the whole industry is controlled by the satanic Luciferians. And unless you're doing music that suits their agenda, you're not going to get a look in. So I worked that out very quickly, and I thought, I'm sick of being an economic slave. I've done everything from being a dish pig, in cafes, to working in, Advanced Medical Institute, that specialised in men's erection dysfunction products. But that was a big sort of look in to sort of how, making sort of pharmaceuticals was like, cents in the dollar, and they'd been selling them for so much, and the whole sort of corporate layout and everything like that. And I just thought, no, I'm not going to be an economic slave anymore. I want my time and energy to myself. I ended up on a disability pension here, and that's all I've been doing for the last 15, 20 years, just researching, enough to have a few university degrees. But like as Michael Tsarian says, you don't need to go to university to learn something. If you want to know something, just go and do it, And I did that. And the thing about Attila Flink, he's linguist. He had a passion of linguistics since he was a little boy when he grew up in the Hungarian countryside. And he was so good at linguistics, he used to embarrass all the academics worldwide. And he was warned to stay off, like there was some Australian governments that told him to go ahead with his work, and some Australian governments that told him to stop his work, depending on who was in power, whether there's a Liberal or Labor government and what was behind them. They're all part of the same sort of Masonic club anyway, and they're all guilty of murder and treason at the moment through the economic rape of everything around the world, let alone here. And a lot of New World Order operations are actually are basically kicked off here from Sydney, New South Wales, a very satanic town here, and also down in Melbourne as well. And not many people know about that. And it's run from the back blocks here from people that you just never hear about, you don't know their names, stuff like that. And because this is like the central part of what was Lemuria, that basically stretched all the way up to Hawaii and Federation of Micronesia, and those land masses have come up and down, and same with Zealandia, or what used to be the extended part of New Zealand. And the Masons all talk about Lemuria rising and stuff like that, in this sort of time, once they've sort of done the depopulation thing. It's the Georgia Guidestones that have been recently sort of knocked down by, I don't know who, but, said that 500 million sort of number in the Georgia Guidestones.
Okay.
So the only place,
returned.
The only place you can find that is in the Talmud of Emmanuel. You might be familiar with it.
How did we get back on this subject?
The Talmud of Emmanuel, spelt with a J.
Mm-hmm.
JMMANUEL, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, have a look at that. Have a read of that.
Sure.
And it says in that particular text that the Earth should only have 500 million people at any one time.
Okay. How did we get back on this topic? What happened while I was gone? Exactly.
I asked Steve the question about where does he gather his information from.
Well, what I would say is that Steve has been through a lot of trauma, and Steve's trauma is such that he does his best to make sense of the world around him, and I would say that a lot of the information it kind of like is what he was exposed to through a series of traumas. So one could consider this a kind of traumatic programming, or one could just take it as knowledge that he's getting insights, from just the information that people around him seem to have, that he notices when he's stuck in these various environments that he is essentially a prisoner in. He's essentially been a prisoner through a series of captivities, actually, that and each time he's tried to make sense of why he's involved in these torments, and so this is the way he's made sense of his world. Now, interestingly, it does bleed into our kind of convey. I was just asked a question, for instance, from KP. That's the anonymous initials he wants to be known as, if known at all. And KP was kind enough to make a contribution, which is appreciated, 30 United States dollars. Thank you very much, KP. He asked me which German film was the front for the contact with the Nyaga, kind of like a film that put into metaphor or screen representation contact with the Nyaga. Now, what I think he's talking about is the film about Atlantis in the desert, German film. So let me look that up. This is the only thing I can think of. And this is something in which they found Atlantis, or an outpost of Atlantis in the Sahara. And let me look this up. Well, this is something that brings us also back to the concept of the Nyaga, which of course is very real in my cosmology, and obviously what my mother dealt with personally. So it's not that what these individuals in either case is saying is false to me. It's simply that they're getting these peripheral flashes of knowledge about it from their situations, and they're doing the best that they can with it. So give me a second here to type in Sahara, and there we'll have it. We should have it within seconds. So in 1932, the film was Die Herren von Atlantis, the Men of Atlantis, or it was L'Atlantide would be the French name for it, or that would be the novel it was based on, actually. So it's definitely where the entire film crew was able to descend for a period of time into the Ahagar Mountains, and that was where they encountered a subterranean vastness that They then simply kind of based as much of the film as they could around. They actually had to retreat through the desert. They were under a security escort that was provided by members of the Legion assigned. There was enough of an international scandal around it where the film had a lot of difficulties in release, had to be edited very heavily. For understandable reasons. The Third Reich was coming into power, and aspects of the film were confiscated for security reasons, national security reasons. And the Third Reich used the evidence of this later to help them identify another route to Unterland. So this was the importance of the film. And so that's about all that comes to my mind at the moment. Understand, of course, that obviously I was harassed throughout the night by Brooke. That's quite evident by anyone who looks inside of the chat room. It continued on in the private messenger because I'm trying to get her to live up to a promise that she made, and we'll see if that's carried out. And then I'll certainly try and live up to my side of a promise that I made. And then hopefully that will at least balance things out as amenably as possible. But it's so the situation is such that right now I'll just go into monologue soon, but not too soon. In the meantime, we turn it back towards George, and when it comes to this kind of knowledge, of course, were you able to call or contact any of these people? The individual in Denmark wanted to, I believe he was in Nederland, wanted to speak to you. As well as, I don't know if you ever got a chance to reach out to Marina either. And any contacts possible with how busy you've been? I noticed you took your family to the zoo. You took your family to the zoo recently.
Oh, yes. Yeah, a couple of weekends ago, Douglas. Yeah, a fortnight ago. I have requested to interact with Marina Saren on Skype. So I forwarded the Skype, the contact that you sent me. Yeah. And I've requested it, so it's just pending at the moment in time. So I'm just still waiting on her response. So, but the other individual, no, I've not been able to make contact with him, unfortunately.
Okay.
I've been, I have answered questions to various individuals who've asked me questions the last couple of weeks. I've responded regarding Unterland and the subterranean realms, the cavern systems. So I had to explain, where the information came from. They wanted some circumstantial or substantiated evidence for Unterland existing. So I referenced and cited Alan Bruce Thompson, the writings that he wrote in 1992. The following year that you worked at the Presidio as a research librarian, Douglas, which was, I cited that, referenced that, and linked that article to the individuals that are asking. I think it was Collins. Beg your pardon, what's his first name? I think it's Chris Collins. I believe it might be Chris Collins. That individual, he asked me about Unterland because he was in the forum, this online forum. He was having a dialogue with another individual, and they were both talking about a subterranean existence, and he was asking me any further context so he can elaborate or relay that back to the individual. So I just I just explained, put into context more about the subterranean existence of the Third Reich relocating into exile. So that was basically the only interactions I've had with individuals, Douglas, just to help share that information.
Well, Chris Collins is definitely. Oh, go on.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes. But other than that, the one thing I was looking forward to coming on saying to you, Douglas, is I did review. I was unable to attend or come on Sunday's transmission. It's because of the schools. The schools now are broken up, and so I was looking after my daughter. So I was unable to,
God! Could you explain to us what you mean by that? What exactly has happened? I mean, I try to keep up with as much as I can, but there's a lot going on. So, oh my God, what happened?
Yeah, so I was just conducting my father duties on Sunday's transmission. So that's Monday morning here in the UK. And so I was looking after my daughter. So it's because the schools now are broken up for half term. It's the summer holidays.
Oh, okay.
It's a long 6-week period. So I was looking after my daughter. So that's why I couldn't come on. Sunday's transmission.
Oh, you were so lucky. You missed absolutely
Yes.
nothing.
I did. Yeah, in the morning I did review. I reviewed when Brooke Gibson was on, and I heard the entirety of the what happened. Yeah, so yeah, I did. Yeah, I've gathered some things that I know what I kind of gathered what the situation is with herself, and I certainly and that's the thing. When I directly asked her myself, I think 2 or 3 transmissions ago, I asked her directly, how do you feel, Brit? Would you prefer if I didn't come on the show? And of course, the reality is she has no right to say I can't come on the show. And she can't say no, that I shouldn't be on the show. It would be evident if she said, no, I don't want you on the show. It would be evident about her stance. And of course, ideally, they don't want us to share any information. And of course, nobody can stop me coming on.
Yeah, well, it was how would I say this? She was very complimentary of you after
Yes.
you said that. So after you left, she was very complimentary of you,
Yes.
which of course she owed you that much. I mean, with the it's just been it is what it is now because of course I hope to speak to her tomorrow. There's no point in speaking about anything right now. But what I can say is that she asked, for instance, about Unterland or evidence of people going into Unterland on the last transmission, but of course that degenerated very quickly into an attack. There was no really getting any point across. This was after I had explained what I did about the computers, of course. So you probably heard the part I said about the holorith machines, etc.
Holorith machine, yeah, absolutely, Douglas. And the integrated systems that was introduced to the Americans, because there's no inventor of the integrated systems. There was nobody that because that was, I think, relayed a couple transmissions ago. But I heard everything. I heard the whole segment of the conversation. And of course, I can vouch for everything you say, and it's absolutely true. It's substantiated. It's evident.
Thank you.
And so, it was like, when it was, the accusation of making up, these stories, they're not stories. These are circumstantial and substantiated facts that people can look up. It's all publicly accessible.
Which she accepted. She accepted that about the computers, and then and then unfortunately. So what else were you going to say before I go into anything else about Winterland? Because I would like to say a few things, of course, before.
Absolutely, no, we could go in that direction, Douglas. That'd be much appreciated. I certainly would love to contribute anything I can contribute towards that. But that was basically it. And that's what I presented that the last time I was on the show. So last week, I said that, because whenever you're speaking and I say, yes, Douglas, that's true, or I agree with you, and then I don't think that's her beef
anymore. After a while, it was like she might slip it in every once in a while as just some kind of snide remark, but I don't think that's her beef anymore. Now she's simply attacking me as just a person, just everything I am, just that everything I am can't possibly be. So it's just the attack is just personalized now at this point. So.
No, absolutely, Douglas. And that's the thing. It's certainly oh God, I just don't know how to express it using the right words. But no, when I have vetted and verified, validated everything you said has been true, and it's publicly accessible. Everything, absolutely everything. So you're not here to make up stories. I mean, I would have been the first one to go if I did come across anything that was fabricated or made up. There's nothing that you've ever said, and that the most important thing is, and it's like I was reviewing yesterday afternoon. It was live. It was an oversight subcommittee hearing about WAPs. UFOs and I was reviewing this subcommittee hearing that they've had, and you got a panel of 3 whistleblowers. You got Graves, a former United States pilot. You have Fravor, another retired former United States Air Force pilot, and then you got this other so-called whistleblower who was part of this research program. I don't know if it's part of this new Arrow program. I can't remember which subcontract research department that he was associated or affiliated with, I can't remember the name of it because it doesn't matter. And I don't mean that in the sense like what Brooke was saying, it doesn't matter relevant, because like you said, it goes down to the realm of nihilism when what you presented, and then you're presenting all these substantiated facts, but then when someone turns around and says, well, it doesn't matter, it's not relevant.
Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, because that's something that I've always been contended with, especially when I've relayed or shared the information that I've learned from yourself, Douglas. But anyway, back to this oversight hearing, this committee hearing about these UFOs. You had this David Grush, he's the so-called coming out whistleblower, revealing that there is a retrieval program out there for these, and he was calling them non-human entities or non-human biologics. So non-biological entities or non-human biological entities. And so they kept referring...
What is their acronym for that? NH, non-human would be
like
HBEs? NHBEs?
NHB, NHB, there's no... Yeah, exactly. Non-human biologics. So they're basically trying to just say that these are extraterrestrials. And the thing is, when they were asked these questions, he was saying, like, all three of them were saying, like, just yes or no. Well, we can go into that in confidentiality. We can't relay anything that is going to jeopardize our own, because it was all about protecting the whistleblowers. It's all about securing their livelihoods, their well-being, and protecting them from these. And they kept mentioning the titles of the United States law and code of conduct, code of justice. And so they kept referring to all these things. But when they were asked any questions, they didn't relay any information. Of course, these guys don't know the insights about the reality about the Third Reich government in exile. They have no idea. And
by the way, just so people understand what George is saying, that's the truth. Most of these people with the military, with high-level security clearances, will know absolutely nothing, because they don't even have the level of security clearance to be made privy to the reality of this. William Clinton, who was the year that he was president, the year during his administration that most contact broke off with Unterland in 1997, had no idea about any of this because his security clearance wasn't that high. So these men obviously wouldn't, and so they dragged these guys out. And, it could also be that if they did have a high enough security clearance where they would know about it, they have no intention of sharing it and would instead feed you a bunch of bullshit about non-human biological entities, NHBEs. Go on. So continue.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. So that was all I got from this. And they were reluctant to answer any questions, but yet they're not giving any information. So again, it's just one of these far-fetched, like, public displays of you're not getting anything. These are just shows.
It's a public display. It's a public display.
Yeah. And it's a historical event, apparently. That's how the media have been portraying it. It's a historical moment in the art.
It's Blue Book, Blue Book redux.
Yes.
It's Blue Beam. Yeah, we've gone from Blue Book to Blue Beam. This is Blue Beam.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Douglas, yeah. It's another Donald Keyhole moment. Another. If people don't understand, this naval aviator called Donald Keyhole, he was the man that wrote several books saying that these are men from outer space, or these are flying spaceships from outer space. And he was a military man, portraying that these are extraterrestrials. It's no different from back in the 1950s when he was coming out with these other public committee oversight hearings. They were doing that since the 1950s.
Yeah.
They were coming out saying that, these are extraterrestrials. And Donald Keyhole is the man that produced several books saying that these extraterrestrials. The military are promoting that extraterrestrial trip. That agenda.
The thematic. We'll call it the trope. Yeah, the trope.
The trope, yes. Oh, yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. So, no, that was just me, just wanted to, I could go on a bit longer, but there's no point.
Feel free to go on a bit longer because, I'll use the term that Brooke hated so much, the wanker in my eye. I got to get this eyelash out of my eye because it's excruciating. While I take care of that, I'll be back in a few minutes, go on about it, and then I'll come back and relay a little bit about the Unterland, and what
Yes.
Brooke had broached, but then preempted, what she broached and then preempted. So I do feel obligated to kind of finish that up. And okay, I'll be right back. But all of you continue to speak for a few minutes, and Viviana, you must have had some interest in the congressional hearings on this.
I guess what's more fascinating to me is that I'm living in this era, and I'm in awe every day that it has come to this. So I live in a state of like, yes, we have made it, we are here. And what the hell am I watching? I'm okay. Why all these whistleblowers now? It's an influx of whistleblowers on every side. It's on every side. There is so much scandal, hypocrisy, just complete corruption that it fills us to the brim. And I'm just always in a constant awe as to how we are constantly accepting it for normalcy now. Like, this is
well, that was their plan, to basically, bring the whole world to its knees by dumbing down society and basically making the government so corrupt, so basically that this central New World Order government, starting off with the, World Economic Forum, can just take over everything with these unelected sort of dickheads running the joint.
Exactly. It's just, I guess it's madness. It's complete madness and a deluge all at once.
Yeah. But that's been their plan, just to oversaturate us with all of this stuff that you talk of, yes.
Indeed. So I just escape by coming to, to hear with friends, or, there's so much stuff to learn right now, and the rest is fodder. It's like a never-ending cycle. We can kind of, even orate the shit storm consistently every 4 freaking years, how it's going to play out, impeachment, yada, yada. I mean, it's all
political theater, essentially, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then you have Hunter Biden, all these. Oh, it's too much for me. I don't even want to keep up at this point.
Yeah, I've got a question there, brother. If it's okay.
Yes, Steve. Yeah, of course.
Remember that guy Gary McKinnon, who basically sort of logged into those sort of US Navy computers and stuff?
Yes, Gary. Yeah, beg your pardon. His name is Gary.
McKinnon.
Is it? It's spelled with a K. McEwen.
McKinnon or something like that with a K.
Yeah. No, continue. Yeah. I'm fully aware. Thank you.
Now the thing is that of all the military, the top of the military is the Navy. Okay, and the reason why is because when you're looking at the secret space mission, the only way out of here is through the water. Hence, the Navy have got control of that. Okay, and if we're looking at space and the firmament and all that sort of thing, now is really space, or is it water? Okay. Now Michael Telligent, talks about archaeological remains on the top, the highest sort of places where he studies stuff in South Africa, and it's like there's evidence of, basically, yes, indeed, there was water that basically came through at those times. And whether there was one, like we've had more than one flood, that's for sure. Like, say, for instance, I've been down to the beginning of the Hawkesbury River here in Sydney, okay? Just, I don't know, it's about 30, 40 kilometres north of Sydney. And I've been along the cliff faces there, and I've seen the water line at the highest points of the cliff on a couple of places. Like, there's evidence there. And the original tribal folk here talk about the water waves being so big at one stage that basically the water came up to the Blue Mountains way past Sydney. And that's an incredible stretch. And it's like from Sydney to the Blue Mountains, it takes you about 2 hours in a car.
So, by the way, I'm just returned. You kind of are you're in a different place from, I guess, our friend Nemo Albano. I don't know if you know roughly where he is. Queensland, I believe.
Yeah, he's in the next state north from me. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you.
I'm in New South Wales,
Right.
which is the next state down from that.
Right. By the way, I'm not surprised that someone would be victimized by satanic ritual abuse, and basically it seems to be a pattern that we won't go into publicly that's occurred with Nemo Albano as well, to an extent that he is not comfortable sharing with the public. But it seems to be quite common, and a lot of this has to do with a very heavy American presence in Australia. And
Oh yeah,
and
Pine Gap. And
yeah, and it helped. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
there's a lot of underground facilities here, and the thing is that I think I mentioned before, a lot of New World operations are initiated from Sydney here. I highly advise to read an article that you'll find online. It's a deathbed confession by a Satanist here in Sydney back in the 2000s. It's called Freighter 616, and it literally describes the whole sort of attitudinal stink of the Satanists right down to a T and their whole agenda. Yeah.
Thank you.
Freighter, F-R-A-T-E-R 616.
Okay, and so what I can say is that when it comes to Australia, that's what produced, of course, Julian Assange, the product of a psychiatric religious cult.
That's right.
Yeah, where the psychiatrist had gotten everybody involved with Shanti Nikotuan, and the Shanti Nikotuan people, they were all bleaching themselves white, bleaching out their melanin like Michael Jackson, bleaching their hair white, and so much so that, like I said, when my cosmetologist V saw Julian Assange on television, she assumed he was Swedish simply because he looked so Nordic, because the way they...
Totally.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he sort of grew up in that sort of cult thing, and you might have heard a guy named Gregory Hallett, who's basically he's trying to become King of England at the moment. I think he's taken it a little bit, he stretched it just a little bit too far.
So that's the guy whose father used to run the his father used to run like a forklift. His father was running a forklift, right? And then they had some kind of blood linkage. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and also Gregory sort of was the victim of some sort of like pedo sort of cult thing in New Zealand as well, that I think has given him a lot of motivation to sort of write all the prolific stuff that he's written. And look, I have to say, he's an incredible writer, and his research is very, very good, actually, on all the muckraking that he's done on all the royal families and stuff. And he describes it down to T, in the whole sort of Illuminati sort of sections, because let's face it, all the royal families are just the front faces for all the earls and viscounts and dukes, sort of Rothschilds and all that sort of thing that are, running things from the back blocks over there, up north. And basically speaking, he's got a lot of very, very informative information. He reckons that his mind was expanded by the KGB, so he could actually sort of...
I like that. My mind was expanded. Like Jordan Peterson. It's like Jordan Peterson went to Russia and got himself a mental overhaul.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what he did. It's like, so these guys come back and say the KGB expanded my mind like LSD and shit. It's like they got 3 initials there and they're getting them confused. Anyhow, these clowns, they're like, if they're not getting programmed by one side, they're getting programmed by the other.
Oh, exactly. And it takes a lot to break programming, because, see, I realised I grew up in an MK ultra controlled family from the shadows, and I just had no idea until I basically quit everything and decided I'm going to sit down and study and work and do all my shamanic stuff until I make sense of what's happened to me. And little did I know, especially when I found the work of Attila Flink, when I met him in 2008, and he's telling me that Tasmanians are talking, Hungarian language, I'm going, this is going to be really fucking interesting. Wow, how did this come about? And I knew the guy from the first time I met him. I was introduced by a Serbian guy up at the 24-hour news agency that I used to go and hang up with him on a Friday and Saturday night when he was serving customers, and he just used to like me to be behind the counter with him, and he'd say, yeah, just hang on the internet and look up information, and we'd just talk about stuff. And a lot of sort of elderly learned people sort of used to come into the place. And one time this guy came in and he basically said to me as I met him, his name is Vasily, and he basically said, how does such a young man know so much about so many things? And he ended up being he reckoned he was an ex-33 Freemason, but I found out a lot of stuff from him, actually. So I've been very fortunate to run into many sort of insiders behind the scenes where I've got my information firsthand. But I have to say that Attila Flink's information on the Mudger heritage and the wiped out heritage, mainly through the Inquisition, it triggered so much in me of childhood memories and stuff, because I was actually told in London when I was 9, when we went over for a so-called family holiday, but I'm pretty sure a lot of dodgy sort of stuff happened to me in Kensington Palace, Buckingham Palace and Balmoral Castle. It was sort of, I think it was a front visiting my father's relatives in the UK for all of that to happen. The same as, like, we went up to a holiday house in Lake Cathay in near Port Macquarie in 75 and 76, and we never went back after that. So it was all a front, for them to do their sort of, insidious sort of stuff, behind the scenes. And you were talking about the trauma before. I've actually ironed out a lot of my trauma. I'm just a bit sleepless at the moment, and I've actually been attacked a lot. They turned up the tinnitus, artificial generated tinnitus in my ears, and also put other frequency stuff through it, so I can't sleep at night for the last 2-3 weeks, because they're getting really paranoid and nervous with my information. That basically, like as you said with this other guy in Queensland, it takes a lot of sort of balls to basically step up to the plate, because you've got to get over your trauma. And the only way I found you get over your trauma, I've done centered regression, okay, where basically trauma is contained in the body. The psychiatrists have got it all wrong. They aim at the head, they shut down the head, it cuts you off from your soul, and it stuffs up all your dopamine and stuff like that, let alone all the latrogenic damage. The thing is that the only way to get rid of trauma in the body, it's like you do a session where, say, for instance, you're the client and I'm the connector. I'll get into a centered third eye state, say, for instance, and basically I'll run my hand along your body, and whenever there's a hot spot or an energy drop, I'll just drop my hand, and that's where the regression starts. And that is where a memory is contained of the trauma. And then what you do is that you go back through the memory. If you get stuck, I'll give you a little hint and say, oh, you see that tree up there? Just sort of go up to there and it'll sort of continue your flow. It takes a really special skill to sort of direct people, because you can't tell them what's going on. Otherwise, they got to see it for themselves. Because when I basically did regression, you get to a point in the regression where you have a dam busting moment where it all just starts flooding through again, and you go, fuck, I remember all of this. How could I forget this stuff? My goodness.
That's got to be awful. That's got to be awful. Go on.
But look, I'm sort of like an Illuminati in the sense of, like, I've gone through a world of pain, so pain doesn't bother me. It's just made me stronger. Unfortunately, it's like Rimbaud said, the poet, you can either sort of get to consciousness either through the pain edge, or you can basically gradually, add it up through your chi and sort of positive experiences and building stuff through life. And unfortunately, I've done both, but I've mainly been through the pain sort of thing. But the only way you get rid of the trauma out of the body is that you basically got to get rid of the emotional charge out of the trauma. And the way you get rid of the emotional charge out of the trauma is when you have that dam busting moment.
Right. Well, I mean, we have only a little limited time with George tonight, so let's take advantage of it. So, George, can you hear me?
I just thought I'd add that, yeah.
Loud and clear, Douglas. Thank you.
Yes. So what I'd like to describe while George is here, and hopefully he has enough time so that he can add some observations in, is I do want to talk about a film that I was ordered to collate and ultimately destroy for the Department of Defense when I was a librarian. And when this film was played, basically it had to do with, of course, Operation High Jump, and what our man, Mr. George Knight, can ascertain, what he can articulate about the Operation High Jump, he could go into that in detail because he's taken enough notes where he's gradually putting together what must become a book. And we want to see this book realized as soon as possible, really, because the sooner it gets out, the sooner we can collate it with our books. And so on a basically, one of the first things that you notice about the old Department of Defense films, if you ever see them on YouTube, you notice, of course, these kind of plain titles that appear on what's basically called a blackboard. And you've got these white sans serif letters that come out of this black background. And in this case, it read, New Schwabenland, November 5th, 1947. And the image that followed was this grainy daylight snowscape, which was also in black and white, of course, filmed by what was obviously a handheld newsreel camera that was contemporary with the date in the title. None of this had sound. It came without sound, which added its own eerie, archaic quality in our world, which is accustomed to even home videos coming with audio and living color. And I remembered it well enough that for some 15 seconds, the screen showed nothing but a pristine snowfield, stretching to what looked to be basically smudgy, unfocused mountains or hills forming a distant horizon. And then the anonymous cameraman made this awkward turn, and the cargo door of a World War II era DC-3, at that time, even in 1947, you would call it World War II vintage, that came into medium close-up, and just this crew of ski troops. Americans, muffled against the extreme cold. They were manhandling boxes and bales out of this plane with a sense of great urgency. And then the camera abruptly pans again, and the cameraman must have heard what was a second DC-3 coming into land, and it was rigged with giant skis for a snow landing. And the sky was clear, the visibility was good, or this footage would not have been possible. And another aircraft was on a descent path, some way behind, still high in the middle distance. All of this is what really stuck in my mind. And then you had this sudden cut, and it moved the film sequence pretty much up in time. And you saw, or I saw, this number of DC-3s on the ground unloading men and cargo, but it was rapidly interrupted by confusion and a camera shake, like you'd see in a found footage horror film, as if something sudden and violent had taken the cameraman completely by surprise. And all the images jumbled as he turned and searched, and then he focused on one of the recently landed cargo planes, which at this point was skewed off its skis and burning. And the men who fled from it, some with their clothes on fire. There was all this confusion and panic that intruded on the foreground, and the camera was jostled again. And the cameraman seemed to be searching for something in the air. But when he found it, it was nothing more than this dark, out of focus ovoid. And another cut, because this was obviously collated footage that was put together for review by the high command, and the thing in the sky was revealed, and in this time it was in considerably more detail. And the size was hard to gauge without reference points, but it was definitely a flying machine, circular like an inverted soup plate, with an unidentifiable mechanism on the underside and a domed superstructure of armored greenhouse glass. The thing was coming almost straight at the camera, and its iron cross markings were plainly visible. And flashes of some kind of projectile fire came from the 12 points of the superstructure as though it was on a strafing run. And as it passed over the cameraman's head, the cameraman tried to pan with it, but lost the image. And that's when the picture went through this violent shaking and then spiraled, as though the camera had been dropped or thrown while still rolling, and it continued to run for a short time while lying on its side, and that's when smoke was visible, drifting past the lens, distorting all the fleeing figures, and finally the screen just went abruptly black. it was essentially the end of the tape. This was basically the footage that I was ordered to destroy about the very last engagement between the Allies and the Third Reich, in which the Allies were completely massacred to annihilation in 1947. So this is something that, of course, when if George Knight goes into detail about it, he can talk about the USS Philippine Sea, the aircraft carrier, task force led by Admirals Byrd, Nimitz, and Cruzen, the destroyers Brownson and Henderson, the submarine, the Senate, the support and supply ships, all the DC-3s rigged with JATO, the jet-assisted takeoff bottles to get them off the deck of the Philippine Sea. And, of course, Secretary of Navy, the Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal, was along for the ride. Forrestal had supposedly been thrown out of a window of the mental ward of Bethesda Naval Hospital. And most people would understand that he was murdered for attempting to go public on CIA covert operations. He wanted to go public with a lot of stuff. But, of course, he really died in what was ultimately the only evidence of the environment or the situation in which he died was the evidence I was ordered to destroy. The footage of the Fulugurad, the prototype constructed in a factory attached to Mauthausen concentration camp by a team led by Viktor Schauberger using the liquid vortex propulsion unit designed by Rudolf Schriever. 10 production models got to Antarctica just in time to wipe out the primitive Americans and their pathetic weaponry and forces that they had amassed out of desperation. So when it comes to what followed, of course, or what this was all about, the Americans were trying to carry out the final operations of extermination against the Aryan race. And when their pathetic and battered remnants of Operation High Jump, officially denominated by the United States Navy Antarctic Developments Program, the ADP from 1946 through 1947 limped back to the independent city of Norfolk in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the United States of America, the initial reaction was strategic nuclear bombardment via penetration of what was obviously an incredibly advanced continental warning system in Antarctica, installed by the Nazis, that was soon emulated by the Americans in North America's own DUANE, their distant early warning line, to protect them from the Soviets. The preparations for this atomic bombardment led directly to the Roswell atrocity, by which time it was realized that the operational deployment of atomic ordnance would never have yielded the objective FX, as the thousand-year empire in exile had not established just a beachhead basing in Antarctica. They were under Antarctica. They had descended into Die Inner Erde, the inner earth. And since then, the continent at the bottom of the world has become inextricably linked in popular consciousness with the subterranean realm. But it's only one of many regional entry points into the world beneath our world. Now, there was all this humor that was exhibited by both the self-anointed great beast of revelation, the English occultist and ceremonial magician, the obscene poet and master mountaineer, Edward Alexander Aleister Crowley, himself a mountaineer who would have climbed Mount Everest had oxygen tanks been invented that had been portable at the time. It's the only thing that prevented him was lack of a portable oxygen supply. But he was that world-renowned, that high a class of master mountaineer, who founded, of course, the diabolitrous philosophical religion of Thelema, in which role he identified himself as anti-prophet, entrusted with misguiding humanity into the aeon of the ancient Egyptians' national patron divinity, Haru, Horus, the falcon. But that, of course, is actually a positive He wanted to save the world by being the most evil man in the world, to change us for a positive through violent change. And his choking bitch was the Right Honorably Conservative British Prime Minister Sir Winston Leonard Winnie Spencer Churchill, the half-Yank son of Lady Randolph Jenny Churchill, herself recognized by the Imperial Order of the Crown as a, well, basically they gave her nobility in exchange for her money. She was born Janet Jeremy. And of course, this is what got him enough of a ticket where the British finagled him into office because of his American connections. The royal family did, actually. Of course, today's anniversary, for those of you who don't know, was when he was voted out of office. Today's anniversary was when all of the votes came in from the servicemen overseas who were destined to fight in the invasion of Japan, and all the votes from overseas, from all the men all over the world serving the empire, came in for a final count on the 26th of July, which it still is here. We haven't reached midnight yet. And that's when Churchill was voted out of office by a landslide before World War II ended. And this day today, a day to celebrate, historically. Now, he and, of course, his master, the real ruler of the British Empire, for that time that he was in office, Aleister Crowley, they laughed together when news was delivered to them that hundreds of crack Gebirgsjäger, the Alpine huntsmen, the mountain troops of the Waffen-SS, the weaponized security service, had been dispatched scaling throughout Tibet, searching for entrances to the inner earth by Der Fuhrer himself. And what neither of the aforementioned Satanists, either Aleister Crowley or his running dog Winnie Churchill, could know was that Adolf Hitler's Schutzstaffel had, in fact, not only located the inner earth, but mapped a number of other entrances prior 1945. There's any number of entrances. The Soviets, later the Russian Mafia, had an access point on the Baltic island of Rügen, which, of course, is since secured and supposedly sealed by Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. The Zhonghuaren, the Chinese, descend through Tibet in the entrances discovered by the SS. It's why they invaded and are attempting genocide through today in order to maintain total control of those entrances. I understand myself that there's at least 2 super chefs descendant under Los Andes, the Andes, the longest continental mountain range in the world. And as well, of course, there was the Österreichisch, the Imperial Austrian-born electromechanical engineer of Serbian ethnicity and Croatian nationality, the former United States citizen Nikola Tesla, who he had his own private entrance via a fissure and borehole on Long Island, where Peter Moon lives. But that one was sealed with explosives back in the 1940s on direct order of the US FBI Director, John Edgar Hoover. Aftermath, the United States OAP, the United States Office of Alien Properties, seizure of Nikola Tesla's properties. Now, the Anglo-American allies have historically maintained extremely limited and highly controlled binational United States and Canadian interorganizational intercourse with Unterland, the lands below, via NORAD, the North American Aero Defense Command, NORAD 40 specifically. That's the same title that it's referred to colloquially is Ice Station Zebra, or rather that's what the people call it who were stationed there. That was an intentional obfuscation via the film of the same title that was released in 1968, and there's a whole story behind that. But it's a top secret base in the northerly reaches of the United States-occupied Kalalit Nunaat, or Greenland, the autonomous quote-unquote nation-state. It's the least densely populated country on Earth within the most southerly of the Nordic nations, the Kingdom of Denmark, that it truly belongs to. Now, east of the Canadian Arctic archipelago and consistent with the world's largest island, geographically our planet's smallest continent, really, Greenland, over 3/4 of which is covered by the only contemporary ice sheet extraneous Antarctica, a continental super island invaded by the United States before legal belligerency in the Second World War, and since militarily occupied as this quote-unquote autonomous state antecedent to and inspirational of Mao Zedong's invasion, occupation, and rationalization of the Tibetan Autonomous Region. It was originally established there, Ice Station Zebra, NORAD 40, as a radar station, and remains undermanned, intentionally undermanned today as a relic of what was once the so-called Cold War, the actual Third World War in practice, until at least not all that long ago, a span of time that maintained exclusively as a Western transit point for trade with Unterland. And there are rumors, of course, that every once in a while there's still some extraordinarily rare exchanges. But human dissension is nothing new. When Brooke was demanding to know how they got there, the Tibetan peoples first discovered this complicated intraterrestrial path that led down into Unterland, and by their own accounting, it was in consequent communion with these strange and terrible races deep within the earth that the Tibetans had more than eagerly assimilated these advanced psychic techniques, gleaning mastery of levitation and telekinesis and consciousness transference, and the Tumo Yoge. The Jijumo Yoga is a school of yoga, one of the 6 doctrines of Naropa Yoga, the visualizing of the sexual act employed for awakening experiences, having arisen in a course of Jumo Yoga practice similar to those described by various authorities on Kundalini Yoga, the harnessing of the prana, the life force, and the development of the Jumo Hi, the basis of all Tibetan yoga, as well as obtaining a cultural conceptualization of the realm of the afterlife, known as the world of Bardo, the liminal state, the Tibetic words bar, meaning in between, and do, meaning island or marking point, the Antara Bhava of transitional intermediacy. And during the Christian era, the dissension of humanity was spasmodic. Only a few would ever stay. Some Vikinger Vikings, descended by one entrance, a group of displaced Hopitu, the Hopis, literally the peaceful people, by another, and there was a party of Nepalese who the Third Reich rediscovered, who had migrated inwards bearing generations worth of hashish that settled down into contemplative expansion of their inner spaces within their crania, between their ears, forevermore. And, of course, the Incas, the South American Indians, inevitably found access routes in Los Andes, but shortly evacuated with alarming histories of the Quetzalcoatl, the Niagas, the feathered serpent gods, and the hominid subspecies, Mandius gulus, the ghoul man.
Yeah, Douglas,
Yeah.
I just might tell you, the Incas spoke Madja, and the Spanish basically brought 6 Incas back to Spain, and when Vatican representatives heard the language that they were speaking, they said, wipe them all out. And so they did, 40, 50 million of them. I just thought I'd mention that while you're there.
Thank you. Your input's appreciated. Of course, the ghoul have fed off our collective carrion for untold aeons, and certainly weren't welcoming of the living variety of the human species invading their space. There was, of course, that seafaring Gaelish, the Irish saint with the boat made of leathers, drifted down by accident and fundamentally interpreted all he saw through a literalist filtration of his cosmology. He thought he had visited hell itself. He drowned off the coast of Limerick, Hibernia, Ireland, before he could spread word that he had marked the location of the gates of hell. Now,
well, speaking of the original Phoenicians were actually from Northern Ireland, actually, and they were actually the naval branch of the Mudgers, while the Hungarians were actually the land branch. And that's information from Attila Flink, and that's suppressed information that hasn't been around for a very, very long time.
Okay. Thank you for these alternative perspectives. Well, By Findicically, the end of the 19th century, amid a literary and artistic climate of sophistication and escapism and extreme aestheticism, the world weariness and the fashionable despair upon the surface world, human traffic actually radically increased below. The controversial English eccentric Frederick Albert Mitchell Hedges, alias Mike Hedges, most certainly penetrated deep into several subsidiary cavern systems of the inner earth, but it remains debatable as to whether or not he personally encountered intraterrestrial non-human intelligences. He later on was discredited in a trial that made a fool of him, and after that no one would listen to anything he said. But his granddaughter at this point, I believe, it might be his daughter, is the one who has in possession these Austrian carvings that she claims are crystal skulls that were carved by the Inca or the Pan American indigenous peoples. Of course, the Germans wanted them back during World War II and had sent an expedition to recover them, but that was because they were carved in Austria, not in the Andes. Now, of course, this was unlike the classified cases of the subterranean metropoli, actual cities beneath the earth contacted by both the Norwegian explosion. This Norwegian scientist and diplomat explorer, he was actually given the Nobel Peace Prize, or at least was a Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Fridtjof Nansen. And Nansen was awarded the Coulomb Geographical Medal and the Norse St. Olav's Orden, the Order of the Dannebrog, all of these medals, the Legion of Honor, the Order of St. Stanislaus, and the Nobel Peace Prize itself eventually the year before my mother was born. And 12 years and on, 2 years into the future, the Prussian pioneer of aviation, who was to become known as the Glider King, Karl Wilhelm Otto Lilienthal. He was killed in a flight crash eventually, but he headed a well-equipped covert expedition funded by the Krupp dynasty, the weapons manufacturers. So it was the reports of these later two, the Nobel Peace Prize winner and the man who was responsible for the birth of flight in Germany, as influenced in the latter case and the first case, both cases, by Nordic mysticism, that ultimately came to the attention of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, who during his monumental reign upon the surface of the earth, as short as it was, dispatched no less than 5 missions of exploration, complete with companies of crack SS, ski truppen, the ski troops, and the Luftwaffe, Aero Force, Aero Support. Yes, they imported planes underground and had them fly through the cavernous spaces that were wide enough for them to do so. The National Socialistisch, the Nazis, not only charted what would soon be Unterland, but cataloged most of the potential Nyaga, the Quetzalcoatlian or Quetzalcoatlian technologies. And on arrival of the Nazis in full force, come 1945, a new world came into order, and all the refugees of the Third Realm had come with bag and baggage, loaded for bear, immediately commencing a massive program of construction and weapons-motivated scientific development and exmigration from the surface world to escape the exterminating Anglo-Bolshevik Jew-Americans. And when the National Socialistisch descended, they had enough knowledge to see Der Großen Kavernen, the Great Caverns, as a wonderland of future sciences, which is actually very articulate on Brooks' part to call it Wonderland, which he kept referring to it as. All but abandoned by its original inhabitants, with naught but a comparative remnant of Quetzalcoatlian Nyagas as representative of the preeminent sentience below, prior to the 1945th year of our Lord, and since then, only the petroleum monopolies have committed to some unregulated attempts at infiltrating down below, but by and large, mutual coexistence in a state of balance of terror has been managed, and of course it almost goes sans saying that the anti-gravity craft of the 1,000-year realm can travel almost anywhere within inner solar proximity with impunity, since disintegration of the artificially generated genocidal radiation belts of Operation Argus. Starfish Prime, you can look that up on fucking YouTube. The lunar mineral resources are now mined regularly by the Reich, since the United States discovered the inner Aryans were already Selenecide, Moonside, and had functionally staked claim to everything of value. And so it was that the so-called superpower space programs became entirely mothballed, almost, excepting orbital missions and an occasional probe to a nearby celestial body. This is the way that the Germans made it down below. Brooke asked the question, and I answer it now, because she provided no time before going on the attack, and that's the sadness of the tragedy of her interactions with her. Honestly, it makes one weep. There's no communications possible. Then nihilism emerges, and it becomes exactly per some form of programming. How else would you describe it? It's not. But at any rate, if George Knight is still with us, I take it he left. So sad.
George dropped off a little while ago. I don't know what happened there. It's pretty late.
Well, he definitely has to go to work, and it's sad. It's just what is, and so that being said, of course, we can attempt to see if we can bring one other person on at least before I go into monologue for the night. But aside from that, I do want Viviana, of course, if she's willing to share any thoughts or anything, she's welcome to. I of course try to give my voice a little bit of a break before preparing for non-stop talks for a longer period tonight than I have in a while.
Yes, and we are duly in need of more monologue.
You're so kind. You're so cute.
We do.
Yes, I adore you.
I just wanted to address George Knight real quick, if I may.
Of course.
Do so.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, George Knight. And he did have to leave, and I hope you have a really awesome day wherever you are today working. And I think he referred that he probably heard the 12-hour live, and I have to say we did sort of bring the George topic up, and I can see where these lines let's say boundaries, right? Mm-hmm. And I guess we brought the topic comes up now and then. It's just because I have and I just want to state this publicly, I never have agreed with how anything happened, regardless whether we try to rationalize whether it's right or wrong when we out somebody or say things that aren't true or run narratives. And I just want to also state for the record, I think people have a right to their reputations. And if that is intact for them going forward in their legacy or out here on social media or whatever their endeavors are, I think it's very important that that's at the forefront. So I never agreed that just because George is whatever a little bit, I don't know exactly how you said it, George. I think that George has always tried to uphold his reputation as well and standing and how he conducts himself. And so I'm always worried when people attack that on any level. And I never found it to be honest or forthright. And so I just brought that up, and I never liked how it was segued. But then I just kind of stay out of it. And I do hope that going forward that you just know that we're friends and I support you no matter what happens. And I also hope for the best for Brooke as well. And like I said, I hope that she does do something that helps her to heal and grow and bend, whatever you need to do, you know. And I know you care so much about her, Douglas, and I know you miss her after. And he brings her up and he starts talking about her. It's like, if Brooke was here, she would be intruding right now. So
well,
I hope
she's with us. She's definitely with us. She's listening. At
some point, I also want to say there has to come a time when if you do feel threatened or if you do have concerns, like, these are real. You have to take them serious, and I just hope that if those boundaries need to be put in place for your safety, then do that, please.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and I hope she takes that into advisement as well. It's wise words, and yeah, definitely needs to be followed up on. So I hope she keeps her promise she made to me, and that we'll get something done that she had promised to do, and we'll work with that hopefully in the morning after transmission. So in terms of the what we're dealing with tonight, obviously was our dear George could only be here for so long, and I know I started to ask him, how long do you have with us, which I would have been leery of doing had Brooke been with us, because she was upset by that. She would get upset by that, and so but now, she's responding in the chat room to something I said, but she doesn't know whether I was referring to her. It's one of these things where, let's put it this way, that could be interpreted a number of ways, and it wasn't necessarily, she tends to interpret what I say as in the negative. But let's not turn this into like an indirect, obtuse argument. I really hope she gets enough sleep through the night, and she says, well, come on now, I'm not, I don't think I'm breaking any boundaries by what I was just, saying. I let her stay on in the chat. I let her maintain a moderator position in the chat, so it's not like she's powerless. But obviously I'm leery about bringing her on because it's her behavior has not been good. It's not been conducive to communications, and that's the ultimate tragedy. So and we can't communicate indirectly like this. So it is what it is. We move on as much as we can, and hopefully we'll get something done tomorrow, and otherwise the disappointment will be profound, and there will be no other conclusions to draw. So all that being said, it's but what would you call it if somebody's like speaking and they ask questions, you try to answer them, and they go into an ad hominem attack? Personally, there's
not cool. Not cool.
Yeah, it's just, thank you. It's just, you can't do anything with that. It's just, and then the dismissal of the answers you provide. It's just a dismissal. It's like no communications become possible. Well, just think about this. I mean, today is one last day. Peter Moon's in the United States. He leaves tomorrow. He's going to be hanging out with some very dangerous people, Edomites, who have been attacking that channel relentlessly. Can
I just say that when you do the etymology on the old Mudger word Eden, Eden, like as in Edinburgh before, it goes through to Edom as in Edomite, because M and N are dialect interchangeable, and all vowels can be dialect interchangeable as well. I just thought I'd add that.
It's true. That is true. Yep. Eden and Edom are essentially the same thing. Red. Adam means red. People have to be understanding of the fact that Seth is used by both the righteous third son of Adam as his name, the man who truly gave birth to proto-Christianity, what would ultimately become Christianity. The first Christian being really Adam, who had the vision of the crucifix, the lamb on the tree of life, implying a salvation of mankind after eviction from the garden. Of course, the real name for the Seth as Michael Aquino worshipped was Sutek in the original Egyptian, but then became Graecified, Hebraized, and comes down into the short name of Seth, which is renders confusion among everyone.
Sure.
Yeah, and so with that, of course, and so I want Viviana to give us an analysis of what she feels might be going on in Israel now, with everything that's going on. That obviously has been taking the attention of a lot of people. Maybe you could explain to us a little bit about what you think of that.
Why, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I haven't been following it. So just enough to stay on top of what I need to understand, and the procession of I would say the synchronicity of two dynamics that are coming to pass that I've been concerning what Palestinian state with Jerusalem and peace and security, as well as with the Ukraine-Moscow situation, along with the Pope and the transfer of power of the kings and the energy of Mystery Babylon coming to a close, where she has to subject herself, meaning that in her weakness now she's limping, towards the kings of the earth and towards the 10 kings or the Russian Orthodox and this patriarchal spirit who is now wielding their power and coming to rise and saying, we want now our authority, thinking they're going on for 1,000 years in this millennial reign that they hold to in their doctrines, whatnot. I see the synchronicity of these events coming, yet the Israeli and Palestinian one seems to be not as much spoken of. So I'm not really aware of it being a forefront, really, in the news sources that I'm following. I just see that Netanyahu is no longer the primary puppet stage with his propaganda anymore. He sort of is taking, even though he's again in the leadership role, bringing forth peace and security, and still not a legitimate state in the UN. Neither is Palestine. So I don't see how he's even how he's been capable of getting away with so much of his genocidal acts all this time. Rather, other than to say that has been the desired will of the entities that rule them. Your Edomites, your Moabites, the dung of what they are, suggestively. But the close of it is that Palestine must rise. So I believe that's what we're seeing, and so they are having a legitimate space, a legitimate voice, a legitimate government. And I recognize that as basically the fruit of the bush he helped fortify a people who were not a people, which meaning in this realm that we're in now, Palestine has always been a people, but not recognized here as a statehood in our realm of global governance. So they are becoming a people out of the slaughter that George has mandated over the Middle East over all these years. So point being is that Palestine has basically become a people thanks to George Bush.
Wow.
And they will have recognition. And this, in my
opinion... You mean George Bush Sr. or Jr.? Jr., right?
Jr., yeah.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, because he is the root of that Canaanite spirit. Not that I'm not putting down the Palestinians. I'm saying the root of these are embedded. I just look at it as the final Canaanites coming to pass. And George has been kind of the leader, the one who released the spirits out of the bottomless pit, the Abydonian type spirit that brought forth death, destruction, annihilation, and perpetuates throughout the earth for a time and that space of time. And nevertheless, my father, regardless of whether you believe, whatever, his word states that he will gather them to Megiddo. And I do believe these are two simultaneous events that are coming to pass with it all just kind of formulating together in peace and security, the doctrine and gospel of George W. Bush and the number of his name. So That's about it.
Wow. Yeah.
Just look at it like that, and everything else is fodder because, you just sit back and watch them do what they need to do to bring it to pass. But Netanyahu's really, he shows forth this absolute power that he wants and doing that with their Supreme Court right now. It's basically like a final move to show his true character. And he's also a destroyer.
Yes.
Yeah, he's not on the forefront. He's not very popular anymore, is he? Like, nobody really...
Netanyahu, he's basically doing it all through the cyber front, and basically, through the control of hardware on all computers and stuff, and the Five Eyes and all that sort of thing. And just to say, the biggest IT sort of heads in Israel now are actually all these Russians that are not even Jewish.
Oh, interesting. That's profound. Yeah, and I thank you very much for bringing that up.
Doesn't the region where you're at have a Five Eyes base on an island? What is that island?
Oh, I'm not sure what the island is, but you're absolutely correct, because look, when you're part of the British Stolenworth sort of countries like Canada, New Zealand, Australia, all that sort of thing. Look, we're all Israel's bitch, and as we know, Israel is just a front for the Rothschild control state, and Israel basically controls what goes on in London and also Washington and all that sort of thing. But then you've got to look at the Swiss as well. They've got. Have you ever checked out that guy? Sean Ross on YouTube, who basically exposes all the Swiss activities and how the Pentagon controls, the Octagon in...
Okay, wow, he got glitched out. They got him. Maybe that's for the best. I don't need another strike against my channel.
All I said was the Octagon controls the Pentagon, but the Swiss have got a very big upper hand in this whole thing. And as you know, in World War II, they basically were funding all sides, and they're also sort of funding through, their Freemason dog bodies and stuff like that, all of the different sort of Christian sects around the world through all their drug money and stuff. But yeah.
Okay. So, such being said, what about what has recently happened with the death of Sinead O'Connor? Do you have any opinions on that, honey? That bring up any memories? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she just died yesterday, yeah, there's that, and of course we have the other things going on in the news. What about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. with his scandals about his... I don't know if you've been keeping up with him. Of course, Brooke was promoting him a lot, and I really have to deconstruct him because it's kind of like these things need to be put down.
Oh, sure.
I think Mark knows more about Kennedy. Okay. He's here.
Oh, Mark H. has finally arrived. So, Mark, yes, what would you say about the latest Kennedy scandal with what he's been promoting, if you're aware of what I'm talking about? Or anything that he's been saying. It's been pretty much he's been putting his foot in his mouth and blowing it off with a bullet every chance he gets. So I don't know if you've been aware of any of this, or whether Sinead O'Connor's death brought forth any memories, or what's going on in Israel right now. Please, anything you want to talk about. How was your day at work?
Fantastic. Thank you for having me on. First off, great to talk to everybody. And yeah, you actually touched on some things with the Sinead. That kind of hit really, that kind of hits, because I had just sent, everybody a video of her the other day.
Yes.
Because she had such an amazing rendition of Danny Boy.
Yes.
So I think it's just, I don't know her whole story, but I do know, from my intuition, how I feel about her. And it's a tough. She was so young. I mean, and that's such a young age to go. And I just felt that she had a really, really deep feeling and touching heart as a person, from what I can observe. So it's just really tragic. And I know her son, I think, had recently passed of a suicide or something like that, or something tragic as well recently. And I know she was struggling with mental health issues as well. So it's just a really tragic thing. But the only, honestly, I could say about the Kennedy guy, honestly, I haven't heard much. And most of it's probably from on your show, Douglas, from your context. So I'm not really sure if this guy, I know it seems like he's got some antics. I've noticed that. There was some video of him. The only thing I've actually seen is like a video of him like working out or flexing or something. Have you guys seen that?
No, thank God.
Yeah, there was some weird video of him doing that or something. I don't know. But I've been,
sorry. Just briefly, I was listening to Dr. Shiva the other day, who's running for president in 2024, you guys might be aware of. And he had some pretty firm words to say about Robert Kennedy. That, you know, weren't in a too favourable light. And there was an interview on, I think it was TikTok or something like that. And it was a very, very good interview. I was very impressed by Dr. Shiva, actually.
Okay, go on, please.
Yeah, no, that's all I've really got to say about it. I'll basically leave Dr. Shiva to basically say what he's got to say. But that guy is very, very impressive. Got a very, very strong integrity ground up, and he's definitely there for your average person, where Trump's just, you know, he's just, you know, he's just another, you know, political theatre sort of, you know, glove puppet, where this Dr. Shiva, if he ever gets through, that'd be a great thing for the US. I was very, very impressed. I heard him for the first time about a week ago on this interview. So I just thought I'd mention that.
Hey, Douglas, I'm back. I do apologise. I had to abruptly leave.
Oh, that's I understand.
No, I had an unexpected meeting I had to attend. Yes, so I do apologise.
Uh-huh.
But I very much appreciate what you was elaborating on about Operation High Jump. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Oh, you can always review it later at your leisure and take some notes if there was anything new. I certainly want you to, respond with whatever comes to your mind through that. I mean, my dialogue, of course, is continuing with Brooke Gibson, and honestly, in a sense, I would wish she would just come on, but of course, I don't trust her to behave herself. It would go into screaming all over again. But hopefully tomorrow I'll speak with her and things will be all right. But that aside, okay, go on, please. Anything that was brought to mind by what I said that you might have heard.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas. It was the video that you was talking about that you collated. That I've certainly not heard of before. That was brought to my attention. Obviously mentioned about the Iron Cross symbols on the craft itself, which is very noted. I certainly have a lot of eyewitness testimonies during the period of hostilities during World War II of many Britons seeing craft which displayed the Iron Cross symbol underneath and on the side of the craft. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. I do have to take this phone call. I do.
Of course, please, by all means.
Just speaking of the Iron Cross, I've actually seen videos, and Sean Ross exposed this, of basically the Swiss basically giving tanks and planes to the Nazis in World War II, so much for them being a neutral state. And all they did was, okay, the Swiss have got the White Cross, and all the Nazis did was just basically paint black around them. So
I don't know if I mean, I know some of your ages, but I remember when I was a child, a big thing was cartoons, and a huge thing was the Masters of the Universe cartoon, and a lot of them had action figures and things like that. And I remember vividly the character He-Man, the main character, having that Iron Cross symbol on his chest at all times, most of the times. And I always had wondered, was there some kind of symbolism that? I mean, he's like this blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic-looking guy. And it just seemed a little bit like indoctrination as children, some of these cartoons as children,
Right. Forgive me, I'm so distracted, but I appreciate what you're saying. I was going to acknowledge, of course, the Swiss were very much allied to the Third Reich throughout the war, just so people understand that. So somebody take over for a few minutes, please, by all means.
Mark, hi. I wanted to say hi to Mark, and then I wanted to know, how is Brendan? Has anyone heard from him?
No, I may give him a call at some point, but I've been overwhelmed with other things for, lately, as people are aware of, just trying to deal with so many things. It was, for instance, that marathon that I participated in far longer than any average transmission the last time I was on. Dealing with the after effects of that even right now. One of the things that, say for instance, if I go into this about Robert F. Kennedy, what he's responsible for, it's sad because Brooke was very much seduced by Robert F. Kennedy, and Robert F. Kennedy is someone that she, it's like, and then she says, I told her we'll have to talk for me to make sense of what you're saying. Says, oh, we won't. I'll resend without autocorrect of one word. It's whatever. I mean, there's no context for me to really take into account half of what she's saying, but it is what it is. But since we're so alienated already, I might as well go all in on just telling people exactly what Robert F. Kennedy was responsible for, because of she was promoting him as some kind of alternative to Joe Biden, and it's just not it's just not viable. It's just so when it comes to the whole situation, it's a dangerous time, and so I do feel obligated in trying to educate people as to some of what's behind some of these potential candidates, simply because of the dangers we faced from so many of them already. All of that aside for a moment, when it came to Masters of the Universe and the Nordic Aryan Superman of the main character figure, I mean, it's just not only that, don't forget the villain was basically Asian. If you might remember, the individual Skeletor was this Asian-looking figure who was somehow married into the family of the white father of He-Man, because they were trying to make peace between the kingdoms. But the kingdom was this technologically advanced Asian race that had landed on their planet. If anyone remembers that. But at the same time, Skeletor was so beloved that he became this kind of, Skeletor saved the kids at Christmas. If you remember that during the Christmas special, it was like he was so beloved by the fans that he was hardly seen as a threat. So it's just what it is. It's a very bizarre series. It's like
sounds like Atlanteans saw stuff that we're on the 6th Atlantean rerun, so to speak, because they tried to do this new world order on and the initial sort of Atlantean sort of thing, and it all went pear-faced. Then we're on the 6th. If you look at all the names of all the different sort of shuttle missions and stuff like that, and you add all those names together, it pretty much tells you what what the agenda is for this particular reset period.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And and again, aside from that, so Mark, what else? Before I go into tearing Robert F. Kennedy apart, which I want to do while Brooke's still awake, it's one of these things. Do you have anything to say at the moment before I do that? Or?
No, please do tear into it. I'd like to hear that.
Okay, yes. So see this, Brooke? He said he wants to hear it. So I do want you to know that disinformation can kill. Okay, you've got a voters' distaste now for the dangerous nut job RFK Jr. is growing, because RFK Jr. had everything to do with a measles outbreak in American Samoa. So it was just hours after the anti-vax Democratic presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. testified before the United States House of Representatives Judiciary Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. On Thursday afternoon of last week, I believe, one of the nation's foremost experts on vaccinations reminded PBS NewsHour's audience that Kennedy was at least partially responsible for a 2018 measles outbreak in American Samoa that left 2 infants dead, no doubt intentionally as part of his satanic sacrifice. Now, the host, Geoff Bennett, kicked off that segment by introducing his guest, Dr. Paul Offit, the OFFIT, the director of the Vaccine Education Center at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and a member of the Food and Drug Administration's Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, and giving a brief synopsis of Kennedy's fringe beliefs. And Bennett began, and my son took down the transcription here. So, RFK Jr. is widely known as an anti-vaccine activist. He has a much larger platform now as he runs for president. He says that many of his views are misunderstood. They're taken out of context. Help us understand what he's been promoting and what the science tells us about it. And Offit elaborated on why Kennedy's contrarianism is so dangerous, replying thusly, and here I quote his T, well, he's been promoting false information about vaccines. He's been promoting the notion that vaccines cause autism, which is clearly not true, or cause a variety of other chronic diseases like diabetes or multiple sclerosis or attention deficit disorder, and that's all not true. So what he does is by putting misinformation out there, he causes people to make bad decisions that put themselves and their entire family at risk. And then Bennett asks, you also point to one episode where he spoke out against the measles vaccine. What was the impact of that? And highlighting how Kennedy's conspiracy theories led to a precipitous plummet in the percentage of the Samoan population receiving inoculations to the highly contagious virus known as measles, Offit recalled, and here I quote his T, at length and verbatim, in Samoa, there were 2 children that died immediately following the receipt of a measles vaccine. And the way it works in Samoa is they have an MMR vaccine in powdered form. This is measles, mumps, rubella. It needs to be diluted in water. 2 nurses made a mistake. Instead of diluting it in water, they diluted it in a muscle relaxant. Those children stopped breathing and died immediately. Now, very quickly, within 2 weeks, it was realized what that mistake was. It was a nursing error, but nonetheless, RFK Jr. seized on that. He flooded Facebook with the information, the misinformation, that the measles vaccine is killing children in Samoa. He went to Samoa personally. He met with anti-vaccine activists. He met with senior officials in Samoa and kept the drumbeat alive that the measles vaccine was killing children in Samoa as a consequence, not the disease. Vaccination rates fell from 70% to 30%. And between September and December of 2019, there was a massive measles epidemic in this island nation of only 200,000 people. There were 57,000 cases of measles and 83 deaths, all caused by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. directly. Most of these deaths were in children less than 4 years of age, all killed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was directly responsible for those murders. And that shows you how disinformation can kill, and that was his objective. This from a Dr. Offit putting his reputation on the line against one of the wealthiest politicians on earth. Now, Kennedy's connection to the Samoan measles mass murder was previously chronicled in a 2019 article by the Washington Post. Now, I read from that article now, which I've called up online. Kennedy visited the country in June, appearing next to officials at Samoan independence celebrations. His visit was for a program that is not government-related. An official in the Prime Minister's department told Samoan news media at the time. In other words, Kennedy went there personally so he could claim that this was not related to the government. In other words, his personal objective was to go there to make certain people died. Now, in terms of what this article says, to quote from this article, Kennedy has asserted that vaccines cause autism, a claim disproved by extensive research. Members of the Kennedy family have publicly criticized him for helping spread dangerous misinformation. His own family. The World Health Organization estimated that in 2018, only 31% of infants in Samoa received the measles vaccine, a drop from 60 to 70% in the previous years. The World Health Organization, the WHO, the WHO, attributed the extremely low rate in part to a public health scandal last year 12 infants in Samoa died within hours of receiving the MMR, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. The country temporarily halted its vaccine program, but the vaccine did not cause the deaths. 12 nurses improperly mixed the vaccines with a liquid muscle relaxant instead of water. The pair they were both sentenced to 5 years in prison each for manslaughter. Of course, Kennedy should be sentenced to 500 years in prison for the hundreds of kids he killed. What happened in Samoa wasn't a unique occurrence either. A measles outbreak there in April of 2023 forced Governor Limanu P.S. The Maug, I don't even know what the fucker's title initials even stand for. But Maug issued an emergency declaration that lasted through the end of May that year. ABC News reported at the time that more than 32 people had been infected. The outlet referenced the events of 2019, when, in American Samoa, there were 12 measles cases and no deaths reported. However, in the nation of Samoa, there were more than 5,700 cases and 83 deaths reported, most occurring in children under 5 years old. All RFK Jr.'s objective was to go there and kill children, and he killed at least almost 100 of them. So this brings us to RFK Jr.'s big tell. You've got this son of the former Attorney General of the United States, Robert F. Kennedy, and the nephew of the former U.S. President, John F. Kennedy, attending a private dinner recently, and his remarks were caught on camera. He was apparently speaking extemporaneously about bioweapons for some reason at a dinner, no less. I mean, real table talk, right? I mean, really good for the appetite around you. And he veered off into COVID territory. Now, he referenced certain differences in the ACE2 docking site due to gene variation, and he linked these to 4 specific groups. Caucasians and blacks were targeted by the virus. And by the way, I got this from Ian West. And of course, like most things I get from Ian West, I said, oh, this is total bullshit you got off. It can't be true. This can't be true. I totally dismissed it. But then I followed up and, no, it's fucking true. This fucker really said Caucasians and blacks were targeted by the virus most, while Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese persons were largely spared. In this way, he designated some groups as beneficiaries and others as victims. Now, he situated these claims against a backdrop that SARS-CoV-2 was cooked up deliberately, bioweapons after all, they're all intentionally and supposedly intelligently made. Every single one of RFK Jr.'s insinuations was insidious, to say the least. Now, basically, to quote Kennedy himself. Now, let me see if she's saying. Yes, okay. Now, anyhow, let me see. Okay, here we are. Okay, hopefully she still goes with the call tomorrow, but I've got to break apart this hold on her head of this RFK Jr. guy because it's just too dangerous to leave between someone's ears. It's just too dangerous to leave in someone's head. RFK Jr.'s quote is long. It's about 2 paragraphs. My son transcribed it. I'm going to read it. We have people who've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. Ethnically targeted microbes! You can train a germ to sniff out someone's race. Really? The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. The races that are most immune to COVID-19 because of the structure of the genetic structure, the genetic differentials among different races of the receptors, the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. Now, we don't know if it was deliberately targeted or not, but there are papers out there that show, that the racial and ethnic differential impact to that. We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing bioweapons. and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all those labs in the Ukraine are out there collecting Russian DNA. So he's saying the poor Russians are the victims who are attacking Ukraine to prevent the Ukrainians from racially exterminating them through these bioweapons. And yet somehow their Russian allies, their sponsors really, the Chinese, are immune. This is so offensive, it's beyond the response. But after days of this utterance, burbling in the news, BBC.com was able to track down which NIH study RFK Jr. supposedly was referencing. He'd given no identifying information when he spouted this theory, but pointed to it in a statement he released after the video was made public. So, this is the study. I am going to put the link in the chat. So, I will put it in the chat for our live stream. And I will put it, of course, in the chat for our Skype. So, this is it, and I hope everybody takes a look at it. Of course, if you're not scientifically trained, you won't be able to make anything of it, but c'est la vie. Now for our call here, let me go on to the call, and I will put this in the text box here. And let me see if I can get that separated enough. Here we go. All right, so that is for people to look at. This is what he is sourcing and basically misquoting violently. So as David Pachman and a number of other researchers into this for BBC pointed out, the percentages of each demographic category specified are so small as to not be statistically significant in terms of real-world effects. These allele frequencies, as they're called, occurred anywhere from 0.003% to 0.01% in the populations noted. And also, the authors of the study note, and here is a quote from the authors, "We found that the distribution of deleterious variants in ACE2 differs among 9 populations in NOM-AD variant 3, specifically 39%, 24 to 61, or 24/61, and 54%, 33/61 of deleterious variants in ACE2 occur in African/African American, that in parentheses is acronymous as AFR in their study, and non-Finnish European, acronymous as EUR in their study populations, respectively." Now, those large percentage numbers, those relate to a very small band of genes in 3 databases that had been extracted and crunched for comparison. The numbers do not show that 39 and 54% of those populations have the polymorphisms noted. They show that of the 61 genes identified in this cross comparison, those were the percentages of the very small band of genes they had identified and that they were scattered in the populations noted. Those double-digit percentages do not refer to populations on the ground. 24 polymorphisms out of 61 identified by the database does not suddenly mean that approximately 4 out of 10 of that corresponding demographic have the gene variant. These are apples to oranges, and we want apples to apples. But I want to point to one of the categories that RFK Jr. got all wrong. He had said that the Asian demographic was unusually shielded from the disease. In actuality, this study refers not to Asians, but to Amish. A-M-I-S-H. He had said that the Asian demographic was unusually shielded from the disease. In actuality, the study refers to the Amish. And what it says is, specifically...
What the fuck?
Yes. Prevalence of deleterious variants identified using this analysis among Latino/admixed American, parentheses, acronymous as AMR, East Asian, parentheses, acronymous as EAS, Finnish, parentheses, acronymous as FIN, and South Asian, parentheses, acronymous as SAS, populations is 2 to 10%, while Amish, acronymous as AMI, and Ashkenazi Jewish, acronymous as ASJ, populations do not appear to carry such variants in ACE2 coding regions. Now, I don't know about you, but the idea of Amish people being identified in such a way makes my ears perk up, if only because I find it rare to hear of the Amish as a population reservoir for any broad scientific study. That rarity makes the information stick out. So it's curious why the info wasn't top of mind when RFK Jr. decided to lay out his recollection of these findings. Why didn't RFK Jr. bring up the Amish? Because no one in their right mind would think of the Amish as a separate race. To bring up the Amish would go against his project, his narrative of genetically determined, race-specific bioweapons developed in Ukraine, which defends the Russians in their invasion thereof. So he's working for the Russians. And so, regards the Amish, he simply disappears them, as he would if he were president. Exterminate them all. The inclusion of the Amish would also render his point unintelligible, because on the one hand, you'd have Caucasians being targeted, especially, but on the other, have this other population segment readily considered white. They don't interbreed, people, with other races. They might inbreed a lot, but they sure as hell don't interbreed. And yet, as white as they are, I mean, they're the whitest people you've ever fucking seen. They're the most immune of us all! Thus, his conjecture disintegrates into pure nonsense. Now, black genes, white genes, you know, he didn't know which horse was taller, the black one or the white one, until he finally measured one and found the white one was 2 hands taller than the black one. Now, the very idea of the Amish being either specifically saved or susceptible puts the lie to RFK Jr.'s entire framework. The whole spiel being he's trying to weave here. He means to revive the concept of scientific racism. Now, RFK Jr.'s foray into epidemiology and bioweapon systems satisfies the QAnon fringe following that he's cultivating. But he should not be taken seriously by the rest of us. To be clear, taking him seriously includes deconstructing RFK Jr.'s COVID stats one by one, which some have already ably done. That would be so technical, there's no point in my even beginning. He deserves none of that goodwill, no benefit of the doubt. He's a shit stirrer, and he should be treated as one. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s 2024 White House bid was always a long shot, but the more voters get to know the anti-vax conspiracy theorists, the less they like him. The Kennedy conundrum came to a head on Thursday of last week when, despite warnings that it would backfire, the 69-year-old environmental lawyer accepted Republicans' invitation to testify before the United States House of Representatives Judiciary Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. I can't even believe that title. Now, the spectacle was impossible to separate from the conservative media's own effort to play up Kennedy's campaign. Fox News has devoted extensive attention to Kennedy on the air and its website, publishing more than 80 articles and videos about him since his campaign launch in April. The impacts of Kennedy's fringe platform are evident in the latest rounds of polling, including those that were conducted prior to Kennedy's congressional appearance. Quinnipiac University released a poll Wednesday showing Republicans continue to like Kennedy by more than a 2-to-1 margin, in fact. But among Democrats, Kennedy's image was more than a 2-to-1 negative. While 21% had a favorable opinion, 47% had an unfavorable one. That's 26 points underwater. Up from 15 points underwater a month ago, I'll admit, but still shit. Now, a new poll out of New Hampshire is even worse for Kennedy. The University of New Hampshire Survey Center in April showed him 22 points underwater among likely Democratic primary voters. Its latest poll now shows him 60 points underwater. UNH also found that just 9% had a favorable opinion of Kennedy, compared with 69% who had an unfavorable one. The survey also asked people to use one word to describe Kennedy, and the most popular words were crazy, dangerous, insane, nutjob, conspiracy, and crackpot. We can only conclude that these are not the numbers of someone who is seriously competing for the nomination. So, yes, this is my answer to Brooke Gibson saying we've got to vote for Kennedy for the Democratic nomination. This is my answer so that she understands it's a no. I couldn't get that out if she were here because she would scream over me or use her feminine wiles to basically addle our minds. Well, other parts of our body, really, because, but I hope I've cured her of this individual's seductive powers. He this is just, he's just awful. He's just a Satanist, another baby slaying Satanist, and that's all he ever will be. There you go. I mean, back to conversation with the roundtable for a little bit while I gather myself and get ready for a more sedate monologue. Honestly, something like that.
Wow. That was very informative.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And honestly, I'm just that alone, something like that, the emotion that goes into that wipes me out because I'm impacting someone directly that I know, and she'll take it as an attack. Yes, and
Douglas, I think that's a great example from your perspective of how listen. I'm a big advocate of free speech. I'm sure a lot of you are as well, but we all know that certain speech can be dangerous. That's just the facts, and you've made a great point where in that case it happened. If you're giving out this kind of information to people, and especially maybe a population of people that may be extremely susceptible to this type of propaganda, this type of
not to mention that kind of disease, but go on.
Absolutely, exactly. I mean, it just kind of blows my mind. So I think if anybody, I don't think most people probably don't know that about him. I can probably bet on that one.
And
so that's pretty good.
Again, question. Yeah. So go on.
It's he's betting on the name to get him by.
Yes.
And being a Russian asset. Oh, I'm so tired of like the redacted Clay Morris and his wife. I like them, but when they're overzealous to pinpoint or go rah and making sure that the fucking Russian narrative that they need to bring forth has to come out, and same with Kennedy here. So I wonder, with such an affiliation with the family and the name, when has this sort of seeped into the Kennedy family as far as Russia?
It must have been recent, probably with him. I would say it probably started with him. He was hobnobbing with all these libertarians, and the libertarians were really subverted really early. They were just always open to it. It was crazy. And when you had Rand Paul and Ron Paul, Kennedy began to veer into that direction, and he began to take up this kind of stance with them, and at some point was corrupted. It's that definitely, this is why, obviously, if anyone's a Democrat and they find this guy supported by the Republicans so heavily, they should be suspect. And again, I've tried to point out to people, every once in a while we'll get people on here and they come up with this, oh, it's both parties, they're all the same, they're ultimately corrupted. Certainly the Democratic Party has corruption. Certainly it has failings. Certainly there's all kinds of things wrong with it. But there's a difference, a fundamental difference in its failings compared to that of the Republicans, which are very much... people have heard me go into it for hours, and so if I probably won't reach it tonight, but if I get into the point where I do, it'll be, I could specify it again. Maybe that's what I should dedicate tonight's transmission to, because I've been trying to concentrate on getting back to France and the threat that the right wing represents in France, because that kind of politics could ultimately come to the United States or help to reinforce the right wing in the United States, but could also just start by talking about the United States. It's certainly we're dealing with a direct threat here when it comes to this kind of republicanism. It's a republicanism that is ideologically connected to conspiracy and trying to defend Russia or rationalize its atrocities. It was so bizarre. I mean, even though I could go into it in depth, I don't think it's really all that, shall we say, immediate to the audience as to the Wagner rebellion, because it was such a chicken shit 24-hour rebellion where this guy could have marched on Moscow. He could have taken Moscow. And then he just chickened out and keeled over and rolled up into a ball, and then we're still stuck. Not that he could have saved Moscow, but he could have overthrown the Putin regime. I mean, there's all kinds of analysis that begs going into as to why this happened, but is it all that relevant to the majority of Americans? Not immediately. Not immediately. Whereas immediately what Americans need to understand is that we've got the fact that the Wagner mutiny was a preview of Russia's post-Putin civil war. That is coming. And of course we've got the same thing coming here. We've got an America that's going to be unable to deal with the coming civil war because our military just hasn't been able to deal with any civil war. Historically, or even when it came to Iraq, which was a civil war, or Afghanistan, which was a civil war. We saw how the U.S. military performed in those conflicts, and it performed execrably, meaning miserably. So what I tried to tell, of course, I don't know if Peter ever got the message, but I know that Brooke did. I was telling her about the Kovalchuk twins. And the Kovalchuk twins, basically, one of them has been sleeping with Putin. Throughout the COVID crisis, Putin was basically sleeping with a guy who was his intermediary between him and the rest of the fucking world. And that was basically Yuri Kovalchuk. And his twin brother, Mikhail Kovalchuk, was the guy who was pushing a lot of this anti-gay bullshit that Putin has taken and run with and says is the real reason for his war against the Ukraine. Literally saying that, if we don't fight this war, the West is going to turn us gay. It's the insanity that is really bought into by a lot of the Russian people themselves. This is an ideology that most Americans are not even aware of, and they really need to be educated about, is when they wonder, like, for instance, how are the Russian people see this war? The Russian people literally see this war as, oh, well, if we don't win this war in Ukraine, the West is going to come over and make all our boys gay. That's how they see it. So this is the insanity that we're dealing with. By the way, if you want to get into real insanity, there was, you can look this up. Let's enter the words American attempt to create a gay bomb. To create a gay bomb. Yeah.
A gene they're going to breathe in or attach to their body or orifice or something.
Yeah, there we are. Wikipedia, bigger than shit. Wikipedia comes up with a gay bomb. Gay bomb, the informal name for a non-lethal psychochemical weapon that the United States Air Force Research Laboratory speculated about creating. Theories involve discharging sex pheromones over enemy forces in order to make them sexually attracted to each other. This is where your tax dollars go, people. This is like shit like this, and you wonder why the Russians are scared. And
like,
what's that?
It's like U.S. voodoo.
Yes, that's right. I mean, here we are, 1994. The U.S. military building a gay bomb. There we are. It's just, where can you go from here? That and the psychic teleportation. How could I forget? That's what brings us to Andrew Basiago and Penny Bradley and shit. Actually unfair about Penny Bradley. She was into other trips, but yeah, who was the other psychic teleportation guy? It's just basically Andrew Basiago and a few others. I don't remember their names. Maybe her too, after all, I guess.
Grandma?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, they're all they all got something. I like this one. There's one article here that the U.S. military has a long and storied history with homosexuality, but it culminates in the 1994 project that sought to weaponize fabulousness.
Thanks, Oprah.
Yes.
Fabulous.
And yes, the proposal requested $7.5 million United States dollars for research, developing a scent or pheromone weapon that could be dropped. A spray, a halitosis bomb, and a gay bomb. Informal names for theoretical non-lethal chemical weapons. Yeah, that's just incredible. Literally, this is like, the Pentagon was at least planning to make love, not war, for once. The hippies should have been happy. All right. All the fun that could be had with that, but just so people understand here, if there's any second attempt at a putsch in Russia, not necessarily by the same force, but quite probably by another force, I can guarantee you it will happen within 3 to 6 months. But you'll know that things are really serious when Putin's political police declare the next putsch, the next attempt at a coup d'etat, the man who tries to carry it out, they'll probably declare him to be gay. Because homophobia is part of Putin's war plan to relocate to these United States, as Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev did, only not as an asylum seeker or an asylum-seeking defector like Gorbachev, but as a conqueror ruling over an insurgent red states-ruled reactionary republic. You see, Trump, Putin, and the Russo collaborationist red states Republican Party plan to rig the 2024 election, and anti-gay propaganda has been part of Russia's strategy to subvert the West via the Ukraine from the start. So I'll go into the details of that probably tonight. I'm like obligated at this point, but before that, want to take advantage of everyone being here to talk a little bit, and of course the fact that I can't resist this, the fact that Brooke is not here, so we could talk a little bit without shouting over each other. So might as well bring up, in essence, with everything that happened recently, there must be something else, the UFOs, UAPs. What did you know about this congressional meeting about that today, Mark?
So what I know is honestly what I told you I follow Uri Geller on his Instagram. So he does post stuff literally every day about, exactly that, UAPs, and he repeats the alien thing, aliens. So what they just came out today or recently saying that they acknowledge and they're trying to get the U.S. government or the Pentagon to reveal that they've been hiding something. Is that correct, Douglas?
Something like that. Yeah, that's the generality of it. And but these are all military men they brought forth, and these military.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think they were intelligence officers, if I'm not.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, insider intelligence officers. that are. It sounds like they want to become public if they're not already public informants. It seems like they really want.
But you understand that that's like the Soviet Union's controlled dissident, right?
No, I didn't understand that. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
First off, if these are military officers, what are they going to do? They're going to, like, give up their career, give up their security clearance, and basically betray the trust of their government that they've sworn to defend, so they could inform the public what they informed them of, which was nothing.
That's a good point. That's a good. So actually, that's a great point, and it's interesting. That's what I'm so confused by the Uri Geller thing, because that's one of the points that he makes as well. And so he's not really directly giving his quote-unquote opinion. He's just acknowledging he knows something's going on. And basically his point was that he's asking, why is this happening now? Why is this happening now? So I think he was questioning the legitimacy of that as well, or at least questioning why it's happening right now. Why are they coming forth now?
So just out of curiosity, I'm not making fun of you, and God knows Brooke will take my attacks on RFK Jr. as an attack on her personally, and she was pushing him, and I do want to kind of quote unquote rescue her from that, and I'm sure that sounds abysmal to her and something totally repulsive to her. She probably takes that as an attack on her as opposed to some kind of rescue, but without that kind of attitude in your case at all. What was it? Just sentimentality from a kid because you knew of this guy since you were a kid? Why are you listening to Uri Geller? Is it some morbid entertainment? Is it like?
So it's kind of I really can't. I find the dude kind of fascinating. Like partially because I did say I've read one of his books, his first books he read when I was younger. So yeah. I think that sort of resonated with me. And like I had mentioned in the last show that I've had interactions with the guy. So basically that combined with just I haven't even thought about the dude in so long until you actually mentioned something I think like a year ago.
Right.
And you guys were kind of ragging on him a little bit.
Well, that's irresistible.
No. I mean, even now I watch it, Douglas. It's one of those things. It's like you just can't help it to look at it. You're cringing the whole entire time, but you can't help but watch it. And I think that's where I was at. And then honestly, when you mentioned it that time, that's when I started looking at it again. And I'm like, oh Jesus, let's see what he's up to, And it's out of just like honestly pure fascination and sort of what I've encountered with him in the past. I just find him just a weird, fascinating dude, That's pretty much it.
Yeah, and that's understandable, and it's and I know you met him a few times, and he was probably nice, and we tend to remember people who are nice to us, and we want the best for them because they were nice to us, it's like when. I heard from people who had met Rand Paul and said Ron Paul was the father. It was Ron Paul was the father, and and just so the Nemo put the Gin and Human Sickness in there. Oh, Nemo's with us. I mean, why doesn't he jump on the call? He can jump on the call if he wants, and basically, if I get started tonight, because if I talk about domestic politics, America's a convoluted place. We've got the whole Asian phenomena here, the gay phenomenon, all of this targeted by the reactionaries. It kind of has to conflate both their histories, really. But when it comes to the situation at hand, I would normally want to preface it with the potential for civil war in Russia, but then again, it's also one of those things that's not necessarily as applicable to the American situation as in the immediate sense. It's one of those things that, of course, a lot of what I say in terms of how I go from one subject to the other and then have to connect them. This is what our man, Mr. Stephen in Australia himself was trying to do. And of course, it can be very challenging. It's one of those things that's challenging. I mean, by the way, Stephen, why the 1-2 funk? So what does that symbolize? What does that represent? There he is. If he's able to talk, he turned on his mic. We know that. And so our man, Mr. Nemo Albano, says he's got to eat and have a shower. So that's nice.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just here. I just had a quick nature call.
Okay. Yeah. And why the 1-2 funk? What does that represent?
That's just basically when I first started Skype. It was just basically just another musical identity thing. And yeah, it's just I had a phone number that was actually like 1 to funk, you know, in the actual numbers when you numerically sort of change it all up. And yeah, just when I started Skype, username, I don't know, 1 to funk, that'll do. And I've never changed it. It's been like that for about 20 years, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of anything else, were you ever involved with music professionally, like Ian West? Just curious.
Oh, absolutely. I've played with, like, a session player, sound engineer, producer, played in quite a number of bands here and stuff like that. And I just quit the whole sort of thing. Like, I was playing with a lot of musicians, you know, like all the best musicians in town, and also I had a gig back from 94 to 96, which was called the Urban Funk Collective. And basically I used to choose different musicians from different bands all the time and put them all together, and we used to have a big improvised funk sort of situation that basically blended all musical styles through funk. And basically speaking, it got quite a big reputation and a bit of a sort of a cult following, and all the international bands, when they used to come and play through town, from Faith No More to Chili Peppers and stuff like that, they all used to drop into the Jamiroquai, they all used to drop into the gig and either watch and get up and play and all that sort of thing. That's almost just under 30 years ago now, I guess. And I was always into original music and doing independent bands and stuff like that, although I still had to earn a living and, you know, still played certain cover situations and sessions and that. But I just saw the writing on the wall in the music industry and how they were closing it all down. And it's a big developer town here, and they've taken all the fun out of everything. And, you know, there's barely anywhere to play anymore. And I just couldn't see myself keep on playing it. And I just thought, stuff this. I'm just going to have all the time and energy to myself. I ended up on a disability support pension, and all I did was just study and research and interview people and talk to insiders and basically make sense of what happened to me when I was younger. And then when basically I met Attila Flink in 2008 until he died in 2016, his information just triggered so much stuff inside me, early childhood stuff and even past life stuff with the whole Mudger affinity thing, until I worked out I was actually Mudger royal bloodline. And basically speaking, with the music industry, I just thought, well, unless your music is basically, you know, in line with what the Satanists want for their agenda, they're not going to publicise and promote what you do. And like, I've got lots of CDs I've recorded here in my home studio that still haven't even released because there's almost like no point, you know. And I got to the point where I don't like 440 hertz music much at all. The tuning, it really sort of annoys my sort of hearing after a while. And 432 hertz is actually better, but it's actually 433 should be the ideal tuning, or 442, because that adds up numerology to 10, and you get the equal masculine being the line and 0 being the feminine, all in the one musical tone. And you need to basically tune all the 12 tones to that, and that's when you do get the perfect tuning.
Well, that's okay. that's thank you. That's very complex. Kind of. Yeah. Go on.
Well, masculine and feminine in organic nature is the line in the circle, but it's always equalised in curves. Okay. And so when you look at an organic non-hybrid tree or plant, there's never a perfect straight line, and there's never a perfect symmetrical circle. That comes down to symmetrical circles is compass sort of, from, the square and compass dealers, so it's like, and that's how organic nature works. And the thing is, see, all the religions, Hindu, I've meant to say this before, Hindu and Buddhism are all sound coded to Kabbalah, okay? All of these franchises. And this is a bit deep, and very under the radar for most sort of people, unless you're sort of studying, sort of music, because music's the highest of all the sciences, of mathematics, and everything else comes off. And you've got magnetism alongside of that, and also language, because all life is in language. And so you've got to have those three at the top. And once you've got those three down, you pretty much got a core understanding or comprehension of all life.
Okay. So, Viviana, join us here. Viviana, you must have something to say.
I think that it's very amazing that vibrations come into the play. So that's very interesting how you can also program the level of, what you want in your music. So what are you intentionally doing when you're tuning things into that level as well? Are we breaking some kind of code by defining what they are saying is the love rhythm or whatever? Because that goes against, I think, what we define as the love code. Or the megahertz, whatever, with the code. Anyway, he's talking about the vibration and the patterns and how that makes you feel. And I was wondering about intention, like, again, going back to intention with what Douglas was saying with Aquino, how that was evident irregardless of how intelligent he was, and how, I guess, because of his intention being spotted ahead of time, and then that kind of making everything fall apart, or like go back into his face in a sense. In that, I liked when you said it went back to intention, because I think that's in everything, especially when you are pouring into things in your artistry or your music or your work or your passion. And I think people feel that in the darkness.
Great.
So.
Yes,
So my spiel.
No, that was wonderful. And by the way, I want you to know that our man probably won't be able to answer because he somehow got dropped out of the call. I did not drop him. He tried to call back in, but honestly, there's no point in my actually bringing him back on the call because I will have to go into a monologue sometime soon. And I figured that what you've said is kind of definitive, and this way we can ultimately transition into monologue smoother without, yeah, and I'll bring him back again. He'll be back on again. So I'm sorry, honey, continue for a little while.
No, I'm sorry. I said intentionally we're moving into monologue.
Thank
you, everyone.
Say that again, honey? I'm sorry.
I said intentionally we will be moving into the monologue. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Oh, you're so cute. You're so adorable. I mean, that's almost professional. Yes, see? You're such a wonderful co-hostess. Yeah, it's, honestly, you know exactly what I'm thinking. It'd be nice if Brooke could be one and maintain a sense of humor instead of always going on this attack mode. That, like I asked her when she was on here, where does that come from? I mean, Mark was lucky enough to miss being part of that. He came on afterwards. And so it's like, but apparently you were able to hear some of it, like you reviewed it yourself, right, honey? Everything that kind of happened? Everything that went down? You said? Not that we want, no, we don't need to go back there. But,
transmission.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I woke up with it.
Oh, wow.
I was like, oh shit, they're fighting.
Yes. Oh, and it's so sad. I mean, yeah, why? We shouldn't be. We shouldn't be. And it's not. Okay, so what I'll try and do is get my head out of my ass, breathe deeply, go into monologue. Before we do that, let's see the call again, because this is something that I do want our man Mark to speak a little bit more. So Mark, when you're any stories from work that you'd care to share without whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yeah, Doug. It's funny because I actually thought about you today when it happened.
Okay.
I was like, oh, this is actually going to be good. Just kind of quickly. It's
Take your time.
basically just
No need to be quick. Take your time. Go on.
Yeah, it's another kind of like fixture type story. It's just for a different type of person, an individual, and it's actually it's tough because everyone's situation is different, but it's a sort of the same situation. Got someone like charging up to people and just demanding things, and I need this, and just being kind of really, really kind of desperate, and like not caring about how they're presenting themselves in front of everybody. And so it got to, yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, it breaks my heart inside. I'm being 100% professional, but it gets to a point where you're like, dude, are you serious? Like, come on, man. Like, this is ridiculous. So, it got to a point where the person was getting like, just really just obnoxious. And the same thing, it's one of those things where I had to do something, because of the amount of time and effort. And to be honest, it's not that I'm doing like such a crafty work. It's just that I understand my role, and my role is basically an intermediary for people that have spending potential. So you have people that are really, really cranking up and spending a lot, but for whatever reason they kind of fall short for certain things. So I kind of pick up the pieces and I sort of bridge that gap, and I connect them to the right spot. And the same thing happened today, where an extremely furious in your face person ready to fight you just totally turn it around and sort of like made their day, so much so that they ended up like coming back and like basically trying to hang out, and that's basically what it comes down to, is like a lot of these people, they do have this type of gambling issue, they do have this problem, but they just really want a friend, and that's it's kind of heartbreaking, you know what I mean? It's like not everyone's loaded with friends, but they just want someone to talk to, man. Yes. They really just kind of like want someone to just listen to them, and they not only just talk to them and listen, but to relate to them. If you relate to people, it's a game changer. They'll look at you totally different. It changes their it changes their outlook on the rest of the day and the rest of the week, whatever it might be. And I don't like to see people look like idiots. Yeah. If I could prevent them from looking ridiculous and embarrassing themselves, then I've done my job. And that's basically what had happened, is that the person, this person came back, and I hoped to bring some more pride to them, so they could feel a little more pride,
or return a sense of self-respect, so they could respect others.
Yes. Some sense of yeah, exactly. Absolutely, restorement of that, absolutely. But it's. I think today was a little more easier, just because I think I'm, just recently, it's kind of just happening now, and I accept it more, and it's like, it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal, and I think that's a very important thing to remember when you're trying to help people. That's the biggest thing, I think, is it isn't anything personal. So if you can look past that, you can really make some effects in people, make some ripples in people's lives, I think. So it was interesting. It's an interesting fixture story for today, but I definitely wanted to to add that, because that's the first thing as it was happening. I'm saying, this is a fixture story happening right now.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
That's amazing. And I'm so proud of you that you carried that out. Really, it's you're incredible, and you're really living up to the reputation that we've given you. And that's good. That's good. I mean, there's people who can't. Sometimes we have people, who have been on this program who have been supposedly doing something, and then like truck driving. I gotta specify that, because otherwise Brooke would think I'm talking about her again, because she takes everything I say as an attack on her, and we want to avoid that conclusion being drawn. But it's definitely, some people have said there's something, and they're just not living up to that. They're not engaging in that professionally, really. But you, on the other hand, you truly are doing something unique. This is like you're in a position where people are already stressed out because they're supposed to be enjoying themselves, but they're enjoying themselves in the most stressful possible manner.
Right, absolutely. And it's almost a little bit like I at this point I kind of view it as a symbiotic relationship, because I mean, at first it's off-put. Obviously, it's off-putting to have to observe and to be exposed to people like this. But at this point, it's sort of symbiotic, because this is my job, and unfortunately, your job is to gamble. And we're sort of like playing the same game here. You're like, I understand you got to do what you have to do, and I'm just trying to make it. I'm gonna try. I mean, for me, it's like I'm gonna try to make their as most pleasant as possible. So
yeah. By the way, I kept thinking that a lot of this noise was coming from Mr. 1-2 Funk himself, who got back on the call. It is coming from him. It is coming from him. You got back on the call. Holy shit. That's yes, and so
I seriously got booted off midway in stream then, and the information I was delivering, I felt was it's something that the powers that sort of reckon they are, they don't want people to know, that sort of stuff. It's technical information that I was getting into, and I guess unless you know much about musical tuning and ever had a rave into that sort of stuff before, Douglas?
Yeah, dude, I'm deaf in my right ear. I'm as atonal as they come. I'm the last person to know about musical tuning. But by all means, if there was something else you wanted to express about that, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. See, what was it? I think it was through the Nazis or something like that. I think it was a Rockefeller thing that it goes back to. They changed the tuning of music to 440 hertz. And if you have a look at the cymatics, like the visual diagrams for the actual each sort of note, it's a really squashed sort of flanged and flammed sort of cymatic. Like when you play music tones, say on a speaker, and you put sand on top of the speaker and you play a certain pitch through it, it'll make a cymatic pattern. Have you ever seen that?
Okay. Well, dude, it's too technical for me.
Yeah.
I'll take what you say on, at its face value. It sounds about right. I mean, Viviana seems a little more sophisticated about this. Viv, this ring any bells with you, to use a pun?
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Just
honey, did you fall asleep?
listening.
Okay.
I thought intentionally moving into the monologue.
Okay.
And now we're back.
Well, I'll have to move into monologue. Yes. So I will have to move into monologue now. And
just quickly, you can control people once you understand sound frequencies, and especially ELF low frequencies and stuff like that. You can control people subversively. It's like the word alchemy, It's what I was saying before. It basically means spying from below, okay? Because the astral is actually from below, and they've inverted things for people to think, okay, well, the astral is all above us and stuff like that. No. So I just thought I'd add that, yeah.
Oh, can I ask, do you think they take it by force when they do that, therefore they sort of embark against a certain principle?
Okay.
Sorry.
When they get judgy, like when they start judging you and shit. And really, they should be in the shadow, minding their fucking own business.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. See, what they do to, like, see, all sort of Illuminati released sort of music, they attach sound frequencies to it, and they do seances on the actual sort of master recordings and stuff to mind control people. It's very sophisticated stuff, but it's very easy. And they put what's called like frequency fences on people like myself, like through the V2K satellite. Next time I sort of have a chat with you, I'll bring some diagrams and stuff like that that will sort of allay easy sort of explanation. And literally, they put frequency fences on me so I can't access my centre. And so it just makes me dig deeper into my centre because I'm constantly accessing the sun and the inner sun for my protection and also to basically get knowledge. And so they don't like that. And to me, it just gives me validation of what I'm doing, even though what I'm doing is of a very ancient knowing that not many people know today. And you're talking about taking risks before. You've got to take risks. You've got to find out, otherwise you just won't know through your own experience. There's only so much intellectualism is going to teach you.
Yeah. So I like in the beginning how you were discussing that in nature we find our essence, therefore that's our identity. Is that?
Yes. Like say for instance, the Mudger fellow, Izu, his name was, that the whole Jesus thing was based on, the Jesus franchise. You know, you got a black Jesus, a white Jesus, the whole charade going on. Now, Izu actually means burning, okay? And what that's referring to is the actual burning itself, the burning process of the creation flame that comes up from your soul and your gut, okay? And when you mix the red with the blue, the red is the fire, being masculine, and the blue, and we're talking about, see, this is what the original Mudger Buddha did as well. He connected himself consciously through the primary elements, you know, your fire, the water, the air, and the land. And it's like, and you can do those things consciously, and that's what I do. I avoid all the secondary elemental stuff and the secondary shapes when you square the circle. And what they did was, they took the original medicine wheel, which is like a circle with a cross through it, and then they just joined the dots to make the square. You know, it's kindergarten sort of building blocks, you know, with sharp edges and stuff like that. And you know, it's like, it's pathetic, really, when you come down to it. So I avoid all of that stuff, and I also avoid that stuff in my dietary intake and stuff like that. And I can talk a lot about that because I've had to heal my body quite a few times. And I've healed my body from all the black magic stuff done to me as a child and all these experiments and SRA sort of stuff they did to me. And I spent 13 years, you know, on a precipice. Like, my body was shifting around and twisting and stuff like that. And it took me until 2021 to work out the original magnetic medicine wheels. We've got 21 of them in our body that you can feel, you can attract and repel magnetism through your body through all of these magnetic medicine wheels. And it's the existing ancient system that we all got in our body before they gave us the chakra overlay.
Okay.
And you can heal your body with this magnetic system, but you have to operate it from the main sort of engine starter, which is in your gut. So you just activate things from your gut instead of your third eye, and you make your third eye. You make that the student of your all-knowing soul, which is in your gut. Okay, and they've spent quite a long time taking our focus from the gut, which is our instinct and knowing of all nature that interconnects us to all nature through the primary elements. And basically they've put our focus up to the brain, okay? And they've just made it brain, you know? And it's just like, well, the brain's not a sense. And if you're stuck in your brain, that's where they can get you with fear, okay? And if you sort of operate from your gut, And a lot of autistic people just naturally operate from their gut, and they're very, very talented. And, you know, there's autistic people that can express themselves. You've got to work at it. And there's autistic people that can't. I don't like the term autistic. You know, they make it like it's a bad sort of thing, but it's our original way of being is what I've found through my investigations and experience.
That's certainly one way of looking at it. Yes, so I'll take over at this point. I want to wish all of you a good night, and everyone wish good night to our listeners. Of course, I welcome Viviana in particular to stay aboard and kind of go to sleep if she wishes, but be there just to kind of hold tether to the call if she likes. If not, don't worry about it. If that burns out the cell on your phone, or if you're listening from a computer and it's just not possible, I can easily continue stream. But it's always easier to maintain some handle on the quality of audio when I have a call to tether to. If I'm going to do it particularly on stream, I'll need everybody in the chat to participate, and we have a large number of listeners. I do want to congratulate Mr. Stephen in Australia for helping us maintain the numbers, and I credit you all for that. All of you have made this possible. And so by all means, Viviana, first say good day to everyone, because it's morning now. Say good morning to everyone before I take over.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Douglas.
For all your time and effort. And definitely do come back, Sir Stephen. It was lovely to meet you. I am so more intrigued to know more of your testimony at another time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your listening and allowing me the space to sort of share all this information. And there's some information that's probably new and different that I've presented to the table here. And I've really had a good time just sitting back and listening to what everyone has had to say as well. And, you know, because I am a keen observer, I tend to sort of sit around and listen a lot before I tend to sort of make a lot of input. But yeah, it's been a really great time, and thank you so much, Douglas, you know, on short notice for, you know, inviting me through to this chat and, you know, interconnect in the way that we have today.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And okay, Mark H., by all means, a little soliloquy from you would be appreciated.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure. You know, it's really the best show on earth, and so it's always a good feeling to know, and it's exciting actually to know that you could still come on and talk and or at least listen. So thank you so much, Douglas and Viv. Always a pleasure. Gentlemen, I bid you adieu, and I will talk to all of you next show.
Great.
Have a great day.
Thank you
Have
so
a good
much.
one, Mark.
Take care now.
And so Nemo Albano has joined us. Blessings, Mark. So Nemo, what I'd like you to do is, it's best if you could do this. You could hang with me and interject if you feel you have something constructive to say, and certainly what is there anything particular that comes to your mind right now that you'd like to share with us? Like, how was your day? I hope it went well.
I just had a long ass sleep. I was on call all last early morning with Ian watching live stream on that national security shit about the UFOs and crap.
Uh-huh.
And all that, yeah.
And so, oh God, he must be sleeping too to catch up. He must be catching up on sleep too if both of you sat through that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're on for like nearly 4 hours and chat.
Okay, so that's good. I don't feel so guilty about not calling him then. It's just, good God, I just didn't want another stressor. He can be stressful sometimes, not because he intends to be, just because, he's dredging through the dark web. He's been pretty good about it. He's really the closest thing I've got to technical support in many ways these days. But I definitely want to, cultivate a better tech support relationship with him. I do share that with him, please. Aside from that, it is what it is. I'm going to, so say good morning to everyone, and then just kind of hang out if you're willing to, and I'll go into monologue.
Good morning to everybody. Support Douglas, buy his books, download his content, and donate as much as you can.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And again, for our listener, KP, he was asking about the German film that had to do with what I presume was talking about Unterland, and I looked that up for him. And just look up German film 1932 about Atlantis in the Sahara Desert. There were a few different titles, and you should find what you're looking for. At least you'll find out more about it. And with that, I'm going to go straight into monologue. We have a lot of listeners tonight, and so I'll go into the domestic politics and how the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin is impacting us in a sense. And this, of course, requires some education in areas that a lot of people are ignorant of. And it will ultimately, if I can get to it fast enough, bring us back to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and more disinformation that he's attempting to promote. So, as the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin announced Ukraine's invasion on February 24th, or rather his invasion of the Ukraine on February 24th yesteryear, he digressed in the middle of announcing the fact that he's invaded a neighboring nation state all out with an attempt to conquer, as in the days of old, a la Genghis Khan. He digressed to talk about how the West was trying to destroy traditional values and impose LGBTQIA plus attitudes that he derided as degrading and contrary to human nature. This is the gay world war to Vladimir Putin. More than a year later, he once again, or rather, now that I recall, it was over half a year later, he once again interweaved the issue of gayness into his annexation declaration about 4 occupied Ukrainian regions that he land grabbed, himself suggesting the war in Ukraine was needed to protect Russian children from perversions, while mass abducting hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children, which is why there's an international arrest warrant out for his ass that was issued by The Hague. All this to secure a heteronormative future for the greater Russian Empire. Heteronormative, meaning heterosexual, as the norm. To quote his T, and here I translate for you from the Russian, do we want to have here, in our country, in Russia, parent number 1, parent number 2, parent number 3, instead of mother and father? Do we want our schools to impose on our children, from their earliest days in school, perversions that lead to degradation and extinction? Good God. I mean, extinction of a species. That's a long leap from a couple of guys butt-fucking each other. But then, in November of yesteryear, of course, the Russian parliament extended a 2013 anti-LGBTQIA plus law that criminalized propaganda of non-traditional sexual relations to all age groups. Now, anyone caught in violation would have to pay 400,000 rubles, or nearly 5,000 United States dollars, with much higher penalties for journalists or organizations. The pattern continued on the 1-year anniversary of Ukraine's invasion, as Putin upped the vitriol further and spraketh in a televised address about people with non-heterosexual inclinations in the same breath as pedophilia. At first, these references may appear misplaced in speeches meant to lay out war strategy and military objectives and take account for Russia's performance on the battlefront. But experts understand they were in fact part of a well-thought-out strategy of their own, crafted to misinform Russians and lure supporters among the far right in all Western nations. Putin has been abusing the gender debate as a propaganda point in what we all must come to understand is a global war presently concentrated on the battlefront of Ukraine, as the Third World War was once concentrated on the peninsula of Korea. Now, on the domestic front, the comments were aimed at justifying Ukraine's invasion, or rather Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, as necessary not only to rescue, quote-unquote, Russian speakers from discrimination, the official reason behind the special operation, believe it or not, but to protect Russian children from turning gay. Oh my. I mean, because otherwise they would just be so tempted. I mean, personally, it's innate. This is what I know for a fact. I mean, you know, I grew up in San Francisco. There were pictures of fucking muscle hunks everywhere on every goddamn bus stop, butt fucking each other. And I never had the desire to engage in such activity myself because I never found that appealing. So, honestly, you could do that around any straight guy and surround them with bizarre pictures of men sexually jumping on each other. And if the guy is truly straight, it's not going to turn him.
You naturally got to be born attractive to the same sex, pretty much.
Thank you.
You're not going to be brainwashed if you see a couple engaging in same-sex activities.
Thank you. If anything, if you're of the opposite inclination, you would essentially feel a sense of revulsion and move on.
Exactly.
Yes. And this is because we've all been educated not to react violently. At other times in history, we would have reacted violently, but we're in a different time and space now. We're socially evolved. Now,
we respect other people's choices, yes.
Yes, thank you. So, and yet, Putin has enjoyed all too much success. On the social media app Telegram, a Russian woman recently posted the views of an acquaintance whose son was sent to fight in the Ukraine. And he's almost certain, due to the statistics, to not come back alive. But she said, or rather, as was said on Telegram, this is a Russian social media app, it is, she quoted, scary, of course, but better he dies over there than that NATO conquers us and makes him gay. I mean, oh my fucking God, how young must this man be? I mean, if he's of draft age and we at least assume he's 18, I think he's kind of old for NATO to turn him gay. It would take an awful lot of effort to do that at his age. I mean, do you honestly think that people like go through life and it's kind of innate, and then suddenly at some point, maybe in their 30s, 40s, 60s, it just comes out like, oh my God, I just realized I gotta have that guy's ass. I don't think it works like that. Experts concur. Putin's anti-gay rhetoric in the middle of the war is intended to distract Russians angry at the length and cost of this conflict, and additionally is likely to diminish the West's appeal by portraying it as a promiscuous and decadent place to be. Now, claiming that the West seeks to impose LGBTQIA+ ideology on Russia in most of his speeches since Ukraine's invasion, Putin has made references to the need to protect traditional values. Now, for years, Kremlin propagandists have spun outlandish theories that NATO intends to unleash a gay revolution in Russia and lead Russian society toward moral turpitude and spiritual decline. Putin, as such wisdom suggests, is Russia's last bulwark against influences of an amoral West. One conspiracy theory is propagated by Mikhail Kovalchuk, the brother of Putin's gay lover, Yuri Kovalchuk, who spent months with Putin during COVID-19 isolation. He says, behind the provision of LGBTQIA plus rights in the West is a devious plan by the Western elite to stop people from having children. To quote Kovalchuk, people are being indoctrinated in gay marriage so they don't multiply, and in a couple of generations, there won't be anybody. I mean, because, like, you know, just because we see some other guy humping somebody who happens to be of the same sex, we just all feel, oh man, I gotta do that too. I don't think it works that way. Honestly, I'm in San Francisco. I'm surrounded by men humping each other. I go to the Estates and I see pretty much nothing but that. Do I suddenly come back saying, man, I gotta get into that? No, it's not what stirs my loins. Now, a whole range of Russian institutions have aided Putin in disseminating conspiracy theories. Russian media, ministers, and propagandists have all been pushing an anti-gay agenda, always linking it to national security. Now, as I have already articulated before, among Putin's most vocal and powerful supporters is Patriarch Kirill, the head priest of the Russian Orthodox Church, who, in a sermon, Kirill insisted that those who are drawn to the abundance and freedoms in the West must pass a specific test of loyalty to be included in the Western Alliance. Organize a gay pride parade! He has legitimized the war in Ukraine as a holy resistance against a Western plot to impose what the far right describes as a gender ideology, a pejorative phrase used to describe everything from abortion to sex education in schools to same-sex marriages. Now, Putin's public homophobia has a foreign policy dimension as well, hoping to attract support among far-right segments in these United States and Europe, or at the very least exacerbate tensions between liberals and conservatives and between them and their governments. One mother of 2 teenagers in an Eastern European nation who is anxious about being next in line of Russian fire said that while she was vehemently against Putin himself, she agreed with him on the gender debate. Worried that she might bring undue attention to her children if she identified herself, and that someone would take them away to a gay training camp. I'm sure there must be all kinds of those around. She told journalists on the condition of anonymity that, in her own words, in the West, a girl is being told she can be a boy, and a boy that he can be a girl. This is confusing for children. Putin is effectively weaponizing these attitudes, but in this regard, I agree with him. I mean, oh my fucking God. But then, look at our dear Brooke Gibson, who was seduced by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., one of the most repulsive men imaginable, with one of the most repulsive ideologies. Putin has long been a hero of the far-right fringe networks in both these United States and in Europe. On the eve of Ukraine's invasion, Steve Bannon, White House chief strategist for part of the Trump administration, praised Putin for being anti-woke. A few days after the invasion, a far-right American network, the AFPAC, AFPAC, America First Political Action Conference, hailed Putin with a round of applause. Roger Koppel, a Swiss politician with the conservative, right-wing populist Swiss People's Party, has said Putin was vilified because he stands for manhood, and prophesied that Putin might be the shock the West needs to come back to its senses. Now, too many European politicians are failing to confront the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and I can readily identify Vladimir Putin's useful idiots. In early May, Russia's ambassador to United Germany threw a party to honor Soviets' victory in the Second World War. Guests at the embassy, this Stalin-era colossus that occupies more German territory than the nearby Parliament building, included a host of dignitaries. The last boss of Communist East Germany, Egon Krenz, now 86, mingled under the chandeliers with Gerhard Schroeder, Chancellor of United Germany from 1998 to 2005, and, more recently, a lobbyist for Russian energy firms. Tino Trupala, co-leader of the AfD, the Alternative for Deutschland, the Alternative for Germany, the right-wing, quote-unquote, neo-Nazi party, though they know nothing of original Nazism, a far-right party sported a tie, in the colors of the Russian Federation, no less. Now, this event earned a bit of scorn in the German press, but little other notice. 16 months into Russia's war on Ukraine, public opinion in Germany, as across Europe, overwhelmingly views Russia as an aggressor to be shunned, and Ukraine as a defender deserving help. The purveyors of Russian influence now stand diminished. Mr. Schroeder, for instance, chaired the board of the now closed Nord Stream pipelines that addicted Germany to Russian gas. Last summer, Russia shut the pipes, which mysterious saboteurs then blew up. The ex-chancellor has been bumped from clubs, disinvited from his Social Democratic Party's functions, albeit he remains a party member, and stripped of government-provided office facilities. As for Mr. Trupala, the AfD leader's open collaboration with motherless Russia did not just annoy German tabloids. Leaked messages revealed dismay among his own party MPs, the ministers of parliament. Yet even if Russia's effort to project persuasive power across Europa has not quite succeeded, neither has it completely failed. A subculture of what Germans dismiss as Putin-Versteher, sympathizers who understand the Russian leader, Vladimir Putin, thrives outside the mainstream. Throughout Europe, their whispering forms a leitmotif in the crumble or the rumble of complaint about seemingly unrelated troubles such as inflation, crumbling public services, overbearing regulations, and fears of immigration. And the grumblers have only just begun to challenge the scale of their government's generosity to Ukraine, which by February this year amounted to more than 60 billion euros, or 65 billion United States dollars, in economic and military aid from Brussels, the capital of Europe, and the EU's, the European Union's individual members, and 70 billion euros if Great Britain is added, a sum roughly equal to America's contribution. If Ukraine's fight goeth on too long or goeth wrong, there are plenty waiting in the wings to take up the blame game. Europe's useful idiots, a Cold War term for unwitting allies of communism, span a wide spectrum. In politics, parties on both the far right and far left disagree on much. Over Ukraine, these extremes have often converged in demanding an instant peace that would, in effect, reward Russian aggression with land. In the media and academia, intellectuals, or pseudo-intellectuals, rather, still seem happy to ignore evidence of Russia's imperial intent and its drift into criminality, and to bemoan European entanglement in what they parse as a proxy war between the American and Russian empires, or perhaps speculating more grandly still, between America and the Communist Chinese. And in the world of business, despite multiple rounds of Western sanctions, Russia still has plenty of friends as well. Mr. Putin's enablers include several European governments. Viktor Michele Orbán, who was born in the same year as my late sister, 1963, the Prime Minister of Magyarország, Hungary, since 2010. Has been the most obvious. The populist strongman has repeatedly criticized Western support for Ukraine and continued Magyarország are Hungary's imports of Russian gas. His government also refuses to allow the transit of weapons given to the Ukraine by Magyarország, or Hungary's fellow members of NATO, and the EU. Next door, Österreich, literally the Eastern realm, it as to Austria, has more quietly but equally profitably largely sat out the struggle as well, citing its non-membership of NATO and self-appointed role as a bridge between East and West, offering little aid to Ukraine, even as its trade with Russia has surged. Elada, Greece, another EU member, is complying with the EU's sanctions, but has balked at tightening any further those on shipping Russian oil, perhaps because Greek firms happen to pocket so much from the trade. Only recently, and under heavy American pressure, did Cyprus, an offshore financial haven, shut down some 4,000 local bank accounts held by Russians. Facing less pressure, non-EU countries such as Turkey and Serbia don't even bother to disguise the lucrative backdoor service they provide to Russia, though both are changing their tune under the pressures, the circumstances of the situation, and I'm happy to report that. Some countries have twisted seemingly noble intentions into policies that warm Mr. Putin's heart, citing its vaunted neutrality. Switzerland has welded arcane local laws to block the supply of arms to Ukraine, including 96 mothballed Leopard tanks sitting in Italy that happen to belong to a private Swiss firm. Now ask me how that happened. A private Swiss firm that happens to have an armored army big enough to blitz through Europe. Now, scoring repeated own goals with freedom of speech principles, police in Sweden have permitted public burnings of the Quran. This has exceedingly offended Muslim-majority Turkey, which wields a veto over Sweden's bid to join NATO. And Mr. Putin has gleefully trolled the Swedes on a trip to Dagestan before the Eid, the Muslim holiday at the end of June. He had himself filmed tenderly holding a Quran, as he explained that under Russian law, it is a crime to desecrate holy things. Yet even solid-looking bricks in the would-be European wall of support for Ukraine can crumble. Slovakia, for instance, has been a vital conduit for Western aid and recently pledged its fleet of 13 Soviet-era MiG-29 fighter jets to the Ukrainian Air Force, but polls show that the party of Robert Fico, a Russophile leftist who has blamed Ukrainian fascists for provoking Mr. Putin, looks likely to win national elections scheduled for September. France is a linchpin of both NATO and the European Union, but a French parliamentary panel recently scolded Marine Le Pen, the closest challenger to President Emmanuel Macron in last year's election, for parroting Russian propaganda following its annexation of Crimea in 2014. Ms. Le Pen strenuously denies that her defense of Mr. Putin had anything to do with the 9 million euros in loans her party received that year from Russian-controlled banks. She has condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but last October, 7 months into the war, she declared that sanctions on Russia were not working. In Italy, although the hard-right Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, is a strong supporter of Ukraine, Matteo Salvini, who leads the second biggest party in her coalition, is another opponent of sanctions and, at least up until the invasion, was a self-declared fan of Mr. Putin's. Germany, like France, seems a strong pillar, yet the AfD, bluntly described by the head of the country's internal intelligence agency as a propagator of Russian narratives, has been surging in the polls. It is now in a dead tie for second place with the ruling Social Democrats. At the opposite political pole, Sarah Wagenknecht, a telegenic leftist and at all costs peacenik, says pollsters tell her she could win 19 to 30% of a German national vote. Although public support for helping Ukraine remains strong, the trend is drifting downwards. Useful idiot narratives are surprisingly resilient. the main points, or their main points, that NATO provoked Russia's repeated attacks on and eventual invasion of Ukraine, that Ukraine is an artificial entity created on land that is rightfully Russia's, and that America pours oil on this fire to sell weapons and sustain its global hegemony. By the way, Viviana says, "Dearest Douglas, I shall bow out for now. We'll listen in the morning. Love you, honey." And, now that what she said kind of threw me off the thought process there, let me go check around a little bit to see if any other incoming messages are waiting myself. Take a look at live stream, see if there's any. She says, "My apologies. No need, honey. That's fine. Numbers are high, and that's great. Matter of fact, you remind me of something. Before I get back to the useful idiot narratives of the European situation, I really should speak about Israel, because I was speaking about Israel with our dear lady, Viviana. And I think that what needs to be kind of articulated is what exactly is going on there, in what is somewhat breaking news. I do want people to know that Israel passed a key part of the judicial overhaul law despite enormous protests. Israel's parliament has passed a key law as part of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's effort to overhaul their country's judicial system, despite international criticism and enormous protests. Now, this bill it's going to remove the power of judges to overrule cabinet members' decisions where they fail a quote-unquote reasonableness test. So, let me try and articulate to you what Israel's showdown means for these United States. On Monday of this week, Israel's government passed a law known as the Reasonableness Clause. Nothing reasonable about it. That limits the Israeli Supreme Court's ability to overturn decisions made by government ministers. This action marks the capstone of a push for sweeping judicial reforms by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his coalition of far-right and religious parties, turning Israel into no longer a state under rule of law, but an ethno-religious dictatorship. Now that the first part of one of Israel's most contentious chapters has come to a close, what happens next? Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak predicts that Netanyahu will double down. At the end, he will fail. Meanwhile, in these United States, Israel's ongoing support of right-wing politics abroad has backfired. Young Americans are swinging towards Palestine's cause. The United States has much to learn from the Israeli people's response to an attempted judicial juggernaut. This protest movement has imbued Israel with a new energy and dynamism. It has created a focus on democracy, rights, and equality that hasn't been seen in years. Now, Netanyahu's heart problem is worse than you think. It's not medical. It's biblical. And that is far worse. Now, I personally cannot claim or pretend, I can't front the pretense that I wish Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu no harm. I have to say that if he goes down, all I can say is my own heart goes up. You know, for humanitarian reasons, I cannot wish for him to recover from his recent heart issue with a complete and total rehabilitation. In the name of humanity, he really has to go. But I can tell you there are probably far more gracious people than I. I can at least claim to be a quarter inhuman. But there's plenty of people who have been impacted by him but because of their religion, in their synagogues, this past Shabbat morning, they probably were offering prayers for his healing regardless. Nevertheless, Bibi's problem is not a malfunctioning heart. It's a hardened heart. No known medical procedure can cure that. Ask Pharaoh. In the story of the Exodus from Egypt, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He repeatedly refuses to free the Israelites. Sometimes God hardens Pharaoh's heart. Sometimes Pharaoh hardens his own heart. How do I express this? What does this mean? To have a hardened heart. It's not cholesterol. Nowadays, we would say that someone is hard-hearted if that person is cruel, insensitive, or dispassionate. A heart of stone, if you will.
No capacity for empathy or compassion for others.
Thank you. That's good. And is that what happened to Pharaoh? Was he simply being cruel? Well, no. So time for a biblical anatomy lesson. In the Bible, various organs of the body have jobs to do. Exempli gratiae. Take the bowels. I mean, please. Honestly, I know Brooke always says that I talk endlessly about shit. I can never get across my message because she shuts me down. The bowels are the location of strong emotions. Hence, a lot of the problems Brooke was having for the longest time. Kidneys? Like Derek Talley, who went on dialysis? That's anguish. The heart is the location of the inner life. It is the motherboard, the control center, as it were. Thoughts and intellect, not emotions and feelings, emanate from the heart. It is the body's brain. So, what did it mean for Pharaoh's heart to be hardened? It means that God, or sometimes Pharaoh himself, has toasted Pharaoh's internal motherboard. Pharaoh's capacity for reflection, self-examination, and judgment of good and evil had become radically compromised. That was Pharaoh's problem. That's Bibi's problem as well by now. By extension, it is Israel's problem. By even further extension, it is the problem of the Jewish people. That is what I thought when I watched, from a distance, the march in Israel this past weekend. That is what I thought when service personnel attended the demonstrations when in Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, over the past few weeks. Now, just check out the video footage of what is going on. But beyond that, I'm going to put an image into our live stream. So here we are. And entering that, and all one has to do is look at that. I'll enter it here in the text box as well on our call, which at this point, only our man, Mr. Nemo Albano is on. And both he and Stephen are, I mean, just look at that. In this article about Israelis continue anti-government, thousands of Israelis, I mean, that's something. And they're in the streets. And it's impressive. It's like that can quail a normal man's heart. Why are Israelis protesting and screaming out for their democracy, for the fate of Zionism itself? It is all due to Bibi's hardened heart. and the hardened heart of so many in his coalition. Bibi might have once wanted to be a king of Israel, like David, but his monarchic model is closer to that of the pathetic and tragic Saul, or Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, whose arrogance led to the split of the kingdom. No, actually, Israelis are in the streets because Bibi's real role model is Pharaoh. It is Bibi's Pharaoh-like, pharaonic inability to draw conclusions from his actions or inactions, to see the consequences of his behavior, to move beyond the needs of ego and self, and to see the wider picture, a picture that is so wide as to engulf an entire nation. For the whole world is watching, and the whole world is taking note. In Exodus, I think it's chapter 10, verse 7, as the plagues pile up, as each affliction strikes Pharaoh as something novel and unprecedented, he cannot learn from even the most recent past. Each new plague is a reset button. Pharaoh's courtiers scream at him to let the Israelites go. Are you not yet aware that Egypt is ruined? Those are the cries of frustration and fear. And still, Pharaoh cannot change his actions. Those actions take him to the very floor of the Red Sea, the wheels of his army's chariots locked in place, mechanical metaphors for the stuckness of the Egyptian regime. This sounds all too familiar. Is Israel ruined? Well, hardly, not yet. But consider the cries in the streets and the rallies. Not only the omnipresent Demokratia, but also a far more heart-stopping cry, Bushe, which means shame and embarrassment. Consider, protesters fill the highways and the streets. Reservists are refusing duty. Over the past few days, it has become increasingly taboo-less from the left and the center-right, and not from those known to be anti-Israel, to suggest that both America's and Israel's vital national interests might be better served if America were to withdraw aid from Israel, which cometh in the form of military aid, which is spent in America itself. You have heard of life imitating art? Now we have life imitating liturgy. As Tisha B'Av approaches, the commemoration of the destruction of the ancient temples, many Israelis are feeling serious existential dread that they could lose the state as a democratic entity, that Israel's friends will increasingly look askance at the Jewish state, that many Judeo-Americans will look at an Israel that no longer shares its liberal values and will walk away from the enterprise, that Israel will no longer be an essential part of Judeo-American identity, that their grandchildren will have nothing to say to the grandchildren of their Israeli friends. Say, if today you were somehow back in the Roma, hail a cab. Take us to the ghetto, please. That's the Jewish ghetto, people. It's not like the inner cities of urban America, a kind of concrete jungle. The Jewish ghetto in Rome is beautiful and historic. It's a good place to stroll and eat a nice dinner, all in perfect safety. The Jewish ghetto in Rome is a nice place to visit. But the ghetto, as a concept, you wouldn't want to live there. Now, I've always loved a painting by the artist of the Holocaust, Samuel Bach, surname B.A.K., simply titled, alone. I'm going to put this into the live stream, and I'm going to put it, of course, into our text box here in the Skype call, where our man Nemo was mentioning Herzog earlier and having a little laugh. Is this thing typing? Is this entering? Or honestly,
I say typing now.
Yeah, it's one of these things that it's the little things that frustrate a man when he's got complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So when it comes to, say, for instance, where I'm trying to express about Israel and the situation that they've brought themselves to, this artist kind of, well, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Bach sees the Jewish people as a six-sided island, adrift in a hostile sea and crumbling, disintegrating by the force of the waves. But that was not what Israel was intended to be. No way. The greatest danger that faces Israel today is that its leaders are callously and cynically pushing Israel back into the ghetto of nations. That, despite the deepest fantasies of the Haredim, was never supposed to be the fate of the state. Israel's founders and her most profound leaders rejoiced at the vision of an Israel that would take its place among the nations of the world, not one that would continuously back itself into a corner or retreat into a suicidal Masada of public opinion. That is what the Israelis are facing. A new Masada. It is not too late yet. So those among you who have an affinity for a continuity of the state of Israel, pray for the peace of Yerushalayim, the peace of Jerusalem. They consider it their capital, and if one were to acknowledge it as such, it would be the only other divided capital in the world beside Nicosia, on Kypros, the Cyprus island, divided between Islam and Christianity. And of course, part of Jerusalem is the Armenian Quarter, one of the oldest Christian cultures in the world. My son's culture. Now, Israel's judicial overhaul pits the defense establishment against Netanyahu. To reiterate that, in the judicial overhaul protests, Israel's soldiers are facing off against Netanyahu. Israel's year of chaos neared a crescendo Sunday as thousands of military pilots and soldiers threatened not to report for volunteer duty if the far-right government refuses to back down from a planned vote on limiting the power of the Supreme Court, which then took place on Monday and pushed the capstone of their rebuilding the pyramid through. Tens of thousands of citizens filled the streets, some spending their sixth night outdoors, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was rushed to the hospital for an emergency cardiac procedure. The 73-year-old premier was still hospitalized late Sunday after a pacemaker was successfully implanted, according to his physicians, adding to the tension and uncertainty of the unprecedented domestic crisis that has racked the country since January. The fight over the government's bid to overhaul the judiciary, which, according to the original plans, included curbing the top court's oversight powers and granting coalition lawmakers more authority to appoint judges, sparked a mass backlash immediately after it was proposed by the new far-right government when it took power with a 4-seat parliamentary majority. The proposal has drawn weekly mass protests across the country, as well as searing criticism from its top security officials. Opponents of the bill say it will undo Israel's fragile democracy and skew the balance of power in a country that has no constitution. I've explained this before. There's no fucking constitution in Israel. That's because, they're descended from a government based on shofets, the judges. And now they're trying to curb their judges so that they have a Solomonic king. In effect, Bibi Netanyahu. Fucking pacemaker and all, which makes him a cyborg. As I've said, technically, a mechanical implement that is an integral part of your body cyberneticizes you physically. You are technically a cyborg at that point. So you could say technically he's not quite human. Now, the Supreme Court is widely seen as one of the few institutions able to rein in the power of the governing majority, uphold civil rights, and enforce the rule of law. It traces back to the concept of the shofet, the judges. Now in Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, thousands of demonstrators camped outside the Knesset building as parliamentarians slogged through hours of formal debate ahead of Monday's scheduled vote. Thousands more protesters linked arms to form a human chain stretching more than a mile from the Western Wall in Yerushalayim's Old City to the Knesset, calling on lawmakers to halt the bill's passage until a consensus is reached. David Friedman, the U.S. ambassador to Israel under President Donald Trump and usually an unreserved supporter of the Israeli government, made a historical connection to ancient Yerushalayim when he lambasted the judicial reform bill in a tweet on Sunday, comparing it to the infamous destruction of the Jewish Second Temple by the Romans. 3 words. Very bad timing! But Netanyahu, recovering from the medical procedure, remained defiant. Hard as stone. In a video statement broadcast Sunday afternoon, he said, "We are continuing efforts to complete the legislation." Now, the Justice Minister, Yariv Levin, a key proponent of the bill, was appointed as Netanyahu's stand-in while he was under sedation. Another key backer of the legislation, Shimchal Rothman, told the Knesset on Sunday that the bill will make Israel democratic again, which is a paradoxical oxymoron if ever there fucking was one. That's kind of like saying Trump made America great again. And we saw how that went. I sigh. I'm left shaking my head. I thank God that I've got a quarter of myself that's not human. I'd hate to be fully human. I'd hate to be one of you. The far-right government and its supporters say the overhaul will give conservative lawmakers greater freedom. Yeah, they'll have all the freedom they want to tyrannize, to implement policy, including more benefits for Israel's ultra-Orthodox minority, as if they needed any fucking more. They don't need to serve in the military. They don't need to take goddamn vaccine shots so they can infect everybody else at will. What more do you want to give these fuckers? And a de facto annexation of the West Bank, of course, the land that Palestinians envision as part of their future state. In fact, the only land they can live on, aside from, being stuck in fucking that hellhole on the beach. Now, in Tel Aviv, thousands of pro-government marchers gathered in a counter-protest Sunday attempting to block a major highway. Transportation Minister Miri Regev, a member of Netanyahu's Likud party, told the gathering that any reservist who refuses to report to duty belongs in jail, according to the Israeli media. No, I can't translate that for you from the Hebrew. I have to have that translated for me. Now, Netanyahu's health scare kept him from attending security and defense meetings Sunday. The prime minister also canceled planned trips to Cyprus and Turkey, Cyprus and Turkey, according to his office. He was previously hospitalized. He was hospitalized on July 15th, the Ides of July, after a fainting spell. Imagine that. Poor son of a bitch. Doctors said then that it was a case of dehydration, but it was revealed Sunday that they had fitted him with a subcutaneous heart monitor. Now, protest organizers pledged to have the country, they pledged to bring the country to a standstill if the proposed bill to limit judicial review was not paused or rewritten. In this, they failed. Israel's main labor federation has threatened a general strike. But it is the standoff with reserve military officers, senior security officials, and the Army's rank and file that poses perhaps the most serious threat to this legislation, with some warning that the divisions could weaken Israel's preparedness in a region beset by conflict. So, more than 10,000 reservists from dozens of military units said Saturday that they would not report for duty if the legislation passed. On Friday into this last weekend, 1,000 military intelligence reservists and more than 1,100 Air Force reservists made similar announcements. In a news conference, Eyal Niv, a leader of the protest group, whose members include active duty and former soldiers from the Israeli military's most elite units, said, "This is where we draw the line. We serve the kingdom, not the king. If you want us on your side, we who have served under right and left-wing governments, we are calling on you to stop this legislation." Now emphasizing that the intense divide in Israeli society has caught the army up in it, and the army's cohesion has been damaged, in a rare statement delivered on Sunday, Military Chief Herzi Halevi warned that despite its best efforts to stay out of the debate, the army has already been damaged by the polarized landscape, himself concluding that, in his words, "Without the best of our best serving in the army, we will not continue to exist as a country in our region." Now, since its founding, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, Israel's relatively tiny national army, has relied on reserve volunteers to maintain its readiness. Its three-part structure relies on a small corps of professional soldiers and instructors to train a constantly replenished main body of young draftees. 32 months of military service is mandatory for most Israeli men and 24 months for most Israeli women. Reservists step in during wartime. Reserve pilots, in particular, are central to keeping Israel on a war footing, it being estimated that about 60% of Air Force flyers are reservists who spend a day or two each week keeping their skills honed. Losing the several thousand flyers and senior operational commanders who have pledged to step aside if the legislation became its law would be a body blow to the IDF. And now that body blow must be taking place because the law has essentially gone through in its inception. To quotist Chuck Frelich, a former deputy head of Israel's National Security Council and a senior fellow at the Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv-Yafo, "The professionals and the conscripts are there to hold the line, but you need the reservists to win the war. If they don't have the pilots and the operational staff, their ability to function decreases immediately. Small things can still be done, but it would impair the ability to conduct major operations or launch a strike against Iran, should that prove necessary." For their part, coalition lawmakers have accused the demonstrators of attempting a military coup d'etat against a democratically elected government. On Saturday, far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir wrote on Twitter, "There is a tremendous attempt here to blackmail the elected government and bring about total chaos where those who make the decisions are not the elected officials." At the same time, thousands of demonstrators were preparing for the last leg of a 5-day, 40-mile hike from Tel Aviv-Yafo to Yerushalayim, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, hoisting blue and white Israeli flags and chanting, "Democracy!" The 65-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Amos Davidovitz in the Army Reserves, who has been a soldier since 1976, was among those marchers who arrived in Yerushalayim on Sunday, and before joining the protest near the Israeli parliament, he rested in the shade, speaking on the phone with his commander and company rabbi, discussing a reserve training session scheduled for Wednesday. Davidovich said he and his men would attend, though they supported reservists who decided otherwise. He blamed the politicians for forcing fighters into a terrible choice. And beginning to sob, while referring to the minister's challenges to the loyalty of protesting soldiers with angry incredulity and tears in his eyes, he's quoted as saying, "Ben-Gvir is going to question my patriotism as many times that I've been shot at in 3 different wars. It's not right that they put us in this position. It's not right, and I want someone to explain it to me." Well, the son of Adolf Hitler is doing his best. There's an irony here. And what can I say? It just kind of gets more ironic the deeper we go into the story. How do I try and take it from here into a analysis that I'm famous for? In depth, that does it some justice. You know, can I do that in the time we have remaining? Let's take a look at the time we have remaining. So we've got some time. And of course, as always, I'm left with this incredible sense of sadness that I have instead of a cheerleader. Someone like Brooke, who's just determined to constantly bring me down. It's just really wearisome. Honestly, it's just something that, of course, does ultimately succeed. It's like, what would you call somebody like that? Instead of a cheerleader, the opposite of it would be like some kind of drear leader. Drear, as in dreary. Drear leader. It's just fucking sad. And of course, it's just ever meant to be. Something that leads one, obviously, she's trying to demoralize myself as much as possible. And you have to ask the question, is that her job? I mean, really, it's a legitimate question after a certain point when it's pursued with such monotonous, pathological determination and relentlessness. You can't, in the end, you have to just see what you can figure out about a situation that is otherwise senseless, and the only answer that makes sense is not one that's
Gloom
cheerful.
leader is another term you could use.
Gloom leader? Gloom leader, yeah. Yes, it's definitely it comes to mind. Now, what I want to emphasize is, say for instance, we talked about America's help of Israel, its military aid. So I do want to try and go a bit into that, and so see if I can do some justice to that. And this is while America basically, neglects itself. It's one of these things that is what is so incredibly disgusting about the situation. It threatens our own security by constantly defending Israel, in terms of over defending a nation that really needs no defense. It hasn't been threatened in a very long time. Certainly not in any sense that when that soldier was talking about being shot in 3 different wars, these weren't existential conflicts. These are quote-unquote counterinsurgency. And that means that they're basically in there crushing the Palestinians again and again. And it's something that we've got to think about our helping, Israel constantly. Threatens our own national security when we're leaving our own military strapped. Honestly, so when I try to think of some of the statistics for this, and just basically drive it home to people about how the Americans constantly do this to themselves. One of the things I can start off with is politics, because it's easier, because I'd have to look up some of the military implications. I've done this in the past, and I did this in depth by the way. I've pointed out in the past just how America's aid to Israel is just outrageous. And there's plenty of places that people can find out about this. They can find out about the fact that Americans' foreign assistance, their military assistance to Israel, it's just basically something that it needs to be ended. It's time really to end this blank check. And I think that's the best way to describe it. I mean, it was something like, if I remember back in 2019, was when Representativist Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez declared that American aid to Israel is something that can be discussed in Washington. Now, her comments made news. That was April of 2019, back when the squad of young Democrats was still taken seriously before they were all rolled under the bus by the old farts and the palliative care Democrats, all the Democrats in hospice who now have imposed a how do I pronounce that? A geriatric government, geriatrocracy, a geriatocracy on America, or certainly on the Democratic, the Americans that represent democracy, as opposed to those that represent tyranny with the Republicans. Before they were just completely destroyed, rendered into inconsequentiality. Her comments made news precisely because America's foreign policy of giving Israel billions of dollars in aid without expecting any policy changes in return has never been discussed or even questioned in either party for more than a quarter of a century by that time. And how long's it been since then? Nearly half a decade. This needs to change. To understand why, ask yourself this question. Why did Israelis in the month of April in 2019, re-elect a prime minister who opposes a Palestinian state and, by championing settlement growth and vowing to annex parts of the West Bank, was even then actively working to make one impossible? There are several common answers. One is historical. Over the last 12 decades, the Second Intifada and rocket fire from the Gaza Strip have created an enduring right-wing majority among Israeli Jews. A second answer is demographic. Netanyahu's center-left rivals lean heavily on the votes of secular Ashkenazi Jews whose share of the Israeli population is shrinking. Netanyahu relies more on Orthodox Jews whose share is rising. There's truth to both those explanations, but there's a third, which American politicians and pundits never acknowledge. Israelis re-elected Netanyahu because he showed them he could undermine the two-state solution with international impunity. Indeed, he made that accomplishment a central theme of his campaign. Again and again in recent years, Netanyahu has mocked political rivals who warned that his policies toward the Palestinians were making Israel a global pariah. In a speech to his supporters in 2017, he quoted former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who predicted in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered. Slain would be the term that vampire haters might use. In that year of Fukushima Daiichi, which happened just a week after her death, or was it? No, it was really a week before. That's right. It was just a week before she died. He predicted then that Israel's delegitimization is on the horizon. Barak's words. To which Netanyahu responded, "Nonsense. Israel is enjoying an unparalleled diplomatic spring." And in a campaign ad that year, Netanyahu juxtaposed an ominous 2013 quote from the former foreign minister, Tzipi Livni. "The Prime Minister of Israel is leading the state of Israel to severe isolation, with images of him alongside Donald Trump and other world leaders, dictators mostly like Putin and Xi Jinping." In another ad, he showed himself in the Oval Office telling a dejected-looking Barack Obama that Israel will never return to the 1967 lines. Netanyahu's message, as Hagei Alad of the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem had noted, was that Israel can have it all. It can deny Palestinians basic rights and enjoy international favor at the same time. Even presidents like Obama, who disapproved of Israel's actions, never penalized Israel for any of them. They all simply fold. And Netanyahu was right. It's not just Trump who has enabled his assault on the two-state solution. Obama did too. For 8 years as president, Obama warned that Israeli policies in the West Bank were endangering Palestinian rights, American interests, and Israel's future as both a democratic and Jewish state. And yet, during those 8 years, Obama never used American aid to Israel as a lever to change the policies he decried. Obama watched Netanyahu rebuff him again and again. He watched as Netanyahu in 2011, that year of Fukushima Daiichi and my mother's murder, traveled to the White House to publicly repudiate his vision of a Palestinian state near the 1967 lines. He watched as Netanyahu in 2014, the year that Vladimir Putin annexed the Crimea, flatly refused to give Secretary of State John Kerry the slightest hint about the scale of the territorial concessions he was willing to make to the Palestinians. Obama watched as Netanyahu used settlement growth to sabotage, in the words of one American official, Kerry's efforts at brokering a two-state deal. Then after all that, and after Netanyahu's fervent lobbying against the Iran nuclear agreement, Obama in 2016 rewarded him with the largest military aid package in Israeli history. Netanyahu once boasted to settlers, "America is a thing you can move very easily." Obama and Trump have both illustrated the point, as Biden continues to do. The American government's capitulation, under both Democrats and Republicans, is the unspoken elephant in the room when Americans discuss Israel's embrace of permanent occupation. It is impossible to understand the looming death of the two-state solution without understanding that for more than 25 years, no American president has made Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, pay a price for undermining it. During that time, the notion that an American president might refuse to subsidize policies that brutalize Palestinians, harm America's own image, and threaten Israeli democracy has become almost inconceivable. It's time for a new generation of American progressives, especially progressive Jews, to make it conceivable again. One reason conditioning aid has become inconceivable is that any American president who proposed it would be labeled anti-Israel, if not anti-Semitic. That's a propaganda term, as I explain. Semites include Arabs ethnically, so the idea of letting the Jews jack an entire ethnos is obscene. Use the term Judeophobic, please. But by that standard, these epithets should be affixed to most of the presidents of the mid to late 20th century. During the Third World War, in effect, misnomered the Cold War, as Nathan Thrall details in his indispensable book, titled The Only Language They Understand. Presidents we now routinely think of as pro-Israel routinely used American aid to influence Israeli policy. When Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, after attacking Egypt alongside Britain and France in 1956, mused about annexing Egyptian territory, Dwight David Eisenhower threatened to end all American aid unless Israeli troops withdrew immediately. In 1975, when Israel refused Henry Kissinger's demand for a partial withdrawal from the Sinai Desert, which it had conquered in 1967, Gerald Ford vowed a reassessment of our relations with Israel and refused any new military or economic assistance until the withdrawal was done. When Israel invaded Lebanon in 1977, Jimmy Carter told Menachem Begin that Israel's use of American armored personnel carriers violated the Arms Export Control Act, which prevented American weaponry from being used for offensive operations. Unless Israel left Lebanon immediately, Carter warned, future arms sales will have to be terminated. In 1982, when the Reagan administration determined that Israel's use of cluster bombs in Lebanon may have violated America's Mutual Defense Assistance Agreement with the Jewish state, Reagan banned new sales of the bombs to Israel for 6 years. In 1991, George H.W. Bush initially refused to give Israel the $10 billion United States dollars in loan guarantees it requested to resettle Soviet immigrants until it froze settlement growth in the West Bank. This history, that only the son of Adolf Hitler seems to recall, not only undercuts the claim that conditioning American aid reflects hostility to Israel, it also undercuts the claim that conditioning aid does not work. In recent years, former diplomats like Dennis Ross and establishment American Jewish leaders like Malcolm Hoenlein have insisted that only American reassurance, not American pressure, produces Israeli concessions. But during the Third World War, so misnamed the Cold War, American pressure produced Israeli concessions again and again. When Eisenhower threatened American aid in 1956, Israeli troops began leaving Egypt within 36 hours. Ford's threat to halt new arms sales forced a partial Israeli withdrawal from the Sinai in 1975, and Carter's threat forced Israel's withdrawal from Lebanon in 1977. The following year, Carter again threatened aid during the Camp David talks that led to Israel leaving the Sinai completely. And although Bush failed to restrain settlement growth, his initial refusal to provide loan guarantees, according to the Oxford historian Avi Shlaim, Jewish, obviously, forced, quote-unquote, Israel to participate in the 1991 Madrid Conference, where for the first time, it publicly negotiated with a delegation of Palestinians. Of course, American pressure was rarely the sole reason for Israel's actions. Had Egyptian President Anwar Sadat not offered peace, it's unlikely Israel would have fully left the Sinai. Had Palestinians not launched the First Intifada, which raised the price of Israel's occupation, and had the PLO not recognized Israel's existence, it's unlikely Israel would have signed the 1993 Oslo Accords had the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula not unveiled the Arab Peace Initiative in 2002. Ariel Sharon might not have withdrawn Israeli settlers from Gaza in a bid to undercut the Saudi effort 3 years later. Palestinian and Arab behavior matters, and it matters who leads Israel. But Israelis are more likely to elect rejectionists to lead them, and rejectionists are more likely to remain rejectionists once in office when they know their rejectionism will not harm Israel's most important alliance. Netanyahu's decade-long political dominance in Israel and his decade-long defiance in Washington would simply not have been possible under the old rules, which is why progressives need to bring back those old rules, or at least a modified version thereof, if they truly want Israel to change course. To condition American aid on Israeli behavior wouldn't single Israel out at all. In theory, the Foreign Assistance Act, as amended in the late 1990s, prohibits these United States from providing aid or training to any foreign military units that have committed gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. Congress also places additional humanitarian or human rights conditions on American aid to numerous specific governments, including Afghanistan, before they retreated, Burma, now Myanmar, Kampuchea, or Cambodia, Colombia, El Salvador, Egypt, Guatemala, Haiti, or Haiti, Honduras, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Before Trump ended American assistance to the Palestinian Authority, its aid was among the most heavily conditioned of all. What distinguishes American aid to Israel is precisely its exemption from the rules and limitations that govern assistance to other nations. While the United States phased out economic assistance to the Jewish state a decade ago, Israel receives far more military aid than any country where the United States is not currently at war. Outside of active American combat zones like Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, where we're still at war, of that foreign military financing, well, it all goes to Israel, as if we were at war with their enemies. Outside of... what else can I think of? Know this, at least. Israel also receives its financing in a more advantageous manner than any other countries on earth. Every other foreign government receives a set amount of money per year, which it can spend on American weapons. Seth Binder of the Project on Middle East Democracy compares it to a debit card. You can only spend what America has already given you. Israel, by contrast, enjoys something called cash flow financing. Binder compares it to, a credit card in disambiguation from a debit card. Israel can buy American weapons merely by committing to spend money America will give it in the future. Buying our weapons with our money. Your tax dollars. Under the Memorandum of Understanding Obama announced in 2016, Israel was already due to receive 3.8 billion United States dollars per year until 2028. And because of cash flow financing, Israel can spend some of that future money now. That helps it buy expensive items, as it did in 2017 when it purchased 17 F-35 fighters at close to 100 million United States dollars per plane, which would be hard to afford using America's aid for only one particular year. The United States also gives Israel its aid right away. While most other nations can access American aid only when they agree upon an arms purchase, Israel is given a lump sum at the beginning of every fiscal year. Since Israel doesn't spend all that money right away, it puts the rest in the bank, where it accrues interest, which makes the amount it actually receives in American aid even higher than the official $3.8 billion United States dollar figure. Finally, Israel is the only nation that can spend part of its aid buying weapons from its own manufacturers, not those in these United States. I mean, fuck, if America's giving you money, at least buy American. But in this way, Israel has used American assistance to fund its own defense industry, which now ranks as the 8th largest arms exporter in the world. Or 7th, or 6th. It gets closer to number 1 every year. The 10-year deal Obama signed in 2016 phases out this offshore procurement in 2028. Israel, however, is still allowed to spend at least 20% of its aid on Israeli weaponry through 2024, and smaller percentages after that, a total of more than 5.6 billion United States dollars. But even observers who acknowledge that it's not inherently anti-Israel to condition American aid, and that such conditionally has proven effective at changing Israeli behavior in the past, might still resist doing so for one simple and maybe understandable reason to themselves: security. Israel insists it faces genuine threats, both from hostile governments like Iran and violent groups like Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and Hezbollah, the army of God. American aid helps protect Israel from them. Dude, believe me when I tell you, they need protection from fucking Israel. Every single one of the mothers, up to and including Iran. It's not the other way around. You've got it bass-ackwards. Now, perhaps, from a value of human life in general, maybe some Americans would argue that we should care about keeping Israelis safe. It's kind of like saying one kind of life matters more than another. That means continuing to give Israel the roughly 500 million United States dollars per year the American empire currently provides for missile defense and guaranteeing Israel's military edge over its regional foes. But there are ways to condition aid that don't weaken Israeli security. They actually enhance it. Now, what I'm about to suggest does not exhaust the possibilities. In the years to come, Democrats should consider a range of proposals that balance their commitment to Israeli security with their commitment to Palestinian rights. Of course, it's worth detailing what types of conditionality in particular. The first involves specific Israeli practices that the United States should refuse to fund because they serve no legitimate security objective and produce immense suffering. One such practice is the detention of Palestinian children. Honestly, all you fuckers talk about is the children. Who are some of the biggest abductors of children? The Israelis. Oh my God. Between 2012 and 2015, Defense of Children International, Palestine, interviewed more than 400 Palestinian children, almost 1/3 of them under the age of 16 years of age. Over 1/3 of them under 16, that Israel had arrested in the West Bank. Arrested! It found that many were arrested in the middle of the night. Most were blindfolded, strip-searched, fingers stuck up their cunts and anuses. This is something Nazi propaganda could never make up. Defense of Children International Palestine proved that many were not only arrested in the middle of the night, strip searched, all of this while they had their hands bound tightly to the point where their wrists were bleeding and cut to the bone. In the vast majority of cases, neither they nor their parents were told why they were being arrested. What do you call a nation state that does this? I'm tired of you crying to me about Germans spraying Jews with Zyklon B gas. And the children! They killed the Jewish children! But the Jews get to effectively gang rape children in the middle of the night. And you say, this is good because they're the chosen people. If this is the God you worship, the one that allows them to do this, you may as well turn towards Satanism. A majority of these children, in fact, all of them, reported being physically abused during their arrests, literally gang raped. And over a quarter of them reported physical abuse, meaning repeated rapes while being interrogated in detention. While in detention, which can last from 24 to 96 hours, depending on a child's age, all of them were interrogated in the absence of both their parents, well, either their parents, or any attorney. No legal representation whatsoever. Which helps explain why the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has reported that ill treatment of children who came in contact with the Israeli military detention system appears to be widespread, systematic, and institutionalized. Any of you fuckers out there have no right to come to me complaining about the Nazis spraying the Jews with Zyklon B gas, including the children, when you're supporting a Jewish military that does this every day. There is a B'Tselem video on this that's harrowing, which shows soldiers in March arresting a 9-year-old at school, despite his teacher's desperate pleas. That shows what that looks like up close. Now, I don't know if that's even allowed on YouTube. Probably considered anti-Jewish propaganda. But, okay, I think I might have found it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Alright, so, okay, this is going to go into the link on live stream. And here we have this. And I'll put it into the text box here as well. So, aside from the horror of this, oh my God. I'm trying to breathe here. The Minnesota representative is Betty McCollum, has introduced legislation to ensure that no American money funds the detention of Palestinian children. Shamefully, only one Democratic presidential candidate at that time that this was introduced, 2019, Representative Seth Moulton, ever endorsed it. That's according to McCollum's office. For a party that claims to prize human dignity, this shouldn't be a close call. Using American money to subsidize Iron Dome or David Sling, which shoot down Hamas, or Hezbollah rockets is morally defensible, at least. Using American money to traumatize children by pulling them from their homes and schools, always binding, blindfolding, strip searching, and beating them in the process, and then interrogating them with repeated and multiple gang rapes without any parent, either parent or any attorney, any legal representation present to advocate for them at all, sometimes for days. How can you tell me this is morally defensible? Again, all I ever hear is the Jewish children. Your father killed the children. The children. Fuck you and your dog. I don't mean that for Brooke to take personally. I mean the dog as in the baggage that these people carry, Brooke. She'll hear that later and think I'm insulting her. Now, Israel is not some defenseless people who are awaiting trains to take them to camps anymore. The Jewish people are the most spoiled rotten in the world. Israel is a world-class military power, a rogue nuclear state. The Palestinian children it detains are always accused of throwing stones at an occupying army. Israel can afford to offer them the same legal protections it affords Jewish children suspected of wrongdoing. And by foregoing torture, which is how a 2013 report by the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child describes Israel's treatment of any underage Palestinian suspects, Israel may also lead fewer of them to engage in violence as adults, which ultimately makes Israelis safer. I mean, if you treat a man like an animal, or a girl, many of these victims being children because they enjoy gang raping girls, then they will act like an animal. Why do you think so many women become suicide bombers against Israel? Has it never occurred to you they were all gang raped repeatedly as children by a bunch of fag-ass Israeli soldiers, too jackless to attack a female adult, but groove instead off taking kids from their parents? You people make me sick. I may subsist off your fucking blood, but thank God I take it only from a select population among you. The best, the brightest, and the most beautiful. The rest of you are human shit. It's like swimming through a sewer just to be among you. In addition to ensuring that American money isn't used to detain Palestinian children, the United States should ensure that it isn't funding the demolition of Palestinian homes. It's well known that Israel demolishes the houses of suspected Palestinian, although never Jewish, terrorists. But the practice is far broader than that. In the West Bank, most Palestinian homes are bulldozed not because their inhabitants are accused of violence, but merely because they lack building permits. The problem is that in Area C, which encompasses 60% of the West Bank, and which right-wing Israeli politicians seek to annex outright, Israel tries to keep Palestinian population as low as possible, which means a Palestinian's chances of getting a building permit are, in B'Tselem's words, slim to none. So, when Palestinians grow sufficiently desperate for places to live, they build without permits and hope the bulldozers don't come. But all too often, they do. According to B'Tselem, Israel has demolished at least 1,400 Palestinian houses in the West Bank since 2006. That was by 2019 measurements, leaving more than 6,000 people homeless by then. And sometimes, as in that year's cases of Susia and Khan al-Ahmar, or Khan al-Akmar, entire villages were threatened with demolition so Israel could expand settlements onto their land. For such work, Israel has in the past used American-made Caterpillar bulldozers, some of which it has purchased with American aid. This must end. There is no security justification for asking Americans to pay so Israel can demolish the homes of people who have been accused of no crime other than failing to possess building permits that, as non-citizens under military law, they cannot get. If Democrats cannot grasp that, they should spend a moment watching Palestinian families watching their own homes being bulldozed before their fucking eyes. Again, let me conduct a search here. See if I can find something that does justice to a sickening subject that, again, makes me glad not to be fully human. If I were fully human, I'd risk being a piece of shit like you. At any rate, here's a video I'm going to put inside of our chat for live stream, and I'll put it inside of the text box here in our Skype call. Again, I have to breathe. It's sickening. When I even look at that, I want to go on a murderous rampage.
It was very disgusting watching those children being taken away from the IDF scum.
Thank you. I mean, at times like that, can you blame people for saying Hitler was right?
I completely understand, yes.
So, finally, America should extend this principle. Funding aspects of Israeli policy that have a plausible security rationale and refusing to fund aspects that don't. To Israel's blockade of the Gaza Strip. Shooting down missiles and blocking tunnels deserve American support, or at least the argument can be made for that. But why does Israeli security require banning businesses in Gaza from exporting processed foods like cookies and potato chips to Israel and the West Bank? Why does it threaten Israeli security to allow people in Gaza to visit the West Bank to attend a grandparent's funeral? Why does Israel bar students in the Gaza from studying at West Bank universities? Some 6 years ago by now, Israel denied exit permits to most of the students at a music school in Gaza, thus preventing them from performing in the West Bank until the Israeli human rights group Gisha convinced a member of the Knesset to intervene. Now, it's understandable, perhaps, that Israel inspects containers entering and exiting the Gaza. It's understandable, perhaps, that Israel conducts background checks to ensure that the people entering Israel or the West Bank have no ties to terrorism. But blanket prohibitions on the movement of everything from college students to potato chips does not bolster Israeli security. To the contrary, they weaken it by fostering Palestinian despair and ergo hatred, and denying people in Gaza exposure to more open, liberal societies. Which is why current and former Israeli security officials have repeatedly warned that Palestinian hopelessness creates the conditions for violence and have criticized this blockade. These blanket prohibitions on the movement of goods and people aren't designed to reduce terrorism. They're designed, as Netanyahu and other Israeli officials have acknowledged, to keep Gaza and the West Bank separate so Palestinians cannot achieve their own state. That's not a goal American taxpayers should even subsidize. Critics may respond that it should be up to Israelis, not Americans, to decide which Israeli policies are moral and which bolster Israeli security. Yeah, there might be some element of truth to that if they could exist without our money. So it's up to Americans to decide how to spend American money. And funding the detention of Palestinian children, including their mass gang rape and torture, the demolition of Palestinian homes, sometimes with families inside, crushed and buried alive, And the virtual imprisonment of Palestinians in Gaza doesn't only harm Palestinians, it also harms America. In 2010, General David Petraeus, the general who would take over the CIA for a single year so he could help transfer the responsibility for the Chochoa, the administration thereof, back into the hands of the U.S. Army, observed that Arab anger over the Palestinian question limits the strength and depth of American partnerships with governments and peoples in that region. He said, I paid a military security price every day as the commander of CENTCOM, Central Command, because the Americans were seen as biased in support of Israel. That doesn't mean American leaders should give Arab governments a veto over American support for Israel, but it underscores the importance for America's own national security of deciding which Israeli policies are worth subsidizing and which are not. The problem with this first type of conditionality, conditions on which Israeli policies American money can support, isn't that it's illegitimate, it's that, on its own, it may be ineffective. Restrictions on funding certain Israeli practices may draw valuable attention to them in these United States. But money is fungible. Israel could simply pay for child detention, home demolitions, and restrictions on travel from the Gaza with its own money, and abuse American aid for other purposes. Which is why Democrats must consider a second, broader form of conditionality as well. The second form of conditionality doesn't require reducing overall American aid to Israel by even a dime. It merely requires threatening to reduce offshore procurement, the unique arrangement through which America allows Israel to spend billions in American aid on its own weapons rather than American ones. In his 2016 Memorandum of Understanding, Obama pledged not to phase out offshore procurement until 2028. But as prominent Republicans insisted at the time, such memorandums are just blueprints. They're not legally binding. And since 2016, Netanyahu has, by declaring his support for annexing parts of the West Bank, announced a radical policy shift to which these United States is entitled to respond with policy shifts of its own. As the former Bush Pentagon official and Orthodox rabbi Don Zykim has suggested, the United States should use offshore procurement to try to alter Israeli policies that not only deny Palestinians basic human rights, but pose an existential threat to Israel itself. Currently, Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza live, in different ways, as Israeli subjects, but cannot ever become Israeli citizens. That's colonialism. Palestinians, like all people, deserve to be citizens of the country in which they live. Denying them that very right is a recipe for intifada after intifada, since no people will indefinitely endure subjugation. And the more Palestinians lose hope of becoming citizens of their own country, the more they will demand citizenship in Israel, which Israel cannot grant without ceasing to be a Jewish ethno-religious state, a homogeneous racial state. The Nazi model, they would claim. The United States should not condition offshore procurement on the creation of a Palestinian state, since creating one is not solely within Israel's power. But America can use offshore procurement as leverage to keep Israel from foreclosing a Palestinian state. The United States can insist that Israel cannot that Israel simply not annex any part of the West Bank. Palestinian leaders have in the past suggested that Israel could annex certain settlements as part of a two-state deal, but only in return for land inside Israel proper. If Israel annexes settlements unilaterally and without compensation, the basis for that trade disappears. The American empire can also insist that Israel stop settlement growth, which eats away at the territory on which Palestinians would establish their state, and which often involves the theft of land that individual Palestinians own. In 2017, according to Israel's Central Bureau of Statistics, the settler population grew at close to double the rate of the Israeli population as a whole. That's partly because the Israeli government essentially pays Jews to move into the West Bank by allocating far more government money to settlements than to cities and towns inside Israel proper. Finally, while the United States cannot demand that Israelis and Palestinians reach a two-state deal, it can demand that the Israeli government accept the basic outlines of one, as detailed in the Clinton parameters in 2000 and the Arab Peace Initiative in 2002, as Mahmoud Abbas had done, and negotiate on that basis. Israel can refuse, but then America can refuse to stop allowing Israel to spend American money on Israeli arms. Like the first, this second form of conditionality would elicit howls from both the Israeli and Judeo-American political establishments, which would accuse the United States of undermining Israeli security. But it's worth remembering that, overwhelmingly, Israel's top security officials consider the two-state solution safer than permanent occupation. In 2015, the Palestinians were leading to either a binational state or an apartheid state. In 2017, another former Mossad head, Tamir Pardo, called the death of the two-state solution an existential threat to Israel. Such views are widespread. In 2016, Major General Gadi Shamni, former head of Israel's Central Command, which encompasses the West Bank, noted that the overwhelming majority of the senior ranks of the defense establishment think we are moving in a very problematic directions in regard to the Palestinians. For every 50 people who think as I do, you'll find only that there is something that happens to the people who run Israel's security agencies that makes them left-wing. So in other words, Israeli security leaders become left-wing because they see that the right-wing approach is going to kill them in the end. This may sound strange to Americans. How could Israelis, who prize security above all else, elect leaders who are entrenching an occupation that so many Israeli security professionals consider dangerous? But it's not that strange. Ideologues overrule security professionals in our political system as well. The Pentagon considers climate change a grave threat to national security. Donald Trump considered it a Chinese hoax. The police condemn laws that make it easier to own a gun. Police-loving Republicans pass them anyway. Now, I could try to... I could go on about this for hours. And perhaps I should. This is obviously important stuff for people to know about. And we've got a good viewership. A great one. So, let me continue. Even though it's painful to myself. I assure you, it's literally makes me sick. By conditioning offshore procurement, the United States can prod and empower those in Israel's security establishment who fear permanent occupation to more forcefully oppose it. And America can weaken Netanyahu's dictatorship by showing ordinary Israelis that his policies undermine Israel's most important relationship. As B'Tselem's Haggai Elad has argued, perpetuating the occupation and paying no price for it, having it both ways, is Netanyahu's single goal. Breaking that mold is the biggest hope we have of finally ending the occupation. Now, with this shift in policy, Democrats can keep this hope alive. If a Democratic president, like Biden, finally dropped a pair of fucking balls and endorsed this shift recommended by the son of Adolf Hitler, of all the major candidates for 2024, only Bernie Sanders has so far come close. It will likely help them among Democratic voters. A University of Maryland poll in the spring of 2019 found that 57% of Democrats think the United States should respond to settlement growth with economic sanctions or more serious action. But that candidate would come under ferocious assault from Republicans and establishment Judeo-American groups. And it would be up to progressive Judeo-Americans to thrust themselves into that fight. That won't be easy. If progressive Jews are, well, anything like any Jew at all, that sounds awful, they would feel an internal dissonance when it comes to pressuring Israel. A voice inside their head that says, don't turn on your own. The voice that says that Israel, whatever its flaws, is family, and the Palestinians are not. It says that when Judeophobia, so-called anti-Semitism, is rising, including on the left, you don't throw chum in the water. Once American Christians grow comfortable condemning and pressuring Israel, maybe Jews would find they enjoy it just a little too much. Now, I doubt that any Jewish person, best to say something like that than my saying something like any Jew. It's doubtful any Jewish person could ever totally silence that voice. They've heard it all their life from all the people they love the most. But it grows quieter, or it should grow quieter, at that time of year, in that extended interlude between Passover and Shavuot, when Jews contemplate the journey from physical to spiritual freedom. The Jewish family is born in the book of Genesis in the land of Israel. But the Jewish people are born in the book of Exodus, in slavery from Egypt. They then spend the rest of the Torah trying to return to the place where Abraham and his descendants already live near the beginning of the story. In his Haggadah, the Rabbi Jonathan Sachs asks, why the detour? And his answer, because the Jewish people had to suffer the experience of slavery and degradation before it could learn, know, and feel intuitively that there is something morally wrong with oppression. Their own God wanted Jews to gain the moral intuition, that moral intuition, before they settled as a people on their own land. Netanyahu, like his father before him, fears this moral impulse in Jewish tradition, which he sees as inimical to Jewish survival in a predatory world. Perhaps he is right to fear it. Because the moral intuition that Sachs describes could help end the international impunity that Netanyahu has reveled in for the last 16 years. If Sachs is right, than ensuring that the American empire does not help Israel arrest a child, demolish a home, or imprison an entire people is just about the most Jewish thing that Jews can possibly do. So does a new generation of Judeo-Americans feel this moral intuition deeply enough to challenge the forces that sustain American complicity in Israeli oppression? The next chapter of Judeo-American history will rest, in large measure, on the answer they provide to Hitler's son, Douglas Dietrich. Now, in terms of the time we have left on live stream, gather my breath here for a minute.
You got between 2 and 3 hours, I think, left.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus. Well, a lot of time. I mean, it's like 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Yeah, 2 hours and some odd minutes, you know. But, like I said, I've dedicated myself to some in-depth analysis here. And there's still a lot more to be analyzed.
Yes.
And this is what I want people to understand. All this money we give to the Jews, well, that's horrible, the Israelis, for their war machine, for an expansionist rogue state that's nuclear armed, no less. The only nation state to maintain the zombie bomb, the fucking neutron bomb, which I've explained before, the effects on prions, proteinaceous infectious ions, and the literal creation of the ravenous undead. On the debit side of our ledger beyond that, the creditors keep calling as our own United States military is filing for bankruptcy. How is this fucking possible? I mean, across the armed forces, service leaders are continuing to tout a military getting smaller and older as necessary to free up funds for other priorities. But on their paths to emerging fleets and inventories of 2025, one short fiscal year from now, essentially, the military is hitting the iceberg of bankruptcy before the vaunted future ever arrives, fielded and at scale. The Navy is simply too small and unready to meet daily global demands for forces, much less confront challenges posed by the communist Chinese Empire. Air Force leaders are telling combatant commanders they need to ask for less air power in the give and take of supply versus worldwide demand. The Marine Corps Commandant has stated bluntly that his service is basically out of the crisis response business. Too small and lacking amphibious craft, to respond to Allied earthquake victims, train outside of bases in Asia, and help evacuate America's embassy in the Sudan. So-called divest to invest was always overly risky given the gap in combat power it creates while awaiting replacement or next-generation capabilities. When the newer equipment, technology, or capability is delayed, there's no fallback option to mitigate risk. Pentagon leaders are forced to let the calls for help simply go to voicemail. But there was never any evidence to support the overly optimistic assumption that the Pentagon's Soviet-style acquisition system was going to deliver promised capability on time and in adequate numbers either. The list of delayed weapons and equipment just keeps piling up. While the Air Force struggles with pilot recruiting, training, and retention, the service just got another dose of bad news. The new trainer aircraft, Boeing's T-7A, has faced another delay. This will postpone its deployment until 2027, 3 years later than initially planned. It's not just the trainers either. Production of the F-15EX, the next generation counterpart of the venerable F-15, has also slowed, resulting in uncertain delivery timelines. The Air Force's new intercontinental ballistic missile to replace the aging Minuteman III, the LGM-35A Sentinel, has just seen its initial capability rating, well, the ready date, moved back a year from 2029 to 2030. That program is crucial to modernizing the nuclear triad, but has fallen victim to staffing shortfalls, clearance delays, tech challenges, and supply chain disruptions. Because, guess fucking what? The majority of its electronic wiring was built in Japan. The majority of its microcircuitry, well, hell, all of its microchips were built in Taiwan. And, of course, bigger and shit, the hardware otherwise was built in mainland China, controlled by the fucking communists. And they stopped delivering during COVID. Well, I mean, what did you expect? And you still say the Japanese lost the war. How crazy can you fucking be? Now, a recently released GAO, Government Accountability Office report, noted that the production of the Navy's Block 5 Virginia-class attack submarines has been taking over 2 years longer than expected. GAO notes that shipbuilders are struggling to meet the production goal of 2 ships per year. Explanations for the delay point to shipyard staffing shortages and lower work efficiency than estimated. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Mikhail Gilday recently asserted that they, meaning submarine builders, are underperforming. Underperforming, he says. They are overcost and way over schedule. But wait, there's more! Including helicopter engines, bomber modernization, air defense radars, and, the new Air Force One! All these necessary Pentagon programs are experiencing a barrage of delays. That same GAO report on Pentagon procurement highlighted that more than half of the major programs are experiencing delays. And for many of those programs, this is the second or third year in a row of continued deferments. While the particular reasons vary, the trend is stark. New weapon systems and modernization programs are often not meeting their set delivery schedules. As delays ripple across the services, divest to invest has shown it's a failed approach. It's past time for leaders to admit the world does not take a pause while America attempts to catch up. Nature abhors a vacuum, and the United States is increasingly falling behind. By choice. On our latest 4th of July, Israel's military pressed on with its biggest incursion into the occupied West Bank in some 20 years. While 7 people were injured in an attack on Tel Aviv, as fears grew then of a significant escalation after months of rising violence, militant groups praised the car-rabbing and stabbing attack in the bustling Israeli city as heroic revenge for the massive raid on the Jenin refugee camp, which continued into a second day with 10 Palestinians killed and streams of civilians fleeing as Israelis attacked a refugee camp. So, where is Israel's place in the new multipolar world order since we are giving up our military development for theirs? Theirs is state-of-the-art and cutting edge. We're paying for it, but we can't afford to, modernize our own. Over these past few months, it has become impossible to deny the rapid emergence of a multipolar world. This trend has been in the pipeline for some time, but the invasion of Ukraine by the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire allows us to apply Hemingway's adage about going broke. The multipolar world emerged gradually, then suddenly. What this means for the world is unclear, but expect a lot to change in the coming decade. By the end of the 2020s, the world is unlikely to look anything like it did at the beginning. The Russian invasion of Ukraine and the evident coordination between the Russian and Communist Chinese empires in cohesion as a Sino-Slavic synaxis in its wake seem likely to instigate lasting changes in the geopolitical and economic world order on a magnitude not seen since the Second World War. Now, one country we'll all want to pay close attention to is Israel. Since the end of the short Yom Kippur War in 1973, Israel's fate has been tied to the dominance of the American Empire. In recent years, this relationship has weakened somewhat, but it remains Israel's de facto fallback. The problem for Israel is simple enough in their eyes. They misperceive Iran as a major power in the region, both historically and in terms of sheer size, and the Islamic Republic makes no secret that it does not recognize Israel's legitimacy. Israel's relationship with the United States has ensured that Iran has been contained. This was mainly accomplished through harsh economic sanctions that kept the Iranian economy weak and, until now, dissuaded Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons. American-led sanctions do not look nearly as convincing today as they did before the Russian invasion, however. The revanchist and revisionist Russian and Chinese communist empires have responded to them by stitching together a variety of measures that not only allow Russia to function within the sanctions, but seek to build a rival economic system to the Western one. If Russia and Red China succeed as the Sino-Slavic synaxis, they could quite easily alleviate the burden on the Iranian economy by bringing it into the fold. This would render American sanctions much less effective as a tool to contain that so-called rogue state. The real rogue state, of course, being fucking Israel. Now, what are Israel's possible responses to the scenario I've just articulated? The most obvious would be diplomacy. Israel has run hot and cold during the Russian invasion. Much to Russia's chagrin, Israel voted to condemn the invasion at the United Nations. But when the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spraketh before the Knesset, he was met with a frosty reception, very different from the one he received in all the other capitals on earth. It is perfectly obvious that Israel is trying to walk a diplomatic tightrope here. Israel has excellent relations with the revanchist, revisionist Russian and communist Chinese empires. If and when the New World Order emerges, Israel will no doubt use these relations to make clear its problems with Iran. But the Sino-Slavic synaxis also has good relations with Iran. The best Israel can hope for out of this diplomacy would be for Russia and Red China to mediate an arrangement in the Middle East that is somewhat stable. In Israel's worst-case scenario, the new emerging order would simply unleash Iran and make it Russia and Red China's main partner in the region. Israel's other clear option is military. This could range from massive military buildup to actual attacks on Iran. There is not much to say about this path. It would be destabilizing and tragic, especially since half the army doesn't want to show up now. It's not clear who would emerge as the long-term winner now, and there is every chance no one would. Perhaps there is another unexplored option, economic. In a recent essay for American Affairs, the case was made that the shift to a new multipolar world would likely cause the decline of the United States dollar as the world's reserve currency. If that is correct, which is highly doubtful, Israel might have an opportunity to position itself as the Middle East's financial hegemon. Everybody, buy into the shekel! Now, the Middle Eastern economy is a strange contradiction. It is awash with extravagant wealth, but totally undeveloped. This is due to the region's massive oil wealth and autocratic political structures. While Israel is supposedly, purportedly not the wealthiest country in the region, it is by far the most Western That is, their wealth is produced through investment and is distributed broadly throughout the population, as opposed to being extracted out of the soil and handed over to the elites. Much Middle Eastern wealth currently washes through these United States, the United Kingdom, and Europe. But as I have concluded via my own analyses, recent developments will lead those countries to diversify how they manage their wealth. Israel could be in a perfect position to take advantage, of course. For one thing, the new shekel is a reliable currency. Over the long term, it tracks the US dollar. Property rights are well established in Israel, and the political system is propagandized as stable. Where Israel really stands out against the rest of the region, though, is that it could, if it tried, develop a top-class financial sector. Culturally, Israel is quite westernized, so it would not be hard to attract top financial talent into the country to help build a sophisticated financial sector. This new financial sector could attract wealth from across the region and position Israel as the financial hub of the Middle East. This would drastically increase Israel's economic and diplomatic strength in the region. The emerging world order will, of course, create opportunities for countries that are smart enough to take advantage of them. The broad theme will be economic and geopolitical decentralization. A multipolar world will still have polar regions, and the countries that will emerge stronger will be those that figure out a way to ensure they are close to the center of those regions. Now, I'm going to take a breath here, and I'm just going to, again, try and phase this, transition this towards the ultimate point to be made as far as I'm concerned. So, in the time we have remaining, which is what most people couldn't fill with talk, I'll continue along this thread and take it to where you probably would never imagine, and yet once you hear it, would realize, well, that's the only place Douglas Dietrich would ever take it. So, give me a second again to catch my breath, I've opened the new bottle of water here. And proceeded to keep myself hydrated enough to carry us through. Now, in terms of all these hotheads in the Holy Land recently, Israel could be headed for a cold civil war. Now, the inner political and cultural divisions of the Jewish state have never been this fraught, all while the threats of a Palestinian intifada and conflict with Iran loom large. Against the backdrop of rising tensions with Iran, heightened violence in the West Bank, and the threat of a third intifada, an armed Palestinian uprising, Israel sits on the cusp of its own cold civil war. Now, whether things turn hot, simply simmer, or cool down remains to be seen. Regardless, the current government's plan to overhaul the judiciary has elicited more blowback than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ever anticipated. For some 3 months before sundown on April 25th, when Israelis marked the 75th anniversary of their country's founding in 1948, Israelis took to the streets and highways to protest the current government's plans. Many Israelis believe Netanyahu and his allies aim to undermine the role the courts play in checking the Prime Minister and the Knesset, Israel's parliament. In their view, the right is grasping for unfettered power. Some critics also think it's a cynical ploy to keep Netanyahu, who is on trial for corruption, out of prison forever. Not only a free man, but running the country. A man who should be in prison. Which, as was pointed out by someone, who the hell was it that told me that Our country could be run by Trump in prison. If he goes to prison and still wins the presidency, he could still run it from prison. That's a fact. It's legally a fact. Insane, isn't it? Israel's in that situation, except their man would be free. He controls the judiciary, the courts. In March, a nationwide mass protest, dubbed a Day of Resisting Dictatorship, forced Netanyahu to meet the United States Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin at Ben Gurion Airport outside Tel Aviv. Pandemonium on the highways and the airport caused Netanyahu and company to dispense with diplomatic niceties. Adding to the flames of unrest, members of the Air Force and military intelligence reserves have threatened to ignore call-ups if the legislation that seemingly triggered this chain of events is enacted into law. Already, Israel's Air Force has discharged a reserve colonel/fighter pilot for fomenting protest. None of this is a good look for a country that may find itself as the head of the spear in a hot war against Tehran, capital of Iran. Whether a viable compromise ever emerges over efforts by the government to overhaul its judicial system remains uncertain. For the moment, both sides are publicly dug in. Netanyahu and his coalition partners, well, they refuse to hit the brakes. At the same time, the opposition declines to engage in discussion. Thursday night, as dated the 9th of March, Isaac Herzog, Israel's ceremonial president, said that democracy and an independent judiciary were paramount values. He added that the current version of the overhaul needed to pass from the world and acknowledged that the events of Thursday that month were a nightmare. According to Herzog, however, some progress in negotiations had been made behind closed doors. Yeah, progress through railroading through the legislation. Already this game of chicken has exacted a heavy price. The shekel, Israel's currency, has declined while interest rates have risen. Property values have dropped, and the size of mortgage payments has swollen. The stock market is woozy. Israelis are repositioning their bank deposits abroad. A headline on a Hebrew language financial website blared, "No path of return." The dream of he had a subtitle, which is, "The dream of expanding Israeli high-tech is endangered." In that same vein, a passel of bond rating agencies has warned of possible rating downgrades. As a small trading state, that's a large and unnecessary headache for Israel. Indeed, in this instance, it is a gaping, self-inflicted wound. For their part, Mike Bloomberg, New York City's billionaire ex-mayor, and Nouriel Roubini, the noted economist, have issued admonitions of their own. Bloomberg went so far as to say that, as the owner of a global company, he does not blame business for reevaluating their investments in Israel. Roubini characterized the overhaul as playing with fire. The future of Startup Nation suddenly appears murky. Unlike the cases of the United States and the United Kingdom, however, immigration is not a driver of the tumult. Israel is well known for strictly scrutinizing anyone who enters the country, who may stay, and who becomes a citizen. Rather, in the case of Israel, think of it as looking in the mirror and not being happy with the image that stares back. Decades-old grudges have now morphed into pitched political battles. Antipathies of the old world are now playing out in what was thought to be a high-tech Hebrew-speaking Mecca. Israel's per capita gross domestic product surpasses much of the West. It is on par with that of England, France, and Canada. Taken together, this looks awfully like a culture war. The underpinnings of the scrum seem to be about who is already living inside the figurative house, makers and takers, who worships, and how often. The right claims that it won the election and possesses a legal and popular mandate to enact a series of changes that would shift power to the Knesset at the expense of the courts. To be sure, the right's claim to wanting more democracy can easily sound like a mask for illiberal parliamentary majoritarianism. They would never buy into a mechanism for direct voter-initiated referenda. Meanwhile, the left has done little to dispel charges of unvarnished elitism. Overall, the opposition represents better educated and wealthier Israelis, heavily weighted toward the top fifth of the income ladder. They rightly fear that the government's effort to curb the role of the judiciary will serve as a smokescreen for gutting civil liberties and permanently enshrining parliamentary dominance of the right. Beyond that, they worry that the overhaul would erode the status of the courts as an adjudicator of commercial disputes. There are also deep cultural divides. Exempli gratiae, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, previously referred to himself as a proud homophobe on the side of Vladimir Putin in the gay war. Against the more recent backdrop of a lethal Palestinian terror attack and settler reprisals, Smotrich announced that the Palestinian village of Huwara should be wiped out. He has since been forced to walk back on those remarks. As a coda on Thursday of, that month, that week of that month, where all of this was going down right before Israel's anniversary, the Biden administration granted Smotrich a diplomatic visa to visit these United States. Likewise, Orit Struck, a Netanyahu and Smotrich ally, declared that her party would seek to revise anti-discrimination legislation to effectively permit hospitals to discriminate against gays, that they could refuse them treatment, kick them out on the street to die. As for the political left, it has proven itself incapable of addressing the grievances of the Sephardic community, those Jews who came to Israel from Arab lands as opposed to the Ashkenazi descendants of Eastern and Central European Jews. Israeli Sephardics play an outsized role in Netanyahu's political base. They are generally more traditional, religiously observant, and blue-collar compared to their Ashkenazi counterparts. They also know when they are being condescended to, and yet for decades the political left has demonstrated consistent incapacity to meet them halfway. Well, I can understand why myself, because they're a bunch of racist religious bigots, but hey, there's such a thing as some level of political diplomacy that needs to be administered with those who don't deserve it. In politics and life, respect is a big deal. In the present conflict, they wish for capitulation by the opposition, an impossible outcome. More broadly, they seek greater acceptance of their budgetary and social demands. Already, the battle within Israel reached the White House and the halls of Congress. Amichai Chikli, Israel's Minister of Diaspora Affairs, unloaded on Tom Nides, Washington's ambassador to Jerusalem, after Nides had said that Netanyahu's government should slow down its efforts. And Nides clapped back, "Some official, I don't know who he is, I never met him, suggested I should stay out of Israel's business. I really think that most Israelis do not want America to stay out of their business." On Capitol Hill, Republicans have rushed to Netanyahu's defense, while Democrats appear divided. Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, expressed his view that the skirmish in Israel is an internal matter. The Russo collaborationist, red Republican Party Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas attacked the Biden administration for purportedly undermining Netanyahu. And in the House, 80 Democrats signed a letter addressed to the president that urges him to use all diplomatic tools available to prevent Israel's current government from further damaging the nation's democratic institutions. Now, how much self-inflicted punishment Israelis can endure remains to be seen. One thing is certain, its allure and deterrence rest on its retaining its technological and military edge. Now, a lasting cold civil war helps no one but Israel's enemies. In June of 1958, Abraham Lincoln intoned, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." Things turned real hot in Lincoln's country 3 years later. But democracy in Israel will end before a civil war erupts. Losing what is left of Israel's fragile democracy will be a terrible blow for many Israelis, but they will not see it as worth going to war for. There are 12 ways to say civil war in Hebrew. The more accurate and technical translation of the term is Milkemet Ezrashim, a war of civilians or citizens. The other term, a more literal one, is Milkemet Akim, a war of brothers. That's the one Israeli leaders have used in the past to warn of a possible civil war. Menachem Begin famously twice spraketh, "There will not be a war of brothers." Once in November of 1944, when the Haganah, the pro-independence Jewish army, Haganah means we shall not forget, turned members of his Irgun underground militia over to the British Mandate Police. 1944, when the Zionists were considered a Nazi insurgency. And then again in June of 1948, when the Irgun's Altalena ship, which was carrying weapons and volunteers from Europe, was fired upon and destroyed by the Israeli Defense Forces off the coast of Tel Aviv. This was due to David Ben-Gurion's suspicion that they were part of an Irgun plan to carry out a military coup d'etat. That moment, less than 6 weeks after Israel's establishment, was the closest the country has ever come to civil war. The Altalena was the ship that almost sank Israel. In 1948, Israel faced many threats, but one of the defining moments of the War of Independence came not from Israel's Arab neighbors, but from an internal threat that almost led to civil war. Here talking about the Altalena affair. This event, which has gone down in infamy, and the effects of which still reverberate through Israeli society to this day, pitted two of Israel's greatest leaders, David Ben-Gurion and Menachem Begin, against each other in a power struggle the likes of which had never been seen before. Once it was over, both sides would bury their dead, the Israeli army would finally be unified, and Israeli society would be left asking important questions about the very fabric of its being. This is a story that could so easily have ended differently. But could it, and should it, have been avoided altogether? Did the affair strengthen Israeli society, or did it bring about divisions that remain today? And could Israel descend into civil war again? Now, on the night after the Altalena's sinking, Menachem Begin broadcast on the Irgun's radio channel, "We will not open fire. There will not be a war of brothers while the enemy is at the gate." Now, Begin refused the urgings of some of his fellow Irgun commanders to fight the government with arms. The Irgun accepted his orders, laid down its weapons, and Begin, as leader of Herut and then Likud, went on to fight and lose 8 elections, until winning and becoming prime minister 29 years later. In the opening month of this year, it was the turn of Benny Gantz, until but yesteryear defense minister and by January just the leader of another opposition party, to warn Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that if he went ahead with his government's plan to eviscerate the Supreme Court, effectively ending Israeli democracy thereby, the responsibility for a war of brothers will rest with you. This is the bland and mild-mannered Benny Gantz who, just 9 days earlier, had admonished his opposition colleagues for heckling Netanyahu's inaugural speech. Justice Minister Yariv Levin's plan to overhaul the judicial system made him change his tune very quickly. Since the sinking of the Altalena, there have been tense moments when armed groups sought to challenge the state's authority, but it still didn't come even close to civil war. There were stirrings of armed insurrection in nearly every decade of Israel's existence. In the 1940s, it was the Altalena. In the 50s, there was Brith Kanaim, the Covenant of Zealots, a religious underground that plotted to overthrow the secular government. There were also the riots against the reparations agreement with West Germany, led by Begin, who forgot for a moment his commitment to democracy and nearly stormed the Knesset. Over a decade later, in 1967, the year after myself was born, a group of generals discussed taking over if Prime Minister Levi Eshkol would not give the order to launch a preemptive strike on Egypt. In the 70s and 80s, there was the settlers' Jewish underground that carried out terror attacks against Palestinians and plotted to blow up the mosques on the Temple Mount in the hope of derailing the pullback from Sinai, which was a condition of the peace agreement with Egypt. There were yet more attacks by the far right in the 90s to prevent the Oslo Accords, first murdering Palestinians and then an Israeli prime minister. Each time, there were warnings of a war of brothers. But at no point since the sinking of the Altalena was Israel actually close to civil war, not even after Yitzhak Rabin's assassination in 1995. When I heard Gantz's warning in January, I remembered the last time I heard similar talk taking place in Israel, or emerging out of Israel. It was in the months leading up to the disengagement from the Gaza Strip and the settlements in the settlements of northern Samaria, in the summer of 2005. It just won't happen. The nation won't let it happen. That's what you would have heard wherever journalists went in the settlements and during the anti-government protests at the time. Most left it at that, an amorphous promise that Ariel Sharon's plan, supported by a majority of Israelis, would somehow be defeated. There was those who went into more detail, dark mutterings of atrocities against Palestinians that would cause another intifada, a mass revolt in the IDF, sabotage of infrastructure that would see the country grind to a halt. Some of that did happen. There were a couple of vigilante murders of Palestinians in the West Bank. A few dozen soldiers did refuse to carry out orders, and some roads within Israel were blocked. One then unknown activist, who is today Israel's finance minister, was arrested on suspicion of planning arson attacks, but he was never indicted. Ultimately, however, nothing came remotely close to an actual insurrection. Most of the settlers left either of their own accord, or that's how the Israelis propagandized it after subjecting them to terrorism and violence, or allowed themselves to be dragged from their homes, as the Israelis phrase it. You like how they phrase that? Allowed themselves to be dragged from their homes. What does that fucking mean? Aside from ethnic cleansing, obviously. In the few locations where they actively resisted, it consisted mainly of paint throwing, and that was over within a few hours, Because, of course, they have no guns, or knives, or anything. Now, I myself could have conceivably supported the disengagement, but I can recognize that for the settlers and their supporters, it represents a terrible personal and ideological calamity. It's to them, an ontological disaster. Every bit as tragic as the one now facing Israelis who are convinced, rightly in my opinion, that if the Levine plan is implemented in full, it will mean the end of Israeli democracy as we know it. And I'm now convinced that, just like in the previous instances, Israel won't come anywhere near civil war. That is not because of their historic notions of a war of brothers being unthinkable. It has happened to other nations, and it has happened repeatedly in Jewish history, as recently as 2,000 years ago. But for a civil war, you need a sufficiently powerful and sufficiently large group of people or party to take the risk of launching an armed uprising. Israel doesn't have that. The IDF's tradition of obeying orders from the elected politicians is still strong, and anyway, both conceivable sides in a civil war are well represented throughout its ranks, so it is hard to imagine the army taking sides. Who else is there? The police are a disorganized rabble at the best of times, and the number of truly ideologically motivated settlers willing to risk something like that are small. They can bully their Palestinian neighbors, but a full-blown revolt is beyond them. And just why is Israel failing to stop Jewish attacks on Palestinians? That demands an analysis. At this point, there have been dozens of violent attacks by Jewish settlers against Palestinians, not counting the massive ones in Huwara and Turmos Oya, which have Israeli security forces involved, with the ones where the settlers are attacking on their own. Why have Israeli security forces failed to prevent them? In February, when settlers torched homes in the northern West Bank town of Huwara, killing one that we know of, the IDF learned the lesson of quick troop deployment. Yet overall, Israel's security forces, especially in the last few months, have failed to stop Jewish revenge attacks against Palestinians. Why? The IDF will tell you that the answer is resources. It does not have enough troops to prevent all of the Palestinian terror attacks against Jews, which we can see an increase in terror in recent months. So it certainly does not have enough troops for what it sees as a secondary mission, preventing Jewish terror. That answer is probably part of the problem. The IDF's main objective is to win wars against foreign enemies, not to stop its citizens from committing revenge violence. In other words, the IDF does not even want this mission and would rather the police deal with it. In the IDF's first reaction to Huwara, it tried to divert blame to the police. Only later on did the IDF take responsibility and recognize that only it has enough forces sufficient to be regularly deployed deep into West Bank areas where these attacks are occurring. Cases where Shin Bet have taken action. Over the years, the Shin Bet have ramped up efforts to catch Jewish terrorists after specific attacks, like the murder of Mohammed Abi Kadir in 2014, or the murders of the Palestinian Dawamshi family in Duma in 2015. In those cases, the Shin Bet and IDF used administrative detention on a small number of Jews and even enhanced interrogation techniques. But these tend to be short-term investigations to find one or two murderers after someone has been killed. These are not examples where Israel succeeded in preventing hundreds of settlers from ransacking and setting fire en masse to a Palestinian town, like what happened in Trumuzaya last month, or the month before by now. The processes that have led to these failures date back years in terms of a culture of passivity when it comes to addressing Jewish settlers attacking Palestinians. To the extent that they are worse today, some of it could relate to National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir being in power and other government officials creating an atmosphere in which border policemen and even some IDF troops beyond his direct sphere of influence feel that there are some top Israeli leaders who do not want them to clamp down too hard on Jewish violence. Last November, before the new government was formed, but when it was already known that the current coalition was on its way to power, an IDF soldier beat up a left-wing activist in Hebron and said that Ben-Gvir would bring order when he came into power. Subsequently, there has been an increase in incidents of soldiers beating Palestinians, and even groups of soldiers protesting when some of their fellow soldiers were disciplined or prosecuted for carrying out such beatings. What the IDF could exhibit, the same creativity it does when it fights Hamas, Iran, and Hezbollah, what it could do is exhibit the same creativity it does when fighting them. Instead of complaining that it places forces in one town to protect Palestinians from a Jewish revenge attack and doing nothing when the revenge attackers maneuver around them, it could be anticipating how to stop highly motivated revenge attackers from succeeding at all. The IDF does not sit back and wait for Hamas, Iran, or Hezbollah to attack with a drone or sea commandos. It does not throw up its hands and give up on attacking underground Iranian nuclear facilities because it lacks a giant bunker buster bomb. Rather, it brainstorms about how these groups might try to surprise them and places defenses in place ahead of time. If it cannot attack Iranian underground facilities with one big bomb, it comes up with creative ways to use multiple bombs, even if that is not the conventional way that they are used. After Huwara, the IDF had failed, but it had an excuse. Now, Israeli security forces have had half a year by now to plan and anticipate how creative revenge attacks might play out. In addition to the moral considerations, if Israel's security forces do not reach a more proactive plan soon for protecting Palestinians, the Jewish state's legitimacy could suffer in new and unprecedented ways, which could have far-reaching consequences on other critical diplomatic and security issues. The pro-democracy forces in Israeli society will go on protest marches, but don't have the stomach for anything more than some gentle tussling with the police. They have too much to lose. The violent protests of the ultra-Orthodox community, like we saw during the COVID pandemic, are always rather amateurish and mainly symbolic. Israeli Arabs certainly won't go to war for a democracy that treats them at best as second-class citizens, even in the rare cases where they have rioted in solidarity with their Palestinian siblings in the West Bank and Yerushalayim, as happened in October of the year 2000 and May in 2021. Those were always short-lived and limited outbursts of violence. They also have, compared to those in the occupied areas, too much to lose. And that's the bottom line. For all Israel's problems, life there is still too good for all of Israeli communities to risk a civil war. Losing what is left of Israel's fragile and limited democracy will be a terrible blow for many, perhaps even most, Israelis, but it won't be worth going to actual war for. The overwhelming majority of Israelis will feel that they still stand to lose more than just their democracy. especially since there's no way of winning such a war. Perhaps that equation will change in a post-democratic Israel in another generation. Perhaps when another religio-nationalist government goes much further than the current one and threatens the way of life of secular Israelis. But at this point, losing the Supreme Court won't make life harder for secular middle-class Israelis in any direct or immediate way. The most those Israelis will do for now, if the shaking pillars of democracy are toppled, is to disengage and continue enjoying life in the Tel Aviv bubble. Many will simply emigrate. Benny Gantz is right. If there's a civil war, a war of brothers in Israel, it will largely be Netanyahu's responsibility. But unless they live to be 120, neither of them will probably be around when it finally happens. But Netanyahu has made Israel an American adversary. Let me check if we have anybody participating in the chat room, because it ceased going up for me. Scrolling up, I mean to say. So, Mr. Nothing says, please thumbs up and support his... Yeah, thank you so much there. Appreciate that, Nemo. Still maintaining good numbers. The subject keeps people. And I appreciate that. Now, as concern in Washington is growing over Israel's anti-democratic turn, new questions are arising about the underlying strength of the Israeli-American relationship. Such a reflection is welcome, of course, especially if it produces recognition that for much of the past quarter century, Israel has acted as an adversary of the American empire all along. Indeed, while enjoying the status and perquisites of a special American ally, it has pursued policies not only in variance with American strategic interests, but often directly adversarial to them. It has done so on a wide array of fronts in the Middle East and across the globe. This adversarial shift began with the ascendance of a specific dictator, Benjamin Netanyahu. From his first rise to power in 1996, through the more than 15 years he has held the reins. After losing an election in 1999, Netanyahu returned in 2009 and, with the exception of the 18-month hiatus between June of 2021 and December of 2022, has been prime minister ever since. Netanyahu has consistently and increasingly advanced foreign and security policies that, whether directly or indirectly, undercut American strategic interests. Notably, these policies pertain not only to areas in which Israel could be argued to hold overriding interests, such as the Palestinian one. Although Netanyahu's diplomatic approach on this front has been at odds with American interests for all but the Trump years, Washington should, and has been, understanding of this divergence between the two allies. The same case can be made for Netanyahu's policy on Iran, even as he has unequivocally sabotaged and derailed American efforts on this front. But the remarkable fact is that Netanyahu's Israel has pursued policies at odds with American strategic interests across much of the rest of the world as well. Let me recount the ways. In Europa, Netanyahu's Israel has adopted a policy aimed at undermining the European Union and the liberal democratic order for which it stands. In fact, it has aligned itself not merely with some of Brussels' staunchest adversaries, such as Magyarország's, Hungary's Viktor Orbán, Polska's or Poland's Jaroslaw Kaczynski, and Mateusz Morawiecki, and Italy's Matteo Salvini, to name but a few. It has openly embraced some of Europe's most far-right parties and their populist leaders whose opposition to Brussels transcends EU politics and turns on an illiberal agenda with astonishingly neo-fascist and even neo-Nazi strains. A partial list includes the Freedom Party of Austria, founded by a former Nazi SS officer, and Germany's extremist AfD, the Alternative for Deutschland, the Alternative for Germany. All of these, the former Soviet satellite state leaders, and the far-right parties themselves, generally funded by the Russians, whom, of course, the Israelis aligned themselves with, being, of course, a third Russian-speaking as a nation, with all of the Russian Jews that they took in after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So for Netanyahu, these relationships have been, first and foremost, transactional. In exchange for Israel turning a blind eye to their historical and ideological links with neo-Nazism and present-day Judeophobia at home, these parties provide their support for Israel's policy on the Palestinian front. Such support, moreover, has also served a wider strategic aim for Netanyahu by undermining EU consensus on foreign policy toward Israel. These relationships contribute to sowing divisions within the EU itself and weakening Europe's core liberal reforms and norms. Of course, Netanyahu's brazen diplomatic posture against the liberal democratic order, the cornerstone of American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, has been reflected most strikingly in his intimate relationship with Russia's dictator Vladimir Putin. As Israeli Prime Minister, Netanyahu should certainly maintain cordial and constructive relationships with Moscow, a major world power with a growing presence in the Middle East, including across Israel's northern border of Syria. But the relationship Netanyahu has cultivated with Putin has gone far beyond what has been strategically necessary to safeguard Israeli interests. Worse, it has often come at Washington's expense. The full cost to American strategic interests became apparent in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Although launched during Netanyahu's brief hiatus from leadership, the relationship he had cultivated over the years with Putin has made Israel into a natural outlet for Russian capital and commodity exports. The conduct is not limited to Judeo-Russian oligarchs, for whose welfare, more in the sense of their wealth than health, Israel could claim to care. Enter any supermarket in Israel since Western powers imposed sanctions on Moscow, and the number and variety of products from Russia and Russian-occupied Crimea will settle any question as to where Israel truly stands. I've seen the videos of shoppers. It's not like I've been there myself. Hell, I wouldn't step foot into Israel. Now, regardless of whether Israeli supply of arms to Ukraine would make a difference on the battleground, its blank refusal of Kiev's, the capital of Ukraine's, requests poked a hole in American efforts to present a unified front against Russian aggression. And although Israel has shifted its rhetoric of neutrality somewhat in favor of Ukraine and is reportedly ready to consider supplying it with some defensive weapon systems, the result, no doubt, of Iranian military assistance to Russia and American pressure, Netanyahu's intimacy with Putin should be regarded as Israeli betrayal of the special relationship with these United States. A similar approach can be seen in Netanyahu's policy towards the Communist Chinese Empire, the other global player determined to undercut American leadership. Red China's rivalry with the American empire alone should have restrained Netanyahu from forging a comprehensive partnership with it. Yet, under his dictatorship, Israel has become a leading supplier of R&D, research and development, and cutting-edge technologies, and accelerated Red China's transformation into becoming America's most serious competitor, as President Biden has defined it. Remarkably, Israel has they've also at least declared itself a geostrategic supporter of the Communist Chinese Empire in the military sense. At a 2017 meeting With dictator Xi, Netanyahu encouraged Red China to assume its rightful place on the world stage and waxed romantic by describing the Sino-Israeli relationship as a marriage made in heaven. Meanwhile, here on Earth, Netanyahu's Israel has opened itself up to strategic investments by Red China in its infrastructure, such as the mass transit system in the Tel Aviv metropolitan area, which will also run in sensitive underground locations abutting Israel's military and defense compound, and parts of the Haifa Bay port, which may steer the U.S. Sixth Fleet elsewhere. Perhaps most egregiously, Netanyahu has had the temerity to meddle in American domestic politics. He has used Israel to sow divisions between Democrats and Republicans, to anathematize a sitting U.S. president, Barack Obama, and to manipulate, and I am using this word advisedly, another one, Donald Trump, to withdraw from a hard-reached international agreement, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran. That withdrawal was universally recognized to have been an enormous strategic mistake, not only for American security interests, but, ironically, also for Israeli ones. Disagreements between allies are par for the course in international relations. Yet, in the case of Netanyahu's Israel, the kind and quality of its foreign policy divergences with these United States are the stuff of an adversarial relationship, not a friendly one. That there is a certain reluctance to designate Netanyahu's Israel as an adversary of the American empire is understandable only in the sense that we live under a Zionist occupation government. After all, the United States and Israel are bound by a special relationship called ZOG, Z-O-G. And in many ways, all that the neo-Nazis have warned about for years has come true. The very fact that ZOG, the Zionist occupation government, can contain and subsume the detrimental foreign policies of Netanyahu makes the Judeo-American relationship a very special one indeed. We are a whale led on a line through the Mediterranean by a minnow. And yet my Taiwan is not like Israel in the eyes of the American empire. In the hour we have remaining. Oh, Amy Como's joining us, saying, morning. At nothing, all Israel this AM. Yes. And admittedly, keeps the numbers up. Call it tit for tat. The United States and the island China of my Taiwan are reportedly close to inking a trade deal whose negotiations have dragged on for almost 3 decades. Meanwhile, the Communist Chinese Empire may be near a breakthrough free trade agreement with Israel, Washington's closest ally. Well, Beijing won't be happy with the first, and Washington won't be with the latter deal. But the potential pact with Israel, whose negotiations dated back to 2016, proves that Red China is nowhere nearly as isolated as some xenophobic, it-est anti-China hawks in the American empire think. Unlike all other American imperial allies and partners, Israel has the distinction of being able to do whatever it likes, even when it upsets Washington. Now, a long-standing barrier to a trade pact with my Taiwan has been my island China's trade surplus with these United States, thanks to our status as a manufactured goods giant in machinery and consumer electronics, and as the producer of the overwhelming majority of the world's most advanced semiconductors. In the American imperial tech war with Beijing, denying Red China access to the most advanced chips has been a primary weapon. But this means forcing Taiwanese chip makers, most notably TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, to sacrifice the lucrative mainland market of collectivized Red China on the mainland of Asia. For that, the American empire needs to throw a few bones back to my island China. And of course, American politicians have been searching high and low to find new ways to provoke Red China. And a trade deal with my Taiwan works well. The lopsided trade deficit be damned. Red China is Israel's biggest trading partner in Asia. Annual trade between the two countries hit $22.8 billion United States dollars yesteryear. Trade with Red China accounts for about 11% of Israel's worldwide total in goods. Such a free trade pact will mark Israel's second in Asia after the Republic of South Korea on the peninsula of Northeast Asia. Since the end of the Yom Kippur War in 1973, Washington increasingly aligned its interests in the Middle East with those of Israel. Such sentiments are not always reciprocated, thus allowing the Jewish ethno-religious state a virtual free hand to pursue its own foreign policy while enjoying almost unconditional American support. This makes it unique among American allies, all of which are required to cave to American pressure from time to time, and often to compromise their own national interests. In this, my Taiwan Tsai Ing-wen, the presidentress thereof, and her die-hard pro-democracy followers should take its note. Far from being like Israel, my island China is intended to end up being a pawn for American imperial interests. See, my Taiwan is competing for arms with the Middle East, not the Ukraine. Let me check on a message from Real Tech Geek before I go there. And I thank him for joining us and hope that all is well with he. Okay, let's see the link he left. Israel's, well, this is something I left. Demolitions. Oh, he put this inside of his own private box here. Intel's acquisition of Tower delayed, still expected to close. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Some technopolitics there. Let me get back to the call with our man in Australia. Okay, now, in terms of where we are with live stream, maintaining numbers, they're increasing. Beautiful. All right. Okay, so returning from a visit to Taipei, the capital of my Taiwan, in February, the United States Representative Mike Gallagher, the Republican chairman of the House's recently established Select Committee on China, expressed concern about the pace of arms deliveries to my Taiwan, including the much-discussed $19 billion United States dollar backlog, telling the press, "We have to prove that we're willing to deliver." Now, the scale of the backlog has been widely cited by political leaders on both sides of the aisle as an indicator of a weak American defense industrial base that is unready for a major power war and unable to meet demands from Russia's war in Ukraine and a potential conflict over Taiwan simultaneously. Gallagher's Democratic co-chair, Representative Ro Khanna, made this Ukraine-Taiwan trade-off explicit in a late April speech on U.S. competition with Red China, in which he also called for the use of the Defense Production Act to dramatically ramp up American weapons production. The argument that American aid to Ukraine must be cut to allow for sufficient support to my Taiwan also has many advocates beyond Capitol Hill, chief among them Elbridge Colby, the lead architect of the 2018 National Defense Strategy, and Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation. Ensuring that my Taiwan is prepared to deter and defend itself from Commu-Chinese aggression should be a priority for these United States and will require trade-offs. But cutting aid to the Ukraine or supersizing American weapons production is not necessarily the best way in either case to get my Taiwan the arms that it needs. Taiwan's greatest competitor for many of the systems that we require most has not been Ukraine, but large buyers in the Middle East. And my Taiwan is developing an increasingly capable defense sector that is able to produce a growing number of key systems indigenously. To meet Taiwan's arms requirements more efficiently, the United States should redirect arms transfers that currently support large Middle Eastern buyers to Taiwan and invest more in co-production and capacity building for my Taiwan's own defense industrial base. While the war in Ukraine has received much of the blame for slow deliveries of systems such as Javelin and Stinger missiles to Taiwan, Taiwan's weapons backlog predates the war. Furthermore, to this point, Taiwan and Ukraine have received arms through 12 different channels. Most of the aid that Ukraine has received has come from American stockpiles through Presidential Drawdown Authority, which Taiwan only became eligible for under the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act, our annual NDAA, rather than foreign military sales, on which Taiwan has traditionally relied. Taiwan, therefore, has been shopping for new weapons, while Ukraine has been receiving old ones. Rather than Ukraine, Taiwan has competed most directly with other countries purchasing new systems. Among our biggest competitors are the large buyers in the Middle East, including Egypt, Jordan, or should I say the kingdom thereof, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. These countries not only buy many of the systems Taiwan needs most, but they also buy these weapons in large quantities, often exceeding what has been allocated to Ukraine from stocks or otherwise. Based on data from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, between the start of former U.S. President Barack Obama's Asia pivot in 2012 and 2022, the United States has delivered thousands of weapons to these 5 Middle Eastern countries, including 25,658 TOW missiles, 8,512 Hellfire missiles, 46 Patriot aero defense systems, 2,526 guided multiple launch rocket systems, 1,241 Javelins, 645 Harpoon missiles, 459 Stingers, 24 HIMARS, High Mobility Artillery Rocket Systems, 250 Abrams tanks, 21 F-16s, and other missiles, ammunition, and military vehicles. These are all systems that Taiwan could use for its defense, and many are included in the $19 billion United States dollar backlog. Diverting even some of the production capacity devoted to these 5 countries over the past 11 years would have increased my Taiwan's defense stocks substantially. While Ukraine has received a large number of Javelin, Stinger, and TOW missiles, compared with these Middle Eastern buyers, it has received substantially less of most of the other systems Taiwan needs. Exempli gratiae. Ukraine has been promised just 12 Harpoon coastal defense systems and received 1 Patriot battery, but 0 Hellfire or longer-range missiles, and its HIMARS were modified to limit their targeting range. Moreover, while Ukraine and Taiwan do need some of the same systems, they faced vastly different battlefield demands that limit the extent of any overlap. Ukraine is fighting a ground war of attrition in close proximity to its adversary and needs short-range artillery and air defense most of all. My Taiwan will instead face air and maritime warfare and needs longer-range missiles and aero defense and anti-ship capabilities. My Taiwan and Ukraine may compete more directly for newly built weapons as excess American stocks are consumed, but a review of new production promised to Ukraine through the Defense Department's Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, the USAI, finds limited overlap between capabilities Ukraine will receive and those Taiwan needs. There are some systems slated to go to Ukraine that could benefit my Taiwan, including National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile Systems, HIMARS, and a range of different types of drones, but quantities are relatively low and are unlikely to delay key arms transfers to my Taiwan. While there are and will continue to be trade-offs between resources committed to my Taiwan and Ukraine, the same can be said for resources committed to arming other allies and partners, many of which have less severe security concerns and far more problematic human rights concerns. For the weapon systems my Taiwan needs most, it is large buyers from the Middle East, and not Ukraine, that have been and likely will continue to be the biggest drain. The fastest and most efficient way to get needed weapons into Taiwanese hands would be to pause or reduce deliveries to large arms buyers in the Middle East, specifically Egypt, the Kingdom of Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, at least temporarily. Though these Arab states do have some legitimate security concerns, particularly coming from Iran and its proxies, substantial and largely condition-free arms transfers to these countries have frequently fueled regional conflicts, produced security outcomes that are antithetical to American interests, and contributed to human rights violations. Furthermore, these countries often acquire advanced systems, such as Harpoon missiles and Patriot air defense systems, that provide prestige but are not well matched to the threats they face from Iran and elsewhere. Despite these well-documented issues, American arms sales to these 5 countries are massive, amounting to $111.8 billion United States dollars in new authorizations and notifications since the start of the Trump administration. Saudi Arabia alone has just over $40 billion in new purchases of U.S. weapons over this time period. Redirecting a large portion of these arms and the production capacity it takes to produce them toward my Taiwan would make a big difference when it comes to speeding and expanding my Taiwan's arms deliveries. Exempli gratiae. Even today, my Taiwan waits behind Saudi Arabia for its 750 Harpoon missiles, despite its far more urgent need for these systems. Reprioritization of production capacity will help my Taiwan more quickly, but may not be sufficient to meet Taiwan's medium and longer-term needs. Washington will also need to invest more heavily in Taiwan's defense sector, including through co-production, transfer of technologies that Taiwan's defense industry requires to advance our indigenous capabilities, and provision of assistance to upgrade and speed up existing production lines. My Taiwan has a growing indigenous defense industry that is especially capable in the development and production of aero defense systems and medium and long-range missiles. Current proposals for speeding arms deliveries to my Taiwan focus on ramping up the American defense industrial base to wartime capacity. But this will take years and feed ever higher levels of defense spending. Investment in my Taiwan's indigenous defense industry can yield returns more quickly, augment American arms sales, and increase Taiwan's ability to arm herself under a blockade or during a conflict when American resupply is not an option. Both parts of this approach, could receive pushback from members of Congress, defense contractors, and certain American security partners. Portraying these decisions as temporary and strategically necessary would be one way to allay such concerns. More generally, the Biden administration has demonstrated a willingness to compromise American economic gains for national security when it comes to competing with the communist Chinese empire. Speeding up and increasing arms sales to my Taiwan will come with trade-offs, but neither supersizing the American defense industrial base nor terminating aid to Ukraine is the best choice. If the American empire is serious about arming Taiwan to the teeth, as Gallagher has urgently recommended, it will pause or slow arms deliveries to partners with less urgent need, including large buyers in the Middle East, to divert this production capacity toward my Taiwan and invest more heavily in my Taiwan's defense sector to build additional capabilities and self-sufficiency. Now, on the other hand, not adversely at all, but conversely, from deterrence to military readiness, Ukrainian aid is a major boost to Pacific security. And that, of course, would be hard for many non-military people to understand. You see, in the American political debate, an often heard criticism of military assistance to the Ukraine is that it takes up resources needed against a far more dangerous threat, Red China. These critics argue that funding, arms, and other efforts to support Ukraine and deter Russian aggression in Europe should instead be oriented toward the Pacific and the far more potent threat of a Red Chinese attack on my Taiwan. Ukraine's victory, they say, will be Pyrrhic, since the support required to achieve it will undercut similar efforts to support my Taiwan, on which our civilization's technology is based. Especially at a time when United States defense industrial capacity is at a century-long low. American support for Ukraine may feel morally right, but will ultimately prove deadly to stopping Red China in its tracks. These critics are wrong. Rather than distracting from Pacific security and the defense of my Taiwan, aid to Ukraine is enabling it. The disastrous military performance of Beijing's most important ally in Ukraine is a major geopolitical setback for the Communist Chinese Empire. Ukraine's successful Western-supported defense of its territory could have a significant deterrent effect on Red China's own plans to forcibly unite with my Taiwan. As the downing of Russian hypersonic missiles by an American-made Patriot missile system, a missile defense system, demonstrates. The United States is also learning valuable lessons from Russia's and Ukraine's performance in a large-scale nation-on-nation war, following 2 decades in which the United States military was focused almost entirely on counterterrorism and counterinsurgency missions. Already, measures taken to support Ukraine are helping modernize American forces, revive dormant defense production, develop and accelerate processes for building and fielding weapons, and spurring the largest defense buildup by these United States and our allies in 40 years. All these benefits to the American empire come without the use of American troops. So, let me try and explain some of the ways that I can count at least on one hand that American support for the Ukraine helps defend my Taiwan. In the last hour we have remaining. Although much more needs to be done, there be at least 4 fingers I can count on in which I can think of the ways that arming Ukraine has materially improved the ability to deter or defeat a Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist attack on my Taiwan. First, the war has prompted these United States and our Asian allies to significantly increase military spending. Although American President Joe Biden sought a de facto cut, measured after inflation, to defense spending in fiscal years 2022 and 2023, the United States Congress instead increased it by more than 25 billion United States dollars in 2022 and 45 billion United States dollars in 2023. That's in addition to the 44 billion US dollars in defense aid to Ukraine, money that is being spent on the US military as Ukraine aid mainly comes from existing stocks of mostly older weapons. Congress also finally ended the practice of linking defense with non-defense spending levels, enacting an after-inflation increase to the military budget and an after-inflation cut to everything else. Congress has already made clear that Biden's 2024 defense budget request of 886 billion United States dollars will also be supersized. Western support for Ukraine has also catalyzed frontline Asian allies to significantly boost their own defense budgets, even as some of them to support Ukraine. In June, explicitly citing Russia's war against the Ukraine, the Empire of Japan announced a plan to double military spending within 5 years. To that end, Tokyo subsequently enacted a 20% increase in 2023, including for the purchase of U.S.-made long-range Tomahawk cruise missiles. My Taiwan's defense budget has increased by 80% since 2019, of which 2/3 has come since the start of Russia's invasion. According to people directly involved, American planners and trainers are collaborating with My Taiwan on the lessons it can learn from the fighting in Ukraine, which has already changed My Taiwan's thinking about how to defend itself. South Korea is following a similar path. In January, the South Korean Ministry of National Defense announced that its budget will grow by almost 7% annually over the next 5 years. Similarly, Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos's first defense budget proposal calls for an 8% increase in defense spending in 2023, with spending expected to maintain an average annual growth of more than 6% through 2028. In Australia, the new government of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has already boosted defense spending by more than 7%. Second, the war has pushed the American empire to grow and modernize our own forces. The American Army has used Ukraine supplemental funds equal to 1/3 of its annual procurement budget to buy 7 more high-mobility artillery rocket systems, known as HIMARS, in fiscal 2025 than previously budgeted. These long-range artillery systems have proven critical to Ukraine and may also be useful in a Taiwan scenario. Similarly, the Army is now planning to purchase 197 armored multi-purpose vehicles instead of the 91 units originally planned for 2024, backfilling the 1960s-era the M113 armored personnel carriers sent to Ukraine. Production lines for the key munitions used in Ukraine, HIMARS, GMLRs, the guided multiple launch rocket systems, and Stinger and Javelin missiles, are slated to nearly double or more than double their production capacity in the next 12 years. Production of 155mm artillery shells is slated to increase 6-fold over the next 4 years. The American taxpayer is also getting a better deal. These multi-year procurements allow the per-unit cost of HIMARS and GMLRs to drop 6% and 11%, respectively, even at a time when inflation is at 5%. Now, Ukrainian aid is driving down costs and accelerating purchases, leading to a larger, more modern, and better-suited force. Third, Ukrainian aid has jolted the American defense industrial base after 3 decades of atrophy due to military restraint. The dire state of the American defense sector has been documented by report after report. Aid to Ukraine did not create this long-existing problem, but is instead catalyzing serious movement. Production lines have reopened for Stinger missiles, 155mm artillery shells, and GMLRs. U.S. and European defense companies are working to set up additional production lines on both continents. While the discussion about expanding the capacity of the defense industrial base by issuing multi-year contracts originally centered on backfilling munitions transferred to Ukraine, these approaches have now been applied to other programs unrelated to Ukraine, such as the SM-6 WAT, W-H-A-T, the LRAM, LRASM, the long-range anti-ship missile, and the JASM, JASSM, the Joint Air-to-Surface Standoff Missile. U.S. defense contractor Lockheed Martin has opened a second production line for the LRAM, the LRASM, and JASSM air-to-surface variant, which will allow it to double annual production in 2024. The United States Defense Department recently set up the Joint Production Accelerator Cell, a process to identify supply chain restrictions across these United States and restore defense manufacturing competency. It also inaugurated the Undefinitized Contract Action, an accelerated contracting process that allows the Pentagon to contract and receive delivery before all arms, before all terms and prices are made final, which it has already used to purchase Gimlers and Stingers. None of these ideas are new, but Ukrainian aid is removing bureaucratic impediments and stimulating production in a way that has not been seen in decades. As the Pentagon's head of acquisition and sustainment said in October, production is deterrence. If Beijing believes that the American empire can sustain a long military engagement, it is more likely to be deterred from an attack. Fourth, the Biden administration's unprecedented use of PDA, the Presidential Drawdown Authority, to send weapons to Ukraine has been extended to my Taiwan. This tool, originally passed by Congress in 1961, gives our president the power to provide military equipment, services, and training to foreign countries from existing American stocks. After the revanchist, Russian Empire attacked Ukraine, Congress gave the administration the ability to transfer 11 billion United States dollars worth of weapons through September of 2022, and then increased the authority to another 14.5 billion US dollars over the next year. Biden has used PDA 37 times since the war began. This strategy means the Pentagon can move weapons to Ukraine with great speed, without using purchase orders that would take years, and use the money to backfill deliveries, buying new, better, different, or more articles than those that were sent. That also means that the value of what the United States actually sends to Ukraine is less than the PDA numbers imply, a point most critics of Ukraine aid conveniently ignore. Contracts to replenish stocks have already been signed, and Congress is approaching more money, they're appropriating more money, for replenishment than the value of what is being sent to the Ukraine. After Congress approved a PDA for my Taiwan, worth up to $1 billion United States dollars per year, the Pentagon announced its first $500 million or 500 million United States dollars arms package for island China on my Taiwan, a tool Congress first refashioned for use for Ukraine is now helping provide material support to my Taiwan. Enabling PDA for my Taiwan would not have been possible without the political coalition created on Capitol Hill on behalf of the Ukraine. The American empire is still not moving fast enough to deter a communist Chinese attack on my Taiwan, but American military aid to Ukraine, Ukraine, is helping it get off the blocks. From modernizing our own forces faster and revving up defense industrial production to spurring defense budget increases and getting weapons to my Taiwan more quickly, aid to the Ukraine has been a catalyst like no other since World War II. As a result, the American empire is finally beginning to take the military side of the Red China Challenge more seriously. As Lockheed Martin CEO Jim Takelet recently told the Wall Street Journal, "We want to get the fragility out of the system. So if this ever happens again, it's 6 months instead of 3 years to get a meaningful improvement in capacity." Biden's policies could still lead to the worst of both worlds. Slow, insufficient, and inadequate aid to the Ukraine will neither defeat Russia nor generate enough of a slipstream to aid my Taiwan. As long as Biden and the United States Congress are unwilling to rapidly scale up arms deliveries to my Taiwan and increase the American defense budget to Cold War levels, which was effectively a Third World War in effect, supporting larger and faster aid to Ukraine is currently the best thing the United States can do to preserve peace and stability in Asia, the center not just of the world's economy, but of civilization. Now, Jesus Christ, we still got 45 minutes left. All right, let's take a look at, see if there's anything new in the...
Real Tech says Taiwan needs Iron Dome defense.
Well, that's appreciated. I appreciate that profoundly. Of course, Iron Dome defense deals with... You're talking about rockets built in people's backyards.
Right.
Now, granted, those boys in the Gaza Strip can churn that shit out. It's pretty incredible, by the hundreds. And they launch those babies with military discipline that surprised even the Israelis. They kept that Iron Dome busy. No doubt about it. They put it to the test. It was like rain and fire. But some of those rockets got through, just a few. But Iron Dome, man, it's like a force field. Yeah, but, we've used these Patriot missile systems, and they've taken down rockets from Russia, and they can do that from Red China as well. Ideally, of course. Just take all that shit out of the Middle East and put it into Taiwan. We'll be set. I mean, those fuckers got nothing to worry about now because they're all allied with Israel now, and Israel can defend them from Iran. They threw the Palestinians under the fucking bus. So Israel's got the biggest military in the fucking world. Comparative to its population, it's just a warfare state. In terms of, oh gosh, how do I, now how do I gear up for anything else over the next several minutes? I could just end early. After all, I did quite a bit, over the past, the previous episode.
You covered a lot.
Yeah. Thank you. So Realtek and yourself are welcome. Any other ideas you can come up with on something I can bitch about? I mean, certainly, of course, I could go back to our domestic politics. It would make sense, but, I definitely have to, how do I say that? Kind of figure out what I could cover within the limited amount of time we have left with any sense of coherency. And my biggest problem, of course, is how in-depth I go. I go so in-depth. So Realtek Geek says, Israeli semiconductor. Tell you what, Realtek, why don't you come on and tell us about Israeli semiconductor? You're on the call, are you not? So just jump on the call.
I am now.
Yeah, so
I'm on the call now.
Tell us about Israeli semiconductor.
Oh, they've been power semiconductor. They've been around since the 90s.
Okay.
They've just mostly just used Samsung or I'm sorry, not Samsung, Panasonic, Toshiba, Hitachi semi foundries in Japan.
Wow.
They don't really make anything in Israel like that.
Wow.
But like I said,
I said, wow, that's incredible. So they're using Japanese foundries to produce their shit. Go on.
Yeah.
So how do you sell a product like that? Does it say made in Israel or like designed in Israel and made in Japan? How does that? How do you label that?
I know. It's something else. I mean, but they all the fucking camera companies say that shit, or Apple and everyone else is designed in California or designed in Japan, but manufactured in Thailand or China or India.
Wow.
It's just fucking monotonous, you know?
Wow.
It really is.
Yeah. So please go on by all means.
So like I said about, I sent you the article. I also linked in the chat. Intel is buying them. So yeah, the notion that Intel is too big to fail.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you know what you said?
Oh no, please go on. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Intel is too big to fail, like I said, and this notion that they're going to go away and AMD is kicking them behind. I'm not saying that that's not happened, but it's just what I have been looking at all these articles about what the issues with the problems with the AMD is happening. It's just utterly insane. I've been thinking about going to AMD. I was talking with Nemo recently, but I'm still probably just stick with Intel. There's too many issues with them, and this is just in general. It seems like really like a huge mishap with manufacturing in general during the pandemic. All these issues going on with electronics. It's something else. It's Canon, which is called Hot Shoe, which is put on the camera to to put a flash adapter on there or a flash. That's breaking off on there. I mean, I thought that's like on a Canon R5. They charge $3,000 for this.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Over 3,800 when it came out.
Fuck!
Yeah, I mean, I understand the issue with Sony because Sony still was like doing some type of backward ass reverse engineering their fucking hot shoe. So it's probably they had to do something fucking when they bought out Minolta. So that happened to me too. Yeah, it broke my fucking flash, but it's a whole bunch of shit that's going on with these things. Yeah, Ryzen 5 3600, which is the third generation, they're fucking freezing up and burning up.
Wow. I mean, oh my
too
God.
hot, way too fast. I mean, the performance is incredible. I was looking at a video with that.
You basically
Intel
need a top tier liquid cooler for the AMD CPUs if
No.
problems.
It's not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have it or not. I mean, of course, I use a all-in-one liquid cooler, but it's just the way they programmed it or they made it. They're literally can catch on fire. It's the same issue. Yeah, it's the same type of issue was happening with the 7900 3D CPUs, which I never was fond of anyway. Those the VCAS for gaming. They're for gaming, but they are, which is more necessary AMD's fault as the motherboard manufacturers like Gigabytes or ASUS, where there's programming that needs to be done, and they literally were also breaking down and dying, and then charging $700 for this fucking shit.
Yeah, I remember hearing about the ASUS brand of the motherboards and shit had having heating issues and crap.
Wow. Well, so
Yeah.
go on. And I mean, this is fascinating in its own right. And believe me, I'm happy to rest my voice. The two of you carry on by all means, please.
Yeah, but yeah, in general though, I hope I'm not talking too fast. I'm trying to just.
It's fine.
Yeah,
basically, just don't get AMD CPUs anytime soon. Just get their GPUs.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get, like I said, I'm gonna get the 7900 XTX. Just been waiting for that price to come down.
It's a bit cheaper than NVIDIA, and it has more VRAM, so it's better future proofing.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I saw an article. Maybe you should buy it. It's in New South Wales. Someone listed on Facebook Marketplace a prototype 3080 MSI 3080 with 20 gigabytes of VRAM.
Shit.
With 700 Aussie, I think.
A prototype.
Yeah.
All right.
You should go get it. You're in Australia. You're down. So
maybe I prefer the newer. I would prefer to get a newer GPU, but newer generation. But yeah,
I understand. I don't blame you, but of course. I'm not gonna wait. I'm not gonna wait till fucking Bitcoin or fucking Ethereum goes up bananas like crazy, and in terms of the bull market, and it's just like these fucking greedy bastards and selling all to these miners and all these people scalping again. I'm not going through that again. I'm not waiting another 5 years. So.
Yeah, that was a big issue in the 2080. You know, the NVIDIA 20 series before the 30.
Yeah, 2017.
Yeah, the cryptocurrency miners were buying all the shitloads of multiple GPUs, and no one could buy any, and the price just skyrocketed in the market. It was like over $2,000 for a 2080 RTX.
Yeah, well, it was like, I think it was like $4,000 for a 3090.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I remember this one guy said he sold an RX 580 for $500. I mean, you know, if something you buy, I'm holding on to some of my GPU, my GTX 1070 Ti, for that to happen again, so I can flip it and get my money back for it. You know, it's a long-term play. But that's something kind of different where I bought it for the price of that, but when it came out in 2018, Christmas Eve 2018. But this fucking shit, you know, it's just ridiculous. The same thing happened with the PS5, and actually the news came out with the PS5 too. Was Sony was actually the one that was holding back the PS5 too. So fuck them, you know. You know, I just fucking kept using what I had. You know, I didn't give a fuck if I had to play in lower settings.
The PS5 is overpriced still. It's like $800 in my region.
Oh man, well, something in Brazil is the same way too. Yeah, with the importing. It's just, that's ridiculous. And Sony wants to bring out PS5 Pro, which is also ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm never gonna buy the initial release of the new generations of consoles. I'll wait till they bring out a new improved version of that newer generation, and when it gets cheaper, of course.
Well, I want to play Spider-Man, the new one, but that's coming out for PS5 exclusively. So, the pricing is good now. I'll just get a regular one for like $400. Fine, you know. It's much better now. But it was crazy during the pandemic. Even the fucking British Mafia was fucking hijacking trucks to scalp that.
All right.
Whoa.
Make a killing off it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, the PS5. Yeah, so this notion is that fucking Sony sold all these units and shit, like 80 million units. Get the fuck out of here. This is exactly another situation what happened with the PS3. Where they're fucking charging, you know, they were charging $600 for that when it came out in 2006. Too much, just ridiculous.
Yeah. I had to pay $700 for the PS3 when I got it.
Yeah. No.
And that was just the shitty 40 gigabyte version.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I never had I bought all that years later. I was just playing on PC, you know, and just pirate the shit. I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I play on 1080p anyway, so all my fuckers stuck on 720p for years.
Right.
You know. But yeah, folks, like I said in the chat, you're getting hard-hitting news, yesterday's news, next year's news, today. So please support Dozens Dietrich.
Thank you. You're an angel. I appreciate that. That's very wonderful of you. Thank you so much. Definitely appreciate it. And come on.
Samsung, their revenue keeps going down for smartphone sales.
All right.
So now it's 97%. Last quarter was 96%. So it's bad.
There's a bunch of shit going on with Samsung recently. They expect gradual global chip demand rebound, and they're doing something with chips, memory chips. Looking to the second half of the year, the memory chip market is expected to gradually move towards stability, considering increasing production cuts in the industry. The world's biggest memory chip and smartphone maker said in a statement. Chip clients are expected to move from using up inventory to buying semiconductors again. The South Korean company added a day after arrival. SK Hynix also pointed to a nascent market recovery amid robust artificial intelligence demand. Samsung reported a 95% plunge in June quarter profit as the chip industry's downturn persisted despite output cuts because of weaker demand for products relying on semiconductors, from consumer gadgets to servers.
Well, so yeah, a lot going on in the tech industry, and really appreciate the two of you catching us up on that. And our numbers have really gone up because people are waking up. So go on. I guess people find what you have to say compelling, so might as well go on with it.
Well, that's true and all, but I mean, definitely, God willing, of course, never happens. But definitely, if China invades Taiwan, I mean, the Samsung, SK Hynix would be their stocks would just shoot up like crazy. So, because they manufacture chips, so SK Hynix is really known more for memory, and random access memory, which is also known as RAM, and of course they also make the RAM for the NAND flash for solid state hard drives and NVMe, M.2. So that's really primarily their revenue with that. I think there's some other things I haven't looked at in a long time with that company. But in general, everybody bought what they wanted during the pandemic. So when they had all the free money, I mean, collectibles went up like crazy, and this was just bananas. Which I don't consider. I don't consider those prices to be real prices because it was all free money. And regarding collectibles, Pokemon cards, video games that.
Yep.
Selling fucking video games, rated fucking video games is just fucking ridiculous. Like $40,000 for like Mike Tyson Punch Out, fucking 10, and then I was probably like worthless, like $100, like a fucking NFT,
Wow.
Yeah. So it's the same thing with like I was saying, electronics. People bought what they wanted and what they needed during the pandemic. So and. It's Moore's law, that where every generation is getting closer and closer, where it's getting closing the gap with the technology. So, but then especially with quantum, which everybody's not keeps forgetting about, which is quantum computing, which will, of course, AI will definitely breach the gap with that and supersede anything you can ever think of. So that's a completely different conversation there. But also, what's happening too with electronics, of course, with how fast it's coming up. People are going back to using like what they call dumb phones, or dumb electronics. Where it's just basic phone too.
That appeals to me. Tell us about this.
Well, they're basically, of course, it will basically be like a flip phone, or even the appeal of maybe the appeal of a foldable flip, where it's a little small. I mean, that's a little bit. It's still advanced phone, but it's a little tiny clamshell type of phone. But I mean, of course, the most popular one was the clamshell. Generally, of course, they run Android, which most do, some don't. Of course, a lot of them are. I think Samsung makes, but it's mostly the Chinese companies, TCL. I think Motorola is still making that, but the Motorola Razr was the most popular one.
Yes.
It sold 200 million, 150 million units, I think.
Okay, that's.
But but they just charge so much money for these phones. It's ridiculous, and there's no. You can keep these things for 5 years now, 4 to 5 years, as long as you can get the updates for it. So.
I wish they would have kept the flip phones around for a longer time, because these larger touchscreen Androids barely fit in your fucking pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do. They don't. Yeah, it is ridiculous.
And I don't really care for all these extra features you use on your phone and shit, because I'm mostly using it on my computer. Like any apps that you can get on the phone, I use on the computer.
Well, if when you go out, you can always have a computer with you, so it's a computer in your pocket. But I do want to get a Strain 3 Ultra, but I've gotten used to my foldable phone, which of course the screen did crack. So it's fucking $2,000 for this fucking shit, and it cracked on me, so I need to get it replaced soon with either warranty. But it's just not ready for prime time. It's just ridiculous. But I do like the aspect that we're small, but I do agree with what you are saying regarding that. Some of them are just ridiculously fucking huge.
Yep.
So like I said,
barely fits in my pocket. I got the Samsung Galaxy A21. I got that pretty cheap on sale for under $300.
Yeah, that's a very popular one to buy. But the EU, speaking of that, phones, so they forced Apple to have a USB Type-C with their iPhone, which is the 15, which is a good thing. And now they're forcing phone manufacturers to bring back the battery, removable battery. That's another good thing. So, God willing, the EU will fucking bring back the headphone jack and the fucking expendable SD card, because the whole thing's a fucking conspiracy theory with them. I mean, Apple never had that shit to begin with, but this fucking shit. Like I read someone's comment about saying that this is what you get for Samsung. I want to fucking copy Apple with everything, and look where they are now. 97% down with smartphone sales. They deserve it. Those bastards take on the headphone jack and the SD card and the battery.
Yeah.
Damn
fuck
conspiracy.
Apple.
Yeah. Yeah. Apple Vision Pro. That's gonna fucking fail too.
They barely make any significant improvements on each new generation of phone releases.
Oh.
Yeah. What's your question, Nicholas?
Oh no! I just grunting. I received a phone message, and I was just kind of responding to it. The telephone message from Clarice Claudette was trying to show me something to help with these different things that were ongoing. I do want to emphasize to everyone, we received a challenge about the closed captions, and the closed captions are available on all of my episodes. So all anyone needs to do is press the button for closed captions, and they're there. So a spurious report was filed that, of course, I was not being inclusive by prejudicing against hearing impaired peoples and shit. So it was that's not the case. I'm very inclusive, and hearing impaired people, just press the CC button and you'll see the closed captions, especially once the video uploads.
The closed captions are going to be AI generated, or bot generated.
Oh yeah, and they're all like mostly non sequiturs anyway. It's mostly just word salads. It's like especially when you take a look at when I start off the program or during various times in the program, all I'm doing is it actually puts that in there.
Yeah.
Yes. So
you're talking to Peter Moon.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, my ears. Okay, so I've had in these earbuds for a while. You guys keep talking. We got a few more minutes. Like, to be specific, I'll let you know here. We got about, let's say 10 more minutes easily. So we got 10 minutes, and just kind of round things up, and then we'll shut the show down. But you've maintained pretty high numbers. I mean, really high numbers. Everybody love what you guys are saying, so I guess they love two guys talking over a fence about tech shit. I guess that's a big draw. There you go. You guys need to start your own show.
Yeah, we should, yeah. Well, 27 watching, so it's at 270 basically, or 300?
Pretty much, yeah. And that's actually...
Holy shit.
That's actually, if you take a look, I can share a screen here. Sharing screen.
Sure.
Basically, when you go down to the it says 29 here, and that's been going up to 30, 33, and so it's been pretty high. So the
holy shit, that's a lot of fucking people.
Yeah. So
wow.
Yeah, and so the
now, folks, please remember, support Douglas Dietrich because he is our national treasure, and we're almost ending the show, and we're almost at the end of the month. So please support Dr. Dietrich. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you. And the first thing I'll do is I have to call PayPal to have them retract some automatic payment that went to fucking HostGator or some shit like that I haven't I don't know how the fuck they did this. I don't remember making any automatic payments to them in years. But recently it was apparently they gave me this receipt for this fucking, as far as I'm concerned, money they stole out of my fucking little PayPal card. Here's your renewal receipt, success. Here's your net domain, which I don't use and don't want. And they said, dude, we took $23.17 for 1 year. I don't even remember them doing this last year. Have they been doing this every year and I didn't notice? Anyhow, I got a call to get PayPal to take that back.
Well, at least you know.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
What is that supposed to be for, that net domain?
Yeah, for that stupid domain that I'm not even using. I don't use that domain.
Yeah, cancel that payment.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, cancel that right away. Yeah, but we definitely got to start working your website again.
Yes. We'll have to figure out someone I can trust. And maybe you.
Yeah, me.
Yeah, okay. We'll get to it. Yes, we'll do it soon. Yes, let's do that.
Get to it, man. And also back up your stuff, man.
Yes. Good. Yes, I know, but I'm counting on John Warrington, and I gotta start doing it myself, of course. But most of that, it wasn't like it was backed up onto that website. I don't know how to do that. It was always just links. It was always just links to basically my channel. Was all that website was when it came to episodes. Okay. So the people who were really backing it up are John Warrington, and you're talking to him, Mr. Nemo Albano, really. So,
okay. Well, I gotta share things with Nemo then.
Yeah. And then I don't know how much you know about Rumble. My impression is you don't know that much, but Brendan Zogiet was supposed to help me with that, and then apparently they killed him. Poor bastard.
They put him in a pot and ate him.
What do you mean?
He hasn't returned from his vacation.
I told you he will return. He's alive.
Oh, okay.
September.
Okay, good point. Okay. I'll take that. So everybody maintain him in thought and prayer anyway. But so when did you say? What month approximately? What month?
September.
Cool. Okay.
16th.
Well, that makes sense because that would be like when school restarts. So I guess maybe he got so frustrated he quit his fucking job. Took a while.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe drop by back in September. He's that kind of person. He does kind of have this kind of, fade in and out, kind of.
Yeah.
There's that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But you have actually the Apple Vision Pro for it really quickly. Uh-huh. So the Apple Vision Pro, many people see it as, of course, like Lisa, the Lisa machine that was released in 1984, which was $10,000. and it failed. And of course, his vision, Steve Jobs' vision, it was a piece of shit in my opinion. Great innovator, but it's a fucking piece of shit.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah, it's this fucking garbage guy. Terrible. But I mean, no doubt, you know, the innovations he's done, and the world's stagnating without him. So it really is.
Yeah.
Technologically wise,
Yeah.
but he's still a piece of shit anyway. But anyway,
I've heard he was just the worst person on earth. Heard he was just awful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to support his daughter and stuff, and
whoa! I didn't know that. What the fuck?
Yeah, Steve Wozniak wanted to pay for had to pay for his daughter's schooling and stuff like that.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's this fucking piece of shit, man. And he renounced his daughter for years, and it's like, wasn't even his daughter too?
Oh my god!
Don't forget, he was adopted also. So they probably had abandonment issues too. So
yeah,
this fucking. You know, he reminds me of a Yngwie Malmsteen, you know, the guitarist.
Neo-classical guitarist, yeah.
Not necessarily classical. It's more like our...
no, neo-classical, like modern classical style.
Yeah.
That's what he's categorized as.
Heavy metal-ish, yeah. But yeah, he when he sort of realized all the popularity with him was on him, the emphasis when he was in Riot.
Mm-hmm.
Accept, the band Accept, which got a great song called Pandemic, fucking awesome song. But that's when it all went to his head, and his fucking ego, you know, came out.
Don't you mean
anyway,
Steeler? He was in the band Steeler, then he was in Alcatraz. Alcatraz is where.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, John Bonham. I mean, not John Bonham. I forgot the name of the singer of Alcatraz. He got sick of Yngwie, and he started having a fight with him. Like a little punch up with him.
Yes.
And then he got kicked out. Yeah.
Yes. But let me go to Application Pro really quickly. So they want to charge. So only expect to sell 500,000 units. It's $3,400 for this fucking thing. The main metal fucking case in the damn thing for the glasses itself is why it's so fucking expensive. And that's why it's so fucking heavy. And the fact that it is literally a fucking scheme. So it doesn't stop at $3,400. If you want something more comfortable, that's an additional $600. You want something for your glasses, for properly fit glasses, another $600 or $800. You want something to fit properly for your contact lenses, another $600.
Jesus.
And developers are not really going to get onto either. Now, of course, they're going to release another product another product also. And they've been working on this for 7 years, but if this is the aspect of that, and the aspect of what they've been trying to work on an electric vehicle for years, I don't know, man. It's just their sales, their iPhone sales. I mean, they're the number one phone manufacturer in terms of sales, but their sales are starting to decline also. And you know, all those poor Chinese people jumping on the nets and protesting. You know, can you believe it?
Yeah.
It's kind of karma in there. You know, Steve Jobs did say about making a phone where you can have a phone, but translating that into a headphone that can go over the eyes. Yeah, he said that in 2000. I can't remember what year it was, but it's interesting. Is imagination into the future into things.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a failure. It's gonna be a failure. So. You know, it's not going to be like this iPhone that sold for 8 gigabytes. 4G iPhone, which was the common at the time, was only 4 gigabytes. It sold for $200,000 in the auction, sealed. It's not going to be something like that. It's going to fail.
Yeah.
It's too expensive, and it's a fucking money laundering scheme.
Yeah.
Most products are just
not money laundering scheme. Excuse me, not a money. It's just overpriced, and it's a scam. It really is. That's what I'm saying.
Got it. Yeah.
So the listeners don't bother buying any new iPhones.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, you go to iPhone 12 and iPhone 13. I mean, unless you want USB-C, iPhone 15, but it's just too much. iPhone 12 is still
incredible. Well, you're both magnificent, and like I said, you've kept the ratings up. Again, sharing screen here, just so you can see, it was 29, but it's gone up to 30, 31, 33 as I've been viewing. So it just goes up and down, but it's been holding high. So you've done quite well, and that's good. I mean, you've held a good conversation, and people were interested. And aside from that, any other final advice? I mean, we technically have 10 minutes, but I definitely have to end it probably within 5. So just to make certain we're safe when we upload the video.
Of course.
Yeah. So
yes.
in the last 5 minutes, both of you gentlemen say good morning to everyone, and any final advisements or things that you feel people should pay attention to, by all means, share it.
You say good morning first, Real Tech.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for listening to Dr. Dietrich's show. It is an invaluable show. So please support Dr. Dietrich again, like I said. We are at the end of the month. Events going to be coming due on the 1st. And please join us on Sunday for a continuation of critical missions. The most suppressed and the most hard-hitting news today, yesterday's and tomorrow's future. Thank you.
Beautiful. You get better each time. And dear Nemo, on to you.
Yes, good morning to everybody. Please support Doug any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon, and please send donations and download his content.
Thank you so much. And download it and re-upload it on your own channels.
Yes.
Yeah.
On many platforms as possible.
Yes, thank you. So let me go back to call here, and what I'll do is we'll stay on call for while I end stream. So from myself, everyone, my love to all who support me, and wish me luck with trying to get Brooke to keep her promise of something she was going to do, and hopefully this ends on amicable terms or something like that. Whether or not there's any possible reconciliation or not is I don't think is really hopeful, but certainly at least let's get some things done and end things as amicably as possible. But she does have her own channel. She needs 50 subscriptions to go live. I don't know why I'm doing this for her. She put that inside of the chat here, and people can go subscribe to it, and she can get 50 and go live, and I subscribe to it, and of course she's demanding me to take my subscription away, and I'm just leaving it up there just to spite her. But right now she's got about 3. So it means she's subscribed herself maybe, and her son did, and her son Noah did, and then there's me, which is. That's really alarming, because that that makes me feel like I'm family with her or something. Jesus Christ. At any rate, so such being what it is, I want to welcome everybody back next Sunday. We are going to be the first 3 hours, as was demanded by Peter, and I'll respect that. It is going to be someone filling Peter's shoes. Will be either Aaron Tice or Aristides, and they will be kind of fulfilling the role of Peter Moon. Whenever Aaron Tice... What's that? yeah, she would be the other one I would take. Yeah, fuck whether Peter said that or not.
She'd be the best one.
Yeah. I'm not arguing with you. I'll ask her.
She's fucking hot, man. Man,
yeah, but
smoking hot chick.
Yeah, but like I said, it's like 4 a.m.
She brings very valuable information. What you said?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not arguing. Yeah, I mean, it's like I wouldn't care if she did or didn't. I mean, yeah, what's your fucking point? Like, that had anything to do with anything. But it's one of these things where, yeah, the problem is it's like 4 a.m. in the morning, 4 or 3 a.m. or some shit like that. If I do try and get her on, I'd have to start earlier, and that's hard on me. So we'll see what works out. In the meantime, yeah, definitely.
I'll just put the show up then. Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to the person I have on, Aaron Tice, it'll essentially be 3 hours with him alone. If he's unable to come on and it's Aristides instead, I'm sure he'd be a lot looser and wouldn't care about bringing other people on. But with Aaron Tice, he would prefer to work alone with it. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I brought on Marina Sarin. So, but you know,
I posted a link to her channel on Twitter just to help her get more subscribers.
Okay, good.
Had 90 people viewed at the link